Zhang Yu's mother urged her son to seek refuge with his wealthy aunt in the prosperous town, only to discover the façade that lay beneath that eye in the depths of despair. He harnessed the esoteric skills acquired at the coffin shop to become a prestigious real estate agent. Chapter 1. Arrival in the City. This is the Zhenhai Administrative District. A young man in his 20s stood before the Zhenhai passenger station, gazing at the towering skyscrapers, the bustling traffic, and the diverse crowd, overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness and nostalgia. The young man's name was Zhang Yu. He had spent his childhood in a remote rural town, a place marked by poverty where most young men sought work elsewhere. During the recent Lunar New Year, family and friends had gathered, and those who had ventured away returned, each more successful than the last. Notably, the aunt of his old neighbor had married a wealthy man in Zhenhai and now belonged to the affluent class, complete with a car. For Zhang Yu, the allure of the metropolis was non-existent. However, his mother, a fiercely competitive woman, was disheartened by the sight of other young people thriving while her son remained stagnant. After enduring some disdainful remarks, she resolutely decided to send him to Zhenhai to seek his aunt's assistance, hoping he would carve out a successful path for himself. Zhang Yu retrieved an old-fashioned address book from his pocket, along with a dual-SIM orange phone that his mother had just gifted him. As he prepared to dial his aunt's number, a shiver coursed through him, stirring a ripple of emotions within. The young lady, known as Yang Ying, hails from the illustrious Yang family, longtime acquaintances of the Zhang family. Yang Ying's father and Zhang Yu's grandfather were once apprentices in the same carpentry workshop, sharing a bond of brotherhood. As the cherished daughter of the elder Yang, Yang Ying is 3 years senior to Zhang Yu. Due to the frequent interactions between their families, Zhang Yu, constrained by the hierarchy, could only address her with affectionate titles. They grew up together, a quintessential pair of childhood sweethearts. 4 years later, Yang Ying resolved to leave the quaint town in pursuit of a new life in the bustling city. Zhang Yu vividly recalls that fateful day, the last time he conversed with her. Yang Ying returned the silver bell, which he had longed for over the past 4 years, and said, "I'm leaving now. This belongs to you. Take good care of yourself. And in a few years, consider finding a wife and starting a family. I would love to be a grandmother someday." In a state of bewilderment, Zhang Yu nodded, watching as Yang Ying boarded the long-distance bus. From that moment on, she never returned. Until the recent Lunar New Year, when he finally caught a glimpse of her, clad in a resplendent emerald cashmere coat. She was transformed from the innocent girl he once knew into a figure of exquisite grace and elegance, radiating an ethereal poise. It felt as if they belonged to entirely different realms, and upon their reunion, they merely exchanged perfunctory greetings. Now, as Zhang Yu prepares to make a call to Yang Ying, he finds himself at a loss for words. He is reluctant to meet her, yet feels an undeniable sense of anticipation, a profound conflict within him. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the air not far ahead, shouting, "Someone snatched a bag! Someone snatched a bag!" Such occurrences were unheard of in their town, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Yu mused to himself that in broad daylight, such audacity was truly remarkable. He hastily stuffed his phone and address book into his pocket, seized the oversized travel bag at his feet, and rushed towards the source of the commotion. After just a few strides, he spotted a man in his 20s, clutching a woman's handbag, sprinting towards him with urgency. The young man's speed was remarkable, and although there were people around, none intervened. Observing the thief's demeanor, Zhang Yu surmised he was indeed the assailant. As the man approached, Zhang Yu raised his travel bag and hurled it at him. The young man uttered a pained cry, propelled several meters away, and his grip on the handbag faltered. Zhang Yu intended to apprehend him, but the thief, sensing his imminent capture, rolled on the ground and disregarded the discarded bag, turning to dash across the road. The street was bustling with traffic, and Zhang Yu hesitated to pursue too fervently. Watching as the assailant crossed the street and fled, he retrieved the handbag from the ground, only to see a woman approaching, holding a pair of high-heeled shoes, hopping excitedly while calling out, "Someone has stolen my bag! Someone has stolen my bag! Your bag is here!" Zhang Yu called out, and as he drew closer, he discerned her features. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a white shirt with a large collar and a fitted black skirt. Her face was etched with anxiety and pain, rendering her even more enchanting. "Auntie." Upon recognizing her visage, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the woman before him was none other than Yang Ying, the very person whose presence stirred a tumult of emotions within him. "Xiao Yu." Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Yang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze then fell upon the handbag he held, and her expression brightened. "That bag is mine. I am aware it belongs to you," Zhang Yu replied as he approached and returned the bag to Yang Ying. "What a coincidence, Annie. I was just about to call you, and here we are meeting by chance. You were looking for me? What for?" Yang Ying inquired with curiosity. "During the new year, did you not mention to my mother that I could follow you around? Consequently, she sent me to Jinhai to find you," Zhang Yu stated candidly. "Did I actually say that?" Half a year had passed, and Yang Ying struggled to recall her words from the new year. Moreover, that gathering had been a family affair, and even if she had said something, it would have merely been a casual remark. Observing Zhang Yu's attire, her brow furrowed further. He wore a simple white shirt paired with a pair of outdated trousers from the 1990s, and on his feet were a pair of worn-out sneakers. In his hand, he clutched an oversized travel bag, presenting a rather incongruous appearance reminiscent of a rural laborer arriving in the city. "You must have said it. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have been urging me every day to find you, insisting that if I don't make something of myself, I won't be allowed to return home." Zhang Yu, ever sincere, could not fathom that one's character might evolve upon entering a bustling metropolis. Noticing Yang Ying's furrowed brow, he assumed she was in discomfort. "Annie, it appears that you might have twisted your ankle. Is it very painful? Can you still walk?" "In pursuit of that scoundrel, I just twisted my ankle, and it hurts terribly. However, I must truly thank you for retrieving my bag." Yang Ying lamented, her ankle visibly swollen. "We're all comrades here. No need for formalities, given your appearance. It seems that even walking is a challenge for you. Allow me to carry you," Zhang Yu offered, bending slightly and turning his back towards Yang Ying. The area around the bus station was bustling with people, and Yang Ying was acutely aware of her own appearance, as well as Zhang Yu's. The thought of him carrying her was utterly mortifying. Yet, with her ankle sprained, walking was simply not an option. Moreover, a critical thought crossed her mind. If she allowed him to carry her home, she would inevitably have to invite him in. Zhang Yu waited a moment, assuming Yang Ying was simply unable to move due to the pain, completely oblivious to the myriad of thoughts racing through her mind. He then squatted in front of her, grasped her knee from behind with both hands, and with a gentle pull, hoisted her onto his back. Rising steadily, he secured her comfortably. Caught off guard by Zhang Yu's sudden action, Yang Ying let out a surprised gasp. "Ah." Quickly regaining her composure, she retorted, "What are you doing?" Zhang Yu replied earnestly, "I noticed you were motionless, and I assumed your ankle was too painful for you to exert any strength. Remember when we were children, playing on the mountain, and you twisted your ankle? I carried you just like this, and we walked nearly 10 miles before reaching home." Chapter 2. The Silver Bell. Upon hearing those words, Yang Ying was instantly reminded of a past incident. She recalled a time when she was 10 years old and Zhang Yu was 7. They had ventured into the mountains to pick peaches, but she had accidentally twisted her ankle and cried out in pain. Zhang Yu insisted on carrying her home, yet her injured foot rendered her unable to climb onto his back. Just as before, he hoisted her up with determination. Young Zhang Yu, though slender, had trudged 10 miles back home, only to collapse in exhaustion upon arrival. The memories flooded back, causing a pang of sorrow in Yang Ying's heart. With a hint of regret, she softly said, "I'm sorry, let us go." "Why say you're sorry?" Zhang Yu replied, puzzled, as he grabbed the large travel bag from the ground and inquired, "Where do you live, and how do we get there?" "It's not far. Just go past the street ahead, turn left, and then right," Yang Ying explained, her voice slightly choked. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped in the direction Yang Ying indicated. Balancing her weight on his back and gripping the oversized travel bag in his hand made his movements somewhat awkward. Yang Ying noticed this and offered, "Let me help you with the travel bag." "Never mind, you won't be able to lift it," Zhang Yu replied straightforwardly. "It weighs over 50 pounds. I'm only managing to carry it." Upon hearing its substantial weight, Yang Ying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Yu's neck, her heart a tumult of emotions, a sensation she could scarcely articulate. Arriving at the location Yang Ying had described, they found themselves at a modest, somewhat worn apartment complex. Upon entering her home, Zhang Yu realized it was not as spacious as he had imagined. It was merely a small one-bedroom unit, even smaller than his own home. The decor was undeniably ordinary, lacking any semblance of extravagance. Although Zhang Yu may be considered a country bumpkin in the city, it does not imply that he is completely ignorant. The car that Yang Ying drove back for the new year was a Passat, relatively new, and it is said to be worth at least $200,000. Moreover, Yang Ying had mentioned that she married a wealthy man. Yet, what kind of affluent individual resides in such a modest dwelling? It is commonly believed that city dwellers inhabit grand apartments. Most importantly, where does one sleep? Carrying Yang Ying into the bedroom and gently laying her on the bed, Zhang Yu finally inquired, "Annie, where is my uncle?" Upon hearing his question, Yang Ying could not help but let out a sigh, saying, "At this hour, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have been in Zhenhai for a few years now, working as a salesperson in a real estate agency, earning just enough to make ends meet. They say Zhenhai is paved with gold, yet I seem to lack the fortune. Watching other women adorned in gold and using high-end cosmetics, who wouldn't feel envious? During one of my property sales, I met a wealthy gentleman, an elderly man in his 60s who pursued me. Driven by his fortune, I made the rash decision to marry him, believing I could enjoy a life of abundance. However, to my dismay, less than 6 months into our marriage, he suffered a cerebral thrombosis and passed away. That cunning old man had the foresight to arrange a prenuptial property agreement and even left a will, ensuring that all his inheritance would go to his son. Recently, I fought a legal battle and received nothing in return, save for the real estate agency he had initially provided me. But fortunately, I had the foresight to have my name included in the contract. At present, I find myself far from the splendor I once had during the New Year festivities. Even the matters concerning my marriage to an elderly man and his subsequent passing have remained unspoken within my family. As I utter these words, a bitter smile crosses my face, and I cannot help but shed tears of sorrow. Reflecting on the struggles of these past years, I recall the grueling days spent as a real estate agent, running tirelessly yet earning little. In a moment of vain ambition, I found myself bereft of both wealth and dignity. Should I remarry, I would be labeled a divorcee. Noticing my tears, Zhang Yu hastily remarked, "Annie, I apologize for my indiscreet inquiries. It's nothing. Such matters cannot remain hidden forever. However, it is sufficient for you to know. Please refrain from discussing it with my family," I cautioned. "Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "That is for the best. By the way, on your way back, I forgot to purchase some safflower oil. There's a pharmacy downstairs. Could you kindly fetch a bottle for me?" I asked. "That won't be necessary. I brought some trauma liniment, which is far more effective than safflower oil," Zhang Yu said, as he opened his oversized travel bag. He first produced a large bag of apples, followed by another bag filled with chestnuts and yet another with mushrooms, all the while smiling and saying, "These are all homegrown. My mother insisted that since you were in the big city, you seldom get to enjoy fresh produce, so I brought some for you to savor." As he spoke, he rummaged further inside the bag and retrieved an assortment of peculiar items: a Taoist robe, a peachwood sword, vermilion, talisman paper, a compass, and a crumpled envelope. After much effort, he finally extracted a bottle of trauma liniment. What on earth are all these random items? As Yang Ying gazed at the items unearthed by Zhang Yu, she could not help but frown. It was no wonder that the contents of this bag weighed as much as 50 pounds. Hadden and Amp. Oppos. Tishi apprenticed at Old Wong and Amp. Oppos. As coffin shop during her childhood. Last year, he suddenly declared his intention to enter the government and left these belongings to her. "By the way," Zhang Yu said with a cheerful smile, picking up a crumpled envelope. The envelope was sealed tightly, and there seemed to be a hard object within. No writing adorned the cover. And he continued, "This letter was given to me by my master before he departed. He said that if I ever had the opportunity to visit Zhenhai, I should go to the Wudong Taoist temple and deliver this letter to my uncle. However, the address. My mother accidentally ruined it while washing clothes. Since you've been in Zhenhai for some time, do you know where the Wudong temple is?" Yang Ying listened with increasing irritation, exclaiming, Can't you aspire to something greater? Zhenhai is vast, with over 20 districts and counties beneath it. I haven't even managed to navigate it myself, let alone find that dilapidated temple. You should take your time searching, but I advise you to save your efforts. My foot is aching right now. Does that medicinal wine of yours work? Bring it over for me to try. After saying this, Yang Ying propped herself up on her arms to sit up. Rest assured, it is indeed effective. Zhang Yu replied, promptly opening the bottle of trauma wine. He applied some to his hands, then sat at the foot of the bed, grasping Yang Ying's ankle to begin applying the remedy. The moment Zhang Yu took hold of her ankle, Yang Ying's body jolted. To be honest, no man had ever touched her feet before. Upon reflection, Zhang Yu is hardly a stranger. Having grown up together in their childhood, this is merely a soothing balm for oneself. Yang Ying's ankle was quite swollen and painful, but as the medicinal liquor was rubbed onto it, a fiery sensation surged forth. This feeling initially brought discomfort, yet the pain in her ankles soon dissipated, and the burning sensation gradually softened, becoming exceedingly pleasant. However, observing Zhang Yu's hands diligently massaging her foot, along with his earnest demeanor, inevitably made Yang Ying feel a sense of embarrassment, for she was no longer a child. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon an object adorning Zhang Yu's wrist, a red string, upon which dangled a silver bell. He still wears that. The sight of the bell sent a tremor through Yang Ying's heart, as memories of the past flooded her mind. That evening, Zhang Yu's clandestine observation of her ablutions did not escape her notice. Being of more advanced age, the young lady possessed a maturity, both psychologically and physiologically, that surpassed her male contemporaries, granting her a more profound understanding of the world. Overwhelmed by a sense of bashfulness and trepidation, and considering the nature of their relationship, she chose to remain silent, allowing Zhang Yu to continue his surreptitious gaze. After her ablutions, she discovered the silver bell at Zhang Yu's vantage point. Rather than returning it, she discreetly kept it as a memento. The sensation of being observed in such a manner was a novel experience that lingered in her thoughts for a considerable time. As she matured, she resolved to consign that episode to oblivion and embark on a new chapter in her life in the metropolis. It was only upon her departure that she returned the silver bell to Zhang Yu. Over the years, her disposition had undergone a transformation, and the memory of that incident had faded into obscurity. However, the sight of the silver bell once again evoked a vivid recollection of the past. Observing Zhang Yu's earnest demeanor and the vestiges of his youthful innocence, she couldn't help but reflect. Why am I dwelling on the past? Zhang Yu is but a child. I must look forward and make something of myself, lest I become the subject of ridicule in our hometown. With a resolute clench of her teeth, Yang Ying averted her gaze and reclined, closing her eyes. Zhang Yu's touch was exquisitely balanced, varying in pressure with the precision of an experienced masseur. As Zhang Yu ceased his ministrations, Yang Ying gradually emerged from her state of languid relaxation. Opening her eyes, she turned to face Zhang Yu. She desired to rebuke him, yet words failed her, as a wave of bashfulness and anxiety washed over her. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the time when Zhang Yu had surreptitiously observed her. Zhang Yu's gaze was fixated upon Yang Ying, who in turn met his eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, an overwhelming wave of embarrassment surged through Yang Ying's heart, prompting her to exclaim, "What are you staring at?" "I wasn't looking at anything." Zhang Yu felt a surge of anxiety as their eyes locked. Startled by Yang Ying's indignant tone, he reacted like a child caught in mischief, hastily shutting his eyes and turning his head away, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Observing Zhang Yu's reaction, Yang Ying realized that perhaps her response had been a tad excessive, considering he was merely a big child at heart. She deliberately shifted the topic, speaking gently. "My foot no longer hurts. By the way, you can cook, right?" "I can," Zhang Yu replied. "There are vegetables in the fridge and rice in the kitchen. You can prepare something." "I'm unable to cook for you at the moment," Yang Ying stated. "All right, I'll go cook," Zhang Yu said, feeling the awkwardness and hastily rising to leave. Once Zhang Yu exited, Yang Ying finally exhaled, though her heart continued to race, that same tension and shyness still enveloping her. After a considerable while, she began to calm down, yet deep within, she was resolutely declaring, "No, I cannot allow him to continue living with me. Zhang Yu, being in the prime of his youth, was naturally curious about women. Sharing a dwelling with a solitary male and female, especially in a one-bedroom apartment, was undeniably inconvenient. Directly expelling Zhang Yu is certainly not a viable option. It seems necessary to find him a residence so he can move out. Soon, the sounds of cooking utensils clashing echoed from outside. After a while, the delightful aroma of a sumptuous meal wafted in. Dinner was ready. Zhang Yu entered the room, deliberately coming to assist. The living room and dining area were combined, with a folding table adorned with 4 dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Sauteed egg green peppers with mushrooms, cucumbers with dipping sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried meat with black fungus. Both were famished and immediately began to eat upon sitting down. Dining alone often lacks flavor. It is only when shared that it becomes truly enjoyable. Zhang Yu's culinary creations were surprisingly delectable, prompting Yang Ying to consume an entire bowl of rice. One could say it had been quite some time since she had eaten so heartily. Zhang Yu, however, indulged even more, devouring 3 large bowls of rice in one sitting. That night, Zhang Yu slept in the small living room. The sofa was rather narrow and uncomfortable, prompting him to opt for a makeshift bedding arrangement on the floor. The following morning, Zhang Yu prepared breakfast, consisting of congee and smashed cucumbers, light and refreshing. While they dined, seated across from one another, Zhang Yu naturally noticed Yang Ying's complexion. To his surprise, he observed that her pallor was not favorable. Her forehead bore a slight darkness, an omen of misfortune. Thus, Zhang Yu cautioned little aunt, "I perceive your complexion is rather poor today. It appears you may be in for some misfortune, unless—" Zhang Yu intended to advise Yang Ying to refrain from going out today, but before he could finish his thought, Yang Ying retorted sharply, "Unless what? Kin and amp, oppos, till you say something pleasant? I and amp, oppos, we've been plagued by bad luck for the past 6 months. Yesterday I even sprained my ankle. How can I not be unlucky? Quickly silence your ill-fated tongue." Upon witnessing Yang Ying's ire, Zhang Yu dared not utter another word. He stuck out his tongue and hastily resumed his meal. After hastily filling his stomach, Zhang Yu escorted Yang Ying to the agency. The agency was not far from their residence, and he initially supported Yang Ying, but finding their pace too slow, he decided to carry her on his back. Yang Ying wrapped her arms around Zhang Yu's neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt grateful for Zhang Yu's timely arrival, yet she was acutely aware that circumstances had changed since their earlier days. Upon arriving at Jiaobao Agency, he pulled open the rolling shutter door, revealing a spacious 60-square-meter open area. Inside were 9 desks, along with filing cabinets and a water dispenser. The place was immaculate. Though the decor was rather ordinary, it exuded a sense of simplicity. Yang Ying's desk was situated in the center, and she allocated a position for Zhang Yu, saying, "Although Zhenhai City is bustling, often described as a land of opportunity, in reality, jobs are quite hard to come by. You should stay here and work with me for the time being. If you find a better opportunity in the future, you can always transition to a new position." Chapter 4. Brother Lin Yang Ying proceeded to instruct Zhang Yu on the intricacies of property listings, marking his initiation into the realm of real estate agents. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled young woman arrived at the agency on her bicycle. Dressed modestly, she promptly greeted Yang Ying upon entering. "Good morning, Manager Yang." After a courteous exchange, she hurried to the restroom, emerging with a mop to commence her cleaning duties. The floor, already immaculate, gleamed as she polished it to a mirror-like finish. The agency commenced operations at 8 o'clock, and by the time the young woman completed her cleaning, the hour was nearly upon them. She took her place beside Zhang Yu, and scarcely a moment had passed before clients began to filter into the agency. The patrons were a diverse ensemble. Some donned the attire of white-collar professionals, while others exhibited a keen sense of fashion, and still others radiated an artistic flair. The 8 seats on either side gradually filled, leaving only the innermost spot directly across from Zhang Yu vacant. Observing Zhang Yu, the newcomer surmised he was a recent addition, but his rather unrefined attire sparked whispered remarks among the crowd. At approximately 10 minutes past 8, a gentleman in his 40s made a tardy entrance. As he stepped inside, the atmosphere transformed. The agency and oppos, S occupants greeted him with enthusiastic warmth, each greeting more fervent than the last. "Brother Lin, you've arrived." "Good morning, Brother Lin." Notably, a woman in her 30s seated next to the empty chair adopted a coy tone, exclaiming, "Hi Gu, I've prepared your coffee." The middle-aged man was clad in tailored slacks and a red shirt, his polished shoes shining brightly. Clutching a handbag beneath his arm, his demeanor, coupled with the fervor of the crowd, suggested to an outsider that he was the proprietor of the establishment. He nodded to everyone in acknowledgement and then offered a slight smile to Yang Ying, saying, "Good morning, General Manager Yang." Yang Ying returned the greeting with a nod. Once the middle-aged man settled into his seat, he continued, "Everyone has arrived. Let us commence our morning meeting. Today we have a newcomer from the agency, Zhang Yu. He lacks experience, so I hope you all will look out for him." As he mentioned Zhang Yu, Yang Ying's gaze shifted towards him. Zhang Yu promptly stood up, his face adorned with a sincere smile, and somewhat bashfully said, "My name is Zhang Yu. I look forward to your guidance." The others, observing Zhang Yu and Appo's demeanor, either erupted in laughter or displayed expressions of disdain. Yang Ying was acutely aware that Zhang Yu and Appo's attire was rather inadequate, but regrettably, her own mobility was compromised, preventing her from accompanying him to purchase new clothes. She turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Lin Hai, Zhang Yu is new and has no experience. Would you be able to mentor him during this period and allow him to learn from you?" Typically, when a boss makes such a request, it is considered quite courteous, and the recipient would readily agree. However, Lin Hai cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Yu and coldly replied, with a naive lad like him, "I cannot take him under my wing. You should seek someone more capable." The woman next to Lin Hai immediately chimed in with a mocking tone. "How can someone like him be mentored? He is as clumsy as a fool." A young man stood beside the woman and spoke up. The others dared not utter a word, for after all, Yang Ying was the boss, and they lacked the profound capabilities of Lin Hai and his two companions. Nonetheless, they seemed to tacitly endorse Lin Hai and Appo's remarks, some nodding slightly in agreement. Zhang Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, while Yang Ying appeared even more embarrassed. However, she found it difficult to express her ire towards Lin Hai, for he was the sales king of the establishment, contributing nearly 40% to the store and Appo's performance, and he held a certain reputation in the real estate industry. Thus, the salespeople in the shop treated Lin Hai with utmost deference, and even Yang Ying was cautious not to offend him lightly. Glancing around at the staff, Yang Ying finally resignedly shifted her gaze to the bespectacled girl and said, "Su Hong, let Zhang Yu follow you for now." "All right." The bespectacled girl nodded, albeit lacking confidence. The store erupted in laughter at this remark. Lin Hai and the two men beside him laughed heartily, while the others stifled their giggles behind their hands. The bespectacled girl lowered her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I think they make quite the pair, a rustic man and a silly girl." A woman chimed in, unable to contain her laughter. The young man beside her added, "Yang, should we transform our agency into a charitable institution? We seem to attract all sorts. That silly girl has been here for 3 months without selling a single property. She's merely tidying up and serving tea to clients. Now we have another. Does this mean 2 people must share such trivial tasks?" Since the opening of the Ame agency across the street, our business has significantly declined. While you may not be concerned about their base salaries, the detrimental impact that these 2 individuals have on our agency's reputation is unacceptable, as it interferes with our ability to generate profit. The woman is named Han Yinyan, and the young man is Chun Zhongping. Their words have provoked Yang Ying to the point of grinding her teeth, yet she cannot afford to lose her temper. This is because these 2 are the right and left arms of Lin Hai. Their combined performance accounts for a staggering 70% of the agency and Appo's total output. In essence, these 3 individuals represent the backbone of our agency, especially now, with the newly opened real estate agency posing a considerable threat to her Jiabao agency. The absence of these 3 would essentially lead to its collapse. Yang Ying, suppressing her anger, stated, "Enough of this discussion. Let us focus on our respective tasks." At this moment, she could only choose to endure, as the agency's rent was due at the end of the month, and she was relying on these 3 to generate income. "Manager Yang, I have something I wish to discuss," Lin Hai suddenly interjected. What is it? Yang Ying inquired. Regarding the matter I mentioned to you previously, I am curious if you have given it any thought, Lin Hai inquired with a faint smile. The nature of this matter was known only to Yang Ying. After the old man and Apos, his passing, Lin Hai had expressed his desire to marry her. However, Yang Ying was acutely aware of Lin Hai and Apos, his questionable character, his entanglements with numerous women, and the fact that he had been divorced twice, with 2 children. Regretting her previous vanity, Yang Ying recognized that the role of a stepmother would be fraught with difficulties, and given Lin Hai's conduct, she could not possibly acquiesce to his proposal. Due to her ongoing legal battle with the old man's son, she found herself overwhelmed and unable to attend to the shop, thus relying on Lin Hai and treating the matter with indifference, stating that she needed to consider it further. To her surprise, Lin Hai brazenly broached the subject today, clearly implying a pressure for her to acquiesce. Yang Ying resolved to maintain her façade, responding, I have yet to come to a decision. There have been numerous matters at home lately, as you are well aware. Let's say, by the beginning of next month, I will provide you with a definitive answer. Must we wait that long? Lin Hai and Apos, tone grew somber as he replied, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying felt a wave of relief. However, it was swiftly overshadowed by an unsettling sensation as the undertone of Lin Hai and Apos' words seemed somewhat amiss. Chapter 5. Betrayal. 2 individuals approached from across the street. The one in the lead appeared to be around 50 years of age, emaciated and resembling a gaunt monkey. The younger man, trailing behind, in his 20s, carried a bag in his hand. They swiftly entered the agency, and Yang Ying immediately recognized the emaciated figure as Ho Xing Tsai, the proprietor of Anmei Agency across the street. Feeling a surge of anger, Yang Ying coldly confronted Ho Xing Tsai, saying, What brings you here? I certainly did not summon you. With a jovial smile, Ho Xing Tsai turned his gaze toward Lin Hai and inquired, Brother Lin, have you given any thought to that matter we discussed? Lin Hai promptly rose, his face beaming with delight as he responded, I am deeply honored by your regard, Boss Ho. I have no objections to your proposal. I shall resign from my position at Jiabao today and join you. That is truly splendid. Ho Xing Tsai exclaimed, his joy palpable. He gestured toward the young man beside him, who promptly understood and retrieved a large red envelope from the bag. Judging by its thickness, it likely contained a substantial sum, perhaps even 100,000 yuan in crisp bills. Ho Xing Tsai took the envelope and approached Lin Hai, presenting it to him while stating, This is a modest token of 10,000 yuan, merely a sign of respect. And consider it your signing bonus, Brother Lin. How could I possibly accept such generosity? Thank you, Boss Ho. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Lin Hai replied with a hearty laugh. He turned to Yang Ying, smacked his lips, and said, General Manager Yang, I must apologize, but I am resigning today to join General Manager Ho. I shall forfeit my salary for the past half-month. We shall meet again in the future. After speaking, he glanced at Han Yinyin and Chun Zhongping, adding, Let us leave together. General Manager Ho will treat you well. Indeed, each of you will receive a red envelope. As Ho Xing Tsai spoke, he retrieved 2 small red envelopes from his bag, which appeared to contain a sum of 10,000 yuan each. He handed the envelopes to Han Yinyin and Chen Zhongping. The 2 accepted the envelopes, immediately expressing their gratitude, while Han Yinyin cheerfully remarked, General Manager Ho is indeed more generous than our General Manager Yang. No, from now on, General Manager Ho will be our boss. General Manager Yang, I will also forego my salary for this month and resign. I too resign. Chen Zhongping chimed in with a smile. Observing the 3 resigning together, Yang Ying felt a pang of anxiety. Rent was due at the end of the month, and she was short on funds, relying on these 3 to sell properties. If they left, would she manage to gather enough? Thankfully, with their salaries, the pressure would be alleviated. However, as she contemplated further, she realized something was amiss. These 3 had not sold a single property in the past 10 days, with only Chen Zhongping having rented out 1, which yielded minimal income. Given their capabilities, it was inconceivable that they had not sold a single property. Yang Ying was now certain that Lin Hai had clearly orchestrated this. He must have been prepared to jump ship for quite some time. According to the contract they had signed, resignation was permissible, but one was required to provide a notice 2 weeks in advance. Otherwise, there would be no salary for that month. In the past 3 months, Lin Hai has barely scraped by with a meager base salary. While Lin Hai earns a bit more, amounting to 3,000, the other two receive merely 1,500 each. What a paltry sum. Lin Hai, are you not being a tad excessive in your actions? Yang Ying could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed loudly. It is you who has overstepped boundaries, failing to recognize the value of what is in front of you. Do you consider Brother Hai a fool? Who does not know how your agency was established, masquerading as something respectable? Just wait until we leave. We shall see how you manage. Before Lin Hai could utter a word, Han Yinyan interjected with her sarcastic remarks. You are. Han Yinyan's words nearly sent Yang Ying into a fit of rage. In her fury, she forgot about the injury to her foot and stood up abruptly. The moment she did, a sharp pain shot through her, and she cried out, collapsing back onto the chair. Little Aunt, upon witnessing Yang Ying's discomfort, Zhang Yu rushed over, eager to examine her foot. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine. Yang Ying gritted her teeth against the pain, gently waving her hand to signal Zhang Yu to refrain from fussing over her. Oh dear, what has happened? Have you learned to play dead? Hanyanyon fuklid mihivusli. Lin Hai, however, merely scoffed at Yang Ying before stating, let us go. After speaking, he turned to leave, but paused after taking only a couple of steps. He cast a glance at the other agents in the agency and proclaimed loudly, if you continue to work under Yang Ying, your prospects are bleak. By the end of the month, she may struggle to pay rent, and this agency could very well shut down. Boss Ho is generous, and the benefits at Anmei Agency are commendable. Should anyone wish to join me, feel free to come along. Here, I shall act on behalf of Boss Ho. You still receive a salary here, and this sum can certainly be compensated by Anmei Agency. Indeed, Ho Xingtsai immediately added. Our Anmei Agency is currently seeking talented individuals, offering significantly better compensation than Jiabao Agency. If you're willing to join us, I will personally cover your salary for this month. The other salespeople remained silent, observing the situation. In truth, they were envious of Lin Hai and his 2 associates' decision to switch jobs. To them, Lin was a figure of authority, and the fact that another agency was enticing him with a signing bonus of 100,000 was a testament to their strength. Should Lin Hai depart, Jiabao Agency would likely crumble, leaving them to seek their fortunes elsewhere. With Lin Hai and Ho Xingtsai jointly extending an invitation, it represented a splendid opportunity. Consequently, several salespeople nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Brother Lin, I shall follow you. Brother Lin, I too will accompany you. In that moment, with the exception of the bespectacled girl, Su Hong, all the other salespeople declared their intention to change jobs. They began to gather their belongings, and in the blink of an eye, they followed Ho Xingtsai and Lin Hai out of Jiabao Agency. Yang Ying watched this unfold, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. Countless feelings of bitterness and grievance surged within her, for she realized she was on the brink of losing everything. The agency was her last asset. Although it was not yet a deserted place, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet when only Yang Ying, Zhang Yu, and the bespectacled girl remained at Jiabao Agency. The girl with glasses pouted, her head bowed as she sat in the corner. Zhang Yu stod beside Yang Ying, discerning her profonde despondency. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, seemingly on the verge of cascading down. Auntie, please don't be upset. Where there's a will, there's a way. When the boat reaches the shore, it will naturally straighten out, Zhang Yu reassured her. Though he had just arrived in the city and was not entirely familiar with its nuances, he understood the unfolding scene. Clearly, the individual named Lin Hai, in collusion with the gaunt man who entered later, had conspired to bully Yang Ying, effectively siphoning away all the agents from her agency. His words of comfort, albeit well-intentioned, felt rather feeble. Nevertheless, Yang Ying recognized that she must summon her strength in this moment. With only herself, Zhang Yu, and the girl with glasses remaining in the agency, she knew Zhang Yu was inexperienced and the girl with glasses was rather inept. Relying on them was futile. Yang Ying bit down hard on her lower lip, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. She wiped her eyes and resolutely declared, Indeed, we still have the 2 of you. Together. The three of us will strive to revive the agency and Oppo's business. Chapter 6. Feng Shui Fish. The location of the Jiabao agency is quite favorable. Not too far from the bus station, nestled in a bustling area where vehicles and pedestrians swarm. However, as noon approaches, not a single customer has graced their entrance. In stark contrast, the Anmei agency across the street frequently welcomes visitors. Zhang Yu finds himself seated beside Yang Ying, who meticulously instructs him on the fundamental knowledge required of a real estate agent: how to engage with clients, extol the virtues of properties, and various essential theories of real estate. Such tasks should not necessitate Yang Ying's direct involvement. But alas, the agency is short-staffed, and aside from her diligence, the other employee, the bespectacled girl, is rather inept. At this juncture, Zhang Yu seeks a moment of convenience. The restroom is conveniently located within the agency, to the right and slightly at the back. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by a wash basin directly ahead, a squat toilet to the right, and to his astonishment, a shelf on the left harboring an aquarium. Within the tank, 6 goldfish glide leisurely through the water. Fish in the restroom. This sight momentarily stuns Zhang Yu, prompting him to scratch his head in bewilderment. He has acquired considerable knowledge from Old Wang, including the principles of Feng Shui, and during his time in the village, he occasionally offered Feng Shui consultations. Yet, even his own parents dismiss his insights, let alone the neighbors, who regard his musings as mere folly. The practice of keeping fish is steeped in significance. It is not a trivial endeavor to place them anywhere haphazardly, for doing so can adversely affect the Feng Shui. Particularly in a restroom, such a locale is strictly forbidden for the housing of fish, marking a grave Feng Shui taboo. Zhang Yu no longer needed to use the restroom. He turned around and asked, "Annie, why are you keeping these fish in the bathroom? They were kept outside when we first opened, but several died due to lack of care. Since the intermediary is not very busy and the tank took up space, we moved them here, intending to stop once they all perish." Yang Ying replied candidly, "This simply won't do. There are principles to fish keeping. If you choose to do so, it must be done properly. You cannot treat it with such indifference. I believe the poor performance of your agency may very well be linked to keeping fish in the bathroom, as it disrupts the feng shui," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Yang Ying appeared skeptical. Keeping fish in a bathroom has nothing to do with it. Feng shui is just superstition. It doesn't affect my business. There is definitely a connection. You must trust me. As soon as you relocate the fish tank, your business will surely improve." Zhang Yu insisted with conviction. Seeing Zhang Yu's seriousness and considering the agency's current state, along with the abundance of vacant spots, Yang Ying conceded, "If you wish to move it, then go ahead. However, my foot is not well, so I cannot assist you at the moment." "Not a problem. I will manage it myself," Zhang Yu replied promptly. He then proceeded to the bathroom, first attending to his personal needs before beginning to tidy up the fish tank. Fish keeping is a nuanced endeavor. One cannot simply pour tap water directly into an aquarium. As the intermediary had not preconditioned the water, Zhang Yu had no choice but to temporarily remove some of the water from the tank, carefully extracting the fish before gradually transferring the remaining water into a bucket. Observing Zhang Yu busily engaged in this task and finding herself with little to occupy her time, Su Hong came over to assist. In no time, they had emptied the aquarium, allowing Zhang Yu to scrub it clean and, single-handedly, move the sizable tank outside. Next, they needed to relocate the stand. Yang Ying, noticing the situation, pointed to the spot where Lin Hai had previously been and suggested, "You should move that table into the bathroom and place the aquarium there." Zhang Yu assessed the area, shaking his head in disapproval. "That location is not suitable for keeping fish," he replied. "Then where is appropriate?" Yang Ying inquired. Zhang Yu wandered around the intermediary and Oppo's space, ultimately gesturing towards the spot where Yang Ying was seated. "This position is the most favorable," he asserted. "But where will I sit?" Yang Ying frowned. "There are plenty of other spots available. It matters not where you choose to sit. This position is optimal for fish keeping and is sure to attract wealth and prosperity," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. However, Yang Ying initially hesitated, thinking, "But I am the boss. How can I occupy a salesperson's seat?" Yet, reflecting on the current state of the intermediary, she realized that any place would suffice. The crux of the matter lay in whether Zhang Yu and Appo's assertions held merit. If they truly proved effective, she would be amenable to sitting anywhere he suggested. Then you should heed my advice, Zhang Yu urged, his impatience evident as he moved to support Yang Ying. He harbored no romantic feelings for Yang Ying with his assistance. She settled into a seat next to the bespectacled girl. Zhang Yu removed Yang Ying and Appo's table, positioning the stand and fish tank in its place. He poured the original water into the tank and placed the fish within, thus completing his task. It was now lunchtime, and the girl with glasses retrieved her lunchbox. Yang Ying made a call to a nearby fast food restaurant to order takeout for Zhang Yu, while she herself lacked an appetite and opted not to eat. Just 2 minutes after placing the call, a middle-aged man unexpectedly entered. According to protocol, when a guest arrives, a salesperson should promptly attend to them. Lacking experience, Zhang Yu hesitated, and with Yang Ying's ankle injury, they were fortunate that the bespectacled girl, who was eating, reacted swiftly. She stood up and stammered, "You hello," with a mouthful of food, grains of rice unintentionally scattered. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, prompting Yang Ying to quickly apologize. "Sir, I am very sorry." "It's nothing." The man replied amicably. "Are you looking to rent or purchase a property?" Yang Ying inquired politely. "I am interested in buying a house," the middle-aged man responded. Yang Ying smiled and said, "Sir, many of our listings are displayed outside. Do you have any particular preferences? If not, I have additional property information that I can recommend. I noticed a listing for a unit in Galaxy Garden on the 20th floor, 100 square meters for 1 million. It seems appealing, and I plan to take a look," the middle-aged man remarked. "Is there a moment when you are available?" Yang Ying inquired. "How about now?" "I'm uncertain if I have any work this afternoon," replied the middle-aged man. "Very well." Yang Ying nodded, intending to suggest taking the client to view properties. However, she swiftly recalled her foot discomfort, rendering it quite inconvenient. Furthermore, considering the difficulty in selling properties in the Galaxy Garden, it would be more beneficial to allow Zhang Yu the opportunity to gain experience. Thus, Yang Ying said, "Sir, please register first." "Suhun, please accompany Zhang Yu to show the client the properties at Galaxy Garden." Client viewings necessitate prior registration. The middle-aged man, named Zhao Guangjian, completed his registration just as the bespectacled woman finished her meal at a remarkable pace, before joining Zhang Yu and Zhao Guangjian as they exited the agency. Zhao Guangjian had driven, alleviating the hassle of traveling to Galaxy Garden. Once in his car, the trio promptly set off. Chapter 7: The Sinister House. As Zhang Yu, Su Hong, and Zhao Guangjian emerged from the real estate agency, they coincidentally witnessed the door of the Anmei agency across the street swing open. Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai were the first to step out, followed closely by Han Yinyan, Chen Zhongping, and several other agents. Ho Xingcai was inviting everyone out for a meal. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Su Hong get into Zhao Guangjian and Appo's car, Lin Hai immediately deduced that the two were taking a client to view properties. Lin Hai turned to Chen Zhongping, who was behind him, and instructed Zhongping, "Follow that car and see where they're taking the client to look at properties." "Understood." Chen Zhongping nodded in agreement. As he rode to work on a motorcycle, such tasks were relatively convenient for him. He promptly followed Zhao Guangjian's Audi. Ho Xingcai was puzzled by Lin Hai's intentions and asked, "Brother, why are you asking Chen Zhongping to follow them?" "I wish to see which properties they are showing to the client. I am thoroughly acquainted with all the listings in Yang Ying's portfolio. Additionally, I hope to ascertain whether we can entice this client to our side. Given that person is driving an Audi, they should possess considerable purchasing power," Lin Hai replied with a smile. "Ah, I see," Ho Xingcai exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You are indeed insightful, brother. How could I have overlooked this? With two real estate agencies on the same street, we cannot afford to give Yang Ying any advantage. We must ensure she closes her business by the end of the month." Zhao Guangjian drove to the Galaxy Garden, guided by the directions from the bespectacled assistant, arriving at the foot of Building 8. This edifice boasted 22 stories, and the property they intended to view was room 2006. After ascending in the elevator, they reached the door, where Su Hong opened it, and the three of them stepped inside together. Upon entering, Zhang Yu was immediately enveloped by a sensation as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. The interior of the house felt akin to a steamer. It was summer outside, with temperatures reaching a balmy 29 degrees Celsius. Yet within these walls, it seemed to soar to nearly 40 degrees. Within mere seconds of entering, all three individuals were drenched in perspiration. "I shall open a window," Zhang Yu exclaimed. However, upon turning, he discovered that the window in the grand living room was already ajar. Zhao Guangjian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why is it so sweltering here?" "The window is open." The bespectacled woman stammered, at a loss for an explanation. Zhang Yu was unfamiliar with the particulars of this residence, but she was well aware, having previously escorted clients to view the property. The layout of the house was commendable, featuring 2 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms, with a north-south orientation that made it an ideal configuration. Even the price was considerably lower than the market rate. However, the property had one significant drawback. It was poorly ventilated, almost eerily so. Situated on the 20th floor, one would expect a greater breeze than that found in lower levels. Yet room 2006 remained stagnant and still. Moments later, all three began to feel lightheaded and disoriented. Zhao Guangjian shook his head and said, "So this is why the price is lower than market value. It's simply too hot." With a sense of frustration, he decided against further exploration of the layout, turning to exit. The bespectacled woman could no longer endure the oppressive heat and quickly followed suit. Upon leaving the room, it was as though they had crossed into another world. The stifling warmth and dizzying sensation dissipated almost instantaneously. At this very moment, Zhang Yu remained inside the house, having discerned its sinister aura, although he felt a slight dizziness. His robust physique propelled him to hasten towards the window. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he experienced the peculiar absence of wind at close range. Yet looking down, he observed the willows swaying gently, clearly stirred by a gentle breeze. Why was there no wind inside? As Zhang Yu raised his gaze, he was suddenly struck by a blinding light. He noticed that the sun above bore a double image. Astonished, Zhang Yu recalled a piece of feng shui wisdom imparted by Old Wang. There exists a malevolent force known as the halo of the sun, where a beautiful solar halo signifies an ominous portent. Houses situated within the influence of this halo often become stiflingly hot, remaining particularly dry even in winter. Prolonged habitation could severely jeopardize one's health and even affect one's fortune. However, dispelling the halo's malevolence was not particularly challenging. A small mirror placed in the window could reflect the negative energy back. If combined with talismans, the effect would be immediate, effectively dissipating the malign force. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yu was determined to give it a try. After all, he needed to sell a house to assist Yang Ying. As for the efficacy of Old Wang's advice, that would only be revealed through experimentation. "Zhang Yu, hurry out. I'm about to lock the door," came Su Hong and Oppo's voice from outside. "I'm coming," Zhang Yu replied, sprinting towards the exit. Zhao Guangjian, evidently losing interest in the house, was the first to head towards the elevator. Zhang Yu could not let him leave so easily and hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao, please do not rush off just yet. My unit still has matters to attend to. Perhaps we should reconsider this house." Zhao Guangjian replied bluntly, "This house is actually quite good. It is midday, and with such abundant sunlight, it must be rather stifling. If we open the windows for a little while, it should improve." Zhang Yu, fearing that he might depart, quickly responded, "How can you still speak such nonsense with your eyes wide open? I just witnessed the windows of this house wide open for an extended period. I suspect there are significant issues with this property. Otherwise, why would I feel so disoriented upon entering?" Zhao Guangjian retorted irritably, "Well, that was merely a coincidence. Can you trust me? Let's go downstairs to cool off for a bit. Just half an hour, and we can return. I assure you it will be different." Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. In truth, Zhao Guangjian was quite taken with this house. Despite having exited shortly after entering, he had already formed a general impression of the layout. Moreover, this property was indeed priced lower than the market rate, potentially saving at least 100,000 yuan. An additional crucial point was that the owner would cover the transfer fees, resulting in further financial savings. He turned to Zhang Yu, noting his sincere expression, and said, "Waiting another half hour is acceptable. However, We must agree beforehand. If the situation does not improve after that period, I will not accompany you back to the agency, but will head directly to work. You will have to return on your own. No problem, Zhang Yu replied promptly. The young woman with glasses has now closed and locked the door. Hearing the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The Galaxy Garden is quite distant from the agency, and had it not been for Zhao Guangjian offering to escort them back, they would have likely encountered some difficulties in returning alone. However, since Zhang Yu had stated his intention, she felt compelled to remain silent. Yet she recognized that regardless of whether they waited half an hour or even a fortnight, the issues within that property would remain unresolved. As the three of them ascended the stairs, Chen Zhongping had already arrived downstairs. Having previously worked as a salesperson at Jiabao Agency, he was well aware of the peculiarities of this particular apartment. Upon realizing that clients were being shown this enigmatic property, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Zhongping took out his phone and dialed Lin Hai's number. Once the call was connected, he said, "Brother Hai, it turns out that the foolish girl is taking clients to view that strange apartment at Galaxy Garden." Chapter 8. Breaking the curse. That property, Lin Hai chuckled and remarked, "There aren't any commendable listings at Yang Ying's place. Only that property possesses a semblance of allure. Here's what you should do. Once the client descends, present him with our agency's business card and see if you can entice him to choose us for his housing selection." "Understood, Haigu," Chen Zhongping promptly replied. After ending the call, he waited downstairs. Before long, he observed Zhang Yu and the bespectacled lady, Zhao Guangjian, emerging from the building. Both Zhang Yu and the lady recognized Chen Zhongping, and upon seeing him there, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Chen Zhongping offered a faint smile and approached Zhao Guangjian directly. Standing before him, he courteously said, "Good day, sir. Are you in the process of selecting a property? I am a real estate agent from Ame Agency, and here is my business card." With that, he produced a card and respectfully extended it to Zhao Guangjian with both hands. It is no wonder that he is considered a top-tier salesman. His professionalism is indeed commendable. However, such bold attempts to poach clients are typically regarded as a grave violation within the industry, as such endeavors are usually conducted discreetly. His approach was quite brazen, clearly indicating a disregard for Jiabao Agency, essentially revealing his intent to assert dominance. "Hello," Zhao Guangjian said as he accepted the card from Chen Zhongping, glancing at it before inquiring, "Where's your agency located?" "We are situated directly across from Jiabao Agency. Our listings far exceed those at Jiabao, and we have an abundance of excellent properties, ensuring that you will find a home that meets your desires. The apartment above is truly peculiar. It lacks proper ventilation even when the windows are opened. I implore you not to be swayed by its low price. Countless clients have regretted their decisions after paying the deposit, resulting in a needless loss of both time and money." Chen Zhongping is indeed eloquent. "I appreciate your warning," Zhao Guangjian replied as he tucked the business card into his pocket. "Sir, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Do you have time to visit our agency today?" Chen Zhongping asked with a smile. "Unfortunately, I have no time today. How about we connect via phone tomorrow?" Zhao Guangjian suggested. "Very well. We shall communicate tomorrow. I shall not impose further. I will take my leave now," Chen Zhongping said with great propriety, nodding respectfully before casting a triumphant glance at Su Hong and Zhang Yu. Subsequently turning to depart, Zhao Guangjian remained silent, though a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that the likelihood of the apartment being ventilated within the next half hour was minimal. Other agencies were already privy to the issues plaguing this unit, and it was evident that the house was indeed undesirable, a fact that was no longer secret. He directly entered his car, while the bespectacled woman hesitated to join him, opting instead to stand outside. Zhang Yu requested the keys from the woman, stating he would buy a pack of cigarettes from a nearby supermarket. Zhang Yu was a casual smoker, his cravings mild, allowing him to abstain if he chose. Inside the supermarket, he purchased a small mirror along with a pack of inexpensive cigarettes priced at 6 yuan, then made his way directly to building number 8. Upon arriving at the 20th floor and entering room 2006, Zhang Yu swiftly approached the window. He was acutely aware that the current situation was urgent. If the issue was not resolved immediately, there was a real danger that this client would be snatched away by the opposition. Zhang Yu bit his finger, drawing upon the back of the mirror. He inscribed a dispelling talisman. The solar halo was not particularly formidable amidst the malevolent energy and was relatively easy to counteract. Ordinarily, talismans were created using cinnabar and talisman paper, which belonged to conventional talismanic practices. However, at present, he lacked both cinnabar and, even if he had it, the symbols he inscribed would be ineffective. The reason was that talismanic practice emphasized both the symbol and the incantation, while talisman paper was readily available. The incantation could not be purchased and had to be conferred by a Taoist temple. Old Wang, who had taught Zhang Yu, did not possess the authority to grant incantations. Thus, Zhang Yu knew how to draw the talisman, but could not utilize it effectively. Nevertheless, he could substitute blood for the incantation and, in conjunction with the vital energy within his body, activate the talisman's power. After years of training under Old Wang, the vital energy within him remained somewhat tenuous, yet it was sufficient for inscribing talismans. Soon, the dispelling talisman was complete. He raised a mirror towards the sun and proclaimed, "Break." As his voice echoed, the mirror flashed brilliantly, followed by a sharp crack. The once intact round mirror shattered in Zhang Yu's hands, sending glass shards cascading to the ground. He was taken aback, never anticipating such an occurrence. However, almost immediately, a gentle breeze wafted in from the window, refreshing the room considerably. Even the sunlight transformed, becoming warm and gentle rather than harsh as it had been before. "I have succeeded." Zhang Yu was so exhilarated that he nearly shouted aloud. His fists were tightly clenched, and he had already lost sensation in his fingers due to the pain. After approximately 5 minutes, as a gentle breeze wafted in, the temperature in the room gradually began to cool, alleviating the previous oppressive heat and the dizzying sensation that had plagued him. This was his first earnest attempt at employing talismanic magic to dispel malevolent forces, and to his astonishment, it had truly succeeded. He felt somewhat fatigued, yet the joy in his heart was sufficient to render him oblivious to it. Zhang Yu lit a cigarette and rested for a brief moment before descending to meet Zhao Guangjian. Upon reaching the car, he lightly tapped on the window, prompting Zhao Guangjian to open the door and inquire, "Is it all right now? There should be no issues. Let us ascend and take a look." Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The three of them proceeded upstairs, and just as Zhang Yu locked the door to room 2006, he reopened it and stepped inside first. Zhao Guangjian followed him in, with the girl in glasses bringing up the rear. Initially, both felt a bit apprehensive, still haunted by the earlier sensation of dizziness that had nearly made them nauseous. However, upon entering, the oppressive heat and vertigo were completely absent. "Oh!" the girl exclaimed in surprise, wandering around as the refreshing breeze from outside flowed in, far more invigorating than when they had stood downstairs. She was profoundly puzzled. The last time they had visited, she had almost fainted on the spot. This apartment was rumored to be exceedingly sinister. How could such a dramatic transformation occur in such a short span of time? Though she may be simple-minded, she is certainly not foolish. Zhang Yu had just ascended the stairs with the keys in hand, and now a remarkable transformation had taken place within the house. It was evident that Zhang Yu had orchestrated this change. How he managed to accomplish it remained beyond her imagination. Zhao Guangjian reveled in the refreshing ambience of the room, inspecting each space in turn. The layout was indeed splendid, and acquiring it at this price was simply a remarkable bargain. "I will take this house," Zhao Guangjian declared decisively. "Really?" Upon hearing his words, the bespectacled girl was overwhelmed with excitement. "Of course it's true," Zhao Guangjian replied with a smile. However, he soon paused, adding, "Not just yet. I must consult my wife first. Such a significant decision cannot be made unilaterally." Chapter 9. The Deposit Inside the Jiabao Real Estate Agency. Yang Ying sat alone on a chair, her gaze fixated on the fish tank. Strangely enough, despite no clients having entered all morning, the moment Zhang Yu placed the fish tank there, customers began to arrive. However, Yang Ying harbored little confidence in selling this property. Although the price was reasonable and the owner had promised to cover the transfer fees, numerous clients had come to view the house, yet it remained unsold. The interior was stiflingly hot, especially in the summer, and more importantly, the lack of ventilation made it prone to mold. It was a residence that no sane person could comfortably inhabit. At that moment, the agency's door suddenly swung open. Yang Ying turned her head immediately, the words hello on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back upon recognizing the newcomer. Lin Hai. What brings you here? Yang Ying asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. I came specifically to see you. Lin Hai replied with a cheerful smile. I don't need you to come see me. Just leave, Yang Ying said firmly. There and Oppos. There's no need to be so hasty in sending me away, Lin Hai said, taking a seat with a grin. I heard that the silly girl and the foolish boy just took a client to view a property at Galaxy Garden. What business is that of yours? Yang Ying retorted, still unfriendly. That house is never going to sell, and your client will soon be over here selecting a property, he added, with the two individuals under your command. Let alone an unconventional property, not even a standard one, could they successfully sell. Lin Hai remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying instantly comprehended the situation. It was evident that Lin Hai and his associates had encroached upon her client base. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, Lin Hai, you are utterly shameless. Brazenly poaching my clients. Do you not realize you are undermining professional ethics? Professional ethics are pertinent only to those of true capability. What strength do you possess? He retorted. That old man has passed on, leaving you with nothing. Rent is due at the end of this month, and should you fail to pay, will you still be the owner of an agency? Who will regard you as a boss then? You may very well find yourself seeking employment again, just as you once did. Lin Hai chuckled with satisfaction. Yang Ying recognized the truth in his words. At that moment, she was merely putting on a brave face. If she failed to pay rent by the month's end, she would be left with nothing, likely reverting to the life she led when she first arrived in Jinhai. Working for someone else. The disparity was overwhelming, and she desperately wished to avoid such a fate. Silently, she grappled with her tumultuous emotions, pondering what she would do if she could not meet her rent obligations. Observing her silence, Lin Hai gently remarked, Yang Ying, we have known each other for quite some time. I assure you, I am a decent person. With my assistance, your agency can surely be revitalized. Though I may not possess the wealth of that old man, I am, at the very least, a capable individual and certainly much younger. A soft, yet bitter laugh escaped Yang Ying's lips. Yet she did not yield. Instead, she resolutely declared, Lin Hai, even if I were to marry an old man, I would never wed you, a despicable scoundrel. My agency will certainly not close its doors. It will rise from the ashes. Han Yinyin spoke with unwavering conviction. You truly believe you can maintain your facade after such disgrace? Now that the matter has been brought to this point, do not blame me for being impolite. Your agency and Oppos, revival is nothing but a pipe dream. What qualifications do you possess? You lack any real ability, surrounded only by two incompetents. You three should brace yourselves for the closure of your agency. Lin Hai retorted fiercely. Get lost. Get lost. Get out. Yang Ying was now seething with rage. Had her foot not been injured, she would have certainly stood up to confront him. Ha ha! Lin Hai laughed triumphantly, slowly rising to his feet, turning to leave. However, at that moment, an Audi came to a halt in front of Jiabao Agency. Through the glass door, Lin Hai recognized the car. It appeared to be the same one he had seen at noon. Almost immediately, the car door swung open, and Zhang Yu along with Su Hong emerged, followed by Zhao Guangjian and a middle-aged woman. The four approached the agency together, causing Lin Hai to pause in confusion, wondering why the potential buyer had returned. Under normal circumstances, if a client was dissatisfied with a property, a considerate individual would escort the agent back. In the case of a less scrupulous client, they might only be taken to the bus stop at best. Nevertheless, it was uncommon for anyone to re-enter the agency after exiting the car. As I pondered the situation, the door of the agency swung open, and four individuals entered together. Auntie, the house has been sold, Zhang Yu exclaimed joyfully upon entering. Sold? Yang Ying nearly cried out in excitement, but managed to restrain her emotions. After all, the property had its issues, and displaying too much enthusiasm might raise suspicions in the prospective buyer. Thus, Yang Ying smiled and said, Well done. Mr. Zhao, please come take a seat. May I ask who this is? She glanced at the middle-aged woman accompanying him. This is my wife. She is the decision-maker in our household. She has taken a liking to that property and has brought the deposit. Zhao Guangjin replied with a cheerful demeanor. He led his wife to sit opposite Yang Ying, while the bespectacled young woman promptly moved chairs to accommodate them. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, upon hearing that Zhao Guangjian intended to purchase a house, felt a surge of urgency. After a brief hesitation, he called out, wait a moment. What is it? Zhao Guangjian's wife, Ma Xiaofan, turned to Lin Hai. That house has issues, and not just minor ones. It is quite peculiar. Regardless of the season, it lacks proper ventilation. One cannot stand inside for even a minute without feeling dizzy. Do not be lured by the temptation of a bargain. There have been instances where individuals, enticed by a low price, hastily paid the deposit to prevent others from snatching it away, only to discover that the place was uninhabitable. Even with air conditioning, it would be futile. Who can afford to run the air conditioning 24 hours a day? I have heard that the owner of this house originally intended to reside in it themselves. They had even begun renovations, but the materials were left inside and soon became moldy, Lin Hai stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. She had previously received a call from her husband and had already visited the house at Galaxy Garden, which appeared nothing like Lin Hai had described. However, given his comments, she couldn't oppose to shake off a slight worry. Lin Hai's assertions further incensed Yang Ying. After all the effort to sell this property, Lin Hai and oppose S words might deter potential buyers. Indeed, Lin Hai and oppose S remarks were not without merit. Zhang Yu was equally frustrated. Just moments ago, Chen Zhongping had been aggressively courting clients downstairs in the community, and now Lin Hai was obstructing their sale. After a brief contemplation, he spoke up. Mr. Zhao, Ms. Ma, you have just witnessed the condition of this property, which is certainly not as he described. He is affiliated with Anmei Real Estate across the street, and as our competitor, he is likely anxious about us successfully selling this house, which is why he has made such statements. Chapter 10. A loss of both wife and troops. Zhang Yu's attire appeared quite rustic, and his demeanor exuded an air of sincerity, lending greater credibility to his words compared to Lin Hai. Zhao Guangjian and his wife did not doubt Zhang Yu's assertions. If Lin Hai were indeed affiliated with the Jiabao agency, would he dare to make such claims, even if the property had genuine issues? Such remarks could only stem from a rival in the same trade. Ma Xiaofan nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Hai, and coldly remarked, the prevalence of unfair competition nowadays is truly alarming, and it has even encroached upon others in Oppo's doorsteps. Her words clearly indicated her skepticism towards Lin Hai and Oppo's statements. After all, Ma Xiaofan had personally witnessed the condition of the house. There was no evidence of the issues Lin Hai described. Lin Hai grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, I speak the truth. That house is truly uninhabitable. Although I am from a competing agency, I am nothing if not straightforward. I call a spade a spade. If you don't believe me, we can linger there a while longer and conduct a thorough inspection. If my account differs from reality, then in his haste, he found himself at a loss for a promise that might inspire trust. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu suddenly interjected. Who do you think you were to speak to me like that? Lin Hai dito inevitably. He continued, if what I say does not align with the truth, whatever you demand of me, I shall comply. Though Ma Xiaofan had not encountered any anomalies within the house, her husband, Zhao Guangjian, had. Observing Lin Hai's fervent insistence, Zhao Guangjian began to feel a twinge of unease and truly contemplated returning to inspect the property once more. Thus, Zhao Guangjian remarked, given your unwavering confidence, let us return together to investigate. However, I must issue a stern warning. Though I am but a humble editor at the Xinhai Evening News and possess no extraordinary talents, should you dare to mock us, I shall expose your agency's unfair competition in the press and relish witnessing the consequences. With that, he produced his work identification, undeniably confirming his position as an editor at the Xinhai Evening News. Very well, Lin Hai Zdi, for he was well aware of the property's merits and felt no trepidation. Meanwhile, Yang Ying felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Lin Hai might jeopardize the nearly finalized transaction. At that moment, Zhang Yu confidently declared, let us proceed to inspect the property. Excellent. We shall set off immediately. Ma Xiaofan announced as she stood up. Yang Ying, observing Zhang Yu's impulsiveness, could not help but feel a sense of frustration. She believed he should have sought to clarify matters with the client first, striving to secure the agreement before proceeding. Now, with no alternative course of action, she reluctantly stated, "Then let us go. Zhang Yu, come assist me. I will personally attend this visit. Su Hong, please stay behind to guard the entrance." With that, Zhang Yu assisted Yang Ying as they departed, boarding Zhao Guangjin's vehicle. Lin Hai followed closely in his own car, and together they made their way to the Galaxy Garden. In the car, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although this house had been viewed by countless individuals and had ultimately remained unsold, she had grown accustomed to this reality and had little hope of a sale. However, this time was different. She was in desperate need of money, and more importantly, she could no longer bear the humiliation inflicted by Lin Hai. Lacking confidence, her right hand clenched into a tight fist, her palms slick with perspiration. Upon arriving at Galaxy Garden, a group of them took the elevator to the 20th floor. Standing before the door of Unit 2006, Yang Ying's nerves intensified. In stark contrast, Lin Hai wore a triumphant smile upon his face. With a decisive click, Zhang Yu opened the door. The couple, Zhao Guangjian and his wife, entered first, followed closely by Lin Hai. However, the moment he stepped inside, he was taken aback. Previously, he had been unable to linger for even a few seconds within these walls. Yet now, there was no suffocating or stifling atmosphere. Instead, it felt remarkably refreshing. Lin Hai stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Had he mistakenly entered the wrong door? That seemed impossible. He had been here more than once. Zhang Yu assisted Yang Ying in entering last, and to her surprise, she did not experience the expected discomfort or dizziness. "How curious," she exclaimed, surveying the empty space around her. There were no discernible changes. A wave of joy surged within her, invigorating her spirit as she addressed Mr. Zhao and Ms. Ma. "As you can see, the conditions within are as you witness. The phenomena described by Lin Hai are entirely non-existent. His claims are mere fabrications, intended to engage in unfair competition and to malign our agency." Ma Xiaofan cast a furious glance at Lin Hai and exclaimed, "People like you are truly detestable." Lin Hai, wearing an awkward expression, stammered, "Previously, it was indeed the situation I described. I don't know what has happened today. It's truly bizarre. Bizarre my foot. Perhaps it's your heart that has gone awry." She retorted, "Darling, when you go to work tomorrow, be sure to report the unscrupulous competition of those agents. Let their behavior be exposed in the news. And let us see if they dare to act this way again." Ma Xiaofan declared indignantly. She was a kind-hearted person, and since Yang Ying was a woman, while Zhang Yu appeared to be an honest lad, Lin Hai's ruckus at the agency was clearly an act of bullying. She had already found it displeasing at the time, and now that the issue was confirmed, she naturally felt compelled to support Yang Ying. "No problem. I will ensure that their agency is reported tomorrow." Zhao Guangjin echoed. "No, no, no." Lin Hai was now flustered. If this incident made it to the news and accusations of unfair competition arose, the agency would be ruined, and Wen Ti Ho Xingtsai berate him mercilessly? "Donadapos, T give me that. Didn't T you say earlier that if what you said was untrue, then anything could happen? My husband has also vowed to uphold justice." Ma Xiaofan asserted firmly. Yang Ying felt a sense of vindication. As for the changes occurring in the house, she was unaware. However, she believed it was likely connected to Zhang Yu. Could it be that the repositioning of the fish in the shop had truly altered their fortune? "Brother, sister, I implore you, please do not publicize this matter. If you desire to purchase this property, then proceed with your acquisition. However, upon acquiring a new home, you will inevitably need to undertake renovations. Therefore, I am willing to contribute 50,000 yuan towards your refurbishment. What do you think?" In a moment of desperation, Lin Hai devised this solution. Upon hearing the proposition of a renovation fund, Zhao Guangjian and his wife exchanged glances, their hearts stirred, and they nodded in agreement. Ma Xiaofan promptly extended her hand, exclaiming, "Very well, hand over the money." All right. Lin Hai quickly retrieved the cash. Today, Ho Xingtsai had given him 100,000 yuan, which he carried with him. He extracted the money, all in 1,000 yuan notes, counted out 50 of them, and handed them to Ma Xiaofan, saying, "We are settled now." Settled. Ma Xiaofeng affirmed. Lin Hai, eager to depart from this wretched place, turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaofeng produced 10,000 yuan and handed it to Yang Ying, stating, "This is our deposit. Once we return to the agency, we shall sign the contract and proceed with the property transfer tomorrow." Chapter 11. Foot washing. Yang Ying summoned the property owner, and the real estate agent facilitated the signing of the contract between the buyer and seller. The property would be transferred tomorrow, and a substantial commission would soon be in hand. For a house priced at 1,100,000, a 2% commission translates to 22,000. After work, Yang Ying invited Zhang Yu to dine out. It could be said that without Zhang Yu's assistance, she would have been at a loss on how to navigate through today as challenges. Zhang Yu, however, suggested that due to her mobility issues, it would be best not to exert herself unnecessarily and that they could simply have a meal at home. As customary, Yang Ying rode on Zhang Yu's back as he carried her home. The morning hours had been relatively quiet for conversation, but now, during the bustling evening rush, the familiarity of so many acquaintances surrounding them left Yang Ying feeling quite embarrassed. Once home, she prepared 4 dishes and asked Zhang Yu to retrieve half a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet, intending to celebrate modestly. Ever since her divorce, Yang Ying had been in a rather poor state of mind, particularly feeling oppressed and unable to sleep at night, relying on alcohol to find rest. Today, however, she felt a sense of relief and elation as suppressed emotions were finally released. "Cheers!" Yang Ying raised her glass, clinking it with Zhang Yu's before taking a small sip. "I truly appreciate your help today," she said sincerely. "There's no need for formality. I'm essentially working for you now," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "You saw what happened this morning. Had you not helped me sell that property, I would have been utterly bullied. After the agency closes, I wouldn't even know whom to work for," Yang Ying remarked with self-deprecating humor. "Rest assured, dear aunt, I will never allow anyone to bully you." Zhang Yu spoke earnestly, and upon observing his serious demeanor, Yang Ying couldn't help but smile wryly to herself. Although she was of an elder generation than Zhang Yu, they had grown up together as childhood friends. Yet today, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. While Zhang Yu seemed to have remained unchanged, still the protective boy from her past, a myriad of emotions swirled within her, prompting her to raise her glass once more and declare, "Come, let us drink again." After taking another sip and enjoying a few bites of food, Yang Ying chose not to delve into past matters, knowing it would stir her hidden sentiments. Instead, she turned the conversation to a different topic, saying, "Your feng shui seems quite effective. The moment I moved the fish tank, customers began arriving, and one even purchased a house. Had I known it would be this beneficial, I should never have placed the fish tank in the bathroom." The influence of feng shui on wealth is indeed significant. If the fish tank is positioned here, the agency's business will surely flourish. Zhang Yu responded with confidence. Yang Ying, intrigued, inquired further about feng shui, and Zhang Yu provided detailed explanations. Although Yang Ying struggled to grasp the concepts, she refrained from revisiting the past and settled for these discussions. As she drank swiftly, it wasn't long before one glass was consumed. With a moderate tolerance for alcohol, one glass was nearly enough for her, causing her charming face to flush a deeper hue, enhancing her allure. Satiated and content, she settled onto the sofa to watch television, while Zhang Yu took on the task of washing the dishes. Once he finished, he approached her with a basin of water. "What are you doing?" Yang Ying asked. "I am here to wash your feet," Zhang Yu replied straightforwardly. "Wash my feet?" Yang Ying exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yu hastily explained, "Your foot has yet to heal, and we must prepare the medicinal wine shortly, so allow me to cleanse it first." With that, he placed the basin on the ground, sat down on the tiles, and gently took Yang Ying's foot, submerging it into the warm water. "Is it too hot?" he inquired. "No, it's just right," Yang Ying admitted, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. Observing Zhang Yu's earnest demeanor, she understood that he genuinely cared for her, as her delicate foot soaked in the warmth. Its pale skin turned a lovely shade of pink. Both the wine and the foot bath stimulated her circulation, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Zhang Yu tenderly massaged her foot, and Yang Ying gazed down, realizing that the last time someone had washed her feet was in her childhood, by her mother. Zhang Yu was the first man to do this for her, and the sensation was delightful, particularly soothing. However, she felt a wave of shyness at the thought of a man attending to her feet, her heart racing in response. Hesitant to meet his gaze, she leaned back and decided to close her eyes. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu paused, taking a towel to dry her foot. "What?" Yang Ying exclaimed, surprised by the swiftness of his actions. She was about to voice her thoughts, questioning why it was done so quickly, but realizing the impropriety of her words. She swiftly closed her mouth. "Is something the matter?" Zhang Yu looked up at her. Yang Ying and Amp, Oppo's. S face was flushed a sight to behold. "And no, nothing at all." She stammered nervously. "Now, it's time for the medicinal wine. Please wait a moment while I dispose of the foot bath." Zhang Yu's demeanor was remarkably natural. Unlike the previous day, he went to dispose of the foot-soaking water, fetched the medicinal wine, and returned, poised to sit back down on the tile floor. Yang Ying quickly interjected, "Don't sit on the ground too often. It's too chilly. Come, join me on the sofa." Zhang Yu replied, "If I sit there, how can I continue the massage?" The living room was small, accommodating only a long sofa. However, Yang Ying found a solution. She leaned against the armrest, tilting her body, and remarked, "This way will suffice." Zhang Yu settled onto the sofa, placing Yang Ying's feet on his lap, and began to expertly massage them. Today, Yang Ying was utterly exhausted, having consumed alcohol, soaked her feet, and now indulging in this soothing massage. She gradually succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber without realizing it. After half an hour of massage, Zhang Yu felt it was ample time, yet he found it difficult to relinquish her beautifully delicate feet. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient self-control. Turning to Yang Ying, he softly said, "Auntie, it's all better now." She did not respond, and, after a brief moment of waiting, he confirmed that she was indeed asleep. "She can really fall asleep like this," Zhang Yu mused, sticking out his tongue. He contemplated waking her, but hesitated, not wishing to disturb her, knowing how weary she was. Thus, he remained seated, watching television until 9 in the evening when she still had not stirred. Feeling tired himself, Zhang Yu decided to turn off the television and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 12. The hot pot restaurant that night. Yang Ying slowly opened her eyes. The small living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight streaming in through the window, allowing her to vaguely discern her surroundings. She realized that her feet were resting upon Zhang Yu and Oppo's thigh, and upon glancing over, she discovered that he had already succumbed to slumber. A pang of guilt washed over her. How could she have dozed off, unconsciously pressing against Zhang Yu and Oppo's leg? Surely, he must have been concerned about waking her, remaining still as he drifted into sleep. Though there were others who had shown her kindness, none matched the unwavering support of Zhang Yu, who had cared for her since their childhood and continued to do so. A sudden urge to relieve herself surged within her, the very reason she had been roused from her slumber. Desiring not to disturb Zhang Yu's repose, she gently shifted her legs, propping herself up with one foot before attempting to hop forward. As she made her first leap, Zhang Yu heard the commotion and immediately opened his eyes, spotting Yang Ying balancing on one leg. He spoke, "You're awake." Yang Ying, in the midst of her second hop, was startled by his voice. Zhang Yu, seated with his legs extended before him, had not retracted them. Yang Ying had intended to leap over him, but in that moment of distraction, her toes inadvertently collided with his leg. She exclaimed, her body lurching forward. Fortunately, Zhang Yu reacted swiftly, leaning forward and extending his arms to catch her securely. However, he soon sensed that something was amiss in the vicinity of his right hand. I did not intend to." Zhang Yu, startled by the situation, quickly sought to explain. Yang Ying, feeling a wave of embarrassment, was acutely aware of Zhang Yu and Oppo's left hand resting on her abdomen. Fortunately, the dimness of the small living room concealed her flushed face, her neck also radiating warmth. However, being a seasoned individual, she recognized from Zhang Yu's anxious tone that his intentions were not malicious. He merely wished to assist her in preventing a fall. In a soft voice, as if the words were gently squeezed from her throat, she uttered, "I understand. It an Oppo's. It's nothing. Please help me up." "All right." Zhang Yu replied hastily, exerting effort with his arms. Yet, this only intensified the contact of his right hand with Yang Ying. She, too shy to vocalize her discomfort, allowed Zhang Yu to help her to her feet. Once she regained her balance, Zhang Yu swiftly withdrew his hands. Although his expression remained unseen, one could easily imagine his embarrassment. Auntie, it's fine. It was merely a touch. Yang Ying reassured him, attempting to alleviate her own awkwardness in the process. Are you planning to return to your room to rest? Let me assist you. Zhang Yu stammered. No, it and oppose. It's unnecessary. I wish to visit the restroom. And it's not far. I can manage on my own. Yang Ying, much like him, struggled to conceal the anxiety within, her voice trembling with heavy breaths, revealing the rapidity of her heartbeat. Zhang Yu, acutely aware of the awkwardness of the situation, remarked, Very well then. I shall turn on the light for you. No, and oppose, that's not needed. Yang Ying interjected hastily. She could vividly envision the embarrassment on her face, and there was no way she would allow Zhang Yu to witness it. Upon uttering her words, she hopped forward on one leg, with Zhang Yu trailing closely behind, vigilant to prevent her from stumbling again. Only after Yang Ying entered the restroom did Zhang Yu return to the small living room. His heartbeat quickened even further. This was the first time in his life he had ever come into contact with a woman. He was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. Yang Ying hurriedly attended to her needs before leaping back to the bedroom. Once she lay on the bed, she finally managed to exhale in relief. However, that night, as she attempted to fall asleep, slumber eluded her. Her mind was inundated with thoughts of Zhang Yu. Memories of childhood flashed through her mind, intertwined with images of Zhang Yu's reactions to her, the way he had washed her feet, and the earlier scene they had shared. Though she wished to dismiss these thoughts, they surged forth like a slideshow, unwittingly replaying in her mind. Zhang Yu, too, found himself restless, tossing and turning on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming heat. The sofa was cramped, prompting him to lie down on the cold tiles instead. His heart was relatively calm, and after a while, he drifted into a light slumber, a fortunate respite compared to Yang Ying, who remained wide awake throughout the night. The following morning, after Zhang Yu completed his morning rituals, he prepared breakfast and called for Yang Ying to join him. Yang Ying emerged, hopping on one leg, and Zhang Yu awaited her just outside her door. Their eyes met, and both felt a twinge of embarrassment. Almost simultaneously, they lowered their gazes. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yu softly said, Allow me to assist you to the dining table. Yang Ying merely responded with a gentle affirmation, and with Zhang Yu and oppose as support. She made her way to the breakfast table. Although her injured ankle could bear some weight, walking remained a challenge. Zhang Yu estimated that a night's rest would suffice for her recovery. Following breakfast, Zhang Yu carried Yang Ying to the agency once more. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Guangjian and his wife, along with the property owner, arrived to finalize the transfer of ownership, with Yang Ying and Zhang Yu accompanying them to complete the necessary paperwork and collect the agency fee. The required sum of 20,000 yuan still left a considerable gap in covering the remaining rent. Upon returning to the agency, Yang Ying, with Zhang Yu's assistance, stepped inside. Just as she crossed the threshold, a disgruntled voice from across the room broke the silence. What is the meaning of this agency? Must my storefront be exclusively listed with you? If you cannot help me find a buyer, what am I to do when my lease expires? Boss son, that is not my intention, a young man replied, his face contorted in concern. Not your intention? Then what is it? I cannot afford to waste more time here. I am heading to the agency across the street to list my property. Whoever can assist me with a sale will earn my business. With that, the man hastily crossed the street. The young man, with a sense of helplessness, turned back to the Ame agency and, with a pained expression, remarked, Boss, he insists on listing with Jiame. As you can see, I cannot deter him. Oh well, that dilapidated hot pot restaurant of his barely sees any patrons during mealtimes. I brought several clients there, and they all found it wanting. Moreover, his asking price for the transfer is exorbitantly high. No one can afford it. Let's just go back. Ho Xing replied with irritation. At that moment, Mr. Sun arrived at the entrance of the Jia Mei agency, having overheard the earlier conversation between the young man and Ho Xing. Yang Ying, choosing not to enter, awaited Mr. Sun's arrival at the door. Upon his arrival, she greeted him warmly, saying, "Hello, welcome. May I inquire if you're looking to buy, sell, or perhaps have other business in mind? Are you with Jia Mei Agency?" "Indeed," Yang Ying replied. "I own a hot pot restaurant and am considering a transfer." The establishment spans 300 square meters across 2 levels. When I initially rented it, there was no renovation, and the renovation expenses alone amounted to $500,000. The annual rent is $1,200,000, and there are still 7 months of rent remaining. I plan to transfer it for $1 million, Mr. Sun stated plainly. Chapter 13. The position of the god of wealth. May I inquire about the location of your restaurant? Let's first register, and then could you kind of guide us there? Yang Ying inquired with enthusiasm. Certainly, Mr. Sun replied readily. He accompanied Zhang Yu and Yang Ying into the agency to document the details regarding the restaurant for transfer. Following this, they would conduct an on-site inspection of the establishment, primarily to familiarize themselves with the location for the convenience of bringing clients. Typically, the agency fee for restaurant transfers is rather steep, often reaching up to 5. This implies that for a transfer price of $1 million, the agency would earn a commission of $50,000. For Yang Ying, this was a lifeline. Her agency had limited quality listings, and more importantly, she was acutely aware of the available properties, while the counterpart Lin Hai was undoubtedly privy to the details and would likely offer them to Ho Xing Tsai. Yang Ying intended to make the trip herself. However, it would be impractical for Zhang Yu to carry her repeatedly. If she merely leaned on him, their pace would be excessively slow. Consequently, she instructed Zhang Yu and the girl with glasses to make the journey. Mr. Sun and Appo's, as Hot Pot Restaurant was indeed not far from their current location, which was why he had walked over. This was also a reason for Yang Ying and Appo's absence. Zhang Yu and the girl with glasses followed Mr. Sun to the Hot Pot Restaurant, which took merely about 10 minutes. As Mr. Sun had mentioned, his Hot Pot Restaurant was tastefully decorated, exuding an air of sophistication, and the renovations were quite recent, justifying the asking price for the transfer. The girl with glasses diligently noted the address, planning to capture images with her phone for promotional purposes prior to the viewing. Zhang Yu also entered to take a look, and as soon as he stepped inside, he was captivated by the bar situated on the left-hand side. To be precise, it is not the bar counter itself, but rather the statue of the god of wealth positioned beside it. Zhang Yu paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Why is the statue of the god of wealth placed here?" In this world, many individuals venerate the god of wealth, particularly those engaged in commerce, with nearly every household offering their reverence. However, the placement of the statue is not arbitrary. It is steeped in significance. An incorrect positioning not only fails to attract fortune, but may conversely invite misfortune. The location of the bar counter is not only unsuitable for the god of wealth, but is also considered a detrimental spot. Placing the statue there is akin to using the god of wealth to ward off negativity, which is rather counterintuitive. Even if this negative spot does not exude intense malevolence, it still demonstrates a lack of respect towards the god of wealth. Moreover, as the bar counter also serves as the cash register, its positioning can adversely affect the feng shui. Zhang Yu stood inside the door for quite some time, observing the bar counter, while the young woman with glasses had already begun taking photographs. Noticing Zhang Yu lingering in place, Boss Sun inquired, "Why aren't you coming in?" "Boss Sun, is your business struggling?" Zhang Yu asked. Boss Sun was not keen on discussing this matter, and Zhang Yu's question irked him greatly. With a frosty demeanor, Boss Sun retorted, "ISN and Oppos. That an obvious statement? If business were good, would I have just renovated and be seeking to sell it 3 months later? Well, that confirms the business is poor." Zhang Yu replied, "What do you mean by that?" Boss Sun's temper flared. "The statue of the god of wealth is incorrectly placed, and, additionally, the position of your cash register is also improper, which is adversely affecting your business." Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. "Is this true or false? You, of all people, can read feng shui?" Boss Sun clearly expressed his disdain. "I have studied it a bit. If you heed my advice and relocate the god of wealth and the cash register, while I set up a minor feng shui arrangement, it should enhance the business here," Zhang Yu sincerely suggested. "Your claims are becoming increasingly bizarre," Boss Sun retorted. "So, where exactly should I move the god of wealth and the bar?" Zhang Yu glanced around. saying, "Please wait a moment. I didn't bring a compass and need a little time." "All right, take your time," Boss Sun replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, several employees from the hot pot restaurant gathered around, particularly the cashier and two waitresses who were near the bar. Observing Zhang Yu confidently discussing feng shui, they displayed skepticism. This reaction was not unexpected. Even street fortune tellers garnered attention only when they appeared seasoned. Zhang Yu, being young and dressed in a rather shabby manner, lacked the presence to inspire confidence. Can this fellow truly read feng shui? Isn't he a real estate agent? What kind of business is this for a property agent? They murmured, bemused. What a braggart. These days, one can encounter all sorts of people. Listening to their discussions, Zhang Yu remained unfazed. Having heard similar remarks many times before, back in his hometown, neighbors expressed the same disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Yu focused intently, channeling his vital energy into his eyes. With a sudden bite to his middle finger, he made a swift motion before him. However, the blood on his fingers did not touch his eyes. Alas, why must he bite his fingers? This is quite a considerable investment. Does it hurt? The people around began to murmur once more. Yet at this very moment, a different scene unfolded in Zhang Yu's eyes. The vast restaurant was filled with an array of vibrant energies. This was the legendary art of observing energy, a technique that consumed an immense amount of vital energy. With Zhang Yu's current strength, he could only employ this skill once a day. In the center of the restaurant, several strands of golden energy swirled, indicating that this area belonged to the metal element, marking it as the true position of the god of wealth. Opposite the bar, a stream of aquamarine energy flowed, signifying the water element, which represents wealth. Meanwhile, near the bar, there lingered a faint trace of black energy, known as death energy. This malevolent energy was so weak that, even if left unaddressed, it would have little impact. For in this world, death energy is ever-present and is intrinsically linked to financial fortune. Old Wang once remarked that righteousness and malevolence coexist. Without death energy, there would be no fortune. Without malevolent energy, there could be no righteousness. Without demons, there would be no Tao. Zhang Yu pointed to the space opposite the bar and said, "Relocate the cash register here." Then he gestured towards the central area, stating, "The statue of the god of wealth should be placed in the very center. That is the true position for venerating the god of wealth. As for the original location of the cash register, I shall arrange a minor feng shui adjustment to dispel the malevolent energy." As soon as he finished speaking, the cashier behind Boss Sun interjected, "Are you joking? That place is far too narrow for a bar counter. The central area is a thoroughfare, and if customers are constantly passing through, wouldn't that obstruct their way? It would be quite troublesome. The cash register is meant for transactions, and a slightly smaller space would actually attract more wealth. The wealth god deserves to be placed in a spacious area. Besides, given that business is slow here, I doubt there are many customers coming and going." Zhang Yu replied earnestly, "Huh, you're just spouting nonsense." The cashier remained unconvinced. Being Boss Sun and Amp, Oppo's niece granted her the audacity to speak first. However, Boss Sun nodded slightly and said, "Fine, I'll take your word for it this time. After all, I'm planning to sell this hot pot restaurant. So what is the harm in rearranging a bit? It's worth a shot." With that, he turned to the waitstaff and instructed, "Quickly get to work and move everything as he suggested." Chapter 14. A constant stream awe? The cashier exclaimed, taken aback. "Uncle, do you truly believe him?" Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, what harm could there be in heeding his advice just once? Get to work. The tone of Boss Sun grew stern as he delivered the last remark. The cashier's reluctance to relocate stemmed from the cramped space across the way. Once the bar counter and various cabinets were moved, she would be left with such limited room that crossing her legs would become an impossibility. However, with her uncle's insistence, she dared not protest further. The other waitstaff, needless to say, swiftly began transferring items, albeit while murmuring amongst themselves, questioning the source of this young man's audacity and lamenting the disruption he caused. Will moving really improve business? I find that hard to believe. In a short span of time, the team had relocated everything to the positions suggested by Zhang Yu. The bespectacled girl, having completed her photo session, descended from the upper floor and was momentarily bewildered by the unexpected upheaval. What is happening? Are we moving? Boss Sun gestured towards a former bar location and said to Zhang Yu, "You mentioned setting up a feng shui arrangement here. You may proceed." With a smile, Zhang Yu replied, "This is quite simple. You need to purchase 9 small lanterns to hang above. One should be positioned in the center, while the remaining 8 should be arranged according to the 8 trigrams. If you have any paper, I can sketch it out for you. It's particularly easy." Without delay, Boss Sun instructed his staff to fetch paper and writing materials for Zhang Yu, who promptly illustrated the lantern placements. Boss Sun, pleased with the plan, immediately sent someone to procure the lanterns. Subsequently, Boss Sun cast a glance at Zhang Yu and remarked, "Young brother, after your commotion here, I cannot ascertain the truth. Let's first experiment and see. If it proves effective, I, Sun Jianmin, shall express my gratitude generously." Boss Sun was being courteous. "It is merely a trivial matter. We shall take our leave for now, and we shall meet again," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "Very well, allow me to see you off," Sun Jianmin responded. Zhang Yu and Su Hong departed the hot pot restaurant, with Sun Jianmin merely escorting them to the door before returning to the second floor. As he ascended, the waitstaff erupted in chatter, forming small groups to speculate. "Do you truly think this will work? I find it hard to believe. Previously, when we moved things around, customers would arrive almost immediately. If it were indeed the case, that lad would be a deity. Let us not be so dismissive." I found his words quite intriguing. Who knows? It might actually be effective. Whether it is effective or not will soon be revealed at lunchtime. That is indeed true. We shall see at noon. Amidst the murmurs, the clock unwittingly struck 11:20. At that moment, a business vehicle approached and halted at the entrance, from which 6 individuals disembarked and entered the hot pot restaurant. Despite the ongoing discussions, the arrival of guests necessitated prompt attention. A female server approached to seat the 6 patrons. Upon witnessing the influx of customers, the bar area erupted in excitement. "Goodness, this young man possesses some remarkable skills. There are indeed patrons arriving," a male server whispered. "Humph," the cashier remarked disdainfully. "Even without moving, we could still have 1 or 2 tables at noon. It's hardly fresh." This was indeed a valid point. So the male server replied, "Let us continue to observe." No sooner had a minute passed than another taxi pulled up outside, from which 3 individuals emerged and entered the hot pot restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a façade arrived, and 4 more diners stepped inside. Remarkably, by 11:40, nearly 20 tables had been filled. Such a scene had never unfolded in this hot pot establishment before. "How peculiar. So many patrons today," one remarked. "Indeed. What could be the reason?" At that moment, even the cashier seemed somewhat bewildered, murmuring to herself, "Could it truly be this auspicious? Do you think these diners were summoned by that young man?" "Unlikely," came the response. "Look at how he is dressed. He couldn't possibly know so many people." Eventually, the cashier nodded in agreement, finding the notion quite plausible. Sun Jianmin descended from upstairs, having already heard about the unexpected influx of diners. Gazing at the customers dining below, he felt a surge of astonishment. Was it possible that the concept of feng shui held any truth? Presently, the 9 lights that Zhang Yu had instructed to be turned on had yet to be activated. If they were, it was likely that business would flourish even more. As more guests continued to arrive, the number of tables reached 30 just past noon. "Goodness, could this young man possibly be a deity? He is remarkably impressive. I am fortunate to have heeded his advice, for had I not, I would have incurred significant losses." Sun Jianmin could not help but reflect. At that moment, 2 guests entered from the outside, and under the guidance of the waiter, they settled at a corner table on the first floor. Among the newcomers was Lin Hai, accompanied by another gentleman, who appeared to be around 50 years of age, dressed in an ostentatious manner that clearly indicated wealth. The 2 casually ordered some ingredients, and once the waiter departed, Lin Hai quietly inquired, "Mr. Shi, what do you think of this hot pot restaurant?" "Quite good, indeed. The customer flow is quite substantial. If it continues like this, 1,000,000 could be a reasonable exchange, though I wonder how it will fare this evening," Mr. Shi replied. "Well, I am uncertain about that. Perhaps we should return later to observe," Lin Hai suggested. "That sounds reasonable. However, Xiao Hai, do you think the patrons we saw at lunchtime could be hired actors?" Mr. Shi said cautiously, "Do you doubt my integrity? I only took over this account today and have not mentioned bringing clients here to anyone." We have collaborated before. And you know well what kind of person I am, Lin Hai expressed with sincerity. Mr. Shi nodded, stating, "It is precisely because of you that I am here. Had it been anyone else, I might not have shown such courtesy. Let us dine first, and we shall return this evening. If there are still this many tables occupied, I shall proceed with the acquisition of this hot pot restaurant. Rest assured, once the deal is finalized, profits will be secured," Lin Hai proclaimed confidently. However, despite his bold words, he found himself quite perplexed. Today, Ho Xingcai had transferred this property to him, hoping he could find a way to finalize the deal, primarily to prevent Yang Ying from seizing any opportunity. Ho Xingcai had candidly confided in Lin Hai that the hot pot restaurant's business was lackluster. He had brought numerous potential buyers to view it, yet none had materialized. Presently, the hot pot restaurant's business was thriving, casting doubt in Lin Hai's mind. Of course, Lin Hai would never voice his suspicions. He believed it quite plausible that the restaurant owner had orchestrated this situation to facilitate the sale. Nevertheless, whether it was a mere ruse or genuine success, the only objective remained: to conclude the transaction for the hot pot establishment. After enjoying lunch, they returned for dinner, which was equally bustling with patrons. Consequently, Mr. Shi decisively resolved to acquire the hot pot restaurant, pledging to deliver the deposit to the agency the following morning. Chapter 15. The Foolish Boy Yang Ying's Bedroom. Upon returning home from work today, Yang Ying changed into a new outfit. She typically changes her undergarments daily, but after spraining her ankle, she had been sleeping in her clothes for 2 consecutive nights, which was quite uncomfortable. This was also due to Zhang Yu being at home. She felt embarrassed to change clothes in his presence. However, the discomfort was becoming unbearable, so while Zhang Yu was preparing dinner, she discreetly changed her undergarments and donned a thicker, white nightgown. This nightgown was suitable for autumn. During summer, it felt somewhat warm, especially since there was no air conditioning in the house, causing her to sweat profusely. Yet, there was no alternative, as the summer nightwear was too thin to wear in front of Zhang Yu. After dinner, Zhang Yu offered to wash her feet and once again applied medicinal alcohol for a massage. However, this time it was not on the sofa, but rather in the bedroom, as Yang Ying had learned from her experience the previous night. A faint trace of worry lingered on her face, her thoughts distant from Zhang Yu's actions. The real estate agent had indeed made effective changes, resulting in over 10 clients visiting to view the properties today. Unfortunately, all the desirable listings on her side had been swiftly handled by Lin Hai, leaving only less appealing options. The clients were not foolish and deemed the remaining properties to be lacking in value, thus refraining from making any purchases. Consequently, accumulating the remaining rent became a rather daunting task. "Little auntie, you seem troubled again," Zhang Yu observed, noticing Yang Ying's poor demeanor, and inquired with concern. "Nothing's wrong," Yang Ying replied, not wanting to burden Zhang Yu with her worries, and managed to force a smile. "I know you are worried about the rent. How much more do you need?" Zhang Yu asked. "It seems you are still short by over 50,000. Yang Ying remarked. "I heard from Su Hong that if we can transfer that hot pot restaurant, we would receive a commission of 50,000. This would bring us quite close to our goal," Zhang Yu replied. "It's not that simple. This hot pot restaurant was previously listed with Anmei Agency and has yet to be transferred. This indicates that it should be quite challenging to find a buyer," Yang Ying stated. "Rest assured, I have a method. I am certain we can make the transfer happen," Zhang Yu said confidently. He modified the feng shui of the restaurant, believing that the business would surely improve, making the transfer significantly easier. However, Zhang Yu overlooked one crucial detail. He was not the only agent trying to transfer the property. Noticing Zhang Yu's unwavering confidence, Yang Ying curiously inquired, "Do you truly feel assured?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu nodded solemnly. Yang Ying suddenly realized that she found Zhang Yu somewhat inscrutable. The last time they sold a house was similar. A property that seemed impossible to sell was unexpectedly sold, shrouded in countless peculiarities. Now, with Zhang Yu's confidence, could it be that he truly has the ability to facilitate this transfer? "What method will you employ for the transfer?" "That's a secret for now," Zhang Yu chuckled. "Humph." Yang Ying shot him a glance, saying, "You're keeping secrets from me." Clad in a white nightgown, her enchanting eyes sparkled, making her look truly captivating. Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue and replied, "I'll tell you once the transfer is complete. After exchanging, I still cherish the opportunity to listen, Yang Ying said playfully. However, she soon grew somewhat embarrassed. What is it? Zhang Yu inquired, puzzled. Yang Ying hesitated, biting her lip, and confessed, Little Yu, I must inform you of something in advance. Our agency's compensation structure is such that for every transaction completed, the earnings are split evenly between the agent and the agency. In other words, you and I each receive half. The property you sold yesterday garnered a commission of 22,000, of which 11,000 belongs to you. Furthermore, if you manage to sell the hot pot restaurant, there will be an additional income of 25,000. However, I currently find myself short on funds. If the hot pot restaurant is indeed sold, would you be able to lend me your salary for this month? Although she was in urgent need of money, she would not deceive Zhang Yu. If it were any other employer, they could easily withhold Zhang Yu's wages through various means, such as holding back his pay or using the probationary period as an excuse to delay payment. Yet, Yang Ying could not resort to such tactics with Zhang Yu, for without him, she could not fathom her current situation. If you need it, just take it. I've been living off your generosity these days, and helping you is only right, Zhang Yu replied straightforwardly. Seeing Zhang Yu's sincerity, Yang Ying felt increasingly embarrassed. She eagerly remarked, You silly boy, why are you so foolish? The rent for my apartment is only a few hundred yuan a month, and you still insist on sleeping on the sofa. As for meals, they hardly cost anything at all. You have over 30,000 yuan. If you need it, just use it. Our families are so closely connected. Having grown up together, what does money matter? Zhang Yu pouted, seemingly dismissive of Yang Ying's words. However, in light of Zhang Yu's earnestness, Yang Ying thought he was a bit naive. She believed that if he continued with such a disposition in a bustling city like Zhenhai, he might end up being taken advantage of and would have to count others' money instead. Yang Ying felt it was imperative to impart a lesson to Zhang Yu, and she spoke earnestly. You must remember, never trust others too easily. Aside from your parents, who won't harm you, anyone else could pose a threat. Especially in a big city, people here can be quite cunning, full of ulterior motives. When it comes to money, it's safest to keep it in your own pocket. Do you understand? Zhang Yu nodded and replied, I understand. Then I won't borrow anymore. What? Yang Ying exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Zhang Yu made a funny face at her and grinned. I'm not a fool. Mainly, between us, there's no need to quibble over such matters. You, how should I even compliment you? Yang Ying pouted. Early in the morning, Zhang Yu carried Yang Ying towards the agency where he worked. Yang Ying's foot has nearly healed. She can manage to walk at home, though descending stairs remains a challenge, necessitating Zhang Yu's assistance. Zhang Yu, opting for prudence, decided to let her rest for another day and carried her directly to the agency. Approaching the agency, a car sped by and suddenly halted. Instinctively, Zhang Yu paused and turned to look. Emerging from a vehicle was a wiry figure accompanied by a woman. The wiry man was none other than Ho Xingcai, the owner of Anmei Agency, while the woman was Han Yinyan. Good morning, Yang. Ho Xingcai greeted with a broad smile. Is there something you need? Yang Ying asked coldly from Zhang Yu's back. Despite the fact that they were merely competitors in a private rivalry, the facade of civility had to be maintained. However, Ho Xingcai's behavior had been so overbearing that Yang Ying was unwilling to grant him even a semblance of cordiality upon their encounter. Who is this young man? Carrying you to work. How sweet. Han Yin remarked with a grin. This is my nephew. I injured my foot. What's wrong with him carrying me? Yang Ying replied with an icy demeanor. Is he really your nephew? Do you perhaps spend the night together? Han Yin provocatively inquired. Chapter 16, No Redemption. What is it to you? Yang Ying exclaimed in anger. We all share the same street to make a living. I used to follow President Yang. So, is it too much to show a little concern? President Yang is truly capable. The old man passed away, and immediately a new young one took his place. Adept at catering to both the young and the old. Han Yin retorted sarcastically. Mind your language. Han Yin's words ignited Zhang Yu's temper, and he replied sternly. Oh dear, this little fellow has quite the temper, though he is rather rustic. President Yang, what do you see in him? Ah, I see. It must be that the old man was inadequate, and now you've opted for someone more vigorous. Han Yin continued in a mocking tone. Her words were utterly distasteful. Yang Ying could no longer tolerate it. Not wishing to engage further, She said directly, Zhang Yu, let us go and ignore them. Zhang Yu responded affirmatively, swiftly departing towards the agency. Leaving already? Are you feeling guilty about something? Shall we chat a bit longer? Han Yin laughed mockingly. At that moment, another car approached, stopping behind Ho Xingcai's vehicle. Shortly after, a person emerged from the car. It was Lin Hai. Brother. Hai Ge. Ho Xingcai and Han Yin greeted Lin Hai in unison. Lin Hai smiled slightly and inquired, what is going on? It seems quite lively here. Look, Han Yin pointed at Zhang Yu and Yang Ying, grinning as she remarked, our general manager Yang is truly capable. With the old man gone, she immediately found a strapping young lad to carry her to work. Quite the spectacle. Lin Hai had been observing all along, seething with resentment. He had pursued Yang Ying multiple times, yet she had consistently rejected him. If she had chosen someone wealthy and influential, Lin Hai might have felt less aggrieved, for he could hardly compete. However, to see Yang Ying with a mere bumpkin, who carries her to work, was a blatant affront to his dignity, particularly since he had recently suffered an unexpected loss of 50,000 yuan, a debt he now attributed to both Yang Ying and Zhang Yu. He strode toward the Jiabao agency, muttering, General Manager Yang, what a coincidence. No longer in a car, but now riding on someone else's back. Yang Ying and Zhang Yu had already arrived at the agency's entrance, where Zhang Yu set her down and unlocked the rolling gate with a key. Noticing Lin Hai approaching again, Yang Ying remained silent, while Zhang Yu shot him a glance and said, my aunt sprained her ankle. What an oppose. What's wrong with me carrying her to work? You have your own issues to contend with. Lin Hai, dismissive, retorted, am I speaking to you? Who do you think you are? He then added, General Manager Yang. While you may have earned a commission of around 20,000 yuan on that property, there remains a considerable gap to the rent. You currently lack any properties to sell, and when the end of the month arrives, you will still have to close shop. That may not be the case. Without waiting for Yang Ying to respond, Zhang Yu interjected, we will certainly earn enough to pay the rent. Yesterday, someone came to negotiate with the restaurant. As long as we proceed with the exchange, the funds would be sufficient. He was quite straightforward and candidly disclosed a matter regarding the restaurant and Oppos as transaction. In Zhang Yu and Oppos as perspective, given the restaurant and Oppos as flourishing business, it should be relatively effortless to facilitate the exchange. Last night, Yang Ying calculated that with an additional 50,000 yuan, they would be nearly set. However, as for that hot pot restaurant, to think you still wish to exchange, it is truly a pipe dream. This deal has already been entrusted to me, and I believe General Manager Yang is well aware of my capabilities. My client is about to arrive to submit the deposit. You have no chance with that hot pot restaurant. Lin Hai proclaimed with pride. Lin Hai, you! Yang Ying exclaimed in furious disbelief. Just last night, Zhang Yu had expressed confidence in the potential to exchange the hot pot restaurant, bringing her joy that lasted through the night. Little did she expect Lin Hai to act with such swiftness. If you think you can compete with me, you are gravely mistaken. Prepare for closure, Lin Hai declared arrogantly. At that moment, a Mercedes sedan pulled up in front of the Anmei agency. A man in his 50s emerged from the vehicle. He was none other than Mr. Shi, who had been with Lin Hai the previous night. Mr. Shi quickly spotted Lin Hai standing at the entrance of Jiabao agency and called out loudly, Xiao Hai, why have you gone over there? Wasn't it agreed to submit the deposit at Anmei agency? Where exactly are we? It is indeed at Anmei agency, Lin Hai promptly replied. He then proceeded with the introductions. General Manager Ho, this is Mr. Shi, who is looking to acquire the hot pot restaurant. He is ready to submit the deposit now. Ho Xingcai immediately broke into a broad smile and said, Mr. Shi, greetings. I am Ho Xingcai from Anmei agency, and I welcome you warmly. Allow me to call boss son of the hot pot restaurant right away and have him come over. Mr. Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Hai cast a triumphant glance at Yang Ying. Although he remained silent, his demeanor clearly suggested a display of superiority, as if to say, now you recognize my prowess. Don and Oppos, to you? As Ho Xingcai retrieved his phone, he promptly dialed Sun Jiamin and Oppos' number. The call was quickly answered. Boss Sun, I and Oppos. VE secured your hot pot restaurant. The client has arrived, and we are ready to finalize the deposit today. What? You're already on your way here? Just turn the corner. All right, I'll wait for you here. Just then, a figure approached from the front and turned towards them. It was none other than the hot pot restaurant owner, Sun Jianmin. With keen perception, Ho Xingcai waved to greet him. Boss Sun, Mr. Sun. Sun Jianmin reciprocated the greeting and proceeded directly to the Jiabao agency. No need to come over. Just head to my agency, as the client is waiting there to make the deposit, Ho Xingcai said with a cheerful tone. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sun Jianmin smiled and replied, Mr. Ho, I came today specifically to inform you that I have decided not to proceed with the sale of my hot pot restaurant. Not proceeding? Why not? Ho Xingcai inquired, puzzled. I simply do not wish to go through with it. My apologies, Sun Jianmin responded. Having spoken, Sun Jianmin ceased to engage with Ho Xingcai and instead made his way towards Yang Ying and Zhang Yu. To onlookers, it appeared that Sun Jianmin had also been at Yang Ying's yesterday, perhaps to casually inform her of the situation. Although Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai felt a surge of frustration at their fruitless efforts, it mattered little to them as long as there were no dealings on Yang Ying's end. Yang Ying, having overheard the exchange between Sun Jianmin and Ho Xingcai, lamented silently. Now, her sole glimmer of hope had vanished, as the opportunity was no longer available. Zhang, my dear brother, I have come specifically to seek your assistance today. I cannot thank you enough, Sun Jianmin said with great enthusiasm, approaching Zhang Yu under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and replied, You flatter me. Mr. Sunday, one cannot put it that way. Without your support, I would have faced ruin. While I have decided against proceeding with the restaurant, I cannot allow your efforts to go unrewarded. The standard brokerage fee for a legitimate transaction is 50,000, is it not? I shall cover that sum, along with an additional 10,000, Sun Jianmin declared, producing a large envelope from his pocket and extending it toward Zhang Yu. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yu opened the envelope to reveal a bounty of crisp 1,000 yuan notes. Without needing to count, he surmised that it was undoubtedly the 60,000 as Sun Jianmin had indicated. Chapter 17 Gratitude. I merely offered a small favor, with the intention of eventually facilitating the transfer of your shop once business flourishes, Zhang Yu candidly remarked. The only reason I am considering relinquishing it is due to poor sales. With a business thriving, it would be foolish to let go. I exerted considerable effort to rent this space in the first place, Sun Jianmin replied with a grin. Since you are no longer transferring it, how should I collect this money? Zhang Yu inquired, feeling somewhat awkward. You are my benefactor. You have resolved such a significant issue for me. This money is merely a token of gratitude for your service, so please do not feel compelled to refuse. From now on, whenever you dine at my establishment, it will be on the house. Should I ever find myself in need again, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance, Sun Jianmin said with sincerity. Well, if that is the case, I am indeed in need of funds at present, so I shall accept this money. If anything arises in the future, do not hesitate to approach me, Zhang Yu replied, handing the envelope to Yang Ying, who stood nearby. Yang Ying had already glimpsed the stack of cash within, leaving her utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Early in the morning, someone had presented Zhang Yu with a substantial sum of money. What had Zhang Yu done to deserve this? Not only was she puzzled, but Ho Xingcai, Lin Hai, and Han Yinyan were equally confounded. Each of them silently questioned Sun Jianmin and Appo's sanity. Why on earth would he bestow 60,000 yuan upon Zhang Yu without cause? After a few more exchanges with Zhang Yu, Sun Jianmin bid farewell with a cheerful demeanor. After he departed, Yang Ying cast a glance at Lin Hai, Ho Xingcai, and Han Yinyan. Lifting her chin and playfully tousling her voluminous waves of hair, her countenance radiating arrogance. She then turned to Zhang Yu and spoke softly, Assist me inside. Let's disregard them. Zhang Yu supported Yang Ying as they both entered the agency. At that moment, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Previously, Zhang Yu had helped her regain her pride. This morning, having faced humiliation, she felt incredibly stifled, yet at the crucial moment, it was Zhang Yu who stepped forward to restore her dignity. Nevertheless, her curiosity lingered, and she resolved to inquire about Zhang Yu's methods when she returned home that evening. Mr. Shi remained at the entrance of Anmei Agency, having just witnessed the situation unfold, fully aware that Sun Jianmin was the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Now, with the individual departing and the shop not being transferred, did this not seem like a ruse? He glared at Lin Hai with irritation, exclaiming, "Lin Hai, what does this mean? Is the shop still available for transfer?" Lin Hai, feeling quite awkward, replied, "Well, Mr. Sure, there seems to have been a small misunderstanding. They have decided against the transfer. You must be jesting. Just yesterday, you called me to view the shop, assuring me that I could come this morning to pay the deposit. Is there no sense of integrity here?" Mr. Sure retorted indignantly. "I apologize. I truly did not anticipate this outcome. However, rest assured, I will certainly keep an eye out for other establishment for you." Lin Hai quickly assured with an apologetic tone, "Enough of that. Given your approach to conducting business, who would be inclined to collaborate with you in the future? Very well. I shall take my leave." Mr. Sure, visibly displeased, entered his vehicle and accelerated away. "Mr. Sure, Mr. Sure," Lin Hai shouted in an attempt to retain him for further clarification, but the car had already distanced itself. Mr. Sure was a significant client for Lin Hai, and his abrupt departure left Lin Hai quite agitated. Turning to the Jia Bao agency, he felt a deep-seated resentment gnawing at him. Yet, he could not fathom what had prompted Sun Jianmin's erratic behavior. After such a substantial setback, they felt too embarrassed to linger at the Jia Bao agency's entrance and had no choice but to retreat to their own agency. Once inside Ho Xingcai's office, the three of them settled down, and Lin Hai remarked, "Director Ho, what on earth is going on with that boss son? You assigned his case to me yesterday, and just when I managed to find a client to finalize the deal, he pulls this stunt. How am I to navigate the industry henceforth?" Lin Hai and Oppo's grievances towards Ho Xingcai were justified. The assignment was originally not his, but was thrust upon him by Ho Xingcai, who urged him to expedite the transaction. Having negotiated with the client, only to be met with such an incident, it is only natural for frustration to arise. Ho Xingcai was aware that he bore some responsibility for the fallout between Lin Hai and a major client. He quickly offered his apologies and provided reassurances, which ultimately placated Lin Hai to some extent. However, Lin Hai was not naive. He was quite astute and promptly stated, "Director Ho, I can't shake the feeling that there's something amiss here." "What do you mean?" Ho Xingcai inquired. "Observe, the hot pot restaurant previously was in dire straits. However, ever since I registered across the street yesterday, I noticed a remarkable surge in its business during my visit with a client. It certainly did not align with your assertions. Initially, I suspected it was merely a ruse, yet it now appears that this is not the case," Lin Hai remarked. Ho Xingcai nodded in agreement, articulating, "You present a compelling argument." Furthermore, when Sun Jianmin arrived, he was profusely thanking that young man in Yang Ying and Oppo's establishment. It is evident that the issue lies with him. How about this? I shall send someone to inquire at the hot pot restaurant to ascertain what truly transpired. Agreed, Lin Hai affirmed. Remarkably, Ho Xingcai's efficiency was impressive. By midday, he had unraveled the matter. This incident was not shrouded in secrecy. It was common knowledge among the staff at the hot pot restaurant. Upon receiving the information, Ho Xingcai summoned Lin Hai to his office and recounted the events in detail. After listening, Lin Hai nodded slightly and remarked, "That young man is indeed peculiar. It is reminiscent of the property in Galaxy Garden, which had languished in the market for an extended period due to numerous issues, remaining unsold. Yet, upon his intervention, those problems mysteriously vanished. It seems he possesses an uncanny knack for feng shui. What shall we do? If he truly possesses such formidable abilities, our agency may very well be overshadowed by him in the future. Brother, you must devise a strategy," Ho Xingcai expressed with a hint of concern. "Dealing with that foolish lad, I believe, should not pose a significant challenge. Upon observing his demeanor, it is evident that he is inexperienced and merely resorting to petty tricks. He can undoubtedly be outmaneuvered," Lin Hai confidently declared. "What methods do you propose we employ?" Ho Xingcai inquired. Lin Hai felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon witnessing Zhang Yu carrying Yang Ying, an incident that nearly caused him to explode with rage. In his view, the notion that Zhang Yu is Yang Ying's nephew is utterly implausible. It is quite possible that Yang Ying's reluctance stems from this foolish boy. "If you are so fond of this insufferable lad, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Lin Hai remarked. "I believe that." At this moment, he spoke in hushed tones, slowly revealing his entire plan. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Upon hearing Lin Hai's scheme, Ho Xingcai could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming, "Let us proceed with this plan. We shall decisively eliminate that boy and see if he dares to oppose us again." Chapter 18. Aggrieved Zhang Yu. What exactly did you do at the hot pot restaurant? How could it lead someone to express their gratitude with 60,000 yuan so early in the morning? As they returned home for dinner, Yang Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. The feng shui at his establishment was rather poor, adversely affecting his financial prospects. I made some adjustments, and I am certain his business will flourish. I surmise that his gratitude stems from the improvement in his business, Zhang Yu replied candidly. Is it true that you assured him he could find a buyer for his restaurant simply because you altered the feng shui? Yang Ying probet furter. Indeed, Zhang Yu affirmed with a nod. You fool, Yang Ying exclaimed, her display assure palpable. You're such a simpleton. You adjusted his feng shui and nearly allowed those people across the street to take advantage of him. No wonder Lin Hai found a buyer so swiftly. If it weren't for Boss Sun's benevolence, your efforts would have been in vain. I didn't think that far ahead. I merely believed that feng shui affects business and thought I would lend a hand, Zhang Yu explained. From now on, you must refrain from acting on your own in such matters. Should you encounter a similar situation again, you are to notify me in advance, Yang Ying said with utmost seriousness. Oh, understood, Zhang Yu nodded. That's more like it. Yang Ying smiled sweetly, satisfied with his response. Then she remarked, dinner is finished. It is time. She intended to say, it is time for you to wash my feet, but hesitated. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to having Zhang Yu wash and massage her feet after meals. Today marked the last occasion for him to attend to her feet. Zhang Yu rose to his feet. Why? Yang Ying inquired. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of regret, for had she waited just one more day, her foot would have healed, and there would be no need for him to wash it again. Zhang Yu replied earnestly, by the time I recover, I shall have no desire for your assistance. Yang Ying teased in response. Zhang Yu proceeded to wash Yang Ying's feet and then offered a massage. Through today's session, he could ascertain that her foot was nearly healed. By the morrow, she would likely be able to walk unaided. In truth, Yang Ying had already sensed this herself. While Zhang Yu prepared dinner, she had attempted to walk, and although there was still a hint of discomfort, she was nearly capable of doing so independently. His massage was exceptionally soothing. Today, Yang Ying's spirits soared, especially since it was the final day of her treatment. She closed her eyes and indulged in the experience, ultimately drifting into a peaceful slumber. After she fell asleep, Zhang Yu quietly exited the bedroom and settled in the small living room to watch television. It was not until 9:00 and Oppos clock in the evening that he turned off the television and retired for the night. To be candid, the tiled floor was exceedingly cold. Having only a thin mat beneath him, he found sleeping on the tiles intolerable, even for a man of his fortitude. Realizing he could not persist in this manner, he shifted to the sofa and succumbed to sleep. Sometime past midnight, Yang Ying awoke due to the urgency of her bladder. Upon rising, she discovered that her foot was no longer painful and thought to herself, this Zhang Yu truly possesses some skill. He claimed a night's rest would suffice, and indeed, it has completely healed. She stealthily exited the bedroom, intent on not disturbing Zhang Yu's slumber. Upon turning on the light, she beheld Zhang Yu sprawled on the sofa, deeply asleep. The sofa, evidently too short, forced him into an awkward curled position. The house felt painfully cramped, and a wave of guilt washed over Yang Ying. After entering the bathroom and attending to her needs, she glanced at the water heater hanging above. During the summer, she typically indulged in a daily bath. Yet since Zhang Yu and Oppos' arrival a few days prior, she had not bathed once. The reasons were twofold. It was inconvenient, and she felt a sense of embarrassment. The thought of bathing while Zhang Yu remained outside was quite mortifying. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from outside. Alarmed by the noise, Yang Ying hurried out to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered that Zhang Yu had fallen to the floor. Are you all right? She inquired with concern, rushing over, though her swift movement caused her ankle to twinge slightly. I'm fine, Zhang Yu replied, rising from the ground and rubbing his nose. Yang Ying noticed that his nose had turned red from the fall, and for reasons unknown, her heart ached for him. Gently, She reached out to stroke his nose. Speaking softly, "Does it hurt very much?" As she spoke, she tenderly massaged the tip of his nose. "It's nothing, just a little bump," Zhang Yu responded, flashing a sheepish grin. "You really ought to be more careful," Yang Ying chided gently. Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue and grinned foolishly. Yang Ying surveyed the sofa and then the cold tiles beneath. She realized that the tiles were too chilly for comfort, and it was evident that Zhang Yu would struggle to sleep well on such a small sofa. Zhang Yu remained oblivious to Yang Ying's sentiments and casually remarked, "The sofa is too small. I shall make do with sleeping on the floor. Aunt, you should return to your rest. I am fine, and there is no need to worry about me." Yang Ying shot him an exasperated glance before retreating to her bedroom. Once nestled in bed, she found herself unable to shake thoughts of Zhang Yu. Reflecting on all the kindness he had shown her, she felt a pang of guilt for being unable to reciprocate in any meaningful way, even causing him discomfort in her presence. It's easy to fall ill sleeping on the cold tiles. I can't truly let him sleep like this indefinitely. What a troubling situation. Throughout the night, she pondered solutions, yet none seemed satisfactory. At dawn, Zhang Yu prepared breakfast, and the two shared a meal together. As they stepped outside, Yang Ying instinctively glanced at Zhang Yu when they reached the staircase. In previous days, he had always crouched down to carry her down, but now he walked ahead, absorbed in his own thoughts. She suddenly realized that she had grown accustomed to being carried by him and felt a twinge of discomfort at the absence of his support. However, she could not voice this sentiment. Instead, she pouted slightly and descended the stairs on her own. Upon arriving at the agency, Yang Ying requested Zhang Yu's assistance in assessing the feng shui of the layout. It was essential not to focus solely on the external aspects of feng shui. The success of their own business was paramount. Fortunately, the agency did not require elaborate feng shui arrangements. As Zhang Yu noted, simply positioning a fish tank in the right spot would suffice. What was truly lacking was effective management. After all, a real estate agency is distinct from a restaurant. It must possess excellent listings. While a restaurant thrives on delectable offerings, a real estate agency relies on quality properties. Otherwise, no amount of favorable ambience can sway a buyer's mindset. Zhang Yu was in the process of changing the water in the fish tank, as the old water had become somewhat murky over time, which could also affect the overall energy of the space. Just as he finished replacing the water, the door of the agency swung open, and a flamboyantly dressed young woman entered. "Welcome. May I inquire whether you are interested in purchasing or renting a property?" The bespectacled assistant promptly rose to greet her. Chapter 19. The seduction. A woman donned a particularly short skirt, barely covering her thighs, complemented by a pair of high-heeled sandals. She wore a strapless top that exposed her navel. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her appearance was rather ordinary, with an elongated face adorned with heavy makeup. Her waist swayed enticingly, seemingly crafted to draw the attention of men. The mature lady glanced at the bespectacled woman and remarked, "I am not here to purchase a property. Rather, I wish to sell one. May I inquire about the location of your property, its dimensions, and the type of layout? What is your expected price? Could you kindly register this information for me?" The bespectacled woman responded with enthusiasm. However, the mature lady disregarded her and approached Zhang Yu directly, smiling as she said, "Hello, handsome. Could you assist me with the registration?" "Of course," Zhang Yu nodded. After all, this was part of his job, and someone had approached him directly. He could hardly refuse. He proceeded to register the details for the mature lady, revealing that her residence was in the esteemed Shichuan Garden community, a notably good neighborhood. The property spanned 80 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with a selling price of $750,000. This price was considerably below the market rate. Typically, properties in Shichuan Garden, given similar floor and layout, would start at a minimum of $12,000 per square meter. Of course, the selling price ultimately depended on the owner's disposition. The apartment was on the 5th floor, with only one more floor above, making it quite appealing. After the registration, the mature lady said, "Handsome, shall we go and take a look at the property?" With that, she flashed a charming smile at Zhang Yu. Her eyelashes were long, yet her eyes lacked brightness. Their shape was not particularly pronounced, with thick and wide eyelids, and the whites of her eyes were more yellow than clear. Such eyes are referred to as pig eyes, which carries significant connotations in physiognomy. Men with pig eyes are often characterized by a volatile temperament and dubious intentions, while women with such eyes tend to be unfaithful and lead indiscreet personal lives, often causing their husbands much distress. Upon encountering an attractive man, her gaze would linger, as if wishing to absorb him entirely. Upon witnessing the woman's behavior, Yang Ying remarked, "Perhaps I should accompany you." The woman shot a sidelong glance at Yang Ying and replied, "Why are you so meddlesome? I simply want the handsome young man to come and view the property." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance toward Zhang Yu. "In truth, you ought not to venture out today. Remaining at home would be prudent. I perceive in your features that if you do go out, you may encounter misfortune," Zhang Yu observed, noting the woman and Appo's unsettling demeanor, which hinted at impending calamity. "Oh dear, handsome young man, it seems you possess some divinatory skills as well. Let's go to my home, where I shall not need to step out," the woman suggested, reaching out to take Zhang Yu's arm. Zhang Yu quickly recoiled, nervously exclaiming, "No, no, no. Please don't. Who would have thought you were so shy?" she cooed playfully. Zhang Yu glanced at Yang Ying, his face betraying his discomfort. Yet, this was a business matter, and with the current lack of suitable listings, it was necessary to explore the opportunity. Yang Ying felt a sense of unease. Yet she understood the necessity of securing a prime property to ensure profitability. Thus, she cautioned, "Shall you be attentive? Here is some money. You could take a ride over there." As she spoke, she produced a 100 yuan note and discreetly slipped it into Zhang Yu's pocket. Given Yang Ying's earnestness, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, and together they exited the real estate agency. The young woman, lacking her own vehicle, accompanied Zhang Yu as they hailed a ride to her residence. Shichun Yuan was not particularly distant, costing 20 yuan for the journey. The young woman covered the fare, and due to it being a newly developed community, taxis were prohibited from entering. They disembarked outside the complex and proceeded into the courtyard. Upon reaching Building 5, they ascended to the 5th floor. The young woman retrieved her keys and unlocked the door, leading Zhang Yu inside. Once they had removed their shoes, she began to elaborate on the property's features. To the left upon entry was a spacious living room, while to the right lay a quaint dining area, with the kitchen situated just beyond. Next, she guided Zhao Yu to the small bedroom before directing him toward the master bedroom. At the threshold, the opulent decor of the master bedroom was immediately evident, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. "Feel free to take a look around and see what you think of my home. I must step into the restroom for a moment," she remarked before turning towards the bathroom. Once inside, she closed the door, but instead of attending to her personal needs, she hastily retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, yet the woman refrained from speaking, choosing instead to hang up abruptly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, surveying his surroundings, ventured into the bedroom. In the bedroom, there exists a spacious double bed, a grand wardrobe, and a vanity table. However, above the headboard, there lies a particularly white patch, adorned with a single nail. This conspicuously white area, as those familiar with the nuances of daily life would know, is typically the result of having once displayed a painting or calligraphy. The artwork, having shielded that section from dust, renders it significantly whiter than the surrounding areas. Once, there had been something hung there, Zhang Yu murmured softly, then proceeded toward the window. Upon reaching the window, he cast a glance and noticed a large frame on the opposite side of the bed. Yet the frame faced away, concealing the subject of the photograph within. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Zhang Yu recognized them as belonging to the young woman. He turned towards the door, and indeed, the young woman entered. As she walked, her hips swayed, and she playfully inquired, "How do you find it?" Unexpectedly, as the words escaped her lips, perhaps due to her exaggerated movements, she stumbled, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Zhang Yu, intending to rush over to assist her, realized the distance between them was too great to react in time. "Oh no!" The young woman fell to the floor, pouting her lips in a pitiful manner, and in a feigned, delicate tone, she lamented, "I've hurt myself. Please come help me. My leg hurts so much." Her demeanor, combined with her attire, was undeniably enticing. Fortunately, Zhang Yu possessed ample composure, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stammered, "You might as well get up by yourself." Oh dear, my legs are in such pain. Could you lend me a hand?" The young woman continued to feign distress with an air of childlike charm. Being a kind-hearted individual hailing from the countryside, Zhang Yu found it difficult to ignore her pleas. Oh dear, oh dear. The woman further pretended to be in agony, adopting a pitiful expression. With a determined resolve, Zhang Yu replied, "Very well. I shall assist you." He took a few strides towards her, extending his hands to offer support. As she was pulled up by him, she unexpectedly lunged into his embrace. Tightly wrapping her arms around him, her voice dripping with sweetness as she said, "Thank you, handsome." Caught off guard by her sudden closeness, Zhang Yu quickly sensed something amiss and forcefully pushed her away, utilizing his strength to send her staggering back. Oh no! The woman lost her balance, stumbling a few steps before collapsing onto the bed. "Have some self-respect. I'm leaving," Zhang Yu declared, turning on his heel to depart. However, at that very moment, a jingling sound of a key unlocking the door echoed from outside. With a click, the door was flung open. "Help! There's a rogue. Save me!" The young woman cried out, her voice rising in urgency. Not only did she raise her voice, but she also began to tear away the scant clothing she wore. At that moment, even though Zhang Yu had led a sheltered life, he could discern the unfolding situation. "It is evident that I have been outmaneuvered by this woman. Who possesses such audacity to lay hands on my wife?" A burly man burst in from outside, bellowing at the top of his lungs, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Zhang Yu. Chapter 20. A turn of events. The imposing figure at the entrance glared intensely as he strode directly toward Zhang Yu. Standing at an impressive height of approximately 185 centimeters, this man possessed a burly physique that dwarfed Zhang Yu. Nevertheless, in a physical confrontation, Zhang Yu remained unperturbed. He understood that such matters could not be resolved through mere brawling. However, he was acutely aware that attempting to reason with this brute would likely prove futile, leaving him to ponder his next course of action. As the colossal man approached, he raised his hand and swung a slap toward Zhang Yu, shouting, "You little rascal, I'll make sure you regret this." Zhang Yu, agile and quick-witted, deftly sidestepped the incoming blow. He then replied, "I understand you two are trying to set me up. We have no grievances between us. Why are you doing this? How dare you? You have the audacity to offend my wife. Just wait until I deal with you. Darling, call the police right now." The man bellowed, as he charged at Zhang Yu once more. Realizing that further inaction would undoubtedly lead to his disadvantage, Zhang Yu had no choice but to retaliate. As the brute launched a punch, Zhang Yu nimbly evaded and seized the man's arm, twisting it with a sudden motion that elicited a cry of pain from the giant. To Zhang Yu's surprise, this seemingly formidable opponent was surprisingly fragile. With just a single maneuver, he was brought to his knees. With no desire to prolong the altercation, Zhang Yu swiftly delivered a kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground before making his escape. As Zhang Yu turned to leave, the man shouted after him, "You may flee, but remember, while you can escape the monk, you cannot evade the temple." His words served as a reminder to Zhang Yu that if he were to flee now, it would be difficult to explain himself later. Should someone call the police, the officers would undoubtedly seek out the intermediary to apprehend him, leaving him in a precarious situation. Observing that Zhang Yu remained steadfast, the man rose from the ground and lunged at Zhang Yu, delivering a punch aimed at his lower back. Zhang Yu, hearing the commotion, swiftly turned to the side, evading the blow, and retaliated with a kick to the man's shin. With a loud thud, the man collapsed onto the floor. "Call the police. Quickly," the man shouted, realizing he was no match for Zhang Yu. Initially, the woman in the room had no intention of involving the police. She intended for the brute to subdue Zhang Yu first, then intimidate him into compliance, believing that if Zhang Yu remained defiant, they could call for the police at a later time. However, when it became clear that the brute was unable to overpower Zhang Yu, she reluctantly picked up the phone to report the incident. "Hello, is this the police station? Someone is assaulting me, and my boyfriend. Please hurry. My address is..." Upon hearing that the woman was genuinely calling the police, Zhang Yu found himself at a loss. He knew he could not leave without clarifying the situation. However, would he still be able to explain himself once the police arrived? While he hesitated, the man on the ground managed to rise again, though he dared not engage Zhang Yu further. Instead, he pointed at Zhang Yu and shouted, "You better wait, kid. When the police arrive, we shall see if you live or die. You know what happened, and when the police come, they will determine who is taken away. I will be vindicated." Zhang Yu, undeterred, felt a sense of uncertainty within. Who could tell if the constables would truly discern the minutiae? You still claim innocence. Just wait to be imprisoned after a thorough cleansing. The man bellowed once more. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, as if someone were approaching. In the blink of an eye, a corpulent woman appeared at the doorway. This hefty woman stood nearly 1.70 meters tall, her girth surpassing that of the man before Zhang Yu by several degrees. Judging by her appearance, she must weigh not less than 200 pounds, and perhaps even close to 300. As she stepped forward, she scolded, "What are you shouting about? Why the commotion at home?" Upon seeing this woman, the man's countenance turned ashen, and he stammered, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Didn't you say you'd be back in a couple of days? Why are you here today? Is it not permissible for me to return early?" The woman shot him a glare, then turned her attention to Zhang Yu, inquiring, "And who might you be?" Zhang Yu promptly replied, "Greetings, madam. I'm a real estate agent." The woman inside claimed to be his wife and came to our agency to sell the house. Hence, I accompanied her to view the property. He intended to inform the corpulent woman about the deception he had fallen victim to, hoping she might lend her support. As for the identities involved, he remained rather unclear. What? However, before Zhang Yu could elaborate further, the hefty woman let out a thunderous shout, striding forth with determination. She seized the man's collar and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his face. Smack! The resounding slap startled the man, causing him to stagger. Had the woman not gripped his collar, he might have fallen completely. I wondered why he complained about my early return. During my absence, had he dared to rebel? How audacious to sell the house that was part of my dowry behind my back. The stout woman bellowed, her voice so loud that it pained Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, his ears. "My dear, the man stammered at a loss for words. "What do you mean by my dear?" The stout woman retorted, delivering another slap. With that blow, she inadvertently released her grip, and the man lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Ignoring him, the stout woman marched towards the bedroom, exclaiming, "I shall see which little vixen dares to seduce my husband and sell my house." Witnessing the unfolding drama, Zhang Yu found himself utterly bewildered. The young woman in the room, who had initially appeared disheveled, was anticipating the arrival of the constables to defend her. This disheveled appearance only served to enhance her allure. The stout woman, upon seeing her, was seething with rage, shouting, "Wretched harlot! Little vixen, you dare to entice my husband in my own home." As she spoke, she charged towards the young woman, her imposing figure dwarfing her, resembling a great mountain against a mere hillock. The young woman was taken aback, urgently exclaiming, "Sister, no. Please listen to me." Before she could finish her sentence, the stout woman had already struck her. Slap, slap, slap. The blows fell relentlessly, as if they were without cost. The young woman cried out in pain, incessantly pleading for mercy. "Please stop. It and Amp, Oppos has a misunderstanding. No." "Oh, sister, misunderstanding your grandmother." The stout woman retorted fiercely. "I will teach you a lesson, you little vixen. How dare you entice my husband and sell my home?" The stout woman showed no inclination to let the young woman explain herself. Besides striking her, she clawed at her, creating a scene that was truly unbearable. Hearing the young woman's anguished cries, the man hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed into the bedroom, shouting, "Wife, please stop." His words only served to inflame the stout woman's ire further. Pointing toward the corner, she cursed, "You dare plead for this little vixen? Come here and kneel. We will settle our matters later." Chapter 21. To spare one where one can know, I have nothing to do with her. Let me explain. The man hurriedly tried to clarify. "What nonsense!" The stout woman shouted angrily. "You've even brought the real estate agents to sell the house. You have truly crossed the line. If I hadn't Oppos, he suddenly had matters to attend to and returned early, the house would have been lost." Aye. The man found himself at a loss for words. "You will immediately be silent and kneel." The stout woman bellowed once more. The man, filled with dread towards the stout woman, likely a result of his upbringing, had the urge to plead for the woman but lacked the courage to do so. He could only stand there, bewildered. The young woman had been beaten to a pulp, her face marred with several wounds. Seizing the moment while the stout woman was occupied with the man, she attempted to escape. Unfortunately, the stout woman swiftly blocked her path, effortlessly lifting the young woman onto the bed, akin to an eagle snatching a chick. Indeed, the stout woman and Oppo's arms were thicker than the young woman and Oppo's waist. "Little vixen, you think you can flee? Just watch as I break your legs," the stout woman taunted, raising her fist, which resembled a large bowl, and aimed it at the young woman's knee. Crack! Ah! The young woman let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhang Yu, hearing the commotion from outside and witnessing the stout woman and Oppo's violent behavior, felt a surge of compassion. He swiftly dashed inside. At that moment, the stout woman lifted her oversized fist once again, preparing to strike the young woman's leg. Zhang Yu extended his arm, deflecting the punch aimed at him by the portly woman, and swiftly pulled the young woman down from the bed. Although she landed heavily on the floor, her eyes were filled with gratitude towards Zhang Yu. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs?" The stout woman glared at him, her voice resounding with indignation. "Madam, if you continue this, it may lead to dire consequences. It is wise to show mercy when one can," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Though the woman was engulfed in fury, his words, combined with the sight of the battered young woman, struck a chord within her. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of several individuals. One of them bellowed, "Who called the police? Where's the scoundrel?" It was indeed the officers who burst into the bedroom, momentarily at a loss as to whom they should apprehend. However, it was evident that the young woman was the victim in this scenario. Two officers approached her, inquiring, "What exactly transpired? Who's a rogue here?" With a bitter smile, she turned her head aside and confessed, "I reported a false incident. No one has committed any wrongdoing." Having just been rescued by Zhang Yu, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. The prospect of implicating him was unfathomable to her. Furthermore, even if she were to testify against him, the situation was flimsy at best, considering that the husband of the young woman had returned. Who was she to intrude upon their lives? Before the stout woman returned, one could argue it was a friend's request for assistance. However, upon her arrival, Zhang Yu's actions could easily be misconstrued. Yet how can one articulate the situation now? The constable inquired, "Who has done this to you?" The young woman glanced at the portly lady, but replied, "No one has harmed me. I have inflicted this upon myself." She dared not accuse the corpulent woman, for doing so would inevitably lead to inquiries regarding the circumstances. It was essential to recognize that the overweight woman had considered her an interloper, and her presence in the household had been a ruse, colluding with a man to ensnare Zhang Yu. Should the entirety of the situation be revealed, the beating she received might have been in vain, and she could potentially be implicated in accusations of extortion and blackmail, leading to her own arrest. "Are you out of your mind?" The constable retorted with irritation. "Take me away. I am willing to bear the consequences for filing a false report," the young woman murmured, her gaze cast downward. The constable perceived the truth. It was highly likely that the young woman had been assaulted by the larger woman, and the motive behind the attack was her entanglement as a mistress being discovered by the legitimate wife. Such matters are rarely spoken of, leading only to a hasty retreat from the tumult. The young woman, indeed, felt compelled to leave this place of discord, hoping earnestly that the constable would expedite her departure. The constable, understanding her plight, assisted her in leaving. Zhang Yu recognized that he was no longer entangled in this affair and felt a sense of gratitude towards the portly woman. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a predicament of his own making. He nodded at the corpulent lady, wishing to express his thanks, yet hesitated for fear of raising her suspicions. Nevertheless, this incident remained etched in his memory, and should the larger woman encounter troubles in the future, Zhang Yu would not hesitate to extend his assistance. Then, he cast a desperate glance at the man before taking his leave. The stout woman certainly had no intention of inviting him to stay for dinner, and as soon as Zhang Yu departed, she slammed the door shut with great force. Descending the stairs, Zhang Yu could faintly hear the sounds of a struggle and the man's anguished cries. In the evening, at the Shichun Road police station, Ho Xingcai emerged with a young woman. Her face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only her eyes visible. In that moment, Her gaze lacked any trace of seduction, filled instead with bitterness. Once in Ho Xingcai's vehicle, the young woman turned and glared at him, exclaiming in anger, "Are you my brother? You scoundrel! You vie huini mi sobi, sobi." She then burst into tears. "Dear sister, this was all Lin Hai's idea. I thought to deal with that young man, to have him locked up for a while. Who would have thought?" Ho Xingcai said, clearly embarrassed. The young woman's name was Ho Jingjing, and she was Ho Xingcai's cousin, having divorced due to infidelity. She had agreed to help her brother frame Zhang Yu in exchange for a sum of money. The reason for involving his sister was primarily Lin Hai's suggestion to seek someone reliable. Ho Jingjing, seeing the monetary incentive, had consented. However, to set up such a trap, a house was necessary. Lacking her own residence and living with her parents, she could not possibly orchestrate such a scheme at their home. Ultimately, she sought the assistance of her lover to facilitate the plan. The primary reason lies in the fact that the husband's wife has recently ventured out, presenting herself under the guise of assisting her husband at work. This arrangement conveniently paves the way for her future legal pursuit against Zhang Yu. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The husband's wife returned. "I am now utterly disfigured. What am I to do?" cried Ho Jingjing once more. "Do not fret. If anything truly arises, I shall fund your cosmetic surgery. Here, take this sum of 100,000 yuan for your immediate needs." Ho Xingcai, well aware of his sister's fondness for money, hastily produced a stack of 1,000 yuan bills and handed them to Ho Jingjing. Influenced by the allure of wealth, Ho Jingjing managed to stifle her sobs. Ho Xingcai's heart brimmed with discontent. He had set a trap for Zhang Yu, only for his sister to end up in a dire situation, recently detained at the police station, having already spent 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, he now bore the financial burden of soothing his sister's wounds. What a stroke of misfortune. As he drove Ho Jingjing home, she expressed her reluctance to return, preferring to find a place to recuperate until her appearance improved. Nevertheless, Ho Jingjing now felt an intense curiosity toward Zhang Yu, pondering how he discerned her impending misfortune. Simultaneously, she harbored gratitude toward Zhang Yu. Had he not intervened, she might have suffered a blow that could have left her leg crippled. Chapter 22. The fish has died in Yang Ying's home. Zhang Yu had prepared dinner, and the two sat down to eat together. After sharing the day's disheartening experience of house hunting, Zhang Yu had already recounted the ordeal to Yang Ying. Upon hearing it, she immediately deduced that it must have been the machinations of Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai. The reasoning was straightforward. Zhang Yu had only just arrived in the Zhuhai administrative district, unfamiliar with the surroundings, and thus had no reason to harbor enmity with anyone. Furthermore, Zhang Yu's modest means were evident from his attire, making it clear that no one would go to such lengths to ensnare him. Therefore, it could only be Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai behind this scheme. Yang Ying was infuriated and contemplated confronting them, but Zhang Yu restrained her. He reasoned that without concrete evidence, any confrontation would be futile, only serving to exacerbate her frustration. He maintained a carefree demeanor, treating the incident with a certain nonchalance. Yet Yang Ying's heart was heavy with unspoken concerns. Since his arrival, Zhang Yu had consistently supported her, and it was disheartening to see that such treachery had been directed at him as a result. With her heart laden with worries, Yang Ying lost her appetite, taking only a few bites before setting down her chopsticks and retreating to her room to lie down. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu washed the dishes and settled onto the sofa to watch television. His routine was quite regular, and by 9:00 Oppo's clock, it was time to turn off the television and retire for the night. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly, and Zhang Yu turned to see Yang Ying emerging from within. "Little aunt, you're not asleep yet?" Zhang Yu inquired. Yang Ying cast a glance at Zhang Yu, noticing that he had laid out a mat on the tiles. She bit her lip and said, You shouldn't sleep out there. Come inside to rest." As she spoke, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. With her delicate oval face and youthful appearance, she was undeniably beautiful. Though she had been married before, her makeup gave her a more mature aura, reminiscent of a young matron. This very quality, however, accentuated her charm. Whenever her face turned crimson, it exuded a captivating blend of tenderness and shyness, brimming with allure. "I suppose it wouldn't and Oppos. To be quite right for me to go in," Zhang Yu replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. Yang Ying shot him a glance and replied earnestly, "It's not as if I'm asking you to share the bed. You would simply be sleeping on the floor. Surely that is preferable to the cold tiles. Given our current circumstances, we shall upgrade to a larger space once we earn more. Please come inside." With that, she hurriedly turned and entered the bedroom. While she spoke with conviction, once inside, her heart raced as if it were a startled deer. Ever since dinner, lying in bed, she had contemplated this matter. Zhang Yu had endured so much for her sake. She could not possibly add to his burdens. She devised several rationales to justify her feelings. And only at this moment did she muster the courage to invite Zhang Yu in. She pressed her hand against her heart, which trembled in rhythm with its rapid beating. The earlier situation of a man and woman sharing the same roof had now escalated to both being in a single room. Zhang Yu, recognizing Yang Ying's earnest demeanor, couldn't he help but agree. Sleeping on the tiles was indeed unbearable. Moreover, he found himself sleeping on the floor rather than a bed, reminiscent of his childhood when he had shared the warmth of a Kong with someone. Thus, he rolled up his bedding and carried his pillow into the bedroom. Upon hearing his footsteps, Yang Ying reacted like a startled rabbit, darting onto the bed and pulling a blanket over herself. This modest one-bedroom apartment had a rather small bedroom, and with Yang Ying's double bed occupying most of the space, there was hardly any room left on the floor. When Zhang Yu laid out his bedding, it was as if he was sleeping right beside the bed. His heart was at ease. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into slumber. However, Yang Ying found it difficult to sleep, feeling somewhat uneasy with a man beside her. The summer night was stifling. Zhang Yu, clad only in shorts and bare-chested, felt no discomfort from the heat. In contrast, Yang Ying wore autumn pajamas, which only intensified her discomfort. Normally, when sleeping alone, she could wear whatever she pleased, or even nothing at all, without a second thought. But now, given the cramped space, she felt compelled to dress more conservatively to avoid being seen by Zhang Yu. The night felt unusually warm to her. Sweat beaded on her forehead and trickled down her body, and even after tossing aside the blanket, the heat persisted. She began to regret her decision, silently lamenting that had she known it would be this hot, she would have refrained from inviting him in. Yet, curiously enough, she and T felt this warmth before he arrived. The day was already sweltering, and with Zhang Yu sleeping on the floor, her nerves undoubtedly contributed to the oppressive heat. Zhang Yu is a young man, radiating warmth, and the confined space of a room only amplifies the heat with an additional presence. Yang Ying, feeling the oppressive heat, finds herself restless and unable to shed her clothing. She tosses and turns in bed until the early hours of the morning, eventually succumbing to sleep. However, her slumber is fleeting as she is roused by Zhang Yu's voice, calling, "Auntie, it's time for breakfast." Rubbing her eyes, Yang Ying is reluctant to rise, yet grits her teeth and prepares for the day ahead. After a hurried breakfast, they set out for the agency. Upon arriving at the agency, Zhang Yu, ever industrious, seizes a broom to commence sweeping the floor. Yang Ying, meanwhile, takes her seat at her designated spot, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the fish tank. Her keen eye quickly identifies two fish floating motionless at the surface. "Zhang Yu, do you think those fish are dead?" she inquires. In the past, she might not have cared for the fate of the fish, but now, given the stakes concerning the agency's future, it is imperative to care for them properly. With that thought, she approaches the tank. Zhang Yu glances at the fish and confirms, "Indeed, they are deceased. What shall we do?" Yang Ying asks anxiously. "Simply remove the dead fish and purchase a few more to replace them," Zhang Yu replies. "Is it really that straightforward?" Yang Ying looks at him incredulously. "Yes. What else could be done?" He responds. "Very well, let us go and buy some fish," Yang Ying declares. "If we both go, who will watch the shop?" Su Hong has yet to arrive, Zhang Yu points out. Indeed, at this hour, Su Hong usually would have arrived by now, Yang Ying remarks with curiosity. At that moment, Yang Ying's phone began to ring. She took out her mobile device and, upon seeing the caller ID, realized that it was indeed Su Hong calling. As if summoned by fate, Yang Ying placed the phone to her ear and learned that Su Hong needed to take a leave of absence today. Her father had injured his leg and required a visit to the hospital, making it impossible for her to come to work. Yang Ying granted her leave and turned to inform Zhang Yu that Su Hong would not be coming, and that she would go to purchase fish instead, while he remained at home to manage the shop. Zhang Yu expressed his concerns, stating that she was not knowledgeable about fish, while he possessed at least some understanding. He insisted that she inform him of the fish market's location so that he could go himself. This was a valid point, and Yang Ying nodded in agreement. Since the fish market would not open so early, she advised him to go at 10 o'clock, as it was not far. At that moment, a car approached and parked in front of the Anmei agency. The occupant of the vehicle was none other than Ho Xingcai. Upon seeing the name Jiabwei Agency, he immediately thought of Zhang Yu, and irritation coursed through him as he muttered to himself, "You little rascal, we shall see about this." He exited the vehicle and entered the agency, where he found Lin Hai already present. Ho Xingcai glanced at Lin Hai and called out, "Brother, come to my office for a moment." Chapter 23. Underhanded tactics, brother. Your suggestion is rather futile. That scoundrel has suffered no consequences at all, while my sister bears the scars, exclaimed Ho Xingcai as he summoned Lin Hai into his office. Once they were seated, Ho expressed his grievances, stretching the final syllable of his words to convey his annoyance. Lin Hai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a hollow laugh and replied, "President Ho, I did not anticipate that fellow would be so fortunate. However, while he may evade the initial onslaught, he cannot escape the inevitable retribution. Allow me some time to devise a more effective plan to deal with him." "Do hurry up," Ho Xingcai urged. "I absolutely cannot allow this wretch to thrive." Lin Hai pondered for a moment, contemplating a potential strategy. After a while, he spoke up, "President Ho, I have conceived another approach." "What is it?" Ho Xingcai inquired eagerly. Yang Ying should have gathered her rent by now, yet her apartment was initially secured through her deceased husband, who had some influence, resulting in a relatively low rental agreement. "I propose we discreetly approach her landlord and suggest renting the property at market value. The landlord would undoubtedly acquiesce. Yang Ying lacks sufficient funds. This maneuver would catch her completely off guard. When she cannot pay her rent, she will have no choice but to vacate," Lin Hai suggested with a grin. "While the plan is sound, acquiring an additional storefront may prove to be an excessive loss," Ho Xingcai remarked. "President Ho, competition breeds motivation," Lin Hai countered. "We have gathered all the sales representatives under Yang Ying's command, and, combined with those from your original store, we are already feeling a bit cramped. With so many individuals crowded into one establishment, it is inevitable that there will be some minor conflicts. While open competition among the salespeople is a positive sign, covert struggles would be far less desirable. If we were to separate into two stores, it would indeed enhance our competitiveness. Once we establish a strong presence in this area, we could easily relinquish one location and relocate elsewhere, thereby facilitating expansion and strengthening our position," Lin Hai stated earnestly. Ho Xingcai nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Hai's words. His motivation for supporting Lin Hai was twofold. Firstly, to undermine Yang Ying, and secondly, because Lin Hai possessed the requisite capability to bolster his agency's growth. Forcing Yang Ying out and absorbing her agency, with plans to eventually open additional branches elsewhere, was certainly a prudent strategy. "All right, let us proceed according to your plan," Ho Xingcai affirmed. "President Ho, during this period, we must employ some tactics," Lin Hai added. "What kind of tactics?" Ho Xingcai inquired. "Consider this. Even if the landlord is willing to raise the agency fee, there remains over a week until rent is due. During this time, there is no guarantee that Yang Ying will secure a single transaction. If by chance she does manage to close a couple of deals, the increased rent might well be covered. Therefore, I believe we must implement certain measures to ensure she receives no business in the coming days," Lin Hai asserted. "How is that even possible? We cannot control the clients and oppos decisions," Ho Xingcai countered, shaking his head. "While we cannot dictate where clients choose to go, we can certainly devise ways to steer them away from our agency." Lin Hai spoke with confidence, indicating that he seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Ho Xingcai responded, "The method is quite simple. Before Yang Ying pays her rent, we shall launch a generous promotion. We will announce at the entrance that our agency is reducing the commission from 2 to 1. 2. Although the savings may not be substantial, who wouldn't he prefer to save a little on the same property? After all, Yang Ying has only a few days left. We might as well consider these days as a free trial. Linhai Juka. All right, just as you said, there are only a few days until her rent is due. I can afford to absorb the loss for such a short time. Let us have someone put up the advertisement at the entrance immediately, lowering the commission. Ho Xingsai promptly agreed. Zhang Yu, following the route suggested by Yang Ying, soon arrived at the fish market. The entire street was lined with fish vendors, alongside various aquariums and fish-keeping equipment. The sellers were distinctly categorized. It didn't take long for Zhang Yu to notice that the left side offered tropical fish, while the right side was dedicated to cold-water fish. Goldfish, a common cold-water species, could be found at nearly every stall on the right side of the street. Zhang Yu paused in front of a stall, observing the goldfish in the aquarium. Selecting auspicious fish entails certain considerations, particularly regarding color, with 3 hues being most favorable: red, gold, and silver. Young man, are you selecting fish? What variety do you prefer? I have them at reasonable prices, and we have a wide selection. Look here. We have tiger head, water bubble, longjing, lionhead, goldfin, butterfly tail. The stall owner, noticing Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppo's interest, immediately greeted him and began to introduce the fish available at his stand. Zhang Yu possessed a straightforward nature, and when he found himself drawn to a pair of items, one gilded and the other in a vibrant red, he inquired candidly about their prices. Just as the vendor was about to respond, a sudden exclamation from a nearby young girl pierced the air. Grandpa? Grandpa, what is happening? Zhang Yu, ever the compassionate soul, immediately dashed towards the source of the commotion. The girl, as cries emanated from a fish stall up ahead, where an elderly man, seemingly in his 70s, lay sprawled on the ground. His lips were tinged with a disturbing shade of purple, and his breathing appeared labored, indicative of a semi-unconscious state. The girl, clad in a water-blue dress, appeared to be in her early 20s, with a round face and delicate features. Though she was of modest stature, her figure was not particularly noteworthy. Zhang Yu, however, was oblivious to such details, fixated instead on the sheer panic etched across her visage. A crowd of 6 or 7 people quickly gathered around them, and one voice rose above the others, declaring, "It's a sudden heart attack. We must call for an ambulance." Another suggested, "The hospital is not far. We should just carry him there ourselves." Yet a middle-aged woman interjected vehemently, "No, we mustn't end Oppos. Touch him. What if something goes wrong?" Amidst the flurry of frantic voices, the bewildered girl was rendered even more disoriented, unsure of how to proceed. Observing the elderly man's condition, Zhang Yu surmised that he might not last 5 more minutes. He recalled a similar incident in his village, where old Chun had perished from a sudden heart attack, unable to wait for the ambulance to arrive. Despite his good intentions, Zhang Yu, lacking sufficient life experience, grappled with the notion of intervening, wary of the potential consequences of entangling himself in the situation. Zhang Yu, ever enthusiastic, was about to rush forward when, unexpectedly, someone suddenly shoved him aside. He stumbled slightly, only to witness a woman darting past him. As she ran, she shouted, make way, I'm a doctor." Her movements were remarkably swift. Once she reached the elderly man, she deftly unfastened the buttons of his shirt. The precision of her actions indeed suggested that she was a medical professional. The old man was experiencing a sudden heart attack and struggling to breathe. It was imperative to loosen his clothing to ensure unobstructed airflow. Subsequently, she pressed one hand against his forehead while rhythmically tapping the area over his heart with the other, employing techniques that were standard in responding to acute cardiac emergencies. Chapter 24. The Unheard Meridian. The young female doctor appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans, and donned a pair of white sneakers. Her long, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, framing a heart-shaped face that exuded a captivating, delicate charm. Her large, crystal-clear eyes were intently focused on the elderly man, so much so that she failed to notice the collar of her t-shirt slightly protruding forward, revealing a glimpse of her light green bra. The depth of her cleavage was modest, neither too deep nor too shallow. Her techniques were effective for common cases of sudden cardiac arrest. However, Zhang Yu recognized that the elderly man was in grave condition this time. Relying solely on the female doctor and amp, Apos, S methods might not suffice to save him. Consequently, Zhang Yu hurriedly approached, crouched down, and removed the shoe from the old man's left foot, promptly using his fingers to manipulate the area beneath the foot that corresponded to the heart. Seeing Zhang Yu's sudden intervention, the female doctor furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Don't make things worse." In a moment of urgency, Zhang Yu replied, "You might not be able to handle alone. I'm here to help you save him." His impulsive words only served to irritate the doctor further. As she continued her work, she questioned, "What do you do for a living?" "Just buying fish," Zhang Yu answered nonchalantly. "I asked what your profession is. Are you a doctor? You're only causing trouble here. What if something goes wrong?" The female doctor retorted sharply. "Indeed, you don't understand. Please don't complicate things," echoed the crowd that had gathered nearby, urging him to step aside. The young girl beside the elderly man, his granddaughter, was visibly distressed. Observing the collective sentiment of the crowd, she grew anxious, fearing that Zhang Yu might inadvertently cause harm to her grandfather. In a rush, she approached and grasped Zhang Yu and Apos' arm, pleading with a note of indignation, "Please, do not interfere. Let her handle it alone." A sound escaped the old man's lips, yet his eyes remained shut. This utterance immediately captured the girl's attention, causing her grip on Zhang Yu to loosen slightly. Zhang Yu, sensing a glimmer of hope, remarked, "All right, there's a chance for salvation." He then extended his arms forward, placing his left thumb upon the old man's chest while grasping his left arm with his right, kneading at several key points. His actions inevitably disrupted the physician's efforts. Unable to contend with Zhang Yu, the female doctor was compelled to withdraw, exclaiming, "I warn you, refrain from unnecessary pressing. Should anything go awry, you will be held accountable." Nevertheless, Zhang Yu showed no intention of halting his ministrations. The doctor soon found herself captivated by his dexterous movements. Zhang Yu's technique was remarkably adept, reminiscent of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, despite the fact that the doctor specialized in Western medicine and possessed a modicum of knowledge about traditional practices. Among the various acupoints on the right arm that are known to mitigate heart ailments were the Neiguan, Shinmin, Tianquan, and Sushi. Zhang Yu commenced with the Shinmin acupoint located on the inner wrist, which posed no challenge. However, he subsequently targeted a point adjacent to the Neiguan acupoint. Particularly notable was Zhang Yu's left hand, which consistently pressed between the Tanzhong and Yu Tang acupoints on the old man's chest. This raised intriguing questions regarding his methodology. The female doctor urgently exclaimed, "Are you pressing the wrong spot? That is not the Neiguan point." Zhang Yu replied without hesitation, "I am aware that this is the heart meridian. Massaging this area can invigorate the heart." "The heart meridian?" The female doctor pondered, perplexed, as she had never heard of a heart channel existing on the arm. The elderly man lying on the ground emitted another sound. It was evident that he was in considerable discomfort, as if something was choking him. Zhang Yu and Apos' right hand moved once more, grasping the cubital fossa. The female doctor thought this was somewhat plausible, but soon realized that Zhang Yu was still a fraction away from the actual point. "Do you genuinely understand? Or are you merely pretending? That is not the cubital fossa." The female doctor furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "This is the heart protector point, which can alleviate the pressure on the heart." Zhang Yu stated decisively. After just a few presses, a miracle occurred. The elderly man suddenly exhaled deeply. Following this, he began to speak in a halting manner. "Oh, I was in such agony just now, but now, I finally feel a bit better." "Grandpa, you're awake." Upon hearing her grandfather speak, the young girl rushed to his side, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, "You scared me to death." "It's all right, it's all right." The elderly man's voice gradually grew stronger. Observing that he was out of danger, Zhang Yu released his grip. The female doctor's gaze remained fixed on the area Zhang Yu had just massaged, her heart filled with profound confusion. Although there are indeed some insights regarding the heart meridian, they do not pertain to this particular context. Moreover, the concept of a guardian heart, as mentioned by Zhang Yu, is utterly unheard of. As for Zhang Yu and Apos' left hand resting on his chest, what purpose does it serve? In the event of a sudden cardiac ailment, pressing on the chest, as he suggested, would only hasten one's demise. Curiosity piqued, She glanced at Zhang Yu and noticed that his attire resembled that of a rural laborer. The notion that he understood traditional Chinese medicine seemed utterly implausible. The female doctor gradually concluded that Zhang Yu must be a well-meaning, simple-hearted individual from the countryside, likely having learned a few folk remedies, albeit without substantial knowledge. The recovery of the elderly man was largely due to her earlier adept treatment and his own resilient constitution, rather than any contribution from Zhang Yu. Having reached this conclusion, the female doctor spoke with earnestness. I appreciate your intentions, but in future situations like this, it is advisable not to intervene recklessly. It was quite perilous. Had I not managed the situation properly beforehand, your misguided assistance could have proved fatal. Zhang Yu, taken aback, internally questioned, what did I do wrong? Observing his deliberately innocent expression, the female doctor huffed in frustration, rose from her seat, and declared, now that the patient is stable, I shall take my leave. With that, she strode away. Zhang Yu, bewildered, thought that the woman appeared to be quite gentle, yet her temperament seemed unexpectedly fierce. Thank you, thank you. The young girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the departing doctor. Zhang Yu gently assisted the elderly man to sit up, saying, Old sir, let me help you sit for a while. It is not ideal for you to remain lying down. Thank you, young man. I am truly grateful for your assistance earlier. Although she spoke of you in that manner, I could distinctly feel the comfort of your touch on my arm. The old man replied. Although his eyes remained closed initially, he became aware of his surroundings upon uttering his first words, faintly hearing the conversations around him, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. Zhang Yu's massage alleviated the pressure on his heart, acting like a restorative tonic, gradually reviving him. Thus, to the female doctor's eyes, Zhang Yu appeared to be merely fussing about. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could truly appreciate the benefits. Let her say what she will. As long as you awaken, that is what matters. Please rest well. I must take my leave now, as I still need to purchase some fish, she remarked. Zhang Yu chuckled, straightened his posture, and prepared to depart. Upon hearing that Zhang Yu intended to buy fish, the old man immediately interjected, Wait. Chapter 25. A gift, old man. Is there something you need? Zhang Yu inquired with concern. Aren't you looking to buy some fish? I happen to be a fish seller. What kind of fish do you wish to purchase? Just let me know, the elderly gentleman replied cheerfully. At this moment, the old man appeared to be in robust health, suggesting that he was quite well in his daily life. I would like to buy 5 goldfish, Zhang Yu stated candidly. No need to buy. I shall gift you 5, the old man said with a smile. Really? Zhang Yu, being straightforward, showed no sign of hesitation. What is there to doubt? It is but 5 goldfish. Can they possibly be worth more than my life? You see, this entire fish stall belongs to me. Simply choose whichever you fancy, the old man chuckled warmly. Since you insist, I shall choose, Zhang Yu grinned. That's the spirit. I appreciate a forthright person. Help me up. The ground is rather cold. A brief rest will suffice, the old man remarked, glancing at his granddaughter. The young lady, unable to lift him, received assistance from Zhang Yu, who helped the elder to a nearby chair. The old man nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, If you were being insincere, I would not think highly of you. It is nearly mealtime. Do not rush off. Stay and share a meal, whether you can drink or not. Let us enjoy a couple of cups together. I can certainly manage a drink, Zhang Yu responded with a smile. Qian, let us add some dishes for lunch. Remember to fry some peanuts and bring out my cherished fine wine, the old man joyfully instructed. You're drinking again? The young lady frowned. Without delay. That is medicinal wine, beneficial for the body, the elder remarked. What benefits does it provide? The young woman inquired, wrinkling her nose as she reluctantly made her way towards the rear store. Zhang Yu lingered outside the fish stall, engaging in light banter with the elder, having often conversed with old Wang in the past. Thus, he found no difficulty in communicating with the elderly. The old man and the young girl shared a delightful rapport. Those standing nearby, observing that there was nothing more to discuss, gradually dispersed. The elder asked Zhang Yu the purpose behind purchasing goldfish, whether it was merely for enjoyment, a novice's practice, or a seasoned effort to acquire something of better quality. Zhang Yu candidly explained that it was for feng shui purposes. The elder, having a smattering of knowledge on the subject, found their conversation to be engaging. As he listened to Zhang Yu's insights on feng shui, he nodded appreciatively, believing Zhang Yu's thoughts to be well-founded and insightful. Unlike most young individuals, he possessed a remarkable depth of knowledge and, most importantly, was willing to engage in conversation with an old man like himself. At 11:30, the young woman beckoned the two to dine. The store was quite spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, providing ample room not only for fish but also for resting. They set up a table near the entrance, facilitating both dining and commerce. The elder sipped his medicinal wine, sharing a cup with Zhang Yu. Upon seeing her grandfather drinking, the young woman frowned, especially when she noticed the amount he had poured. Chiding him gently, the elder only laughed heartily, declaring that today was a joyous occasion. Having survived a calamity, he felt compelled to indulge. He clinked glasses with Zhang Yu, and they both took a sip. As the liquor warmed his insides, Zhang Yu asked, "Elder, what ailment does this medicinal wine remedy?" As I sipped the drink, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "What do you mean by that?" The elderly gentleman inquired with curiosity. "I can discern that this liquor contains Salvia miltiariza, known for its heart-protective properties. However, it also includes a few herbs like Sapochnikovia divaricata and Angelica pubescens, which are typically used for rheumatism," Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. "Impressive, young man. You can even identify that?" The old man exclaimed in astonishment. "My master taught me about these matters. I and Oppos. V. sampled many common medicinal herbs used in tinctures. The medicinal wine my grandfather consumed was prepared by me. Your concoction, however, is flawed. Ailments require targeted treatments, not haphazard combinations. Salvia miltiariza and Angelica pubescens can counteract each other, diminishing the efficacy of the remedy. If you heed my advice, you should prepare them separately. I can provide you with 2 prescriptions, one for rheumatism and another for heart disease. Alternating between these 2 medicinal wines will surely yield better results than your current blend," Zhang Yu asserted confidently. "After all this time, I had no improvement. It turns out the preparation method was incorrect. Today, I have encountered someone knowledgeable. I must say, my luck seems to be quite favorable. I've met a benefactor," the old man chuckled. "Whether I am indeed your benefactor is uncertain, but judging by your features, you are a person of fortune. Living to 100 should pose no challenge for you," Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "A few years ago, I had my fortune told, and they mentioned something similar. Young man, I'm definitely going to befriend you. By the way, what is your name?" Zhang Yu shared his name, and the old man introduced himself as Nie Zhongyan, revealing that the young lady accompanying him was his granddaughter, Nie Qian. "My late spouse passed away 2 years ago, leaving me with a son. Although both he and his wife work in Jinhai City, the vastness of the city and the considerable distance between its districts mean they seldom return home. My granddaughter remains here for her studies, and our family is not wanting for money. My hobby of fish keeping occupies my time, preventing me from idling away the days at home." As the conversation between us deepened, we shared yet another drink. Zhang Yu, with no pressing matters at hand, noticed the old man's rosy complexion. The elder proposed, "I will select 9 fine fish for you. You may as well exchange the ones you previously kept. By the way, how is your fish-keeping equipment and fish tank? Perhaps I could visit your home and lend my assistance." Though Zhang Yu possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding feng shui, he was not well versed in the art of aquaculture. He merely grasped some concepts without practical experience. However, he was greatly pleased by the elder's suggestion. After finishing our meal, we set off to the agency together. Upon arrival, we found Yang Ying seated alone inside, gazing expectantly at the entrance like a stone waiting for her absent husband. 2 unopened bento boxes rested on the table. Upon spotting Zhang Yu and his companion, she curiously inquired, "What took you so long to return? And who is this gentleman?" "This is Elder Nya, a fish vendor and my new acquaintance. He has come to assess our fish-keeping equipment," Zhang Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor. "New acquaintance?" Yang Ying's curiosity was piqued. After all, Zhang Yu had only arrived a day prior. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, she greeted Elder Nya, addressing him respectfully. The elder returned her pleasantries and then noticed the fish tank, leading Zhang Yu over to inspect it. Subsequently, he began to shake his head and pontificate about the state of affairs, remarking, "The fish seem to be doing reasonably well. But how could the water be in such a murky condition?" One cannot maintain fish without regularly changing the water. Moreover, the filtration system is woefully inadequate, and the oxygen pump is utterly ineffective. With only a few fish, it may be manageable, but keeping 9 would certainly lead to oxygen deficiency. And the tank is rather small as well. Upon hearing the old man and Appo's words, Yang Ying immediately sensed something was amiss. This was no ordinary friend of Zhang Yu. He was clearly advocating for Zhang Yu to invest in new fish-keeping equipment. The set she had purchased was not inexpensive, costing over 1,000. At that time, her circumstances allowed for such an expenditure without concern, but presently, her financial situation was constrained. How much would it cost to acquire better equipment? Yang Ying quickly called out, "Shall you come here?" As she spoke, she discreetly winked at Zhang Yu. "What is it?" Zhang Yu approached her side. Yang Ying whispered, "Is your friend trying to trick you into buying something? I Don and Amp, Appo's, T have much money at the moment. We can manage with what we have, so please Don and Appo's, T replace it." Observing Yang Ying winking at Zhang Yu and speaking in hushed tones, the old gentleman, despite his age, was not naive. He swiftly grasped the situation. Thus, without waiting for Zhang Yu to respond, he interjected, "I share a profound friendship with Xiao Yu, and I wish we had met sooner. I will not accept a single penny for the equipment he uses for fish keeping. I shall give it all freely." What? Upon hearing this, Yang Ying was utterly flabbergasted. Could there truly be such generous souls in this day and age? How had Zhang Yu come to know such a person? After years of mingling in Zhenhai, she had never encountered such fortuitous circumstances. Chapter 26. The Code of Conduct. Zhang Yu chuckled and said, "Sister Ying, you need not worry. My elder brother will take care of everything." The old gentleman observed for a while before departing with Zhang Yu, returning together to the fish market. The old man was decisive in his actions, promptly selecting a grand fish tank for Zhang Yu, accompanied by a beautifully crafted stand and an array of fish-keeping equipment. He even prepared 3 large barrels of water that he had cultivated himself. The old gentleman owned a van, and together with Zhang Yu, they loaded the items onto the vehicle, also catching 9 splendid goldfish of a rare breed, surely commanding a handsome price due to their exquisite size. Upon returning to the agency, they arranged the new fish tank, decorated the background, filled it with water, and introduced the fish into their new home. The sight was truly breathtaking, evoking a refreshing sense of vitality. The agency appeared particularly vibrant. Standing before the tank, Yang Ying couldn't help but admire the beauty of it all, noting that the best part was that it had cost them not a single penny. The old gentleman took a moment to appreciate the fruits of his labor, nodding in satisfaction before bidding farewell. Before leaving, he grasped Zhang Yu's hand, earnestly urging him to visit whenever he had the chance. After seeing off the old gentleman, Zhang Yu returned to the shop, where Yang Ying inquired immediately about the events that had transpired. Zhang Yu recounted the encounter with the old man in its entirety. Upon hearing his tale, Yang Ying finally understood. It was a matter of saving a life, which was the true reason behind such generous gifts. However, the old gentleman is indeed a man of integrity. If he had rescued an ordinary individual, perhaps he would have merely received a thank you, or at most, a slight discount from fishmonger. How could he possibly bestow such an abundance of gifts? The original fish tank and equipment in the store were not inexpensive, but in comparison to the items gifted by the old gentleman, they seemed quite shabby. This oversized fish tank, along with its stand, background, and top-tier aquaculture equipment, would likely cost no less than 10,000 yuan. Yang Ying observed Zhang Yu, as if the young man before her was somewhat unrecognizable. Zhang Yu and Appo's character remained unchanged from his childhood, kind and sincere, but equally enigmatic, akin to a riddle. Having resided in Zhenhai for several years, she had, in truth, achieved nothing, instead sacrificing herself for a semblance of vanity. Yet here was Zhang Yu, having just arrived a few days ago, already managing to sell a house, receiving monetary gifts, and now being presented with fish. This was nothing short of astonishing. "What are you staring at?" "I Don and Amp, Appo's, have flowers growing on my face," Zhang Yu queried, puzzled by Yang Ying's unwavering gaze. Realizing her lapse in composure upon hearing his voice, Yang Ying pouted and retorted, "Is it not permissible to look?" Just as they were conversing, the sudden sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them paused in bewilderment and moved toward the door to discern the commotion. Peering through the glass, they discovered that the Anmei real estate agency across the street was setting off firecrackers. The cacophony of explosions drew a considerable crowd of onlookers. Following this, Ho Xing-tsai spoke into the microphone, announcing the celebration of the store's first anniversary with substantial discounts. Starting today, the brokerage fee for Anmei Realty has been reduced from 2 to 1. 2. Inviting friends interested in buying or selling properties to visit. Yang Ying furrowed her brow and remarked that Anmei Realty had not even been established for a year. Upon hearing about the reduction in brokerage fees, she began to comprehend the situation. Last time, I heard you mention that the brokerage fee is 2 of the property price, which is equally divided between the salesperson and the owner. Now that it has been reduced to 1. 2. How will the division be handled? Zhang Yu inquired. Yang Ying seethed with anger, biting her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel Ho would rather forego his own profits than allow us to survive. However, she quickly added, fortunately, we now have enough funds from rental income. If he wishes to engage in a price war, we shall endure alongside him. Let's see how long he can sustain this. It won in Oppos, TB long before his peers come to confront him. Her reasoning was indeed sound. This kind of price war undermines industry standards. Not only are there numerous real estate agencies in the Zhenhai administrative region, but the same can be said for the Jindong execution district. In this age of rapid information exchange, such actions would not only impact Anmei Realty, but could potentially affect the entire Jindong agency landscape. To tamper with industry norms is tantamount to courting disaster. Once Yang Ying grasped this, her worry subsided. After the store acquired 9 goldfish, business did not show any significant change, which was expected. Good feng shui relies on human effort, no matter how favorable the environment. Lying idle at home will not usher in wealth. The brokerage fee at Anmei Real Estate is 1. 2. Leading to a surge of individuals eager to buy and sell properties, leaving Yang Ying's side utterly deserted. In the following days, Yang Ying did not make a single transaction. Fortunately, she had sufficient funds to cover her rent, which alleviated her worries. One day, Zhang Yu found himself exceedingly idle, spending his days in mere contemplation. Thus, he felt compelled to indulge in a cigarette to pass the time. As he retrieved a cigarette, Yang Ying immediately inquired, "When did you learn to smoke?" Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, extinguished the cigarette and replied, "I picked it up at home, but I smoke infrequently. There's really nothing to do, so I thought I'd have one." Observing the cheap 6 yuan pack of cigarettes in his hand, Yang Ying remarked, "Since you smoke so rarely, you ought to avoid these. Allow me to get you something better." She rose and headed outside. Conveniently, there was a supermarket diagonally across the street. Yang Ying purchased a box of Yushi cigarettes for Zhang Yu, and upon her return, she noticed a woman exiting the Anmei real estate office. The woman was tall and elegant, adorned in a sleek black dress and perched on black high heels, which accentuated her already statuesque figure. Even an average man would struggle to match her height. With a delicate oval face, a straight nose, and a cherry-red mouth, she sported a pair of purple-framed sunglasses perched atop her ears. A small handbag, emblazoned with the LV logo, hung from her shoulder. Yang Ying recognized the brand of the dress as well. It was from the prestigious Italian label, Hiudien, renowned for epitomizing the essence of urban women: noble, exquisite, fashionable, and undeniably feminine. With such attire, complemented by her striking curves, she appeared nothing short of flawless. Upon seeing the woman, Yang Ying could not help but feel a pang of envy. Her figure was no less impressive than that of the woman before her, and her looks were equally commendable. Yet, the disparity between them was striking. She had initially decided to marry the older man with the hope of flaunting designer brands similar to those worn by the woman in front of her. However, she quickly shook her head with a smile, silently reminding herself that such thoughts were unnecessary. Her current life was indeed quite satisfactory, especially with Zhang Yu by her side each day. Just as she thought of Zhang Yu, a flush crept across her cheeks, prompting her to chide herself inwardly. What does Zhang Yu have to do with this? Before long, Yang Ying noticed that the woman was crossing the street, seemingly heading towards her real estate agent. A wave of excitement washed over her. This woman must be affluent, undoubtedly a prime client. and she was determined to secure this deal. Yet, just as the woman was about to reach the other side of the street, someone dashed out from the Anmei agency. It was Han Yinyan. As she ran, she called out, "Miss Ya, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to be viewing properties together?" Chapter 27. The eerie villa. Upon hearing Han Yinyan's cry, Miss Ya turned her head and cast a glance at her, responding in a low voice. "Of course, I am going to list my property. Do you think my house can only be sold through your agency?" "I did not mean that," Han Yinyan hurriedly clarified. "However, our commission is lower. The agency across charges too, which is why we..." Before she could finish, Miss Ya, maintaining her stern demeanor, interjected, "Am I someone who is concerned about such a trivial commission? I am eager to sell my house. Whoever can expedite the sale for me. That small fee is inconsequential." Her words rendered Han Yinyan speechless, compelling her to lower her head and follow Miss Ya, too intimidated to utter another word. As Miss Ya entered the Jiabao agency, Yang Ying rushed back to attend to her. Although Zhang Yu and the bespectacled girl were still in the shop, they were ill-equipped to handle such a significant client. They could not afford to lose her. "Hello, welcome. May I ask if you are selling or buying a property?" Yang Ying greeted Miss Xia politely as she stepped into the agency. Han Yinyan shot Yang Ying a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Miss Xia nodded slightly and stated directly, "I have a villa that I wish to sell promptly. It is located in the Longwan Villa District, and the market price should be around 10 million. Due to my urgency, I am willing to settle for 9 million. "Ah, the villa in the Longwan District. That is indeed a prime location and should sell easily." Yang Ying responded immediately. "I have just listed the villa with the agency across the street, and now I would like to list it here as well. Let us proceed to view the property together," Miss Xia declared. "Very well, I shall do so," Yang Ying promptly replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected, "Wait, Xiao Yu, what is it?" Yang Ying inquired, casting a glance toward Zhang Yu. "I have a few words I wish to share with this young lady," Zhang Yu stated. "What do you wish to convey to me?" Miss Xia asked, puzzled by his sudden interest. "Have you been feeling unwell lately, particularly distressed?" Zhang Yu inquired. Upon Miss Xia's entrance, he had observed her closely and immediately discerned a pallor on her face indicative of illness. This unusual complexion suggested something beyond mere common ailments, almost as if she were beset by malevolent energies. Yet, the nature of this affliction eluded his understanding. Taken aback by Zhang Yu's words, Miss Xia responded, "How did you know?" "I possess some knowledge of medicine, along with a smattering of physiognomy and feng shui. I discerned it from your complexion," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "Impressive. Very well then, please examine me," Miss Xia said. Upon hearing this, Han Yinyan quickly interjected, "Miss Xia, this fellow is merely boasting, spouting nonsense and creating illusions. You must not believe him." Miss Xia shot her a sharp glance, retorting coldly, "What concern is it of yours?" Han Yinyan promptly fell silent. The reason for Miss Xia's demeanor was clear. She had indeed been feeling unwell, struggling to rise from bed each morning, plagued by nightmares that vividly conjured images of all manner of phantoms. Despite her reluctance to dwell on such thoughts, she found herself inexplicably drawn to them. She visited the hospital for an examination, and no issues were found. The only explanation offered was that the significant stress she was under might have caused a neurological illusion. She was prescribed some calming medication, yet it proved ineffective. In desperation, she sought the assistance of a fortune teller, who claimed that she was being haunted and advised her to relocate to alleviate the situation. Miss Xia promptly moved, but to no avail. Each morning brought the same troubling experience, and it grew increasingly severe. She had no choice but to consult another fortune teller, who suggested that since she was still the owner of the house, the spirit would follow her, and thus, selling the property was imperative to rid herself of the haunting. Driven by this urgency, Miss Xia was willing to sell her home at a loss of 1 million. "Please, allow me to take your pulse," Zhang Yu said politely. Miss Xia approached Zhang and Apo's desk and seated herself, resting her arm upon it. Her hands were as smooth and delicate as spring onions, evoking an irresistible desire in any man who might behold them. Zhang Yu gently placed his hand over her pulse point, though it was somewhat faint. It confirmed she was not ill, but rather entangled in malevolent energy. One does not inadvertently attract such energy unless frequently in the presence of it. Your symptoms are quite peculiar. It does not appear to be an ordinary ailment, but rather a manifestation of negative energy, Zhang Yu remarked gently. May I ask where you were sleeping when you first experienced discomfort? At the Longwan Villa, Miss Xia replied. Very well. I shall accompany you there now, Zhang Yu stated. Let us embark on our journey, Miss Xia declared as she rose to her feet and made her way outside. Han Yinyan hurried to follow, while Yang Ying also wished to join. However, Zhang Yu could not permit her to go. Who could ascertain if there were dangers lurking ahead or if she might be tainted by malevolent forces? Thus, he swiftly grasped Yang Ying and Appo's arm. Curiously, she turned to him, and Zhang Yu smiled, saying, Auntie, someone must remain at the shop to maintain order. You should stay behind while I venture forth alone. Yet, Yang Ying remained apprehensive. Rest assured, I am more than capable, Zhang Yu confidently asserted. Well, if you insist, Yang Ying conceded with a nod. She then slipped 200 yuan into Zhang Yu's pocket, handed him the newly purchased cigarettes, and gently advised, when you return, if no one accompanies you, just take a cab back. If the clients are considerate, they might offer you a ride after viewing the property. Otherwise, you may have to return alone. The Longwan Villa area is quite distant, and I worry about the convenience of your journey there and the potential inconvenience on your return. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement before stepping out of the agency. Han Yinyan was driving Ho Xingcai's car, indicating her concern about being left without a ride home. Thus, Zhang Yu had no choice but to board Miss Xia's splendid vehicle. The Longwan Villa area was not close, and with the traffic congestion, it took them an hour to arrive. The scenery of the villa area was truly breathtaking, adorned with pavilions, towers, water pavilions, and rockeries, embodying every essence of beauty. Nestled against the mountains and surrounded by water, it was undeniably a locale of exceptional feng shui, a place where remarkable individuals and nature coalesce harmoniously. Within the villa district, every household boasts splendid 2, 3, or even 4-story villas. There are both standalone villas and terraced ones, each residence accompanied by its own garden, complemented by an array of comprehensive facilities. Entering such a villa enclave brings a sense of tranquility, and Zhang Yu cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. To reside in a place like this would be nothing short of a delight. However, such dreams remain mere fantasies, as the cost of even a single villa soars into the tens of millions. Miss Xia's villa is situated at the far right end of the complex. Upon entering her courtyard, the car comes to a halt, and both Zhang Yu and the self-driving Han Yinyan exit in succession, following Miss Xia into the villa. As soon as they step inside, a shiver runs down Zhang Yu's spine, and an ominous premonition begins to rise within him. Chapter 28. The Black Emperor, a palpable malice pervaded the air. An overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the spacious living room, one that ordinary individuals would typically remain oblivious to. Yet, Zhang Yu was acutely aware of its presence. This particular malevolence was peculiar, markedly different from the ominous energies described by his mentor, Old Wang. It was of a nature he had never encountered before. Miss Xia maintained an expression of indifference, while Han Yinyan scanned her surroundings with eager curiosity. Seemingly envious of the grand villa, she was utterly oblivious to the malignant aura, quickly retrieving her phone to capture photographs. Noticing that Zhang Yu had remained stationary since his arrival, Miss Xia inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" "The malevolence here is quite intense," Zhang Yu replied gravely. "Intense malevolence?" Miss Xia echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. "How did you come to this conclusion? Why am I not sensing anything? What does malevolence feel like?" Though Zhang Yu could discern her discomfort, he was not the only one capable of doing so. Her pallor revealed signs of distress that anyone with even a modicum of medical knowledge could identify. It was hardly surprising, even when seeking help from various practitioners. They all echoed similar sentiments. They claimed she was suffering from a spirit pressing down on her, while only Zhang Yu attributed it to malevolence. Raising the question of whom she ought to trust, she sought to probe whether Zhang Yu possessed genuine insight or was merely speaking nonsense. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive malevolence, Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "I have consulted numerous masters and practitioners of feng shui and fortune-telling, all of whom have visited this place. Why do they fail to sense anything? Miss Xia inquired once more. This could perhaps be attributed to the varying levels of cultivation, or it might involve individuals who feign understanding despite their ignorance. Zhang Yu replied. Well then, do tell me, is it possible to dispel the malevolent energy that surrounds me? Miss Xia asked, her concern evident. This was the crux of her worries. If Zhang Yu could indeed remedy her condition, it would lend credence to his abilities, whereas failure would suggest mere fanciful talk. Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. I must first identify the source of this malevolent energy, ascertain its origin, in order to effectively address and remedy your affliction. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Miss Xia nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu proceeded further into the room, while Han Yinyan continued to film, absorbing every word he uttered. However, she refrained from interjecting. Miss Xia's temperament was known to be volatile, and it was wise not to provoke her ire. Zhang Yu surveyed the surroundings and suddenly concentrated his vital energy into his gaze, biting his finger to draw a drop of blood. He then traced a line in the air with his finger, causing the scenery to transform instantaneously. The entire grand living room was engulfed in thick black mist, a density of malevolent energy that was utterly unprecedented. It was not only present downstairs. The staircase was also saturated with this ominous aura. Zhang Yu proceeded directly toward it, ascending the stairs. Miss Xia promptly followed, with Han Yinyan trailing behind, eager to capture the unfolding events on camera. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a small living area surrounded by 4 rooms. The entire second floor was equally shrouded in black mist, and Zhang Yu quickly discerned that the mist was continuously seeping in. He followed the direction from which the malevolent energy flowed, advancing toward the rear window. Through this window, one could behold the exterior scenery. Not far away lies a mountain, adorned with breathtaking vistas and surrounded by lush greenery, suggesting that this location ought to possess the most auspicious feng shui. However, the imposing mountains in front of him converge, with a lower elevation at their center, resembling a pavilion. Waves of dark mist waft from the meeting point of the 2 mountains, infiltrating this villa. As the ominous energy approaches, Zhang Yu's senses sharpen. Suddenly, he perceives a trace of regal aura intermingled within the malevolent energy. Zhang Yu muses, what could this signify? Why does this malevolent energy harbor a royal presence? The old Wang had once imparted to him that only a dragon vein could emanate such royal energy. Ordinary mountains could not possibly possess it. He begins to scrutinize the mountain more intently, noting its undulating form, reminiscent of a dragon. A dragon vein? Could it be that this mountain truly embodies a dragon vein? Zhang Yu is taken aback, for typically, dragon veins do not emit malevolent energy. Suddenly, a fierce wind sweeps through, its roar akin to a dragon's roar. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yu perceives a colossal black dragon figure amidst the mountains. The apparition vanishes in an instant. Any ordinary person might dismiss it as an illusion. Yet Zhang Yu is certain that it is no mere figment of the imagination. Within any dragon vein lies a true dragon, and the dragon of this vein is none other than a black dragon. The black dragon vein. Could it be? Could this be the Black Emperor? In this moment, Zhang Yu recalls the legendary tale that old Wang had once shared with him. Legend has it that there are 5 emperors in the mortal realm, leading to the reincarnation of the 5 emperor's sons. The Red Emperor's son, the White Emperor's son, the Black Emperor's son, the Green Emperor's son, and the Yellow Emperor's son. Among them, the most renowned is the Red Emperor's son, Liu Bang, who slayed the White Emperor's son, Hu Hai. It was not until the reincarnation of the White Emperor's son, Wang Mang, that the vendetta was avenged. The site of the dragon vein is always a land of auspiciousness. How could it be tainted by such dense malevolence? There must be some intricacy at play, and I must investigate. As his curiosity deepened, Zhang Yu resolved to first ascertain the situation. He turned to Miss Xia behind him and stated, I wish to take a look. Take a look? What do you intend to see? Is there something amiss on that mountain? Miss Xia inquired. I cannot specify the issue at present. I can only confirm it by going there first. I beg your pardon, but I must take my leave, Zhang Yu replied, swiftly descending the stairs. Upon seeing Zhang Yu depart, Han Yinyan felt a surge of delight and quickly approached, saying, Miss Xia, I believe this young man is deliberately putting on an act. How so? Miss Xia queried. Consider him a mere intermediary. How could he possibly possess knowledge of feng shui or divination? If he truly had such remarkable abilities, he would not be toiling away in an agency, but would have already amassed great wealth. I suspect he has noticed your affluence. Your complexion reveals signs of fatigue, and even I can discern that you are lacking in rest, which surely affect your health. He is likely exaggerating the situation, preying on your anxiety. When he returns, he will undoubtedly claim to have found the source of the issue and offer to resolve it for you. You are exceedingly beautiful and wealthy. He will surely seek to take advantage of you. In truth, his methods are merely trifles, easily mastered by charlatans on the streets. Han Yinyan stated with utmost seriousness. Miss Xia had previously harbored doubts due to the discrepancies between Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, as assertions and those of other so-called masters. At this moment, Han Yinyan and Amp, Oppos, S words resonated deeply within her. The recent dullness on her face and her complaints of discomfort seemed to align with this perspective. Moreover, Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, S mentioned a malevolent energy, though lacking a clear explanation, gradually solidified her belief in Han Yinyan and Amp, Oppos, S claims. Nevertheless, acknowledging her own health issues did not entirely dismiss Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, S assertions. She resolved to observe the unfolding situation and intended to await Zhang Yu's return to discern his further explanations. Chapter 29. The Sword of Wealth. Zhang Yu exited the villa and hastily made his way toward the mountain situated behind it. This mountain was a scenic feature of the villa area, transformed into a park. A winding path had been constructed at the base, allowing residents to ascend and admire the picturesque views. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yu felt a profound sensation. A subtle aura of imperial majesty emanated distinctly from the confluence of the mountain peaks. There he spotted a pavilion. At this moment, the effects of a qi observation technique had faded, and Zhang Yu sensed a slight emptiness in his dantian. Nevertheless, he pressed onward and soon arrived at the pavilion. It was resplendently constructed, adorned with crimson threads, yet peculiarly, it lacked a foundation beneath it, supported solely by a single column. Although it was designed as a two-story structure, there was no ladder leading to the upper level, giving it the appearance of a grand umbrella or a sword plunged into the earth. With a burgeoning understanding, Zhang Yu resolved to explore the second level of the pavilion. The absence of stairs made the ascent challenging, as the height was nearly 5 meters, a feat insurmountable for an ordinary person. This distance posed a bit of difficulty even for Zhang Yu. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a tree nearby, its branches extending close to the glazed tiles of the upper pavilion. An idea sparked within him. He swiftly climbed the tree, traversed the branches, and with a powerful leap, landed atop the glazed tiles, subsequently entering the second level of the pavilion. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld numerous coins embedded in the pavilion's canopy. The coins gleamed brilliantly, resembling a dazzling net of stars in the daylight. After a brief count, he discerned that there were 108 coins, arranged according to the positions of the heavenly and earthly constellations, all intricately strung together with red cord. Upon observing this, Zhang Yu could ascertain with certainty that it was a disassembled money sword, an artifact belonging to Taoism. The pavilion, resembling the hilt of a sword, seemed to be embedded in the earth, while at its apex, an arrangement was formed with the money sword. Clearly, this was the dust-sealing sword utilized by Taoists, intended for the purposes of sealing and subduing. What was to be sealed? What was to be subdued? Zhang Yu comprehended fully. It was evidently meant to suppress the dragon vein. A dragon cannot be vanquished. It can only be restrained. The position of the pavilion coincided precisely with the waist of the dragon, as a sword pierced through the black dragon's midsection, inflicting pain and thus emanating a terrifying malevolence. From his vantage point atop the pavilion, he could directly behold the villa belonging to Miss Xia. Previously, being in close proximity to the villa hindered Zhang Yu from discerning its form. Now, from this elevated perspective, the entire layout of the villa and the small courtyard was laid bare before him. The structure of the villa and the arrangement within the courtyard resembled a formation meant to ward off malevolence. Yet alas, The one who arranged this formation had underestimated the ferocity of the malevolent energy, which had already breached the array. The protective formation now existed in form only, devoid of substance. It was no wonder that he had not detected its existence upon his earlier entry into the villa. With the warding formation compromised, it was conceivable that it would not be long before the malevolent energy continued to permeate, and at that point, those affected would not be limited to Miss Ya alone. Many would succumb to the assault of this ominous force, ultimately losing their lives. Zhang Yu then cast his gaze upward toward the money sword atop the canopy. What could be the purpose of this individual in using the money sword to subdue the dragon vein? It is worth noting that wherever a dragon vein exists, efforts are typically made to protect it. One would even wish to relocate ancestral graves to this very spot, rather than seek to suppress it. It is evident that this individual harbors ulterior motives. Zhang Yu resolutely decided to dismantle the golden sword of wealth. However, given his current level of cultivation, attempting to shatter the golden sword would prove to be a formidable challenge, particularly at this moment, having just exhausted his qi with the observation technique. The meager reserves in his dantian were nearly depleted. He would have to wait another day. Additionally, it would be prudent to choose the hour of the rat for breaking the formation. Zhang Yu resolved to prepare everything necessary for the task at hand tomorrow during that auspicious time. Descending from the pavilion, he walked down the mountain with a heart full of joy. Understanding the underlying circumstances, he found that alleviating the malevolent energy plaguing Miss Ya would not be a daunting task. Typically, dispelling such energy involves using dispelling talismans, which are effective for areas where malevolent energy congregates, but not for the human body itself, especially in cases where the malevolent energy is imbued with a kingly aura. Forcibly dispersing it with a talisman could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially resulting in immediate death. Thus, the most effective approach would be to expel the malevolent energy from within the body. Zhang Yu contemplated several methods to achieve this and ultimately devised a plan. Upon returning to the villa, he found Miss Xia and Han Yinyan seated in the grand living room, engaged in conversation. As a seasoned real estate agent, Han Yinyan possessed a silver tongue, and as she chatted casually, she occasionally lavished compliments upon Miss Xia, which brightened the latter and Amp, Oppo's, as spirits. Upon seeing Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppo's, as return, Han Yinyan eagerly inquired, "Hey, have you come up with a solution for Miss Xia's condition?" Zhang Yu, being forthright, replied, "I have indeed found a way." As soon as she heard that Zhang Yu had a remedy, Miss Xia promptly asked, "How can we dispel it?" One cannot simply dispel malevolent energy through incantations. Rather, a method of guidance is required to expel it. I have devised a plan. For now, you should refrain from residing here to prevent further intrusion of this negative energy. Through acupuncture, cupping, and massage techniques, I can gradually extract the malevolence from within you, Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Han Yinyan let out a light laugh. However, Miss Xia's expression darkened immediately as she retorted, "Are not acupuncture, cupping, and massage all practices of traditional Chinese medicine? Can they truly dispel malevolent energy? Methods such as mountain medicine, fate assessment, and divination are all interconnected esoteric arts. Employing these techniques will undoubtedly expel the negative energy," Zhang Yu asserted with confidence. Miss Xia appeared unimpressed and continued, "So, when you perform acupuncture, cupping, and massage, am I to strip completely?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Get out. Leave at once." Upon hearing his response, Miss Xia erupted in anger, pointing toward the door with a fierce shout. Previously, Han Yinyan had warned Miss Xia that Zhang Yu was a fraud, clearly seeking to take advantage. Miss Xia had been half convinced and intended to hear what remedy he proposed for her so-called negative energy. Had Zhang Yu suggested some form of mystical incantations or more esoteric methods, she might have considered granting him a chance. However, his insistence on acupuncture, cupping, and massage, particularly with the implication of undressing, seemed nothing short of an attempt to exploit her. If such techniques were genuinely effective, why would she require Zhang Yu and Oppo's as intervention at all? Upon witnessing Miss Xia's fury, Han Yinyan immediately added fuel to the fire, exclaiming, "Zhang Yu, you dress like a country bumpkin, and your appearance is quite honest. Who would have imagined you to be such a rogue? Zhang Yu, with a look of innocence, pondered how he had been labeled a rogue. Miss Xia shouted even louder. Get out! I command you to leave. Did you hear that? They are telling you to go. Why are you still here? Do you wish to linger? Han Yinyan chimed in as well. Observing Miss Xia's disbelief, Zhang Yu understood that further explanations would be futile, so he earnestly declared, Miss Xia, I shall depart at once. However, before I leave, I must address your situation. The malevolent energy surrounding you is quite potent. If it is not dispelled, moving or selling your house will be of no avail, as this dark force will continue to torment you. Rest assured, should you seek my assistance, I am always here to help you rid yourself of this negativity. Yet, you must remember, your endurance is limited. Once this dark energy infiltrates your heart, I will be powerless to assist you. Chapter 30. The art of thunder. Your little tricks have been thoroughly exposed. Stop deceiving yourself. Han Yinyan remarked with a tone of derision. Zhang Yu chose not to engage further and turned to leave. Miss Xia, having observed his sincere demeanor just moments ago, found her unwavering disbelief in his intentions wavering slightly. Yet, it was merely a flicker of change. She remained steadfast in her conviction regarding the so-called wisdom of the masters. As long as she sold the house and handled matters here, she believed she would be free of any repercussions. Zhang Yu exited the villa, a sense of desolation enveloping him. The Longwan Villa district was expansive, and it took a considerable amount of time to reach the exit. After all, this area was inhabited by the affluent, each household possessing a vehicle. Who would concern themselves with such a trivial distance? After a while, he finally approached the gates of the villa complex when the sound of an approaching car reached his ears. Zhang Yu instinctively stepped aside, and soon, Han Yinyan's car whizzed past him. Noticing his pedestrian status, Han Yinyan honked deliberately, as if to flaunt her superiority. Following her vehicle, Miss Ya's luxurious sports car also appeared. She cast a glance at Zhang Yu, but showed no intention of stopping. Unlike Han Yinyan, she did not honk and simply drove past him. Zhang Yu dismissed the encounter from his thoughts as he continued along the path leading out of the villa district. In truth, he contemplated hitching a ride. However, taxis were a rarity in this area. It was a neighborhood for the wealthy, where every household had its own means of transportation. The prospect of waiting for a taxi here would be a futile endeavor. After walking a considerable distance, he finally reached a more common residential area, where he encountered a taxi. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yu and Appo's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to dismantle the money sword. His strategy had nearly crystallized, awaiting the opportune moment at midnight to set it into motion. Upon returning to the agency, Yang Ying, upon observing Zhang Yu's expression, sensed that the sale of the house had encountered significant difficulties, particularly as Zhang Yu had not even acquired the keys to the villa, indicating that Han Yinyan had thoroughly complicated matters. Naturally, Yang Ying held no resentment toward Zhang Yu. Not only had he assisted her immensely, but even if he had not, she would have understood the predicament. After all, Han Yinyan was a seasoned professional, her experience and eloquence far surpassing that of Zhang Yu. The evening unfolded as usual, with Zhang Yu returning home to dine, watch television, and retire for the night. The following day brought no business, yet after dinner, Zhang Yu expressed a desire to venture out. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying felt a wave of concern and promptly inquired about his intentions. Aware of the need for discretion regarding his plans to infiltrate the Longwan Villa district to confront the money sword, Zhang Yu fabricated a tale, claiming that an elderly fish vendor had summoned him for advice on a medicinal wine recipe. Satisfied with this explanation, Yang Ying reluctantly permitted Zhang Yu to leave the house. As he departed, he retrieved a blanket from his bag, a remarkable artifact known in Taoism as a TNB, specifically utilized during rituals. It was understood that performing rites upon this cloth would yield far more potent results than standing on ordinary ground, as there remained a considerable span of time until midnight. The cost of taking a ride to the Longwan Villa area was rather steep. Zhang Yu walked a distance, then took a vehicle to the nearest ordinary residential area to the Longwan Villa area, and finally proceeded on foot to the Villa district. The security in the Villa area was stringent, It was quite cumbersome for anyone not residing there to gain entry. However, this posed no challenge for him. Zhang Yu found a secluded corner and slipped in, stealthily making his way toward Miss Xia's villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he could sense the energy of the dragon vein. With a little time left until midnight, he ascended the mountain leisurely. Before long, he reached the pavilion. As he climbed up the tree, he suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing resonating from the pavilion. Clang, clang. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly be present in the pavilion at such a late hour? What were they doing? He glanced up into the darkness, where only a sliver of moonlight illuminated the surroundings, rendering it impossible to discern what was transpiring above. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate further. Climbing up the tree, he made his way onto the glazed tiles, peering into the pavilion. There, he beheld a figure clad in black, wielding a long sword, leaping to strike a copper coin affixed to the roof. This individual exhibited remarkable skill. An ordinary person could hardly jump that high. With a sudden movement, the black-clad figure leaped, swung the sword, and then descended. Almost immediately, he sprang into the air once more. However, at that moment, a golden shadow of a sword unexpectedly emerged from above, shooting down toward the black-clad figure. The man in black was taken aback, hastily brandishing his sword in defense. Armed with a tangible blade, he found it impossible to sever the ethereal shadows of the sword. With a sudden thud, blood erupted in a crimson spray. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu grasped the situation. The man in black must share his objective of shattering the golden sword formation. Alas, despite his commendable skills, the man lacked knowledge of the mystical arts, relying solely on courage, which could only lead to his demise. Zhang Yu could not remain a bystander. He was about to rush forward when he realized the folly of such an action. Was he seeking his own death? In a moment of urgency, he bit his left index finger, drawing a symbol in the palm of his right hand before plunging into the fray. The man in black lay on the ground, blood ceaselessly flowing from his right chest, though fortunately, the golden sword's shadow had vanished. Zhang Yu hurried over, inquiring, "How are you?" The man, startled, responded, "I'm all right." "Who are you?" Zhang Yu intended to convey that he too was there to dismantle the formation, but before he could finish, the man urgently cautioned, "Be careful." Zhang Yu quickly glanced up, only to see another golden sword shadow materializing at the canopy's apex. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards the shadow, exclaiming, "As swift as the law commands, thunderbolt break." With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning erupted from Zhang Yu's palm, aimed directly at the golden shadow. This thunder technique was the most formidable spell he had learned from Old Wang. It was this powerful magic that emboldened him to confront the golden sword formation. With a swift motion, the golden sword shadow was shattered, and the lightning surged forward, crashing violently against the canopy above. A low hum resonated. In that instant, the copper coins atop the canopy trembled in unison, producing a cacophonous sound. The dimly lit pavilion was suddenly illuminated with a dazzling golden light, as the coins intertwined like a resplendent web of starlight. With a swift motion, the luminous web descended forcefully. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of urgency. He raised his palm once more and bellowed, "By decree, unleash the thunder. Break the lightning." Boom! The lightning shot forth towards the radiant web, and upon contact, it erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering the luminous network. Immediately after, another resounding crack echoed as a copper coin on the canopy was reduced to fragments. The hum intensified. The coins atop the canopy quivered with even greater fervor. In a flash, the radiant web was woven anew, descending with lightning speed. Zhang Yu hastily thrust out his palm again, urgently commanding, "By decree, unleash the thunder. Break the lightning." Yet this time, no lightning erupted from his palm. Instead, he felt a jolt in his dantian, causing him to cry out in pain. In an instant, the luminous web cascaded down upon him. Chapter 31. Hyunshui Zhang Yu's vital energy was insufficient, and at this level, being able to unleash 2 bolts of lightning was already considered an extraordinary feat. However, he was not one to be deterred by such limitations when confronting the golden sword of wealth. The primary reason for his confidence lay in the fact that he had not even unfurled the altar cloth upon entering. as he had rushed in to save the cloaked figure. Had he laid out the altar cloth and set up a minor formation, the power of his thunderous magic would undoubtedly have been amplified, and he would not have been limited to merely 2 strikes of lightning. But, alas, there were no buts. Beneath the luminous net, the brilliance was so blinding that Zhang Yu instinctively shut his eyes. In that very moment, he heard a sudden dragon's roar, followed by a cacophony of metallic clattering, reminiscent of coins striking the ground and bouncing about. Startled, Zhang Yu quickly opened his eyes. The golden light within the pavilion had vanished, yet he could still discern a swirling mass of black mist rushing forth, illuminated by the moonlight. This dark mist was grand and elongated, resembling a colossal dragon. More precisely, a black dragon. The dragon soared from the pavilion and swiftly dove into the mountains. Silence, an eerie, deathly silence, enveloped the pavilion. Zhang Yu noticed that the ground was strewn with copper coins, and several coins had even found their way onto his person. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had employed a technique to strike down a copper coin, which incited the money sword to unleash its full might against him. However, this inadvertently alleviated the pressure on the black dragon suppressed beneath. Seizing this opportunity, the black dragon surged forth, forcefully shattering the money sword. "Are you all right?" the figure in black managed to utter with difficulty. "I and Appos am fine, and yourself?" Zhang Yu replied, equally fatigued. The recent injury to his dantian had dealt him a severe blow, and even now, he felt a lingering pain within. "I and Appos am doing well. Thank you for saving me," the figure stated. "I cannot claim to have intentionally saved you. It was merely a coincidence. No need for gratitude." Zhang Yu forced a smile. "One cannot dismiss it so lightly. Even if it was by chance, you are still my savior. My name is Yun Shuai, and yours?" The figure in black said sincerely. "I am Zhang Yu," he replied. "I shall remember your name. I will not forget the debt of gratitude for saving my life. When we meet again, I shall repay you handsomely," Yun Shuai declared. "No need for such formality," Zhang Yu said, struggling to maintain composure. "Cough, cough, cough." Yun Shuai coughed several times before managing to stand. Turning to Zhang Yu once more, he said, "Brother, I must take my leave." "Thank you." After bowing deeply, he vaulted over the railing of the pavilion and jumped down. Zhang Yu wished to follow, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly drained of strength. The pain in his dantian rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean effort. He lay helplessly on the ground, waiting for his body to gradually recover. "Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable," echoed from the phone in Yonging and damp. Appos' hand as she sat by the bedside. This marked the 10th attempt to reach Zhang Yu, each time met with the same disheartening response. Where could that rascal have gone? It was already past 1 o'clock, and he still had not returned. Was he trying to drive her to madness? Yang Ying incessantly berated Zhang Yu in her mind, though her heart was filled with anxiety. His excuse for leaving was to visit the old fisherman, but he could not simply vanish without a trace. Even if he chose not to return, he could at least keep his phone on. Surely he could spare a moment to call and inform her. Yet here she was, receiving no calls, and his phone switched off. What on earth was he up to? Since Zhang Yu departed, sleep had eluded Yang Ying. Days had passed without a shower, but she finally seized the opportunity to cleanse herself before lying down on the bed, awaiting his return. She longed for sleep, yet it remained elusive, as if something vital was missing from her home, leaving her heart uneasily unsettled. She recalled the first night Zhang Yu spent in her room. She could hardly sleep, unaccustomed to having another person, a young man, by her side. However, after a couple of days, she adjusted to his presence, finding comfort in the fact that someone was there, which allowed her to sleep soundly. Now, just as she had begun to embrace the feeling of having Zhang Yu in the room, he had chosen to stay out all night. Yang Ying was fraught with worry, her heart a tempest of unease. Feeling unbearably hot indoors, she opened the window, yet no breeze penetrated the stillness. She longed to shed her nightgown, but the thought of Zhang Yu's sudden return held her back, making her reluctant to appear disheveled. "That rascal! I shall disregard you. Whether you choose to return or not, I will sleep on my own." Yang Ying chastised him silently in her mind, closing her eyes in an attempt to drift off to sleep. Yet, slumber eluded her, as thoughts of Zhang Yu incessantly intruded her consciousness. She worried about his whereabouts, fearing he might be in harm's way. Those two troublemakers, Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai, were intent on plotting against Zhang Yu. Their previous attempt had failed, and she couldn't help but wonder if they would unleash their malice tonight. As time passed, she was startled to realize dawn had broken. With a sigh of resignation, Yang Ying rose to wash up, for she had to go to her agency that day. The house, once devoid of an empty atmosphere, now felt profoundly hollow. The absence of a refreshing and delightful breakfast left her disoriented. Ultimately, she could only depart her home in solitude, heading towards the agency. Upon her arrival, it was already 8:30, and the bespectacled lady outside anxiously awaited, having forgotten the key to the shutter. Yang Ying hastily unlocked the door, just as a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the Jiabao agency. Inside the vehicle sat 3 individuals, 2 middle-aged men in the front and a young man clad in a black shirt in the back. Against the starkness of his attire, the young man's complexion appeared remarkably pale, his lips parched, suggesting he was either unwell or had sustained serious injuries. He bore an attractive visage, his features imbued with a blend of sophistication and a hint of mischief. If Zhang Yu were to encounter him, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this individual was none other than the enigmatic figure clad in black whom he had encountered the previous night. "Sheng, which agency is listing that woman's house?" He Yunshui inquired. The middle-aged man seated in the passenger seat glanced around and replied, "It is listed with Anmei Agency." "Procure it for me immediately," He Yunshui commanded. "Yes, boss," the middle-aged man promptly affirmed. He exited the vehicle and entered Anmei Agency, where he straightforwardly expressed his intention to purchase the villa in Longwan Villa District. This listing belonged to Han Yinyin, and upon hearing that there was a buyer, she was elated and proposed to show the middle-aged man the property. To her surprise, he was quite forthright, stating, "I am familiar with the properties in Longwan Villa District. There is no need for a viewing. The market price for this house is 10 million. If it is being offered at a discount of 1 million, I see no reason to delay. Let us proceed with the transaction immediately." "You are absolutely correct. There are many interested parties for this property. Several inquiries were made just yesterday. It is best to act swiftly, or we may find ourselves in a precarious situation," Han Yinyin thought, exhilarated by encountering such a decisive buyer who was willing to pay without even viewing the house. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, subtly persuading him that this was an exceptionally advantageous opportunity that would not linger. "Please contact the owner and arrange for the transfer," the middle-aged man urged. Han Yinyin retrieved her phone and dialed Miss Xia, but after several rings, there was no answer. Donghai Pearl Community, one of the most upscale neighborhoods in the Zhindong Enforcement District. In an expansive duplex, Miss Xia lies in her bedroom, deep in slumber, oblivious to the incessant ringing of her phone at the bedside. Chapter 32. The ringing persisted for a while until the bedroom door was opened by a middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Miss Xia lying motionless on the bed, while the phone continued to ring incessantly, she hurriedly called out, Xiao Chan, why are you still asleep? The phone has been ringing for ages." As she approached the bedside, her gaze fell upon Miss Xia. The expression on Miss Xia and Appo's face was one of sheer terror, as if she were engulfed by profound fear. Alarmed, the middle-aged woman quickly reached out to shake Miss Xia, exclaiming, Xiao Chan, please wake up." With a deep sigh, Miss Xia opened her eyes, murmuring, "You scare me to death. Xiao Chan, you frighten me terribly. What on earth is happening?" The middle-aged woman inquired with concern. "Mom, I truly don't know what is going on. I just can't seem to wake up in the morning. I must be having a nightmare," Miss Xia replied weakly. The incessant ringing of the phone resumed. Attempting to reach for it, Miss Xia was struck by the realization that she lacked any strength, as if her body no longer obeyed her commands. "Mom, I suddenly feel so weak. Could you please answer the phone for me?" she said feebly. "Of course." The middle-aged woman promptly answered the call. On the other end, Han Yinyin recognized that the voice was not that of Miss Xia, which puzzled her. Upon learning it was Miss Xia's mother, she quickly attempted to engage in friendly conversation. She briefly mentioned the prospective buyer for the house, prompting Summer's mother to inform her daughter. Upon hearing the news of the sale, Miss Xia, whose full name is Xia Yuechan, felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Since there is a buyer, we must expedite the transfer process." "But how can you proceed with a transfer like this?" her mother inquired. "That is of no concern. Please call lawyer Bao immediately and have her come over. I will authorize her to handle the transfer procedures," Miss Xia replied. The lawyer, Bao Jiayin, had been a close friend of Xia Yuechan since childhood, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. Summer's mother promptly called Bao Jiayin, requesting her presence to assist Xia Yuechan with the transfer. Handling such matters was second nature to Bao Jiayin, and before noon, the property had been successfully transferred. After completing the transfer, Bao Jiayin hurried to Xia Yuechan's home. Upon entering her bedroom, she expressed her concern, saying, "Yuechan, how are you feeling now?" "Not well at all. I have no strength left," Xia Yuechan replied weakly. "Why didn't you inform me sooner about your situation?" Bao Jiayin gently reproached her. "I didn't anticipate it would be this severe, but it is all right. As long as the house is sold, I shall recover swiftly," Xia Yuechan reassured her, then turned to her mother. "Say, Mom, it's nearly noon, and Jiayin hasn't eaten yet. Please prepare something for her." "Of course." Her mother nodded and left the room. As soon as she stepped out, Bao Jiayin swiftly occupied the space by the bed. Grasping Xia Yuechan's delicate hand and softly murmuring, "You truly have me worried. Seeing you in this state makes my heart ache. I'm fine. Rest assured, once I recover, I shall accompany you for a delightful outing as a form of recompense." Xia Yuechan's voice was faint and her complexion haggard, yet her tone was imbued with an enchanting softness. In that moment, she resembled a heartbroken beauty, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. "You must be concerned about my distress, which is why you deliberately withheld the truth from me. In the future, you must inform me immediately of such occurrences. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." Bao Jiayin's voice was a blend of seriousness and tenderness. "I promise I won't dare again," Xia Yuechan replied softly. "That's more like it," Bao Jiayin said, gently kissing Xia Yuechan's forehead. She then tenderly caressed Xia Yuechan's hair, her gestures reminiscent of a devoted husband caring for his beloved wife. Suddenly, Xia Yuechan emitted a cry of anguish, and moments later, her mouth opened, spewing forth a stream of dark blood. Witnessing this, Bao Jiayin gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Yuechan, what is happening?" Xia Yuechan continued to expel blood, the dark liquid trickling down her chin and on her chest. "Yuechan, please don't frighten me. What is wrong? What is happening?" Bao Jiayin was utterly alarmed, feeling lost in the turmoil of the moment. "I feel so despondent." Summer Yuechan spoke with great difficulty, blood trickling from her mouth as she spoke. "Wasn't selling the house supposed to solve everything? How did it end up like this?" Tears streamed down Bao Jiayin's face in a sudden rush. "I don't know. Perhaps it truly is the malevolence that person spoke of." Summer Yuechan continued, her words fragmented. "What person are you referring to?" Bao Jiayin asked anxiously. "The agent from across the street at Anmei. I think his surname is Zhang. He dresses so shabbily. He said that even if I moved and sold the house, it would be of no use. He also claimed he had a way to cure me, that I could seek him out at any time." Summer Yuechan labored to articulate. "All right, I will go find him right now, no matter the cost. I will ensure your recovery." With that, Bao Jiayin rose, her gaze fixed tenderly on Summer Yuechan, her body trembling as she implored, "Yuechan, you must wait for me. You absolutely cannot be harmed." Having said this, she hurriedly dashed out of the room. At noon, the warm sunlight poured into the pavilion. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling weary as he couldn't help but stretch his back. He could not recall when he had fallen asleep the previous night. Upon waking, the pain in his lower abdomen had subsided, yet he felt utterly drained, as if all strength had abandoned him. Struggling to rise from the ground, the copper coins clattered down from his body. It was then that he remembered all the copper coins had fallen from the tent top last night. Bending down to pick up a coin, he noticed the inscription Jianyan Yuan Bao etched upon it. Zhang Yu was uncertain about the dynasty to which the copper coins belonged, yet he was acutely aware that this golden sword of money was an extraordinary magical artifact. Such a valuable item could not be discarded, and despite the coins being scattered, he was confident in his ability to string them together. One by one, he collected the copper coins, ultimately amassing a total of 107. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Wasn't there supposed to be one more? Zhang Yu muttered to himself, suddenly recalling that he had inadvertently struck down a coin with his thunderous magic the previous night. Whether it had been damaged or had simply fallen into some unknown place remained a mystery. He scoured the second level of the pavilion thoroughly, but found no trace of that elusive coin. With no other recourse, he decided to descend, carefully cradling the coins in his cloth before leaping down. After conducting another 2 rounds of searching below, he still found nothing, and his stomach began to growl in protest. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the loss of the single coin, promising to find a similar one to match it later. Weary and fatigued, Zhang Yu felt no inclination to remain and continue his search. He trudged towards the exit. Instead of taking the main entrance, he opted for a detour, retracing his steps back to where he had initially arrived and sought a place to procure transportation home. Chapter 33. Rent increase. Yang Ying sat in the agency, a bento box resting on her desk, intended for Zhang Yu's lunch. However, Zhang Yu had yet to return, leaving her to gaze longingly at the entrance like a stone waiting for her husband. Earlier that morning, she had visited the fish stall of the old vendor, only to discover that Zhang Yu had indeed been lying. He had never been there. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Yang Ying felt a surge of anger, swiftly followed by a deepening concern. In this unfamiliar place, Zhang Yu was a solitary figure, coming to the agency daily and occasionally spending time at the old vendor's stall, devoid of any other acquaintances. His absence for a single night was enough to ignite anxiety within her. If Zhang Yu had encountered a dubious woman, Yang Ying found it hard to believe. Not only had he never communicated with any woman, but given his attire and lack of funds, it was improbable that any unscrupulous woman would take an interest in him. That morning, Yang Ying received a call from the landlord, informing her that it was time to collect the rent. Coincidentally, today was the due date, yet her preoccupation with Zhang Yu had caused her to momentarily forget about it. She hurried to the nearby bank to withdraw the money, her thoughts still lingering on Zhang Yu. At that moment, a few individuals approached, and through the glass door, Yang Ying clearly discerned that leading the group was Mrs. Liu, the landlord. Following closely behind her were Ho Xing-tsai, Lin Hai, and Han Yin from the opposing agency. As she observed this gathering, an ominous premonition welled up within Yang Ying, especially in Zhang Yu's absence. She felt as though she had lost her anchor. The bespectacled girl sat quietly to the side, acutely aware of Yang Ying's distress, but too timid to speak up. As the door swung open, Mrs. Liu stepped inside, followed closely by Ho Xing-tsai and his companions. Yang Ying promptly greeted her, "Mrs. Liu, you have arrived." Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the other 3 and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "What brings you here?" "We have our reasons for coming," Han Yin retorted with a sarcastic tone. Mrs. Liu, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Have you prepared the rent?" "In Napos, ready, a total of 300,000. Yang Ying responded, extracting the prepared sum from her bag and placing on the table. 300,000 was last year's rate. At that time, considering your husband's standing, I offered that price. Back then, similar properties in this area could be rented for over 400,000 a year. Now that you're no longer associated with Old Wong, I cannot simply forego profit. This year, the rent must align with the market rate, 500,000 annually, Mrs. Liu stated with utmost seriousness. 500,000? You never mentioned that before. Yang Ying exclaimed, visibly agitated. Is it necessary for me to provide prior notice for such matters? You're a real estate agent. You should be well aware of the rental prices in this vicinity. Our contract clearly stipulated that the rent was set at 300,000 for 1 year, granting you the right of first refusal for renewal. Having a right of first refusal does not imply I am obligated to rent my property to you at such a low rate, Mrs. Liu continued, casting a glance at Ho Xing-tsai beside her. Mr. Ho is now willing to rent my property for 550,000 a year. I have already been quite generous. You may secure the lease for 500,000. 500,000. I momentarily cannot produce such an amount, Yang Ying stammered. If you cannot even muster 500,000, then perhaps you should consider shutting down your agency, Han Yin remarked with a cheerful smile. Today, he was in high spirits, having sold a property valued at 9 million early in the morning. Although the commission was merely 1. 2, She stood to earn 1%, which amounted to 90,000. The lease has expired. If you cannot renew the rent, you will have to vacate, Mrs. Liu stated with a stern expression. At that moment, Ho Xingcai surveyed the room and deliberately commented, "This property is quite spacious. One could comfortably set up 8 desks for work, and even a large fish tank would not feel cramped. An annual rent of 550,000 seems like quite a bargain to me. Emir Yang, I advise you to settle the rent promptly. Otherwise, I would feel rather uncomfortable. My agency is currently overwhelmed with personnel, and I lack sufficient office space. Opening a branch at your location would be just perfect." Upon hearing this, Yang Ying suddenly realized something. No wonder the opposite agency had hastily reduced their commission rates. It was to prevent her from securing business before she could pay the rent. Clearly, Lin Hai, who had been covertly communicating with Mrs. Liu, was orchestrating this scheme, fully aware of the situation. These individuals were truly malicious, seemingly intent on driving her to despair. Yet now, she found herself utterly bereft of ideas, and with Zhang Yu absent, her anxiety only intensified. "Mrs. Liu, may we negotiate a little? Please grant me an extension of 1 month. Rest assured, within this time frame, I shall certainly provide you with the outstanding 200,000. Yang Ying could only express such sentiments. After all, she was not entirely incorrect. The rental rate of 300,000 per annum for this property was indeed quite modest. A sum of 500,000 per year is considered a standard price. Thus Yang Ying found herself at a loss for words. "Mrs. Liu, I have brought the 55,000 rent with me. If you allow her to procrastinate for another month, she will likely be unable to gather the 20,000, won't she? Just look at her agent. There isn't even a soul around, and the place is so desolate. Granting her more time would merely squander money." Ho Xingcai, fearing Mrs. Liu might acquiesce to Yang Ying, hastily interjected. Mrs. Liu nodded in agreement, saying, "Mr. Ho is correct. I cannot forsake money that is practically in my grasp. Yang Ying, I am not running a charity here. My family is in urgent need of funds. If you do not pay the rent today, you must vacate the premises by tomorrow. I have no time to dawdle with you." Upon hearing Mrs. Liu's words, expressions of satisfaction spread across the faces of Ho Xingcai, Lin Hai, and Han Yinyan. They regarded Yang Ying as though she were the subject of jest. The bespectacled girl finally grasped the situation, pouting and lowering her head, contemplating her impending unemployment. She felt foolish and wondered what other job she could possibly find. Moreover, Yang Ying had treated her kindly, and she truly did not wish to see her dismissed in such a manner. In truth, she was aware that only Zhang Yu possessed the means to assist. Yet she pondered why he had not arrived today. Yang Ying gazed upon the grotesque faces of Ho Xingcai, Lin Hai, and Han Yinyan, a wave of revulsion washing over her. With Zhang Yu absent, she felt the weight of vulnerability descend upon her as others encroached upon her space. Was it truly the case that her meager career was destined for such a dismal end? "Yang Ying, you must give me a decisive answer. Move out by tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall enlist someone to handle it for you," Mrs. Liu declared sternly, her expression unyielding. "There is no need for your intervention, Mrs. Liu. I can manage this myself." Ho Xingcai replied with a disarming smile. "In truth, I see no reason for a move. The items here are still quite functional. Mr. Yang, what do you say we negotiate? I can offer you 30,000 for all this junk, and you can simply leave. It would save you the trouble of finding a place to store these belongings. After all, we have shared a space together. I believe this proposal is quite considerate of me." Lin Hai finally interjected with a smile after remaining silent since their entrance. "Indeed, that sounds quite reasonable. I rather enjoyed sitting at my desk and chair. The sudden change would be rather disconcerting. When I return, I would like to resume my previous seat," Han Yinyan added, her face alight with self-satisfaction. Chapter 34. Excessive bullying. Yang Ying felt a wave of dizziness. The words of these individuals were undeniably provocative, and anyone in her position would have struggled to maintain composure. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she staggered, collapsing into the space beside Zhang Yu with a resounding thud. President Yang. Upon witnessing Yang Ying's fall, the bespectacled woman gasped in alarm and hurried to assist her. "What are you doing? Are you feigning unconsciousness to elicit sympathy? Your acting is utterly pathetic," Han Yinyan scoffed derisively. Indeed, Lin Hai chimed in. In today's economic society, everything revolves around money. Such theatrics are utterly futile. You should leave. This line of work is not suited for you. Perhaps seek employment elsewhere. You are all being excessively cruel. The bespectacled woman, witnessing their continued taunts, felt compelled to speak up. Even the most docile of individuals could no longer remain silent. She helped Yang Ying to her feet and glared at Lin Hai and the others. Yet her gaze and voice were met only with mockery. Han Yinyan contemptuously remarked, "You insolent girl, do you really think you have a say here? By tomorrow, you too shall be gone." Lin Hai, with a nonchalant smile, added Su Hong, "You're usually quite honest and diligent. I had initially intended to retain you after Yang Ying's departure to continue the cleaning. But now, given your audacity to speak so boldly, do not blame me when I decide to dismiss you outright. Apologize now, and I might still consider keeping you on." Su Hong remained unfazed, resolutely declaring, "I refuse to work alongside you wicked individuals. You are merely bullies. When Zhang Yu returns, he will certainly teach you a lesson." Zhang Yu, that country bumpkin, what can he possibly do upon his return? Can he conjure 200,000 to pay the rent? Lin Hai scoffed disdainfully. "You wretched girl, how dare you be so brazen? With your foolish demeanor, you shall surely find yourself unemployed once you step outside. Otherwise, you might as well follow in your General Yang's footsteps and marry an old man. But do ensure you choose wisely, for you wouldn't want to end up a widow, gaining nothing in the end." Han Yinyan retorted with a mocking tone. Her words were indeed malicious, deliberately exposing weaknesses and uttering the harshest of remarks. At that moment, Yang Ying regained her composure slightly, but upon hearing those words, she was nearly incensed once more. Gritting her teeth, she slowly rose to her feet and declared, "Enough. There is no need for you to prattle on." Just as she was about to say she would leave, a man in Appo's voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Why are you all back at our agency again? Shall you?" Upon hearing that voice, Yang Ying could not contain her excitement and shouted fervently. This cry, emanating from the depths of her heart, was imbued with sheer exhilaration. Zhang Yu, the glasses-wearing girl, also became animated at the sight of Zhang Yu's return. Indeed, the figure standing at the door was none other than Zhang Yu himself. He dragged his weary body back after a long ride. Little did he expect that upon arriving at the entrance, he would find Ho Xingcai and his cohorts present. Though he was unaware of the details, he could easily surmise that these scoundrels were there to bully Yang Ying. He soon spotted Yang Ying being supported by the bespectacled girl. Her complexion was pallid, and her body trembled slightly. He hurried over, placing the cloth jar he was carrying down, and grasped Yang Ying firmly, softly murmuring, "Annie, what troubles you?" At that moment, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of grievance that had no outlet. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she could not help but throw herself into the embrace of this man. Venting her sorrow, tears streamed down her face, and her cries grew louder. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hai's resentment deepened. What was so remarkable about this brat that Yang Ying would disregard him? In terms of looks, talent, or anything else, he far surpassed this young man. Lin Hai immediately retorted, "What are you crying for? Hurry up and move. Don't linger here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu turned sharply and exclaimed, "Move? Who do you think you are? This Mrs. Liu is the landlord. Your rent has increased, and Yang Ying still owes 200,000 for rent. If she doesn't pay today, she'll have to vacate." Han Yinyan declared imperiously, "Indeed, if the rent isn't settled, there will be no more lingering. You must move out." Mrs. Liu said with a stern expression, "The rent has increased." Zhang Yu finally understood and asked, "Why is the rent being raised without reason?" "Without reason? The rent here has always been low, and Yang Ying knows it best. If 50,000 can be presented for rent today, then everything is negotiable. If not, you must vacate," Madame Liu declared firmly. Zhang Yu glanced at Yang Ying in his arms and softly inquired, "Auntie, is this true?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Yang Ying nodded affirmatively. Faced with this confirmation, Zhang Yu found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. After all, paying rent is an undeniable obligation. If one fails to do so, eviction is an inevitable consequence. If there were a cordial relationship, negotiations might be possible, yet if the other party is unwilling, there is little one can do. The demeanor of the opposing party clearly indicated that negotiation was off the table. At this juncture, a robust off-road vehicle pulled up in front of the agency. A woman, exuding an air of urgency, alighted from the vehicle and promptly strode into the Jiabao agency. Upon entering, she raised her voice, demanding to know, "Which of you is surnamed Zhang?" Her loud proclamation instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards her. Noting that the woman stood approximately 1.66 meters tall, clad in simple black flat shoes and black flared trousers. Although the trousers were loose, they did little to conceal her slender legs. Her waist was slender, and she donned a loose black shirt that downplayed her modest bosom. With a heart-shaped face and delicate features, she possessed an allure that belied a hint of masculine assertiveness. Her hair was cropped just to her chin, and she wore no makeup, nor did she adorn herself with any accessories. The newcomer was none other than Bao Jiayin, a close friend of Xia Yuechan. Unfamiliar with her, Zhang Yu curiously remarked, "My surname is Zhang." Bao Jiayin scrutinized Zhang Yu and noticed that he indeed appeared rather unrefined. She promptly inquired, "Is it you who claims to have the ability to cure Xia Yuechan's ailment? Who is Xia Yuechan? You must be referring to Miss Xia, correct?" Zhang Yu finally grasped her intent. "Precisely," Bao Jiayin replied, tilting her head with conviction. "Indeed," Zhang Yu nodded in affirmation. "Then, without delay, come with me," Bao Jiayin asserted with a commanding tone. "I cannot at the moment. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Yu hastily shook his head. "What matters?" Bao Jiayin pressed eagerly upon his reluctance. "They are coercing us to vacate this place. I cannot allow my aunt to be mistreated." Zhang Yu replied promptly. "They are forcing you to move? What is the situation?" Bao Jiayin inquired. "The landlord came today to collect the rent. We had prepared the money, but they insisted on a rent increase of 200,000. If we do not comply, we must vacate," Zhang Yu recounted candidly. It seemed he had grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 35. I don't mind representing him in this lawsuit. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Bao Jiayin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Who informed you that if the rent is not paid on the day of the increase, one must vacate the premises?" "It was her." Zhang Yu pointed towards Mrs. Liu. Bao Jiayin strode purposefully towards Mrs. Liu and declared with utmost seriousness, "The law stipulates that a rental increase must be communicated at least 2 weeks in advance. Should you fail to provide such notice and suddenly raise the rent, tenants are entitled to extend their lease for an additional 2 weeks to gather the necessary funds. On what grounds do you demand they vacate immediately? And who are you to dictate such matters? This is my property, and I decide how it shall be managed. What business is it of yours?" Mrs. Liu retorted defiantly, "I am an attorney from Dongjin Law Firm, and here is my identification." Bao Jiayin promptly produced a small notebook from her pocket and presented it to Mrs. Liu. She continued, "Should you insist on their immediate departure, I would be more than willing to represent them in this lawsuit. In that case, you may find yourself liable for compensating them several tens of thousands in damages. You may wish to reconsider your stance." With a serious expression, Bao Jiayin presented her identification. Upon seeing the lawyer and oppose as credentials, Mrs. Liu immediately altered her demeanor, returning the certificate with a cheerful smile. She remarked, "Lawyer Bao, I apologize. Well, I shall notify them of the rent increase today. After half a month, I will return to collect the rent." After speaking, she turned to Yang Ying, her face composed, and declared, "I am here to inform you that in half a month's time, if you cannot pay the 500,000, you must vacate the premises." Unable to prolong an unfruitful encounter, she swiftly turned and exited. Ho Xingtsai, Lin Hai, and Han Yinyin felt a twinge of disappointment as they watched Mrs. Liu depart in such a dejected manner. However, the lawyer was merely adhering to the law. There was no merit in attempting to intimidate Yang Ying and Zhang Yu, who were previously unaware, by deceiving a professional. Ho Xingtsai suggested, "Since there is nothing further to discuss, let's take our leave." He made to follow suit. Suddenly, Han Yinyin recalled something important and inquired, "Excuse me, lawyer, what is your business with Zhang Yu? That fellow is nothing but a fraud. He cannot heal at all, so do not let him deceive you." She seized the opportunity to sow discord, having just heard Bao Jiayin mention Zhang Yu treating Xia Yuechan. In truth, Bao Jian was uncertain of Zhang Yu's ability to cure Xia Yuechan, but as Xia Yuechan had mentioned him, she had no choice but to seek his assistance, considering it a desperate gamble. She had no time to engage in idle chatter with Han Yinyan, so she directly stated, "What does his ability to heal have to do with you?" Subsequently, she turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu and urged, "Hurry, come with me." Without hesitation, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, replying, "However, we must first stop by my residence to retrieve some tools." "All right, let us make haste," she insisted, already racing ahead to grasp Zhang Yu and Appo's arm. As Zhang Yu followed her for a couple of steps, he noticed that Lin Hai and Han Yinyan had not yet departed. Concerned for Yang Ying, he halted and said, "Annie, I don't have the house keys. Let us return together. Otherwise, let us just call it a day." Yang Ying, feeling equally troubled, nodded in acquiescence. She picked up the money from the table, while Zhang Yu grabbed the claw from the jar, and together they exited the agency. The bespectacled girl headed straight home, while Lin Hai and the others, having failed in their attempt, returned to Anmei Agency. Zhang Yu and Yang Ying boarded by Jia Yin's sturdy vehicle, setting off towards Yang Ying's home. Yang Ying was eager to inquire about Zhang Yu's whereabouts the previous night, but refrained from doing so in the presence of others. Upon arriving home, Zhang Yu collected the necessary items, placing the acquired coins into his bag. Uncertain of the particulars, Yang Ying earnestly urged Zhang Yu to return promptly, even slipping 1,000 yuan into his pocket for his evening transportation. Following Ba Jiayin, Zhang Yu made his way to Donghai Mingzhu community. En route, Ba Jiayin made a phone call to Xia Yuechan to inquire about the situation. The phone call was answered by Xia's mother, who was in a state of utter anxiety. Xia Yuechan lay unconscious, and the specifics of her condition remained unclear. Upon hearing this, Bao Jiayin accelerated, maneuvering the sizable vehicle through the congested streets with remarkable skill, darting and weaving with abandon. Finally arriving at Xia Yuechan's home, Bao Jiayin seized Zhang Yu and rushed upstairs to the bedroom. Inside, Xia and Appo's mother paced anxiously, while Xia Yuechan lay quietly on the bed, blood staining her mouth and collar. Witnessing this distressing scene, Bao Jiayin grew increasingly frantic, exclaiming loudly, "You must save her. Whatever it costs, I will pay." Zhang Yu remained silent, stepping closer to Xia Yuechan. He first placed his hand upon her forehead, then checked her pulse, before declaring, "This is dire. Her pulse is failing. It is evident that malevolent energy is overwhelming her, and her vitality is nearly extinguished." With that, he reached to pull back the covers draped over Xia Yuechan. Upon seeing Zhang Yu unveil the covers, revealing that Xia Yuechan was scarcely dressed, Bao Jiayin became alarmed and shouted, "What are you doing? I can't believe she is dressed so lightly." Zhang Yu, lowering his head in embarrassment, murmured, "I didn't realize she was wearing so little." "What does that have to do with you? Who gave you permission to uncover her?" Bao Jiayin retorted, hastily covering Xia Yuechan once more. Zhang Yu, feeling awkward, replied, "I need to treat her. Cupping and acupuncture are required, which necessitates uncovering her and removing her clothing entirely." Removing her clothing entirely. Bao Jiayin glared at Zhang Yu, her voice laced with anger. "Do you even possess the ability to heal?" Meanwhile, Xiaomu, who stood nearby, observed the woman as if she were lifeless and was in a state of frantic distress. Witnessing the heated exchange between Bao Jiayin and Zhang Yu, and despite her uncertainty regarding Zhang Yu and Appo's credibility, she interjected, "Jiayin, perhaps it will be best not to dwell on this any longer. Xiaochan is in dire straits. We must urgently find a way to treat her." Bao Jiayin's gaze fell upon Xia Yuechan's condition. She appeared lethargic and devoid of any sign of life, and it was evident that her time was running short. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Zhang, let me make myself perfectly clear. If you can restore Yuechan's health, I shall comply with any terms you propose, and money will be no object. However, should you fail, do not blame me for my lack of civility. I shall ensure that you, the fraud, are incarcerated." Chapter 36. Exorcising malevolent spirits in her current condition, I can manage to treat her. But should malevolent energy invade her heart, only a deity could heal her. Zhang Yu stated, his head lowered, speaking candidly. "All right, However, Bao Jiayin glanced at Xia Yuechan and inquired, "Are you performing acupuncture on the front or the back?" She dreaded Zhang Yu's response, indicating the front, for that would mean exposing Xia Yuechan completely. "The back will suffice," Zhang Yu replied, still with his head bowed. "Very well, please turn around. I will assist her in removing her clothing, and you must not peek." Bao Jiayin finally exhaled in relief. "Understood." Zhang Yu obediently turned his back to the bed. Together with Xia's mother, Bao Jiayin proceeded to remove her ice silk nightgown. Once they had turned her over, positioning her back upward, Bao Jiayin announced, "All right, you may turn back now." Zhang Yu turned around and was immediately met with the sight of Xia Yuechan lying on the bed. Bao Jiayin frowned, her teeth gritting audibly. It was clear that if not for Zhang Yu's intention to treat Xia Yuechan, she might have been tempted to strangle him on the spot. Zhang Yu approached the bed with needles in hand, beginning to insert the silver needles into Xia Yuechan's back, one by one. The first needle was inserted at the crown of her head, and at that moment, Bao Jiayin had no inclination to scold him further. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yu. Xia's mother mirrored this sentiment. She was familiar with acupuncture and had heard that skilled practitioners would insert needles without drawing a single drop of blood. Zhang Yu, being rather youthful, required careful scrutiny from both of them. Should Bao Jiayin suffer a puncture that draws blood, it would imply that Zhang Yu was indeed incompetent. However, it was evident that Zhang Yu was not lacking in skill. Each silver needle, upon insertion, did not yield a single drop of blood. The needles traversed the scalp and back, eventually reaching the posterior of Xia Yuechan. On her backside, Bao Jiayin had deliberately placed a towel to prevent Zhang Yu from catching a glimpse. Nevertheless, after inserting several needles into Xia Yuechan and damp, Oppos, S waist, Zhang Yu reached out to lift the towel. Bao Jiayin hastily exclaimed, "Do not touch that. I still need to perform acupuncture there." Zhang Yu, somewhat aggrieved, acknowledged the distinction between genders, realizing that such a region should indeed remain concealed. Yet, in the pursuit of saving a life, he felt compelled to proceed. "What acupoints are there on the posterior?" Bao Jiayin inquired. "There exist several significant points, such as the Huiyang, Baihuan, and Jibian acupoints, along with the bladder meridian." Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Bao Jiayin found herself at a loss for words and could only say, "Well, then you proceed with the acupuncture." Zhang Yu removed the towel and meticulously inserted the needles into the designated areas. The silver needles continued their descent, ultimately reaching the soles of her feet. Once completed, Zhang Yu's complexion became somewhat pallid. His originally sun-kissed skin now appeared slightly ashen. Acupuncture is indeed a taxing endeavor, particularly when it involves nearly the entire body, which demands even more energy. The previous night, Zhang Yu had depleted his vital energy and sustained some internal injuries. Yet relying on his robust constitution, he managed to recuperate, albeit barely, after a night in Oppos, as rest. 3 individuals sat in quiet anticipation, and after approximately 3 minutes, Xia's mother could no longer restrain herself and inquired, "Young man, when will she be well?" "We must wait a while longer," Zhang Yu replied. "Currently, I am merely performing acupuncture to open the meridians. After 10 minutes, the pathways will be unblocked, and then I shall employ massage techniques to guide the stagnant energy to the surface, ultimately utilizing cupping to extract it." "Ah, I see. Thank you for your efforts." Xia's mother responded gently, observing Zhang Yu's profound understanding, particularly noting that his acupuncture technique had not drawn a single drop of blood from Xia Yuechan. She recognized his considerable skill. However, upon hearing that massage was still necessary, Bao Jiayin and Oppos' expression turned sour as she interjected, "Why must there be massage? Is that true? You never mentioned it before." "I discussed this with Miss Xia the day before yesterday, but she was skeptical at the time. Yet, it is indeed essential," Zhang Yu earnestly explained. "Fine, if massage is required, then so be it. As long as it can cure Xiao Chan, I will accept whatever it takes," Xia's mother declared. With her endorsement, Bao Jiayin, despite her reluctance, felt compelled to remain silent. As the 10-minute mark approached, Zhang Yu began to carefully remove the silver needles from Xia Yuechan's body one by one. Once the needles were secured, Zhang Yu suddenly leapt onto the bed, straddling Xia Yuechan. The position was rather awkward, prompting Bao Jiayin to exclaim once more, "What on earth are you doing now?" I must perform the massage. If I were to stand, I would not be able to apply sufficient pressure, and the results might be unsatisfactory. Thus, this is the only way, Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. With a furrowed brow, Bao Jiayin bit her lip, ultimately deciding to endure the situation. Zhang Yu leaned down, placing his right hand upon the nape of Xia Yuechan's neck, slowly administering a massage that gradually descended. As his hand worked its way to the nape, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Xia Yuechan and Appo's once snow-white skin began to darken. This, Xia and Appo's mother was momentarily left speechless. What is happening? Why is it turning black? Bao Jiayin exclaimed in astonishment. I am channeling the malevolent energy within her to the surface. Zhang Yu stated gravely. So that is the case. I appreciate your assistance. Bao Jiayin replied, her tone filled with gratitude. Initially harboring doubts regarding Zhang Yu and Appo's abilities, she was left without question upon witnessing the transformation of Xia Yuechan's skin. The manner of her speech shifted noticeably. Zhang Yu's hand continued its descent. Xia Yuechan's skin was remarkably smooth, akin to fine jade. The sensation was indescribable, requiring no deliberate force from his wrist, as his palm effortlessly glided back and forth. In a short time, her shoulders had turned black. He persisted downward, and soon her back also began to darken, eventually reaching her hips. However, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of massaging Xia Yuechan's backside. Yet this time, Bao Jiayin could not voice any objections, for she too wished for Xia Yuechan's well-being, recognizing that Zhang Yu was genuinely treating her, rather than taking advantage of the situation. Xia Mu discerned Zhang Yu's embarrassment and urgently urged, young man, do not hesitate to proceed. I shall take responsibility. Earlier, during the acupuncture, Zhang Yu merely touched the area to confirm the acupoint. However, at this moment, it required him to place his hand atop and gently knead back and forth. Chapter 37. Selfless protection in the present moment. Zhang Yu, motivated by the desire to heal Xia Yuechan, found himself not merely seeking personal gain, especially given Xia's mother's insistence. Thus, he ceased to refuse. He placed his hands upon Xia Yuechan's posterior, beginning to knead gently. Observing from his side, Bao Jiayin seethed with jealousy, thinking to herself that she had yet to experience such intimacy and lamenting that this young man had the audacity to claim first. However, despite her irritation, she held no doubts regarding Zhang Yu's capabilities. For before them, Xia Yuechan's fair complexion was gradually giving way to a hue of darkness. Zhang Yu then proceeded to massage her voluptuous thighs, followed by her calves, and ultimately her feet. Everywhere his hands traversed, a trail of darkness remained. After completing his task, Zhang Yu descended from the bed, only for them to notice his face had turned ashen. What has happened to you? Bao Ziyan inquit astonitz. Xia's mother echoed her concern, asking, young man, why does your complexion appear so ghastly? Zhang Yu managed to muster a faint smile, responding, it's nothing, just a bit fatigued. I fear I have exhausted my strength. This thorough massage, while seemingly a mere indulgence of his hands upon Xia Yuechan's exquisite form, concealed the true effort required to channel the negative energy away, necessitating the aid of his own vital energy. Under usual circumstances, this would pose no issue. Despite his seemingly limited vital energy, it sufficed for the task at hand. Yet now, with his internal reserves not fully restored, any attempt to force a rescue would lead to a depletion of his own strength. The situation with Xia Yuechan can no longer be postponed, which compelled Zhang Yu to act out of necessity. He strained his body and retrieved a set of jars, preparing to perform cupping therapy on Xia Yuechan. His collection was comprehensive, comprising not only bamboo jars, but also glass and ceramic ones. Traditional Chinese medicine does not exclusively rely on bamboo jars. While it is commonly believed that bamboo is superior to glass, each type serves its own purpose. Zhang Yu employed smaller bamboo jars on Xia Yuechan and Appo's neck and limbs, the largest ceramic jar on her waist, and a glass jar of appropriate size on her back. The jars were densely arranged on Xia Yuechan's body. Initially, there seemed to be little effect, but within 2 minutes, something astonishing became visible through the glass jar. A trickle of dark blood oozed from the opened acupuncture points. accompanied by wisps of black mist slowly emanating from within. As the black blood and mist appeared, the hue of Xia Yuechan and Appo's skin began to change. Xia's mother was wide-eyed in disbelief, finding the scene utterly miraculous. She was certain that without Zhang Yu's intervention, her daughter would have been doomed. No other practitioner could have achieved such results. This young man, despite his age, possessed extraordinary abilities. Bao Jiayin was equally astonished. She had heard of the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, but had never witnessed its true magic until now. Seeing it firsthand was nothing short of incredible. She even wondered why someone with such remarkable skills would work as a mere real estate agent. Surely, with such talents, earning a fortune would be a trivial matter. However, upon reflection, one might consider that given Zhang Yu's tender age, few would genuinely believe in his prowess in traditional Chinese medicine, had it not been for their desperate circumstances. Clinging to the hope of healing a dead horse as if it were alive, it is unlikely that Zhang Yu would have been called upon to intervene. As the dark vapor gradually seeped forth, the glass jars swiftly filled with the inky smoke. Subsequently, all the jars began to tremble, producing a sound of friction amongst themselves. Hiss. According to Zhang Yu's plan, the jars were to remain for a full 15 minutes, which is deemed the optimal duration for cupping therapy. Yet, only 5 minutes had elapsed. The malevolent energy surrounding her was overwhelming. Zhang Yu pondered. He had initially believed he could cure Xia Yuechan swiftly, but it appeared he had overestimated his abilities and underestimated the potency of this dark force. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, followed by a series of loud thuds. At that moment, the bamboo jar on Xia Yuechan's neck was the first to launch into the air, followed by the others, which collided violently with the ceiling, shattering into pieces before descending like a rain of debris. Witnessing the spectacle, Bao Jiayin and Xia's mother stood frozen in shock, involuntarily gasping in horror. Fortunately, Zhang Yu reacted swiftly. He understood that if the shards of glass, bamboo, and porcelain struck Xia Yuechan, even if she survived, she would be grievously injured, her body a mangled mess. Thus, he lunged toward the bed, covering Xia Yuechan with his own body. Crack! With a cacophony of sounds, crash, smash, fragments of glass, bamboo, and ceramics fell in a chaotic shower. Some struck Zhang Yu, others landed on the floor, while a few hit the bed, and some were directed towards Mother Xia and Bao Jiayin. The two quickly shielded their heads with their hands, fortunate that only a few debris rained upon them, and the ordeal ended in an instant. Turning to Zhang Yu on the bed, he was covered in shards of glass, splinters of bamboo, and pieces of ceramics, with blood seeping from 2 wounds on his back. "Are you all right?" Mother Xia inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Zhang Yu replied feebly. He was already exhausted, and, having just thrown himself into the fray, the additional blows were nearly unbearable. At that moment, he felt as drained as he had the previous night. Suddenly, Xia Yuechan, lying atop him, murmured, "Something is pressing down on me. It feels so uncomfortable." "Xiaochan, you're awake. Yuechan, you can finally speak. How do you feel now?" Mother Xia and Bao Jiayin exclaimed anxiously. "There is something heavy on my back. I feel so miserable." Xia Yuechan responded in a fragmented manner. To her, it seemed she had once again fallen victim to a spirit pressing down on her. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and gradually shifted his body, easing himself off Xia Yuechan and Appo's back and lying beside her. He breathed heavily, as if the mere act of movement had drained every ounce of his strength. The moment he removed himself from her, Xia Yuechan immediately sensed the weight lift from her, feeling a newfound lightness in her body. Xia Yuechan also discovered the presence of an individual beside her. She turned her head to take a glance, only to find it was a man, and immediately felt as though she was wearing nothing at all. Alarmed, she let out a scream. "Who are you?" "A rogue." "Xiaochan, do not be afraid. Mother is here. He is not a bad person." Xia's mother swiftly rushed to her side. "Yuchan, I'm here as well. Everything is fine." Bao Jiayin hurried over as well. Upon hearing their voices, Xia Yuechan's anxious heart began to ease. She turned to face them, seeking clarity, and asked, "What exactly is happening? Who is this person? Where are my clothes? Why is he on me?" "Xiaochan, you have finally awakened and can speak." You truly frightened your mother, Xia and Amp. Appo's mother exclaimed with relief. Jiayin, please explain everything to Xiao Chan. Chapter 38. The Lion and Appo's roar. Bao Jiayin promptly recounted the entire sequence of events to Xia Yuechan, detailing how she had approached an intermediary to invite Zhang Yu, who was to expel the malevolent energy plaguing her. In the process, she had to disrobe completely. Yet, Zhang Yu truly possessed remarkable skills. He first administered acupuncture, followed by a therapeutic massage that coaxed the dark energy to the surface, rendering her back a shade of black. Finally, he employed cupping therapy, extracting dark blood and ominous vapors. When one of the cups unexpectedly flew off, had it not been for Zhang Yu leaping atop her to shield her from the falling shards, Xia Yuechan would likely have been left with a multitude of injuries. However, as Bao Jiayin recounted Zhang Yu and Appo's courageous act, a twinge of guilt washed over her. After all, it was her responsibility to protect Xia Yuechan. Yet she had been paralyzed by fear and rendered utterly unresponsive. Bao Jiayin found herself conflicted, uncertain whether to harbor resentment toward Zhang Yu for his actions or to feel gratitude. Upon concluding Bao Jiayin's narrative, Xia Yuechan turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, who lay prostrate on the bed, silent, his face buried in the pillow, seemingly fast asleep. Relieved that he did not meet her eyes, she felt a wave of regret, wishing she had not heeded Han Yinyan's advice and had placed her trust in Zhang Yu's words. Perhaps then, she would not have endured such torment. She shifted from a prone position to lying on her back, discovering a newfound sense of lightness, and sat up. Observing her unclad form, she exclaimed, "Please, provide me with some clothing. There are men present." Witnessing her ability to sit up, both Xia's mother and Bao Jiayin felt a greater sense of reassurance. Mother Xia advised her not to rush into putting on clothes, as there were still numerous bloodstains on her back that needed to be wiped away first. Bao Jiayin promptly entered the bathroom, retrieving a white towel to assist Xia Yuechan in cleaning her back. Upon inspection, there were dark marks on Xia Yuechan's skin, the nature of which remained uncertain. Given Zhang Yu's current condition, it was likely he could not provide answers. After the cleaning, the originally white towel had transformed into a shade of black, an appearance that was somewhat nauseating. Mother Xia fetched some clothing for Xia Yuechan to wear and inquired about her well-being. Upon learning that there were no abnormalities, she felt a sense of relief. The three women then turned their attention toward Zhang Yu, whose back was already seeping with considerable blood. Xia Yuechan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that he had been injured while helping her, and they could not neglect him. He needed his wounds tended to, as he could not continue bleeding profusely. Her words prompted Mother Xia to realize the truth in her statement. Zhang Yu had sustained his injuries while treating Xia Yuechan, making it imperative to attend to him. Zhang Yu had 2 wounds on his back and 1 on his thigh. Together, Mother Xia and Bao Jiayin set to work, first clearing away the various debris from Zhang Yu's back, extracting the fragments lodged in his wounds, and then removing his clothing. Their actions did not disturb Zhang Yu's slumber. It seemed that even if he were to be dismembered at that moment, he would remain oblivious. His white shirt was largely stained crimson, and his black, old-fashioned trousers were quite soiled. However, upon removal, they discovered that Zhang Yu possessed an admirable physique. Bao Jiayin remarked, "This lad appears rather unsophisticated. Yet I never anticipated he possessed such remarkable abilities. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover." Xia Yuechan expressed her regret, saying, on that day, "It was precisely because of his attire that I believed he was speaking nonsense. It seems we must refrain from making judgments based on appearances in the future." Zhang Yu's injuries were not severe. 3 were merely superficial wounds. Cleaning the blood and applying adhesive bandages sufficed. Their primary concern now was whether Xia Yuechan had fully recovered, but that would have to wait until Zhang Yu awakened. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Yu remained unconscious. Xia's mother descended to prepare dinner while Bao Jiayin and Xia Yuechan waited in the room for him to regain consciousness. Perhaps it was due to Zhang Yu's state of unconsciousness, leaving him unable to see anything, that Xia Yuechan, resembling a young girl, leaned her cheek against Bao Jiayin's shoulder, who held her tightly in return. After about an hour, Zhang Yu stirred slightly and emitted a sound. Startled by his voice, the 2 women quickly separated. Upon glancing at Zhang Yu, They noticed him slowly lifting his head. His complexion was still pale, revealing signs of exhaustion. Xia Yuechan, feeling a tinge of guilt, said, "You're awake. You're awake too." Zhang Yu replied weakly, "Thank you. I felt quite embarrassed that day." Xia Yuechan responded, her guilt resurfacing. It was indeed inconsiderate to disregard Zhang Yu's advice and to let him walk away. What's past is past. It's nothing to dwell on, Zhang Yu assured her. "By the way, how is your condition now, Yuechan? Is everything completely fine?" Bao Jiayin inquired. Xia Yuechan cast her a sidelong glance, as if reproaching her for being overly anxious. After all, the other person had just awakened, and even if she was concerned about her condition, there was no need to ask so directly. "Miss Xia, please lift your clothing so I can examine your back," Zhang Yu spoke weakly. "Xia Yuechan es face flushed instantly." Although her back had previously been both seen and touched by Zhang Yu, at that moment, she had been oblivious to it. However, now that Zhang Yu had brought it up so explicitly, she felt an undeniable embarrassment. "Must you inspect the back?" Bao Jiayin remarked. "I had underestimated the potency of the malevolent energy. It sent the jar flying. After resting for a while, I am still unaware of the precise circumstances. It is imperative to take a look." Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "Very well." Xia Yuechan turned her back. She was clad in a pink tank top and gently lifted the back of her garment. Her back now bore a faint dark hue. Upon examining it, Zhang Yu remarked, "As I suspected, the malevolent energy within you has not been entirely extracted. In fact, now would be an opportune moment to continue the extraction process to eliminate it completely. However, I currently lack the strength to proceed any further. We must wait a couple of days until I have recovered. Rest assured, you will not face any life-threatening danger in the meantime." "That is a relief. I appreciate your help." Xia Yuechan turned back around. Bao Jiayin remarked, "I am astonished. Your abilities are indeed remarkable. Today, I have witnessed the prowess of a true master. By the way, I previously mentioned that as long as you can cure Yuechan, you may set your own price. How much do you require?" Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, while Bao Jiayin and Xia Yuechan thought he was contemplating a substantial sum. After all, with Xia Yuechan still unwell, no matter how exorbitant Zhang Yu and Oppos, as demand might be, they were prepared to pay. However, to their surprise, Zhang Yu shyly replied, "Actually, I do not require much for saving a life. Saving one life is more valuable than constructing a grand pagoda. If I can assist, I shall do so. Yet presently the agency needs funds for rent, and I am short by 200,000. If it is agreeable, perhaps you could provide that amount. If you find it excessive, I can consider a lesser sum. I will find another way." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's bold request for 200,000 and his concern that it might be too much, Bao Jiayin thought to herself, "This young man truly seems inexperienced with money." Xia Yuechan was equally taken aback, as she realized that the sale of her villa would result in a net loss of 1 million. Could they truly quibble over such a trivial sum? Chapter 39. The attentive listener, I will give you 300,000. If there are any issues in the future, feel free to call me, Bao Jiayin declared resolutely. Following this, she retrieved her bag, extracted a checkbook, and wrote out a check for 300,000, handing it over to Zhang Yu, accompanied by her business card. Having never encountered a check before, Zhang Yu gazed at it in astonishment and remarked, "Is this what they show on television? Can I really exchange this for cash at the bank?" "Indeed, you can take this to the bank and withdraw cash. Rest assured, I would never deceive you." Bao Zian Ziplit Ao Set Stili. Thank you, thank you. With this, we can manage to pay the rent," Zhang Yu expressed sincerely. Xia Yuechan observed Zhang Yu with a mix of amusement and affection, thinking to herself that this young man was not merely foolish but rather endearing. Having saved her, he now demanded 20,000. Was her life truly worth so little? At that moment, the voice of Xia's mother echoed from outside. "Dinner is ready. Come downstairs to eat." Soon, the door swung open, and Xia's mother entered. Upon seeing that Zhang Yu had awakened, she invited him to join them for dinner, inquiring about her daughter's condition. Learning that there was nothing serious, and that Zhang Yu would treat Xia Yuechan again in a couple of days, Xia's mother felt reassured. The four descended to the dining room. The affluence of the household was evident. Not only was the living room spacious, but the dining area was also ample, rivaling the entire area of Yang Ying's home. The dining experience in affluent households differs significantly. While Zhang Yu typically enjoys a modest meal at home, with a few dishes laid out for communal sharing, at Xia Yuechan's residence, each individual is presented with 2 plates and a bowl. The soup is served in the bowl, while several dishes are arranged on one plate, accompanied by a small bowl of rice. The attention to detail in their dining is remarkable. Xia Yuechan, Bao Jane, and Xia and Amp, Appo's mother engage in a leisurely pace, savoring their food, yet after 5 minutes, they have barely consumed a few bites. In contrast, Zhang Yu has already finished his meal with remarkable efficiency. Given the meager portions, he feels unsatisfied, yet hesitates to voice his desire for more. Fortunately, Xia's mother notices his lack of fullness and, with a warm smile, says, "I almost forgot. Young men have hearty appetites. Let me serve you some more." "I can manage myself," Zhang Yu responds modestly. "You risked your well-being to save my daughter Xiachan and even sustained injuries. It would be improper to let you serve yourself." Xia's mother insists as she rises to serve him another helping. This time, she generously increases the portion, yet Zhang Yu devours it in mere bites. As she continues to refill his plate, this cycle repeats 6 times before Zhang Yu finally feels satisfactorily filled. Observing Zhang Yu's rapid consumption, Bao Jiayin furrows her brow, silently lamenting, "Indeed, those from the countryside lack manners. How could one eat so voraciously in someone else and damp?" Appo's home, as if they have never dined before. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yu expresses his intention to depart. Having not returned home the previous night, and with concerns for his aunt, who had been mistreated at noon, he feels compelled to check on her. Otherwise, he fears that hunger may overwhelm him, prompting him to bid farewell without further delay. Bao Jiayin, naturally reluctant to part with Xia Yuchan at this moment, could not allow Zhang Yu to leave without a proper exchange of pleasantries. She insisted on offering him a ride home. When Zhang Yu politely declined, she took the opportunity to suggest that he take a taxi back himself. After leaving the Dongheim Mingzhu community, Zhang Yu returned to Yang Ying and Amp, Appo's residence. After knocking a few times, he heard Yang Ying and Amp, Appo's voice from inside. "Who is it?" "It and Amp, Appo's me." "Little Aunt," Zhang Yu replied. Upon recognizing his voice, Yang Ying promptly opened the door, handed him a pair of slippers, and urged him to change before entering. She led Zhang Yu to the dining table, which was set with 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 untouched bowls of rice. "Please sit. I will heat the food again," Yang Ying said. "No need, it and Appo's. It's quite warm outside." "It doesn't matter," Zhang Yu replied with a tinge of guilt. He hadn't anticipated that his little aunt had been waiting for him to share the meal. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking extra rice earlier and would have preferred to dine with Yang Ying. "You really need to pay attention. Were you last night?" "You made me." Yang Ying began to complain, intending to finish with "made me wait all night," but quickly reconsidered and swallowed her words. "I was dealing with something urgent. I lied to you," Zhang Yu confessed shyly. "You naughty boy. You must not deceive me again." Yang Ying playfully scolded him, giving his shoulder a light punch. However, she soon noticed several bloodstains on his white shirt, startling her. "What happened to you? Why are you bleeding?" she exclaimed anxiously. "It is nothing, merely a minor injury," Zhang Yu remarked as he stood up, retrieving the check that Bao Jiayin had given him from his pocket. "By the way, this is the fee she provided for the treatment. It should suffice for the rent." Yang Ying took the check and was taken aback to discover it was for 300,000. She gazed at Zhang Yu in astonishment, only to notice that his complexion was far from healthy, his lips parched. Earlier, she had not observed him closely at the door, but now, standing face to face, she scrutinized him intently. "You!" Tears cascaded down Yang Ying's cheeks as she threw herself into Zhang Yu's embrace, holding him tightly. "Andy, what is wrong with you?" Zhang Yu hesitated to touch Yang Ying and instead whispered softly, "What illness were you treating? Why are you injured and looking so haggard? I do not want you to harm yourself while earning money from me. I am truly fine. A couple of days of rest will suffice," Zhang Yu assured her earnestly. "Are you really all right?" Yang Ying inquired with concern. "Indeed, I am fine. Just a bit tired. Let's have dinner and then rest," Zhang Yu suggested. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Ying and Amp, Appo's heart raced. The speaker, may be oblivious, but the listener perceives meaning. Zhang Yu's suggestion to rest together led Yang Ying to mistakenly believe he desired to share a bed with her. Given Zhang Yu's considerable sacrifices for her, could she truly refuse such a proposal if he were to make it? Yang Ying herself was uncertain whether she could decline. Her heart raced with anxiety. The man she had grown up with, who had always been her childhood companion, was now so kind to her that she found it impossible to refuse him. However, having been married before and considering their family's long-standing friendship, she felt a sense of responsibility, realizing that she was, in fact, a generation older than Zhang Yu. If their relationship were to develop in such a manner, would it not bring harm to him? As she embraced Zhang Yu, he could feel the rapid thumping of her heart. Puzzled, he remarked, "Annie, why is your heart racing so fast all of a sudden?" "And no, it and oppose, that's nothing." Yang Ying gasped in surprise, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly released her hold on Zhang Yu, turning away in embarrassment. Let us hurry and eat. I haven't an oppose. Tea had dinner yet." Even though Zhang Yu had already dined, he chose to sit down and share a meal with Yang Ying. After having eaten to about 80% fullness earlier, he consumed another bowl, reaching complete satisfaction. Despite having just woken up, Zhang Yu felt utterly exhausted and decided against washing the dishes. Instead, he retreated to his room, unfolded the bedding, and lay down to sleep. Yang Ying entered with him, expecting that Zhang Yu would sleep in the bed, only to find that he was still resting on the floor. Chapter 40. Shopping for clothes. When fatigue envelopes a person, even sleep can be accompanied by the sound of snoring, and Zhang Yu was no exception. Typically, he would not snore, but the exhaustion of the previous night had taken its toll, compounded by the strenuous effort he exerted to expel the malevolent energy from Xia Yuechan's body. He lay down, and within half a minute, he succumbed to slumber. Observing Zhang Yu's weary countenance, Yang Ying felt a pang of compassion. Particularly, as he lay on the floor, she experienced a mix of relief and a slight sense of loss. In truth, Yang Ying was also quite fatigued. She had not rested the night before and had endured considerable distress that day. Once she settled into bed, the rhythmic sound of Zhang Yu's snores lulled her into a quick sleep. The following morning, Yang Ying opened her eyes languidly and instinctively glanced down at the floor. Zhang Yu remained deep in slumber, his complexion slightly improved. Noticing the time, she realized it was already 7:00 amp. Oppo's clock. Zhang Yu usually rose by 6, indicating just how exhausted he truly was. Contemplating the situation, she recalled that the agency across the street was charging a commission of 1, 2, and it had been several days without clients. Whether or not to open the store seemed inconsequential at this point. Therefore, she resolved to close the shop for 2 days. This would not only provide her a moment to unwind, but also allow Zhang Yu the opportunity for a proper rest. She called her friend, the bespectacled girl, to inform her of the decision to take a break for the next 2 days and return to work the day after. The news startled her friend, who feared that Yang Ying might be unable to pay the rent, prompting the closure of the shop. Fortunately, Yang Ying discerned her concern and offered an explanation, allowing the girl to relax her worries. Yang Ying and Zhang Yu grew up together, and she was well aware of his culinary preferences. Since childhood, Zhang Yu had a penchant for braised meat, often consuming 2 large bowls in one sitting. Determined to treat him, Yang Ying resolved to prepare a delightful meal that day. Foregoing her sleep, she ventured downstairs to procure ingredients. Throughout the day, Zhang Yu indulged in delicious braised meat and enjoyed an extended slumber of over 10 hours, which greatly improved his complexion. Thus, by the time Yang Ying awoke the following morning, she found Zhang Yu missing from beneath the bed. Alarmed by his absence, she hastily leapt out of bed to investigate. To her relief, breakfast was already laid out, and she discovered Zhang Yu seated on the sofa, mending a pair of trousers. The pants had been torn by glass, but due to their black color, the bloodstains were not visible. He intended to wash them once he finished sewing. Upon seeing him at work, Yang Ying approached him, and he greeted her with a smile, saying, "You're up? Go wash up first, and we'll eat together." He resumed his sewing, but Yang Ying, without uttering a word, snatched the needle from his hand along with the trousers. Confused, Zhang Yu pouted as Yang Ying, with tears brimming in her eyes, implored, "Stop mending them. The money you earn could buy you countless pairs of trousers. This one is only slightly torn." It's still wearable. Besides, what does it have to do with how much I earn? Zhang Yu protested. No, I will not allow you to wear these any longer. I don't care. We are going to the mall shortly, and I will buy you several new pairs. Yang Ying declared with utmost seriousness. Observing the situation, it was evident that if Zhang Yu dared to utter a single word of dissent, she would confront him with unyielding resolve. Very well then. Zhang Yu playfully stuck out his tongue. After breakfast, Yang Ying commenced her elaborate preparations. It must be said that when a woman applies her makeup, it is a most time-consuming endeavor. She likely understood that the grand shopping mall would not open until 9:00 and Amp, Oppos, clock, thus she felt no rush. Zhang Yu patiently awaited in the living room, and it was not until 9:30 that he beheld Yang Ying emerging from the bedroom. At that moment, Yang Ying adorned her feet with striking red high heels, complemented by a pair of blue denim shorts, a white strapless top, and a short white shirt with a large collar, fastened only at one button, exuding an aura of captivating charm. Her makeup was subtle, and her flowing locks resembled those of a youthful maiden. Yet, this very simplicity imbued her with an added touch of allure and maturity. Zhang Yu found himself utterly entranced. He had never witnessed Yang Ying in such a manner. His gaze fixated upon her. Unperturbed by Zhang Yu's stare, Yang Ying felt a surge of delight in her heart. She lifted her delicate face, blooming like a peach blossom, and playfully chided him. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? I wasn't looking. Zhang Yu hastily averted his gaze. His cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, displaying an innocent shyness akin to that of a bashful boy next door. Yang Ying stifled a laugh within. Taking a few steps towards him, she reached out and gently pulled Zhang Yu to his feet, then handed him her bag, pouting as she commanded, "Carry my bag. Let's be off." She grasped Zhang Yu's arm as they descended the stairs, but upon exiting the corridor, a wave of shyness washed over her, prompting her to release her hold and walk alongside him, shoulder to shoulder. They opted not to take a vehicle, for the distance to the bus station was short, nestled in a bustling area adorned with numerous grand shopping malls. Before long, they found themselves meandering towards the pedestrian street. Zhang Yu was dressed in a sky-blue shirt paired with athletic pants, his feet clad in a pair of retro sneakers. The mismatch of his attire alongside Yang Ying was strikingly apparent. Passers-by cast curious glances in their direction, as if silently questioning the nature of their relationship. In such a lively place, couples were a common sight, often seen holding hands or with women linking their arms with men. Zhang Yu, oblivious to the peculiar stares, remained unfazed. He was a person of broad-mindedness, rarely troubled by trivial matters. Conversely, Yang Ying felt a twinge of discomfort. After a few more steps, she resolutely bit her lip and entwined her arm with Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu was taken aback, quickly turning to look at her. Yang Ying beamed at him with affection, teasing, "What an amp, Oppos. That's the matter? Does it bother you that your little aunt is holding on to you?" And no. Zhang Yu stammered, his cheeks flushed. Then it settled. Yang Ying replied with a cheerful grin. She maintained her hold on Zhang Yu as they continued forward, the grandest mall on the pedestrian street, the Summerhua Mall, looming ahead. The prices here were exorbitant. It was not uncommon for a single piece of clothing to exceed 1,000 yuan. In her younger days, Yang Ying would have never dared to enter such a place, visiting only a few times during her outings with an older gentleman. Her exquisite garments were all purchased during that time. This outing with Zhang Yu to shop for clothes was not one where Yang Ying was concerned about money. She was determined to ensure Zhang Yu appeared stylish, unlike before. The summer mall offered a plethora of options. The first floor showcased small appliances. The second floor boasted large electronics. The third floor was dedicated to knitwear, and upon reaching the fourth floor, one would find clothing, footwear, and accessories. As the two roamed the fourth floor, Yang Ying occasionally pointed at nearby garments, inquiring if Zhang Yu found them appealing. In truth, Zhang Yu was quite fond of these clothes, yet upon glancing at the price tags, he hesitated. The prices were exorbitant. A seemingly ordinary t-shirt was priced at an astonishing 1,500. After passing several stalls, Zhang Yu whispered, "Annie, the clothing here is too expensive. Perhaps we should explore other places." Yang Ying replied earnestly. "If we were to shop here, do not concern yourself with the cost. Focus solely on what you like." Just as she finished speaking, A voice suddenly emerged from a nearby direction. "Oh, I sent tea that my little stepmother?" Chapter 41. Self-inflicted misery upon hearing the voice of the man. Yang Ying and Zhang Yu turned to look, only to see a man who appeared to be in his 50s accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Zhang Yu did not recognize the man, but he immediately identified the woman as Mrs. Liu, who had come to the Jiamei agency to collect rent just 2 days prior. However, while she had dressed quite conservatively during their last encounter, today she was adorned in a rather flamboyant manner, giving her the appearance of someone in their 30s rather than over 40. "What brings you here?" Yang Ying remarked coldly. "This is not your home. Why shouldn't I come here?" "Oh dear, it seems you've shifted your affections from older men to younger ones. Though this lad appears rather unimpressive, rustic even. Did you come from the countryside?" The man retorted with a biting tone. "That is none of your business." Yang Ying shot back, attempting to leave while linking arms with Zhang Yu. However, the man was not inclined to let the matter rest, and continued, "Shameless woman, you married my father for his money. But fortunately, my father had the foresight to secure a prenuptial agreement and left a will. Otherwise, all the family wealth would have been swindled away by you. I now suspect that your involvement led to my father and Appo's death." "Nonsense. Your father died from a sudden cerebral thrombosis. That has nothing to do with me." Yang Ying's anger flared at his accusations. It became apparent that the middle-aged man was none other than Wang Guozhu, the son of Yang Ying and Appo's deceased husband. After the old man's demise, the two engaged in a legal battle over his inheritance, ultimately resulting in Yang Ying's defeat, leaving her with nothing. However, this lawsuit incited great ire in Wang Guozhu, and upon encountering Yang Ying, he could not resist deriding her. In truth, her marriage to the old man had always been a source of shame for Yang Ying, a decision she deeply regretted. This blemish on her past had led to her being ridiculed more than once. Wang Guozhu, with a mocking tone, remarked, "I've heard you can't even afford the rent for your apartment anymore. It serves you right. Yet, it's surprising that you still have money to bring that boy here to buy clothes. Was your marriage to my father merely for the sake of him?" Zhang Yu was incensed by his words, wishing he could retaliate against Wang Guozhu were it not for the setting. He glared fiercely at Wang Guozhu, only to suddenly notice a peculiar pallor on his face. Yang Ying then addressed Mrs. Liu, saying, "Mrs. Liu, I have prepared the rent. Please come by my shop tomorrow to collect it." Mrs. Liu tilted her head, letting out a haughty snort, exuding an air of superiority. "Oh, you managed to get the money so quickly. I wonder if you resorted to selling yourself again?" Wang Guozhu chuckled. His repugnant remarks were unbearable for Yang Ying, who could hardly anticipate the next vile comment he would utter, particularly with several store employees and passers-by observing the scene. Some were pointing, while others whispered amongst themselves after hearing Wang Guozhu's words. "Let us go," Yang Ying urged, pulling Zhang Yu away. However, to his surprise, Zhang Yu did not leave. Instead, he addressed Wang Guozhu in a low yet firm voice. "It seems you are destined to attract romantic troubles today. Rather than spreading gossip about others, it will be prudent to focus on your own well-being. Furthermore, you ought to address the affliction that plagues you. You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Guozhu, incensed by Zhang Yu's audacity, stepped forward and attempted to seize Zhang Yu by the collar. Yet, Zhang Yu deftly deflected his advance, sending Wang Guozhu's hand back. At that moment, an irate woman in Appo's voice erupted from the right. "Wang Guozhu, you scoundrel, what are you doing here?" Before the words faded, the woman stormed up to Wang Guozhu, brandishing her handbag and striking him without hesitation. Wang Guozhu took a heavy blow, alarmed, and called out, "Xiao Mei, what is the meaning of this? What do you think?" The woman retorted, swinging her bag once more. Wang Guozhu found himself unable to retaliate against a woman in front of onlookers, especially since she was his acquaintance. He was left bewildered, pondering what had stirred Xiao Mei into such a frenzy. Seeing the commotion, Mrs. Liu hurriedly intervened, positioning herself in front of Wang Guozhu, and exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking him?" Xiao Mei pointed an accusing finger at Wang Guozhu, her voice laced with fury. "This scoundrel has transmitted his disease to me, causing my husband to contract it as well, and now he wants a divorce. I'll make him pay." After that, she shot a glare at Mrs. Liu and demanded, "What is your relationship with him? Could it be that you are the one who infected him?" Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Liu felt a sudden buzz in her head, while Xiaomei had already seized the opportunity to strike Wang Guozhu with her bag. This left Wang Guozhu utterly bewildered. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. He had recently been experiencing an itch below, leading him to ponder whether he had indeed fallen victim to a misfortune. A man of notorious indulgence, he had been involved with numerous women. After his father and Appo's demise, he harbored desires to engage with Yang Ying. Yet, despite her vanity, she refrained from such shameless acts. Wang Guozhu, clutching his head, dared not resist and implored, "Xiaomei, please remain calm. Calm my foot. Today, I'm going all out against you." Xiaomei and Appo's bag fell upon Wang Guozhu like a tempest. Not content with merely using the bag, she lunged to grasp Wang Guozhu and Appo's face. At this moment, Mrs. Liu and Appo's face turned ashen, and she too advanced towards Wang Guozhu, reaching out to seize his face while cursing, "You scoundrel! Is what she said true? If you've infected me, I shall take your life." At this point, the onlookers had shifted their attention entirely from Yang Ying to Wang Guozhu. Some remarked, "Oh my goodness, this fellow seems to have quite the romantic fortune. He's really in a bind now." Cheating is one thing, but to do so while carrying an affliction, how ruthless! Clearly, he has indulged too broadly and has failed to notice the consequences. It seems one must be cautious about their appetites in the future. You wouldn't be cheating on me behind my back, would you? No, absolutely not. Let me assure you, if you dare stir trouble outside, I will ensure you suffer the consequences. Among them were both men and women, and regardless of the potential for chaos, the atmosphere remained lively. Particularly when couples attended together, the women commenced a form of ideological instruction for the men beside them, with some even issuing stern warnings. This left several men who had brought their wives feeling uneasy, with some contemplating an immediate visit to the hospital for a checkup. However, Zhang Yu chose not to indulge in the spectacle and took Yang Ying and Appo's hand, leading her away. Once they reached the 5th floor, Yang Ying suddenly turned to Zhang Yu, her face expressing a sense of grievance, as she sorrowfully remarked, "Thank you." "For what?" Zhang Yu replied. "What happened to him had nothing to do with me. It was entirely his own doing." Yang Ying opened her mouth once more, intending to say something, but after uttering just 3 words, she closed her mouth and refrained from continuing. Chapter 42. Refreshing ointment. Moreover, what is it? Zhang Yu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yang Ying initially intended to ask, "Will you still find me unappealing?" However, upon uttering the beginning of her thought, she felt it inappropriate and swiftly swallowed her words. Given the nature of their relationship, such inquiries were certainly unwarranted. "It's nothing," Yang Ying replied, her gaze lowered. Subsequently, she wiped her eyes, as if fearing tears might escape. She then turned her attention back to Zhang Yu, grasping his arm, and declared, "Let us go shopping for clothes now. This time, I shall choose, and you need only wear them. As the saying goes, clothes make the man," which holds a profound truth. Yang Ying meticulously selected an entire outfit for Zhang Yu. A 7 Wolves t-shirt costing $2,000, a pair of Desay black jeans priced at $3,000, a pair of Playboy leather shoes amounting to $5,000, and a Jindalai belt exceeding $3,000. Once Zhang Yu donned the ensemble, he appeared utterly transformed. His demeanor significantly altered. He no longer resembled the rustic fellow he once was, but rather seemed akin to a male model. Though he was not conventionally handsome, devoid of the delicate features often associated with youth, he was certainly not unattractive. Growing up in the countryside had endowed him with a commendable physique. Yang Ying observed him in silence, her heart involuntarily sighing. How had she failed to notice before that he possessed such charm? It is often said that women undergo drastic changes as they mature, yet it appears men experience a similar transformation. However, she soon felt a tinge of self-consciousness. To her surprise, Zhang Yu appeared remarkably spirited and competent, having amassed a considerable sum of money in just a few days. She pondered her own worthiness in comparison to him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she promptly shook her head, repeatedly reminding herself, "No, I must not indulge in such fanciful notions. It is simply impossible for us. After all, he is my nephew. It seems I cannot allow him to continue residing with me. Otherwise, I might find myself in an uncomfortable situation. Perhaps Once the busyness subsides in a few days, I shall arrange for him to rent an apartment and live independently. Her expressions fluctuated between joy and melancholy, to the extent that she did not even notice when Zhang Yu approached her. "Aunt, what are you thinking about?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing at all," Yang Ying replied, startled. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly added, "You look quite nice in that outfit. I was just contemplating what we should have for dinner. Isn't there stewed meat?" Zhang Yu suggested. "You enjoy meat, while I prefer vegetables." "I was considering what greens to have," Yang Ying stated, her tone anxious. "Let an amp, oppos, let's head back now." Zhang Yu shrugged, sensing an inexplicable tension in Yang Ying today. In the morning, she had a different demeanor while he was sewing. That changed when they went shopping, and again shifted after meeting Wang Guozhu. As they exited the Xiaohua shopping mall, Yang Ying and Amp, Oppos, S demeanor transformed once more. Initially, she had linked her arm with Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, but now she seemed to deliberately maintain a certain distance from him. Even though Zhang Yu had a broad heart and strong will, he could not help but feel that something was amiss. On the pedestrian street, numerous vendors were peddling a variety of wares, from clothing and footwear to everyday necessities. At that moment, Yang Ying spotted a stall selling mosquito nets. The days had grown increasingly warm, and with the windows open at night, the mosquito population had swelled. Just last night, she had been bitten twice on her feet. Yang Ying contemplated whether she ought to purchase a mosquito net. Not only would it keep the insects at bay, but wearing her autumn pajamas to sleep in the sweltering heat was quite unbearable. With a mosquito net, she could perhaps wear lighter attire while sleeping without the risk of being seen by Zhang Yu. Resolute in her decision, she approached the stall to buy a mosquito net. Upon noticing her inquiry about the price, Zhang Yu immediately interjected, "Annie, you really Don and Oppos need to buy a mosquito net." "Why not? There are so many mosquitoes at home. They nearly devour me." "You seem untouched while they flock to me," Yang Ying retorted, pouting. "I forgot to mention something important. I actually brought some cooling ointment with me. Once applied, it will deter the mosquitoes, and you and Amp, Oppos, LL feel quite refreshed," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "Is that really true?" Yang Ying asked, her curiosity piqued. If Zhang Yu had made such a claim when he first arrived, she would have dismissed it outright. However, his demonstrated capabilities had compelled her to believe him. "Of course it's true. You'll see for yourself when you try at home," Zhang Yu reassured her. "Well, I'll take your word for it this time. If it doesn't in Amp, Oppos, work, you can skip lunch tomorrow and come buy me a mosquito net," Yang Ying replied, pouting once more. "Not a problem," Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. This afternoon, the weather was exceptionally sweltering. All the windows in the house were thrown wide open, yet the temperature still soared to 32 degrees. This is the drawback of a small house. It lacks spaciousness and retains heat. Upon entering, Yang Ying felt an overwhelming urge to shed her clothing. She glanced at Zhang Yu and said, "Where is that cooling balm you mentioned? Show it to me, and let us see if it truly possesses the miraculous properties you claim." "Very well," Zhang Yu responded promptly, rummaging through his bag until he produced a glass bottle. The bottle contained a white ointment that resembled snow cream. It was merely an ordinary jar, devoid of any label. Yang Ying inquired, "What brand is this cooling balm?" "I forgot to mention, I concocted it myself," Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. "You can actually create such a thing? Let me try it," Yang Ying said, extending her hand. Zhang Yu handed her the cooling balm, cautioning, "You mustn't apply too much, or else you will feel excessively cold. Although it has no side effects, the human body can only endure so much." "Understood," Yang Ying replied, making her way into the bedroom while instructing, "You wait outside. Don't come in." "Got it," Zhang Yu said, sticking out his tongue playfully. Once Yang Ying closed the bedroom door and sat on the bed, she twisted open the jar of cooling balm. Dipping her fingers in, she applied a small amount to her exposed thigh. To her surprise, the moment it touched her skin, a refreshing sensation enveloped the area. This refreshing and natural sensation, particularly in such steamy weather, evokes a feeling of crisp autumn in her heart. Zhang Yu possesses the ability to create such a remedy. If it were to be sold, it would surely be a great success. Yang Ying mused to herself as she applied more of the cooling balm. Initially, she only anointed her thighs, but soon she shed her clothing and covered her entire body. In an instant, She felt no heat whatsoever. The sensation was one of unparalleled comfort. Clad in her autumn nightwear, even though it was somewhat thick, she remained blissfully cool. With this newfound relief, she no longer worried about wearing warm pajamas to bed. Delighted, Yang Ying took the cooling balm outside and handed it to Zhang Yu, saying, "You and Amp, Oppos, VE perspired quite a bit as well. You should apply some too. I and Amp, Oppos, LL prepare you some fried sauce noodles." After accepting the balm, Zhang Yu dabbed a tiny amount with his finger, spreading it evenly across his hands before applying it to himself. Observing Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos' meticulousness, Yang Ying pouted and remarked, "Why are you so careful? Just use a little." Don and Amp, Oppos, save it all for me. Chapter 43. Indeed, quite cool. This is the proper amount for a single application. It cannot exceed this, Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Why is that? Yang Ying inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. She had just applied it and felt quite refreshed, having scarcely used a minimal amount, merely 5 or 6 dots, which seemed less than what she typically employed with her facial cleanser. I mentioned earlier, didn't I? If you apply too much, your body will feel quite cold, Zhang Yu replied candidly. Cold? I don't feel that at all, Yang Ying retorted dismissively. At that moment, she felt particularly comfortable, devoid of any sensation of chill. Are you certain you Haven and Amp, Oppos, used an excessive amount? Zhang Yu asked, his expression one of surprise as he scrutinized her. I don't and Amp, Oppos, think I and Amp, Oppos, used too much. It was just this little bit, and I applied it 5 times in total. Yang Ying answered honestly. Well, may you find solace in your choice. We are merely at the beginning. There one and Oppos. Be any intense reactions just yet. In 2 or 3 hours, you will indeed start to feel the cold, Zhang Yu said with a serious demeanor. I could almost sleep in an ice cellar right now. A bit of coolness would be delightful, allowing me to wear more layers, Yang Ying remarked, pouting as she strolled towards the balcony. The kitchen lay beyond, where the sun and Oppos' fierce rays poured in, bathing Yang Ying in warmth. She felt no discomfort from the heat. Rather, it enveloped her in a comforting embrace. She certainly did not perceive Zhang Yu's words as alarmist. On such a sweltering day, feeling cooler was hardly a detriment. Furthermore, there was no sense of unease, as if her body were ensconced in icy jade, imparting an indescribable refreshment. In the height of summer, experiencing such comfort surpassed even the effects of air conditioning. After a brief interval of several minutes, the savory fried sauce noodles were prepared, and she and Zhang Yu each indulged in a plate. At that moment, her reaction remained unspoken, which only deepened her indifference. Instead, she boasted in front of Zhang Yu, asserting that even if she applied an entire bottle of the cooling ointment to her body, it would hardly matter. She accused him of being stingy and reluctant to let her use more. Zhang Yu, with an expression of grievance, replied, while the formula for the cooling ointment is indeed somewhat intricate, it is not particularly precious. If Annie wishes to use it, she is free to do so. I have never suggested otherwise. However, I have conducted experiments, and applying too much will indeed lead to a chilling sensation. PSHH. I and Amp, Oppos, am heading inside to play, she retorted. Auntie is in good health and possesses ample vitality. I'm certainly not afraid of the cold. With that, she tilted her face upward and retreated into her room to play on her phone. As time passed gradually, the quartz clock in the room, equipped with a thermometer, indicated a temperature of 32 degrees. Each time Yang Ying glanced at the thermometer, her heart brimmed with delight. On such a sweltering day, feeling so cool was nothing short of divine. Yet, after more than 2 hours had elapsed, Yang Ying suddenly realized that she was becoming increasingly cold. The autumn nightgown was no longer sufficient, and she began to shiver. Why is it so cold? What that boy said was true. Yang Ying estuet tetret. She contemplated stepping out to inquire with Zhang Yu about what to do, but having previously boasted, it would be rather embarrassing to seek his counsel now. She recalled Zhang Yu mentioning that applying too much would merely result in a feeling of coldness, with no significant side effects. Therefore, she resolved to endure it stubbornly. She retrieved her winter pajamas from the wardrobe and donned them, yet alas, they proved to be of no avail. She remained cold. She even sought out her thermal underwear, but it too failed to provide warmth. In desperation, she finally slipped into her down jacket, yet still, she found herself shivering. At that moment, the sensation she experienced was no longer that of a crisp autumn day, but rather akin to being plunged into an icy abyss. Oh, how unbearably cold it was. Clad in her down jacket, Yang Ying crossed her arms and hopped on her feet. Unable to endure it any longer, she flung open the door and dashed outside. Spotting Zhang Yu sprawled on the sofa watching television, she immediately expressed her distress. "Xiao Yu, I'm so cold. What should I do?" Her expression was such that she seemed on the verge of tears. "I am at a loss. During my initial experiment, I applied too much and suffered through a day of unbearable cold. But rest assured, there are no side effects, just a bit of chill, and you one tea catch a cold. Moreover, it fortifies the body," Zhang Yu stated with utmost seriousness. "I don't need to fortify myself. I feel as if I might freeze to death. Is there truly nothing that can be done?" Yang Ying implored urgently. "Sadly, there is nothing that can be done. I once attempted to alleviate the cold nature of the Hanshu grass, but it proved futile. The grass itself is not toxic. Its cold energy actually strengthens the body," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "What is Hanshu grass?" Yang Ying inquired. "It is the primary ingredient in the cooling balm," Zhang Yu elucidated. "Oh dear." Yang Ying continued to jump in place due to the cold, but then a thought struck her. "I will take a hot shower and wash off the cooling balm from my body." With that, she dashed towards the bathroom. It was futile. Once the cooling balm was applied to the skin, it would permeate through the meridians. Not even a hot shower, or even a soak in warm water, could alleviate its effects. Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. However, Yang Ying was beyond caring, even oblivious to Zhang Yu's presence in the house. She shut the bathroom door, stripped off her clothes, and the sound of rushing water soon filled the air. Zhang Yu was not indifferent to Yang Ying's plight. The cooling balm posed no harm to the body. In fact, it was beneficial. Prolonged application in large doses could even provide resistance to cold, rendering one less susceptible to winter and oppos, as chill. Yet initially, the sensation of applying the cooling balm was unbearable. Even Zhang Yu would find it quite frigid. Indeed, as Zhang Yu had predicted, a hot shower offered no relief. Before long, Yang Ying emerged from the bathroom clad in a down jacket, rushing back to the bedroom. This time, she devised a solution, retrieving an electric blanket and spreading it across the bed before lying down upon it. Sleeping with an electric blanket in the sweltering summer was rather peculiar. Despite this, she felt no warmth, her body still trembling uncontrollably. "Little you, I and Amp, Oppos, am freezing to death. You must come in and save me." Yang Ying could not help but shout again. Zhang Yu entered the bedroom, noticing that Yang Ying was wrapped in a quilt, quaking so violently that the quilt shook along with her. "Little ant, I am powerless. The cooling balm is simply like this," Zhang Yu said, pouting as he gazed at Yang Ying. I don't care. Please save me. I can't stand it anymore," Yang Ying exclaimed in a pleading tone, tears welling in her eyes. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Zhang Yu contemplated for a moment and replied, "Allow me to attempt a remedy. I shall employ acupuncture to soothe your spirit and help you fall asleep swiftly. Furthermore, I will stimulate your Yongquan point through foot massage, generating a balance of warmth and coolness within your body. This should mitigate some effects of the cold herbal remedy." All right, enough of that. I don't and Amp, Oppos, to understand. Just get on with it," Yang Ying urged anxiously. Zhang Yu, unable to completely counteract the effects of the cooling ointment, was fortunate to have alternative methods in mind. Once she drifted into slumber, the distinction between warmth and cold would become irrelevant. He proceeded to insert silver needles into several acupoints atop Yang Ying and Amp, Oppos' head, followed by a massage of her Yongquan point. As anticipated, she soon began to feel drowsy, and with her feet no longer cold, she finally succumbed to a deep, peaceful sleep. Chapter 44. Reconciliation. The following day, the agency resumed its regular operations, and Yang Ying and Zhang Yu went to work together. The effects of the cooling balm had dissipated by the latter half of the night, and by morning, the unbearable chill had largely vanished, replaced instead by a lingering sense of refreshment from the recent application. Not only did Yang Ying feel comfortable in the morning, but even as noon approached, she remained untroubled by the heat. After lunch, a visitor entered the agency, and upon glancing up, Yang Ying recognized Mrs. Liu, the landlord. "Mrs. Liu, it's good to see you. I have prepared the rent," Yang Ying stated politely, retrieving the 50,000 yuan in cash that she had meticulously organized in her bag. The money consisted entirely of 1,000 yuan bills, neatly arranged into 5 stacks on the table. "Yang Ying, about last time, I truly feel quite embarrassed. It was all instigated by Lin Hai and the others," Mrs. Liu replied, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor as she approached Yang Ying's desk with a forced smile. "It's quite all right. The rent here is indeed reasonable. It's understandable if you wish to raise it," Yang Ying responded with casual indifference. "Since we consider ourselves friends, 20,000 ISNT a substantial amount for me. How about this? Let us stick to the previous contract price. I have prepared a new contract for you, still at 300,000, valid for 11 months. Should you choose to renew next time, you may continue at this price if you wish, Mrs. Liu explained as she produced a new contract from her bag and handed it to Yang Ying. Upon inspecting the document, Yang Ying confirmed that Mrs. Liu had indeed stated the terms correctly, an annual rent of 300,000, with the contract allowing for a 2-year duration. Yang Ying retained the right to renew for an additional year at the same price, should she desire. After contemplating the situation, Yang Ying grasped the essence of the matter. Yesterday, at the Xiaohua shopping mall, she witnessed Mrs. Liu and Wang Guozhu strolling together, their bond evidently transcending mere friendship. Naturally, Mrs. Liu had already divorced her husband, so any semblance of a relationship with another man should not be deemed scandalous. It falls within the realm of normalcy. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Wang Guozhu had been afflicted by a venereal disease, courtesy of another paramour, and Mrs. Liu appeared oblivious to the potential risks involved. Should such information circulate, it would spell disaster for her reputation. Furthermore, she had arranged to acquire a property at the price of 300,000, with the 20,000 saved likely serving as a hush fund for Yang Ying. In truth, given Yang Ying and Oppo's character, she would not divulge such matters indiscriminately. Since Mrs. Liu had taken the initiative to reconcile, and future collaborations loomed, it was prudent to avoid any discord. With a smile, Yang Ying signed a contract and remitted the 30,000 for the rent. Mrs. Liu nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude before taking her leave. As soon as she departed, the special discount sign from the Ame agency was promptly removed. It was evident that the scheme had faltered. There was no longer a need to engage in further losses to undermine Yang Ying. In fact, even if Ho Xingcai wished to continue slashing prices, it was no longer feasible, for just yesterday, the proprietors of 3 agencies had sought him out to voice their grievances. The implication was clear. Should Ho Xingcai dare to persist in violating industry norms, these agency owners would not hesitate to unite with even more agencies to collectively oust him from the market. With newfound wealth, Yang Ying exudes a sense of confidence, promptly posting job openings online and contacting local newspapers to advertise her recruitment. The household cannot remain comprised solely of 3 individuals. It is essential to expand their numbers. She is determined to regroup and engage in a contest of wits with her rivals. Zhang Yu, however, pays little heed to Yang Ying's actions, while the bespectacled girl beside him wears a troubled expression. As Yang Ying steps away to use the restroom, and the door clicks shut, Su Hong turns to Zhang Yu and timidly speaks. Zhang Yu. I. What is it, Su Hong? Zhang Yu responds, puzzled by her demeanor. I would like to ask you a favor. Su Hong says, her embarrassment palpable. What is it? There is no need for formality. We are colleagues. Just speak your mind, Zhang Yu replies candidly. Yang Ying is hiring now. I am eager to secure a deal. If a client comes in next time, could you possibly assist me? Su Hong articulates a request, still visibly shy. In this industry, success hinges on individual merit, and it is typically unheard of for anyone to lend a helping hand in such matters. Why should one forego their own potential earnings to assist another? Su Hong is acutely aware of this reality, making her request all the more difficult to voice. Zhang Yu, having gained some experience in the agency, understands this dynamic as well. It is especially true for introverted individuals like Su Hong. They seldom speak up unless confronted with insurmountable challenges. Thus, Zhang Yu inquired sincerely, "Have you encountered some difficulties? Is your family in urgent need of money?" The bespectacled girl nodded with a sense of grievance and softly replied, "My mother suffers from depression and requires medication continuously. My father, who works in renovations, injured his foot a few days ago and has yet to recover. Currently, I am the sole breadwinner in the family, and it is simply insufficient. If I could secure even one order, it would provide some relief for my family, allowing my father to rest until he heals before returning to work. I initially intended to borrow some money from Manager Yang, but since my arrival, I have been unable to assist in any way, and Manager Yang has not dismissed me. I feel terribly embarrassed to approach her. I understand that you also face challenges, but I truly feel desperate at this moment." Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. How much do you need right now? Furthermore, how is your father and Amp? Appo's foot? If you and Amp, Appo's like, I can come by and help. We Don and Appo's have many expenses at home. We only need 3,000 yuan. If you and Appo's willing to visit my home, I can take you there. I assure you, I am not deceiving you." The bespectacled girl thought Zhang Yu was concerned she might be lying, which is why he proposed to visit her home for confirmation. "This amount of money is not a problem," Zhang Yu stated. Since arriving in Jinhai, Yang Ying had consistently faced hardships and had to borrow her salary from Zhang Yu. Moreover, it was not yet a month since he arrived, so there was no talk of a salary being issued. However, as the old saying goes, a poor family often has a rich path. Coming from the countryside, Zhang Yu and Appo's parents would not have denied him financial support. When Zhang Yu arrived, he brought 5,000 yuan with him, which he had yet to touch. He promptly extracted 3,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it directly to Su Hong. Witnessing Zhang Yu and Appo's readiness to part with the money, Su Hong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly moved to tears. In these times, borrowing money is particularly challenging, and Zhang Yu, having come from the countryside, used to dress in a rather rustic manner. It was only today that he appeared somewhat presentable. After work, Zhang Yu expressed his desire to visit Su Hong's home to check on her father's foot. Yang Ying nodded, reminding him to return home for dinner at an early hour. Su Hong commuted to work by bicycle, and fortunately, Zhang Yu was also adept at riding, so he accompanied her home on his bike. Su Hong's residence was not nearby. It was situated in a dilapidated urban area, and it took approximately 40 minutes to arrive at her home. The place was a large courtyard housing 8 families, but those with slightly better living conditions had already relocated, waiting for the redevelopment of the shanty town to receive new accommodations. Now, only 4 families remained, with Su Hong and Appo's family being one of them. Upon seeing Su Hong and Appo's house, Zhang Yu couldn't and Appo's help but reflect on the fact that not every urban household enjoys favorable circumstances. Her dwelling was even inferior to his rural home. Chapter 45. The request for money upon entering, one finds a simple living room, with a kitchen and dining area incorporated within. The decor is minimal, featuring a bare cement floor, and the household relies on a gas canister for cooking. The dining table is an ordinary folding one, suggesting it has seen better days. On the table lies a plate of cornmeal cakes, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables and a bowl of tofu soup. A middle-aged woman sits by the table, gazing toward the entrance. Upon seeing the bespectacled young woman enter, she immediately exclaims, "Xiao Hong, you're back. And who is this?" Curiously, she glances at Zhang Yu. "Mom, this is my colleague Zhang Yu. He heard about Dad's illness and wanted to pay a visit." Su Hong replies, a hint of shyness in her voice. Zhang Yu, rather straightforward, enters without bringing any gifts, claiming he came to offer his condolences, which makes him seem somewhat stingy. However, Su Hong and Appo's mother, Xiang, is not one to be overly sensitive. She promptly rises and warmly invites, "Oh, and Appo's Xiao Zhang, please come and sit. You haven't and Appo's eaten yet, have you? I wonder if our food will suit your taste." Zhang Yu politely responds, "Annie, I'm not picky with food. By the way, where is Uncle? I'd like to see him." "He*s in the back room," Xiang quickly replies, heading toward the room on the left. The living area contains 2 rooms on either side, and Zhang Yu and Su Hong follow He Xiang into the left room. The interior of the room remains equally unadorned and exceedingly simple. Even the television is an antiquated model. A middle-aged man lies on the bed, his right foot wrapped in bandages, and a faint scent of medicine lingers in the air. The man appears robust, clearly someone accustomed to hard labor. With a smile, He Xiang announces, "Dear, our daughter's colleague has come to see you." The middle-aged man, Su Tong, father of Su Hong, appeared to be an exceptionally unpretentious individual. He grinned widely and said, "All right, that and amp. Oppos, it's wonderful. Young man, do take a seat." As he spoke, Su Tong attempted to rise from his position on the Kong, supporting himself with both hands. "Uncle, there's no need for you to get up. I have come solely to examine your feet. Please remain lying down," Zhang Yu gently interjected, positioning himself on the Kong to prevent Su Tong from standing. "Can you really examine feet?" Su Tong inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I possess a modicum of knowledge," Zhang Yu replied, casting a glance at Su Tong's right foot. With a delicate touch, he quickly identified the issue and remarked, "Uncle, the medicine on your foot has been in place for 3 days now. Has and amp. Oppos, Tiet? How did you discern that?" This time, it was not only Su Tong who was astonished. Even He Xiang expressed her surprise. Medicinal applications differ significantly when applied for a day versus 2 or 3 days. A remedy is intended for 1-day usage. If it lingers longer, not only does it lose its efficacy, but it may also harm the skin, Zhang Yu stated with earnestness. "Father, there and amp, oppos. There's no need to be frugal. If the medicine needs to be applied properly, then it should be done so. I receive my salary this month, a total of 3,000, sufficient for your treatment." Su Hong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retrieved the 3,000 yuan that Zhang Yu had given her, handing it to her mother. "I am not unaware of this. I was merely considering not wasting it." "Suton dimarkt. Uncle, allow me to remove the dried medicine and conduct a thorough examination," Zhang Yu offered. This was a task he was quite adept at, and with deftness, he swiftly peeled away the desiccated remedy. In truth, the medicine had adhered to the skin, making its removal painful. However, Su Tong did not utter a single sound, clearly demonstrating his resilience as a robust man. Zhang Yu conducted a brief examination and confirmed the fracture. Ordinarily, a minimum of 3 months' rest is required. He then inhaled the scent of the replaced medication and remarked, "This medicine is inadequate. The dosage is insufficient. Under normal circumstances, one would need only to apply this for half a month before resting. However, with the current dosage, at least a month is necessary. Allow me to procure several prescriptions from the pharmacy tomorrow. I shall personally prepare them for you. I assure you that within a month, you shall be fully recovered." His words left Su Tong and his wife utterly astonished. He Xiang pulled her daughter closer and whispered, "Isn't your colleague a real estate agent? How is it that he also practices medicine?" "Zhang Yu is quite remarkable. He possesses a multitude of skills," replied Su Hong, gazing at Zhang Yu with a hint of a sweet smile. Observing her daughter and Oppo's expression, He Xiang could not help but scrutinize Zhang Yu more closely. It was evident to her that her daughter harbored a fondness for this young man. Zhang Yu then proceeded to take Su Tong and Oppo's pulse. His physique was robust, with no notable ailments aside from his foot. Zhang Yu then suggested examining He Xiang and Oppo's pulse, and, as the glasses-wearing girl had indicated, her mother indeed suffered from depression, requiring medication to sleep at night. This condition might appear troublesome to others, yet to Zhang Yu, it posed no challenge whatsoever. He stated that he had not brought acupuncture needles today, but would do so on his next visit. A week of acupuncture, coupled with a few prescriptions for calming herbs, would likely lead to her recovery within half a month. His demeanor was quite professional, yet his youthfulness belied his expertise. Otherwise, He Xiang would have surely regarded Zhang Yu as a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed, as if someone were entering. Soon a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, stepped into the room. Upon his arrival, Su Hong quickly greeted him, "Brother, you and Oppo's, back." This individual was Su Hong and Oppo's elder brother, Isu Yunya, in stark contrast to the simplicity of Su Tong and his wife, as well as Su Hong, Su Jun was dressed in a very trendy manner, sporting a shirt adorned with a skull and what resembled a dog chain. His pants were tattered, featuring numerous holes and chaotic patches. His hair was dyed green, and his exposed arms were covered in an array of tattoos. Casting a glance at Zhang Yu, Su Jun inquired, "Who is this?" "My colleague, here to treat our parents." Su Hong replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "He can treat ailments?" "Huh." Su Jun scoffed, then turned to He Xiang and demanded, "Mom, give me 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan? Where will we possibly have that much money? Besides, what do you need so much for?" He Xiang frowned, perplexed. "Orange 7 has just been released. All my friends have purchased it, and I have yet to buy mine. If you give me the money now, I'll go get it." Su Jun insisted, his tone unwavering. "Your father has just suffered a fracture. We can barely afford his medication. Why do you need money for Orange 7? We have no money at home." He Xiang suddenly burst into tears. "Stop crying. What a pitiful sight. Hurry and get me the money. If I don't have Orange 7, how am I supposed to face anyone in the future?" Su Jun shouted, disregarding his mother's tears completely. "Isuyun, your mother is unwell. Do you wish to drive her to her grave?" Su Kong could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Old man, why are you yelling? Just to show off your loud voice? I don't care. You brought me into this world, so you must provide me with money to spend. Otherwise, do you believe I will beat you up?" Sun Yun billowed defiantly. "How can you speak to your father like that?" He Xiang cried out. "What is wrong with how I speak?" Sun Yun retorted, "Just seeing you all irritates me. Hurry and give me money. Once I have it, I will leave. If you don't expect to live peacefully." With that, Sun Jun shoved his mother forcefully. He Xiang stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, Su Hong managed to support her just in time. Timidly, Su Hong said, "Brother, what are you doing? You wretched girl, earning only a meager sum each day. Yet you still have the audacity to live at home. In a couple of days, I'll send you to work at a nightclub." Sun Jun shouted at his sister. Seeing Sun Jun's behavior, Zhang Yu could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed sharply, "Is this how you speak to your parents and sister? Do you even consider yourself human?" Chapter 46, Brother Biao, alas. "How dare you emerge and act so brazenly? Young man, do you have the audacity to speak here?" Su Jun glared fiercely at Zhang Yu, his voice laced with anger. "You show disrespect to your parents, and that is unacceptable. Anyone can intervene." Zhang Yu replied with a serious demeanor. "I see you are asking for a beating." Su Jun, noticing Zhang Yu's audacity, raised his fist and swung it towards him. Zhang Yu was unperturbed. Against such individuals, a slight reprimand was often insufficient. He did not dodge or evade, and as Su Jun's fist approached his chest, he swiftly grasped Su Jun's wrist with force. Su Jun winced in pain, letting out a cry. He Xiang, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop, please stop." She rushed over, intent on separating the two. However, to her surprise, Su Jun pushed her away with a slap and turned back to Zhang Yu, shouting furiously, "You insolent brat, dare you strike me? Release me at once, or you shall regret it." Zhang Yu tightened his grip and twisted his arm, causing Su Jun to nearly collapse to the ground. Bent over in agony, he cried out, "Let me go! Let me go! If you wish for me to release you, you must first apologize to your parents. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not rise again." Zhang Yu barked. His grip remained firm, and Su Jun was on the verge of kneeling down. Recognizing the wisdom in retreating, he hurriedly acquiesced. All right. I apologize, just let me go." Zhang Yu eased his hold and gave him a gentle push. Su Jun stumbled backward, reeling several steps away. However, he did not apologize. Instead, he rushed towards the door, shouting, "Kid, you and Oppos, V got guts. We and Oppos, LLC how this unfolds. You and Oppos. Re-in for some misfortune." Once he finished his outburst, he exited the main room and dashed into the courtyard. Silence enveloped the room once more. Su Tong lay on the bed, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. He Xiang sobbed continuously, clearly feeling deeply wronged, while Su Hong supported her mother and cast a grateful glance at Zhang Yu. Having struck someone else in Oppos, as son, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment in that moment. "Uncle, Aunt, I apologize," he stammered. "The apology should rightfully be ours." He Xiang choked out. "Zhang Yu, I and Amp, Oppose, am sorry. Su Hong whispered. It and oppose, that's nothing. If your brother bullies you again, just give me a call, and I will set him straight. I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow, Zhang Yu replied. I and oppose. LL see you off. Su Hong said, her head bowed. She accompanied Zhang Yu a considerable distance, seemingly reluctant to turn back. Had Zhang Yu suggested she return home to be with her parents, she likely would have insisted on escorting him all the way. The following morning, Zhang Yu went to work with Yang Ying. Having promised to fetch medicine for Su Hong and Oppose, as parents, he headed to the pharmacy after arriving at the agency. The herbs he required were modestly priced, and since he did not need the pharmacy's assistance in preparing the medicine, he spent very little. Upon returning to the street where the agency was located, he quickly noticed a crowd gathered outside Jiabao Agency, unsure of what had transpired. He hurried over, recognizing several familiar faces amidst the throng. Among the crowd, voices echoed, demanding the return of a certain individual with an air of menace. Where's that brat? Bring him back to me at once. I shall peel his skin off. The tone was vaguely familiar. Brother, please don't make it difficult for Zhang Yu. Whatever it is, direct it towards me, or perhaps you prefer to strike me instead. Then, a female voice, tinged with sorrow and the unmistakable quaver of tears, broke through. Damn it. We will discuss our matters when we return home. If I do not vent my anger today, I will destroy this place. The same voice boomed once more. At that moment, Zhang Yu recognized the speaker as the brother of the girl with glasses. He was taken aback that this fellow had even involved the agency. Just as he was about to step forward, Han Yinyin, standing at the back of the crowd, spotted Zhang Yu and exclaimed with excitement. Is this the person you're looking for? He asked right here. As her words fell, all eyes turned toward Zhang Yu, and the crowd began to part. The employees of the agency wore expressions of schadenfreude, and Zhang Yu noticed a group of 7 or 8 men standing at the entrance of his own agency. Among them, the green-haired Su Jun. The girl with glasses was tear-streaked, while Yang Ying wore a look of deep concern. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she quickly maneuvered around him and whispered urgently, You must run. Zhang Yu smiled gently, positioning Yang Ying behind him, and calmly addressed the gathering adversaries. What do you intend by this? Upon encountering Zhang Yu, the Soviet soldiers were undoubtedly filled with intense animosity. He approached a burly man, pointing at Zhang Yu, and declared, Biao Ge, this is the fellow who struck me. The man, referred to as Biao Ge, beckoned Zhang Yu with a gesture, saying you've got some guts. Come over here. As Zhang Yu assessed Biao Ge, he advanced forward. Yang Ying attempted to grasp his arm, but he gently brushed her hand away. In just a few strides, Zhang Yu stood before Biao Ge, proclaiming, I have arrived. You certainly have some nerve. Biao Ge regarded Zhang Yu with an appreciative glance before continuing, I, Biao Ge, am a man of principle. You've harmed my brother, and if I were to take advantage of my numbers and beat you up today, you would surely feel aggrieved. Therefore, here's the deal. Pay me 100,000 yuan as medical expenses, and we'll consider this matter settled. I won't trouble you again. What do you say? With a faint smile, Zhang Yu replied, As for money, I possess none. If I don't provide this sum, what are your intentions? Damn it. If you don't pay, I'll beat you to death. One of the soldiers yelled, emboldened by his comrades. Did you hear that? If you don't pay, you won't have it easy. You might as well close down your agency, Biao Ge boasted with arrogance. Zhang Yu maintained his composure, replying, In truth, I believe you shouldn't squander your time here with me, for even if you all joined forces, you would still be no match for me. Furthermore, I advise you to return home promptly, as your family is likely to face a calamity today. Following that, it would be prudent to visit a hospital and have your liver examined. Otherwise, you risk an untimely demise. Good heavens! You truly are courting death. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's audacious words regarding his premature demise, Big Biao's fury was ignited. He bellowed, Seize him and strike. Isu Yun, who had long been unable to contain himself, was the first to charge forward, raising his fist to strike Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu understood that today was not like yesterday. He was outnumbered, and he could not hold back. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. He retaliated with a punch and with a resounding crack. Su Jun let out a wretched scream. Ah! The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed, as one after another, Big Biao's subordinates fell. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Chapter 47. Self-inflicted humiliation. Yang gazed at Zhang Yu, utterly taken aback. This scene made her heart race. Over the years, as she navigated the tumultuous waters of Zhenhai, she had endured countless hardships and grievances, longing for someone who could protect her. While fighting is deemed illegal, when faced with harassment at one's doorstep, a man must bravely confront the challenge. Those who dare to infringe upon us shall not be allowed to prevail. She realized that the person she sought was right before her. Yet, it seemed he had arrived too late. Regret washed over her. Why had she returned the bell to Zhang Yu? Why couldn't she have waited just a little longer? Why? The onlookers were rendered speechless, having witnessed many skilled fighters, yet none as formidable as this. The bespectacled girl felt as though her glasses had been rendered ineffective. She removed them and rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if to dispel an illusion. Once she confirmed that her eyes had not deceived her, her heart raced wildly. Coming from a humble background, with a brother who was utterly irresponsible, one who not only failed to protect her, but often berated her and seized her earnings, she yearned for someone to safeguard her. At this moment, it appeared that such a person had finally emerged. The lackeys of Big Biao lay sprawled across the ground, while he stood alone, bewildered. Big Biao himself was in a state of shock. Just moments ago, he had exuded menace, but now his legs felt heavy, as if they could not be lifted. The impact of the young man before him was overwhelming. He had never feared a fight, yet he could never have imagined that someone could possess such extraordinary prowess. It felt as if one were watching an action film, albeit regrettably, as one found oneself cast in the role of the antagonist. Zhang Yu, noticing his opponent in damp, oppose, as hesitation, gently clapped his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "It is your turn. Go ahead." However, Big Biao was genuinely reluctant to engage. His purpose was merely to support his younger brother, and he bore no personal grievances against Zhang Yu. Charging forward only to receive a beating seemed excessively unwise. At that moment, 2 police cars arrived and came to a halt nearby. Subsequently, 6 or 7 officers emerged from the vehicles. One of them shouted loudly, "Police, step aside, clear the way." The onlookers hurriedly retreated to a safe distance, eager to continue observing the unfolding drama. Upon seeing the police, Big Biao finally exhaled in relief. The officers surveyed the scene, and a female officer, with an air of authority, sternly inquired, "Who was involved in this altercation?" "These individuals sought trouble, and I dealt with them," Zhang Yu replied, turning to face the female officer. She was tall, her flat-soled shoes suggesting a height of at least 7 meters, dressed in a fitted police uniform. She exuded an aura of confidence. Without a hat, her hair was styled in a chin-length bob, framing a long face that conveyed rationality, depth, and wisdom. Her expression was serious, and her piercing gaze radiated an air of aloofness. Upon hearing his words, she displayed a look of surprise and asked, "Are you implying that you single-handedly subdued all these individuals?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu nodded slightly. The female officer immediately pointed to the gangsters sprawled on the ground and exclaimed, "Is that so?" The gangsters wore expressions of profound shame. Typically, in a brawl, the party on the receiving end would lament their plight, often resorting to flimsy justifications. Yet today was exceptionally humiliating. A multitude had assailed a single individual who remained unscathed, rendering their actions all the more absurd. A male constable, appearing to be in his 40s, pointed at the leader of the gang, Big Biao, and inquired, "Aren't you Chow Biao? What's the matter? Are you here to cause trouble?" It seemed that Big Biao was indeed a familiar face at the police station. Hastily, Big Biao replied with cautious tones, "Officer, you misunderstand. We are not here to create a disturbance. A friend of mine was assaulted by this young man, and I came to reason with him. To my surprise, he was unreasonable and ended up beating us. Instead, his voice dwindled to a whisper as he uttered the last words, his face flushed with embarrassment. The once formidable Big Biao, known in these circles, was now facing the ridicule of being outnumbered and subsequently beaten. How could he possibly maintain his reputation after such a debacle? The constables grasped the situation, realizing that Big Biao's intent was indeed to instigate trouble, only to be unexpectedly bested by a mere youth, which was quite astonishing. Nevertheless, action was obligatory. A female constable instructed, "Call the main station to dispatch several vehicles to take them all in." Then she gestured towards Zhang Yu and Big Biao, commanding, "Take these two back first." Upon hearing that Zhang Yu was to be taken away, Yang Ying grew anxious and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Officer, they came to my shop to cause a ruckus." Zhang Yu was merely acting in self-defense. I can also testify that they came here to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with Zhang Yu. The bespectacled girl mustered her courage and rushed over. "We will thoroughly investigate the ins and outs of this matter. Additionally, we will take a few spectators back to assist with the inquiry," the female officer declared. As soon as she uttered these words, the surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, their enthusiasm for spectating evaporating in an instant. Yang Ying certainly could not allow Zhang Yu to be taken away alone. She promptly closed the shop and insisted on accompanying him. In truth, the officer would have taken her as well to inquire further. Zhang Yu and Big Biao were the first to be ushered into the police vehicle, exchanging glances as they headed towards it. Just a few steps in, a rugged off-road vehicle approached. It parked behind a police car, and a slender woman leaped out. Upon seeing the officer and realizing that Zhang Yu was about to be taken away, she called out loudly, "Zhang Yu, what is going on?" The woman was none other than Bao Jiayin. On that day, Zhang Yu had mentioned needing a few days of rest before continuing to help Xia Yuechan dispel the malevolent energy afflicting her. For the previous 2 days, Xia Yuechan had been relatively normal, but this morning she had trouble getting out of bed. Upon hearing the situation, Bao Jiayin immediately came to find Zhang Yu, only to stumble upon such a scene. "They came to our agency to create a ruckus, and I ended up defending myself, leading the officer to take me away for questioning," Zhang Yu recounted. "Oh," Bao Jiayin exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the group of ruffians still lying on the ground, and added, "You certainly know how to fight. Can you be certain that they came here to create trouble and that you single-handedly brought them down?" "Absolutely. They all witnessed it," Zhang Yu stated directly. "All right, I will take care of this matter. Once it is resolved, make sure to follow me promptly," Bao Jiayin remarked as she approached the patrol car, producing her lawyer's badge. "I am Bao Jiayin from Dongzhen Law Firm, and I am also Zhang Yu's appointed attorney." The middle-aged officer, instead of taking the documents, smiled and said, "Who doesn't and oppose? Do you know the esteemed name of Lawyer Bao? This is a minor case. After we conduct our investigation and ascertain the facts, we will release the individuals involved." The officer in amp, Oppo's, tone clearly indicated a degree of respect for Bao Jiayin. "Thank you. However, I still wish to accompany you," Bao Jiayin replied with a smile. De Biao and Zhang Yu stood by the patrol car, and witnessing a lawyer stepping in to support Zhang Yu, who seemed to carry significant weight, made them feel a twinge of regret. If only they had known this young man was so formidable. What was the point of coming here to embarrass themselves? As he lamented, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang, playing the tune of a bold anthem. Chapter 48. My house is on fire. Upon hearing the ringtone of his mobile phone, the burly man glanced at the officer beside him and cautiously inquired, "Officer, may I answer this call?" "Go ahead," the officer replied nonchalantly. The burly man hastily retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID displaying his wife and Oppo's number, he placed it to his ear and responded, "Hello. Where are you?" His wife and Oppo's anxious voice resonated through the line. "I and Oppo's am out attending to some matters," he replied, concealing the truth about being apprehended by the officer. "Come back quickly. The house is on fire," his wife exclaimed urgently. "What? Is it serious?" he asked, astonished. "The fire truck is already here." "How serious do you think it is?" "The balcony on the upper floor is ablaze." "Hurry home," she shouted once more. "I understand," he said, covering the microphone with his hand as he looked at the officer, then quietly added, "Officer, my wife says the house is on fire, and it seems quite severe. May I return home for a moment?" "What do you think?" the officer retorted. "Well," the burly man displayed a sheepish expression. "Do you really think you need to go rescue your house? That's what the fire brigade is for. Just return to the station and be honest." The officer snapped irritably. "Yes." The burly man dared not protest further, picking up the phone to say, "Wife, I have an urgent matter at hand and cannot return at the moment." What urgent matter could possibly be more pressing than our house being on fire? His wife shouted in fury. De Biao, feeling rather disgruntled, noticed his wife was once again raising a ruckus. His temper flared, and he bellowed, "What are you shouting about? The house is on fire. What can I possibly do by returning now? Isn't there a fire department? I'll attend to it once I'm done here." With that, he abruptly ended the call. His raised voice had captured the attention of everyone around him, particularly the group of ruffians and Yang Ying, the bespectacled girl, who gazed at him in astonishment. Moments ago, Zhang Yu had informed De Biao that there was a fire at his home and urged him to return immediately. Yet, De Biao had dismissed it entirely, and now, it seemed, the calamity was indeed real. De Biao tucked his phone away and turned to Zhang Yu, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as he murmured, "Brother, did you set the fire at my home? Do I appear to have the leisure for such antics?" Zhang Yu retorted, "That's a fair point, but how could it possibly catch fire out of the blue? And how did you know about it?" De Biao inquired, perplexed. "Your facial features indicated that today you would encounter a fiery disaster." Zhang Yu replied matter-of-factly, "Is it truly possible to discern such things?" De Biao muttered, then recalled Zhang Yu and Appo's previous remark about his liver health, leading him to hastily ask, "So, is what you said about my liver condition accurate? Why not visit a hospital for a checkup? After all, you seem to doubt my words." Zhang Yu responded with calmness, "Brother, that is not my intention. I acknowledge my fault in this matter, and I'm willing to take responsibility. Since we've crossed paths in this manner, might we consider becoming friends?" De Biao said with a jovial smile. "I cannot afford a friend like you," Zhang Yu said, shaking his head slightly. "What are you two whispering about?" shouted a nearby officer, promptly ushering them into the vehicle. Soon, another patrol car arrived, gathering all individuals and transporting them to the district and Appo's as police headquarters. The officers who came were from the Serious Crimes Unit, whose jurisdiction typically did not extend to brawls. However, encountering the situation on the street necessitated their involvement. Zhang Yu, along with Brother Jiao and Yang Ying, were subjected to separate interrogations to ascertain the details of the incident. The officer questioning Zhang Yu was a female officer. Upon hearing his truthful account, nodded slightly and remarked, "Your skills are quite impressive. Who taught you?" "A teacher from the countryside," Zhang Yu replied. "It appears that true masters often reside among the common folk. Please wait here for a moment. After we and Appo's gathered the result from the other inquiries, we shall continue our discussion," the female officer instructed. "Understood," Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. He sat across from her in silence, both parties refraining from conversation. Zhang Yu observed her intently, noting a slight darkness in her brow. As she sensed his gaze, the female officer expressed her annoyance. "What are you staring at? I have some knowledge of physiognomy. I noticed a shadow on your brow, suggesting you may be facing some misfortune in the near future. It would be wise for you to refrain from going out alone, especially at night," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "Ha!" The female officer chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical. "Have you come to the police headquarters to read fortunes? I must inform you that I am an atheist. I hold no belief in fortune-telling or face-reading. Furthermore, allow me to share that I am a 7th-degree Sanda practitioner, and my skills are certainly not inferior to yours, so there is no need for concern. However, it will be prudent for you to remain vigilant." Observing the skepticism in the other party, Zhang Yu could only offer one final reminder. The female officer ceased her inquiries, and after a brief wait, another officer delivered the statements from the other rooms. Brother Biao confessed without hesitation, showing no inclination to implicate Zhang Yu, taking full responsibility upon himself. Consequently, Zhang Yu found himself entirely unscathed. The female officer promptly released him, allowing Zhang Yu, Yang Ying, and the bespectacled girl to depart from the police headquarters. Bao Jian had been waiting at the station and had already learned of Zhang Yu and Appo's well-being. She accompanied Yang Ying and the girl back to the agency before taking Zhang Yu to Xia Yuechan's residence. During their journey, Bao Jian called Xia Yuechan, who had by then risen and found herself in a state reminiscent of earlier, somewhat akin to sleep paralysis, though thankfully not particularly severe. Upon arriving at Xia Yuechan's home, her mother opened the door and momentarily froze upon seeing Zhang Yu. The last time she encountered him, he appeared rather rustic and unrefined, and she had not regarded him with any particular esteem. Her demeanor had been one of mere politeness. Yet now, upon this second meeting, the perception had notably shifted. She realized that this young man was quite handsome, and her feelings towards him softened considerably. She led the two upstairs, and, as they ascended the stairs, the melodious sound of a flute filled the air. The melodious sound of the flute was enchanting, imbued with a sense of tranquility and an ethereal quality that lingered in the air. Upon hearing it, Zhang Yu could not resist the urge to whistle, and astonishingly, the notes he produced harmonized perfectly with the flute's melody, as if they were a single composition. Summer's mother was momentarily taken aback, casting a curious glance at Zhang Yu. It was not only she who was surprised. Bao Jiayin also shot a sidelong look at him, intrigued by how this young man could whistle a tune. Most notably, the sound of his whistle resonated with the same essence as the flute. As they ascended to the second floor, the flute's melody grew ever clearer, emanating from Xia Yuechan's room. Upon reaching the doorway, Zhang Yu closed his mouth, ceasing his whistling, and the music within came to an abrupt halt. The three of them entered the room in succession. Xia Yuechan lay on the bed, delicately placing a cherished flute into a bag with her left hand. At that moment, she was adorned in a flowing white dress, reclining on the bed, her slender legs and fair feet exposed, radiating an immaculate beauty. Coupled with her white attire, she resembled a pristine white lotus. Chapter 49. The Art of Exorcism. Xia Yuechan gazed at the three individuals who entered, saying, "Mother, Jiayin, Mr. Zhang, I'm glad you have arrived." Zhang Yu nodded and replied, "Miss Xia, greetings." Bao Jiayin quickly approached the bedside, expressing her concern. "Yuechan, I was terrified when I received the call this morning. Seeing you now, playing the flute, puts my mind at ease." Xia Yuechan smiled charmingly and remarked, "I suddenly fell ill this morning. It seems that malevolent energy is at play. Fortunately, it is not particularly severe." She then turned her attention to Zhang Yu and added, "Mr. Zhang, it was you who played the flute just now." "Indeed," Zhang Yu admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. "How is it that you can play the flute?" Xia Yuechan inquired with curiosity. At that moment, she also noticed Zhang Yu's attire, realizing that he appeared markedly different from their previous encounters, not only more handsome, but also exuding an elevated aura. "The piece is too familiar to me. It was the first melody my master taught me. Autumn Moon over a calm lake," Zhang Yu said with a cheerful smile. This piece, with its bright and flowing melody, and its soft and lingering tones, vividly depicts the enchanting scenery of moonlit lakes and beautiful moments, embodying a sense of detachment from fame and fortune while cherishing the beauty of nature. However, this composition is not something a novice could easily master, and Zhang Yu's claim that it was his first piece left Xia Yuechan astonished. Curious, Xia Yuechan asked, "Who is your teacher? How could he teach you this as your first piece?" "My master is a coffin seller." At this, Zhang Yu's mere statement left Xia Yuechan, Bao Jiayin, and Xia's mother utterly dumbfounded. Was he jesting? Could a coffin seller truly possess such skills? Was it true that a coffin seller could play the flute? The incredulity in Xia Yuechan's voice was palpable. "My master is proficient in many arts. In fact, playing melodies is merely a secondary pursuit, and my own abilities are rather limited, primarily utilized for summoning deities," Zhang Yu declared with utmost seriousness. The act of summoning deities he referred to essentially equates to performing a shamanic dance. This endeavor is not to be taken lightly. It typically involves two individuals, one singing and the other dancing, with the male taking on the singing role and the female the dancing role. The Taoist tradition encompasses 5 arts, tracing back to the Yellow Emperor's golden seal and jade box, which includes mountain medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. The medical art in this context transcends modern interpretations, encompassing prescriptions, acupuncture, and spiritual healing. While prescriptions and acupuncture have long been established, spiritual healing, or zhuyu, is a rare skill few can truly master. This practice, often referred to as witchcraft, was once regarded as a noble vocation, a title bestowed by the illustrious Yellow Emperor himself. The singing and dancing in shamanic rituals are not mere improvisations. Proficiency in musical instruments is required to produce enchanting melodies that harmonize perfectly with the dancer's movements. Of course, this is considerably less challenging than mastering the shamanic dance itself. Summoning deities? What does that entail? Xia Yuechan appeared somewhat perplexed. It was Xia and Apo's mother who clarified, "It resembles the shamanic dance, I believe." "Indeed," Zhang Yu affirmed. "Does the shamanic dance necessitate flute playing as well?" Xia Yuechan seemed unable to fathom this. "My master insists that not only must one be able to play, but also to play exceptionally well," Zhang Yu solemnly remarked. "Then play a couple of tunes for me." Xia Yuechan, intrigued, replied, "What shall you play? It is far more pressing to attend to your ailment first." Xia's mother anxiously interjected, "Do not dawdle. As long as the malevolent energy within you remains, I cannot find peace in my slumber." "Very well, Mr. Zhang. Please prioritize my treatment. Once you have alleviated my condition, I shall listen to your performance," Xia Yuechan said with a smile. Immediately, Xia and Apo's mother added, "Xiao Zhang, all those jars you used last time were shattered. I have prepared replacements. Do these suffice?" She had gathered new jars, which included porcelain, glass, and bamboo. Zhang Yu nodded and turned to Xia Yuechan, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He then decisively turned away, avoiding her gaze. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's action, Xia Yuechan quickly recalled that during her previous treatment, she had been unclothed. His demeanor clearly suggested that he expected her to remove her garments. A flush crept onto Xia Yuechan's fair cheeks, and she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Xiao's mother, understanding the situation, said, "Xiao Zhang is merely here to treat your illness." So you should. Her words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. Shedding her clothes was a minor concern compared to the urgency of her health. Bao Jiayin nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Xia Yuechan grasped the rationale behind this and glanced at the turned Zhang Yu, then at her mother and Bao Jiayin. Finally, with a hint of shyness, she said, "Mom, Jiayin, could you both step outside for a moment? Once she has recovered, you may enter." The three individuals in the room were already familiar with her form. Yet at this moment, the notion of being treated by a man while being entirely unclothed, with two others observing, was simply unbearable. Xia and Apo's mother, understanding her daughter and Apo's feelings, nodded and said, "I shall go downstairs to prepare lunch." With that, she exited. However, Bao Jiayin was inwardly reluctant. She softly voiced, "Yuechan, are you truly comfortable being alone with him in here? Just the two of you?" Xia Yuechan offered a reassuring glance to Bao Jiayin and gently replied, "I truly feel embarrassed." "You." "Very well." Bao Jiayin conceded with a nod before turning to leave. As she passed by Zhang Yu, she shot him a sharp look and warned, "Mind your manners." Zhang Yu feigned innocence, thinking to himself, "How am I being impolite?" Bao Jiayin exited and closed the door behind her. The room was now left with only Zhang Yu and Xia Yuechan. Zhang Yu stood still, while Xia Yuechan bit her lip, steeling herself before slowly removing her dress. Her movements were graceful, akin to a poem brought to life. Each expression was naturally captivating. Her slender waist, perfectly shaped legs, and delicate feet radiated an enchanting glow. She leaned onto the bed and, in a voice as soft as a whisper, said, "You, please turn around." Zhang Yu complied, and upon witnessing this stunning sight, he could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, his self-restraint remained remarkably strong. As before, he began by using needles to perform acupuncture on Xia Yuechan. She hardly felt the sensation of the needles piercing her skin. There was merely a slight itch when the tips penetrated, and beyond that, not a trace of pain. She was acutely aware that Zhang Yu had thoroughly examined her physique. Last time, she had been oblivious, but this time she was keenly aware of the weight of his gaze upon her. Embarrassment washed over her, and in an effort to alleviate the tension she felt, she remarked, "Your acupuncture techniques are learned from your master, Aran and Apo's. They?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu replied. "Is he the one who sells coffins?" Xia Yuechan inquired further. "Precisely," Zhang Yu confirmed. This response piqued Xia Yuechan's curiosity once more, prompting her to ask, "How can someone who sells coffins also be skilled in music and traditional Chinese medicine?" "My master said that all of these are forms of medical practice," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. Chapter 50. August Snow, what does it mean that all of this relates to medical skills? Xia Yuechan inquired once more. To be precise, summoning spirits pertains to the art of incantation within medicine. Though it is beyond my solitary capabilities, Zhang Yu explained, delving into the theory behind shamanistic practices. with men providing the accompaniment and women performing the dance. It is said that those who engage in shamanic dances must possess exceptional beauty, their movements captivating the soul. When both parties harmonize, they can invoke divine power, relying on the spirits to cure myriad ailments. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's exposition, Xia Yuechan asked, "Is what you say truly credible?" "I firmly believe my master is not mistaken," Zhang Yu asserted with conviction. The old Wang had imparted numerous skills to him, all of which proved effective. Thus he held unwavering faith in the veracity of the old man and Appo's teachings. "If that is the case, tell me, do you think I am beautiful enough?" Xia Yuechan suddenly posed the question. "Very beautiful," Zhang Yu affirmed once again. "If I were to perform a shamanic dance, would you approve?" she queried. Xia Yuechan was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, her essence imbued with a subtle allure, reminiscent of the enchanting dancers described by the old Wang. Those who not only danced gracefully, but also possessed striking beauty, capable of entrancing and beguiling others. It seemed she embodied all these qualities. Thus, Zhang Yu replied earnestly, "I cannot ascertain your dancing ability, but in every other aspect, you undoubtedly meet the criteria." "Dancing, you say?" Xia Yuechan smiled charmingly. "That is my forte. If the opportunity arises, I shall perform a piece for you. Indeed, I am quite curious about the melodies played during the invocation of deities. There exists a multitude of enchanting tunes for such purposes, including those dedicated to the god of healing, the god of rain, and the god of snow, totaling over a dozen," Zhang Yu stated with utmost seriousness. As he spoke, his hands were also in motion, deftly inserting the last needle into the Yongquan acupoint of Xia Yuechan. "That many? Which one do you favor the most?" Xia Yuechan inquired. "My favorite is the one for invoking the god of snow," Zhang Yu replied. "Could you perhaps play it for me?" Xia Yuechan asked. Truth be told, her voice was extraordinarily melodious, akin to a celestial song, seemingly irresistible to all who heard it. Zhang Yu, feeling unconcerned, replied, "Then I shall offer my humble rendition." With a brief moment of preparation, he began to whistle. His whistle resonated like the sound of Shao, and the melody dedicated to the god of snow was particularly graceful and poignant, imbued with the poetic essence of winter. In the frigid embrace of winter, its solitude whispered, its elegance mourned, and its beauty lingered in a melancholic haze, where tears of longing found no refuge, transforming into delicate flakes of white snow. As the snowflakes danced through the air, people sensed their arrival, yet remained unaware that these were the tears of winter. Listening to Zhang Yu and Appo's performance, Xia Yuechan closed her eyes, immersing herself in the profound imagery of the melody. She felt as though she had been transported to the vast northern realms, where snow fell abundantly, creating a sea of white, and the only sight to behold was the resilient plum blossom, standing proud amidst the snow. The melodies of the divine are invariably lengthy. A single dance of the shaman requires no less than an hour, during which the accompanying musician must not cease his play. Zhang Yu has now diligently removed all the needles from Xia Yuechan's back, and, having risen, begins to massage her, skillfully guiding the malevolent energies within her outwards. While his hands are engaged, his voice remains undeterred, a testament to Zhang Yu's prowess. In the past, while toiling at home, he would often play tunes as he worked. Initially, his playing was unrefined, drawing frequent reprimands, but as his skill improved, he garnered indifference from his family. Had Xia Yuechan not been enchanted by Zhang Yu's melodies, she would undoubtedly feel her cheeks flush and her heart race. Yet, lost in the rapturous strains he produces, she remains oblivious to his actions. Within her mind, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, the proud plum blossoms in the snow begin to dance, their white and pink petals intermingling in exquisite harmony. It seems that this enchanting scene inspires Xia Yuechan to dance amidst the falling snow. Snow in summer. Just as she twirls in this ethereal reverie, delicate snowflakes begin to descend from the heavens, blanketing the Donghai Mingzhu community. Those strolling or seeking respite within the neighborhood suddenly find themselves in a state of disbelief. Snow is snowing. In August, is this truly snow? Indeed, summer can bear snow. Could it be a June snow? Is there a hidden grievance? In the community, People began to engage in spirited discussions. However, what was peculiar was that only the courtyard of Donghai Mingzhu community was blanketed in snow, while the surroundings remained unchanged and undisturbed. Passers-by, upon witnessing the flurry of snowflakes within the community, halted in their tracks, captivated by the sight. "Look, it's snowing. How extraordinary that it's only here," they exclaimed, eager to venture in and witness the spectacle. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Snowfall in the midst of summer at Donghai Mingzhu community. In less than a minute, the streets surrounding the community were brought to a standstill. Every vehicle that passed was halted, and pedestrians eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the enchanting snowy scene. Social media exploded with an avalanche of photographs showcasing the winter wonderland, accompanied by countless exclamations of astonishment. "Wow, snow in the summer. How beautiful. Come see. It's truly snowing in Donghai Mingzhu community, and it's real. No joke. How mysterious. The snow in summer is truly a sight to behold." The online forum for Zhenhai City was similarly inundated with activity. A multitude of such photos flooded the platform, with posts like, "Can you believe it? It's snowing today. Is there some hidden grievance?" Claiming the second floor. The post above has no substance. With such high property prices, there must be a reason, suggesting an investigation. Why not? The implications are chilling upon further reflection. Laughing at the original poster's naivety. "I was also there. Is the original poster a female?" On the 9th floor, strolling through the snow, the host seeks companionship. On the 10th floor, trapped on Donghai Avenue, caught in a dilemma. "With an exam looming in half an hour, it seems I am doomed." The news of snow at Donghai Mingzhu has not only captured the attention of netizens, but has also prompted major local newspapers to flock to the Donghai Mingzhu community. Journalists from various news websites with local correspondents rushed to the scene to secure exclusive information. Unfortunately, by the time vehicles arrived at Donghai Avenue, they were unable to enter. Reporters had no choice but to proceed on foot. The traffic police were exceedingly busy, yet utterly unable to disperse the crowd. For a moment, the Donghai Mingzhu community resembled a zoo, with countless individuals gathered to observe from both inside and outside. In the kitchen, Mama Xia, upon noticing the snowfall, was taken aback and hurried upstairs, shouting, "Come quickly, look in Oppo's. It's snowing." Bao Jian, seated on the sofa in the second-floor sitting room, also noticed and joined her in a rush to Xia Yuechan's room. This extraordinary spectacle was truly unprecedented. Otherwise, no one would have been so exhilarated. Even forgetting that Zhang Yu was attending to Xia Yuechan and Oppo's ailment. Chapter 51. The enigmatic Xia Chan. It's snowing. It's so beautiful. Summer's mother and Bao Jian burst into Xia Yuechan's bedroom. At that moment, Zhang Yu was giving Xia Yuechan a massage, whistling softly. Xia Yuechan lay with her eyes closed, appearing as if she were in slumber. In truth, none were aware that she was gracefully dancing in a realm of her own imagination. Upon witnessing the two enter with such fervor, Zhang Yu's whistling ceased, and Xia Yuechan was jolted back to reality. "Mom, Jian, what's the matter?" Xia Yuechan inquired. "It's snowing," Summer's mother exclaimed. "Indeed, it's stunning. Look." Bao Jian pointed towards the window, only to discover, much to her surprise, that the snowfall had ceased. "Why has it stopped?" Seeing the stillness, Bao Jian hurried to the window to gaze outside. While no snowflakes were falling from the sky, the ground below was adorned with a delicate layer of snow. The community and Oppo's landscaping was immaculate, flourishing with vibrant blooms and lush greenery typical of summer. Now, draped in a blanket of snow, the scenery appeared enchanting, as if cloaked in silver. "There is still snow on the ground. How lovely," Bao Jian remarked. "I can't get up now. I'll go see later." "Wait, it's summer. How can it be snowing?" Xia Yuechan pondered curiously. "How would I know? It just started snowing out of the blue. The traffic outside the community is utterly paralyzed. All the cars are probably just stopping to admire the snowfall," Bao Jian exaggeratedly declared. Yet, this was not an exaggeration. The reality on the streets was indeed as described. "I too find it puzzling how it could snow. However, the sight of snow in summer is indeed quite enchanting. It is unfortunate that you are occupied with healing and miss the spectacle. Otherwise, you would surely have reveled in it," remarked Summer Mother. "What a pity. Had I known it would snow, I would have postponed my treatment, Summer Yuechan said, somewhat regretfully. As the three conversed, Zhang Yu's hands remained in constant motion, continuing to massage Summer Yuechan. He had now reached her waist, and her skin gradually darkened as the malevolent energy within her was drawn to the surface. Earlier, Summer Yuechan had been entranced in a realm of tranquility, oblivious to Zhang Yu's ministrations, as if she were wandering in a dream. However, upon awakening from that reverie, she immediately sensed the strength in Zhang Yu's hands, which brought her immense comfort. Bao Jiayin glanced at Zhang Yu, her brows knitting together. Yet, there was little she could do. After all, Zhang Yu was attending to Summer Yuechan and Amp Oppo's this ailment. It would be unreasonable to intervene. With a heavy heart, she exited the bedroom alongside Summer Mother, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "How peculiar. The snow was falling just moments ago, yet it ceased the instant we entered the house. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Summer snow is fortunate to last even for a short while. I have never witnessed it in previous years," Summer Mother replied. Bao Jiayin's casual comment, however, piqued Summer Yuechan's interest. She recognized that the piece Zhang Yu was playing was called Snow Deity's Melody. Could it be that he had genuinely summoned the snow? It seemed improbable. Zhang Yu continued his massage, and the sensation was truly remarkable. She resolved to divert her attention and deliberately remarked, "It has just snowed. Could it be that your snow-seeking melody has taken effect?" "It seems not, does it?" Zhang Yu replied uncertainly. "I have played it myself before, yet it never snowed. My master once said that it requires a man and a woman, one singing and the other dancing, to truly manifest. Playing alone is utterly futile." Just as Xia Yuechan was about to utter another word, she suddenly recalled the dance she had performed in the illusion. Could it be that her dance resonated with Zhang Yu and Oppo's melody? That seemed implausible. It was far too strange. Determined to experiment, she inquired, "Could you continue to play?" "Certainly." Zhang Yu agreed. He promptly resumed whistling the snow god's melody. Xia Yuechan closed her eyes, seeking that familiar sensation once more. Regrettably, this time she could not find it. All she perceived was Zhang Yu and Amp Oppo's mobile touch traversing her legs, providing a massage. Xia Yuechan often indulged in bone relaxation massages, usually opting for female practitioners. However, experiencing Zhang Yu's touch, the pressure and the technique were remarkably soothing. It felt as if he exerted minimal effort, yet it delivered a perfectly balanced sensation. Compared to even the most renowned massage therapists, Zhang Yu's technique was simply incomparable. At that moment, a thought struck Xia Yuechan. He worked at an agency, and his salary seemed rather modest. What if I were to hire him as my personal masseur? No, no, no. The very notion made her nearly slap herself in disbelief. Internally, she scolded herself for such absurd fantasies. How could she possibly consider employing a man for such an intimate service? This must be the last time she entertained such thoughts. Otherwise, Jiayin would surely be upset. In truth, it was all their fault for barging in unexpectedly. She had been completely absorbed in the music and had barely registered his massage. Had she not experienced the sensation of his touch, she would never have let her imagination wander so recklessly. As her mind spiraled into chaos, Zhang Yu had finally finished massaging her feet. He then picked up a jar from the floor, preparing to perform cupping therapy. However, as his hands departed from her body, Xia Yuechan suddenly felt a wave of desolation wash over her, an inexplicable sense of longing. "You can't," she blurted out, but only managed to utter those 3 words, swallowing the rest of her sentence. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and her heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from her throat. "What's the matter?" Zhang Yu inquired, noticing her reaction. Xia Yuechan had initially intended to ask him if he could continue for a little longer, but his question only heightened her nervousness, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. She hesitantly stammered, I didn't amp Oppo's to say anything. Is it almost done?" "Almost," Zhang Yu replied. "Once I finish the cupping, it will be complete. This time, will it completely eliminate the malevolent energy within me?" Xia Yuechan inquired, her voice trembling. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of regret, questioning the significance of her inquiry. "No worries," Zhang Yu reassured her. "Last time, we expelled half of the malevolent energy from your body, and I was not in optimal condition then. Today, I feel much better, so we will surely succeed. Chapter 52. The intricacies of women in the city upon hearing Zhang Yu and Appo's response. A sense of inexplicable disappointment welled up within Xia Yuechan. That, your melody was truly enchanting. If the opportunity arises, would you play it for me again? She inquired once more. Of course, Zhang Yu replied. Very well. Then perhaps in the future. Xia Yuechan intended to say, I will seek you out, but as the words lingered on her lips, she abruptly fell silent. Why should she seek out a man merely to hear him play? If Bao Jiayin were to discover this, would she not feel envious? No. I mustn't and Appo's dwell on this man. Noticing Xia Yuechan and Appo's abrupt halt in speech, Zhang Yu contemplated asking, but ultimately refrained. He picked up the cupping jars, applying them one by one to Xia Yuechan's back. As the jars made contact with her skin, a sensation of suction enveloped her, rendering her breathless, and she ceased speaking altogether. Yet, her mind continued to wander aimlessly. The feeling she had experienced moments ago, as if she were immersed in a snowy landscape, was truly exquisite. She pondered when that sensation might return. Was this snowfall truly a shared creation of theirs? Soon, dark blood began to flow from her back, accompanied by wisps of black mist. During the last cupping session, the malevolent energy had been so potent that it had sent the jars flying. This time, Zhang Yu had prepared himself accordingly. Thankfully, no such incident occurred again. As the 15 minutes elapsed, the vessel on Xia Yuechan and Appo's back had filled with a dense black mist, resembling a dark crystal. Zhang Yu approached, opened the window, and carefully removed the vessels one by one from her back. The malevolent energy contained within them, being rootless, would dissipate on its own. Once all the vessels were removed, Zhang Yu noticed numerous dark stains on Xia Yuechan's back. He utilized a white towel he had prepared in advance to wipe away the bloodstains and then inquired, All is well now. How do you feel? Xia Yuechan and Appo's back, once shrouded in darkness, now revealed bright red skin. After the vessels had been lifted, she felt an unprecedented sense of lightness, as if she had never experienced such relief before. With a sudden surge of energy, she attempted to leap up, but quickly reacted, crouching down and exclaiming, Ah! Zhang Yu, too, had reacted swiftly, having caught sight of something he ought not to have seen. In the midst of his contemplation, the door swung open, revealing Xia and Appo's mother beckoning Zhang Yu to enter. Xia Yuechan had donned her clothing, appearing as an ethereal maiden in her flowing white dress, reminiscent of a snow fairy. Thank you, Zhang Yu, she spoke softly. No need for gratitude. It was the least I could do. The malevolent energy within you has been entirely dispelled. I must take my leave now. I'll tidy up the vessels and take them with me, Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Don and Appo's, rush off. Please stay for lunch. The meal is ready, Xia's mother warmly invited. At the mention of food, Zhang Yu's stomach audibly growled in response. Xia Yuechan smiled gently and remarked, My stomach is growling. Let us hasten to dine. I too feel quite hungry, so let us eat together. Rising from the bed, she did not immediately venture outside, but curiously strolled to the window, gazing out. Indeed, the snow-clad landscape was breathtakingly beautiful. She gazed intently at the scenery below, her heart whispering, How lovely! Is this snow truly the result of my and Zhang Yu's wishes? During today's meal, Zhang Yu did not embarrass himself as he had previously. He only requested a single serving of rice. Although he did not leave feeling entirely satiated, it was sufficient. After finishing, he tidied up all the various items, and due to the abundance, Bao Jiayin accompanied him back to the agency. The agency was now operating normally, and upon Zhang Yu's return, he found only Yang Ying present. Upon inquiry, he learned that a client had just arrived to view a property, and, since it was nearby, Su Hong had taken the client along. After a short while, Su Hong returned, and it was indeed fortuitous. She had successfully secured the deal. The property was modest and reasonably priced at $400,000, yielding an agency fee of $8,000, with Su Hong's commission being $4,000. This marked the first successful transaction for Su Hong since joining the agency, and her face radiated joy and contentment, a smile that lingered until the end of her shift. Zhang Yu had promised her yesterday that he would visit her home in the evening to deliver medicine for her parents' ailments. After work, Yang Ying returned home alone while Zhang Yu rode away with Su Hong. When Su Hong's mother saw him again, she greeted him with immense warmth. Today, she had prepared steamed buns and specially cooked scrambled eggs, as if she had anticipated Zhang Yu's visit. Zhang Yu, being unpicky with food, indulged in 4 buns, much to his mother's delight. Subsequently, Zhang Yu attended to Su Tong, preparing medicine to apply on the fractured area. He also concocted a herbal remedy for Su Hong's mother, which she consumed before he performed acupuncture on her. As the evening unfolded, time slipped away swiftly, and by the time they finished their tasks, it was already 11:00 and Appo's clock at night. In Su Hong and Appo's locality, taxis were scarce at night, and by this hour, public transport had ceased. Zhang Yu initially considered walking, but Su Hong would not allow it, with her parents comfortably asleep. She wished to invite Zhang Yu to stay the night, yet found herself unable to voice the invitation. Ultimately, she decided to lend her bicycle to Zhang Yu, planning to take the bus in the morning. Chapter 53. Enemies meet in the city within a city residential complex. A prestigious housing estate located near the police headquarters in the eastern district of the town. The property is renowned not only for its prime location, but also for its commendable security, hence the steep prices. Within one of the residences, a strikingly elegant woman is partaking in a modest meal of spicy hot pot. This woman is none other than the female officer from the Major Crimes Unit who had met with Zhang Yu earlier that morning. Seated across from her is a woman in her 40s, whose complexion is remarkably youthful, akin to that of a woman in her 30s. Her face is slightly angular, with a pointed chin that contributes to an effortless grace. Her phoenix eyes and ruby lips, complemented by a straight nose, create an arresting presence. Her hair is of moderate length, similar to that of the female officer. Clad in a white blouse and black sheer trousers, she wears an unassuming watch on her wrist. Her demeanor is notably serious, projecting an image of dignified authority, imbued with a subtle intensity. "Xiao Yun, do you eat this every day at home?" The middle-aged woman inquired with a stern expression. "Mom, it's just a quick bite," Pan Yun responded, her gaze lowered, seemingly hesitant to meet her mother's eyes. "Look at you, consuming these nutritionally deficient foods while engaging in such perilous work at the precinct. What would happen to me if you were to get hurt?" The middle-aged woman replied, her tone grave. "Such work must be undertaken by someone. I cannot be treated with special consideration simply because I am your daughter. Furthermore, I possess remarkable skills and shall never find myself in peril. It is my aspiration to serve as a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, and I yearn to uphold justice like the heroines portrayed on television," Pan Yin declared with unwavering conviction. "What heroines? Those female detectives on screen are mere fabrications. How many women can be found in the Major Crimes Division? Most are in administrative roles, scarcely engaging in apprehending criminals. Are you not concerned about losing face? I still value my dignity." The middle-aged woman glared at Pan Yun, her expression stern, leaving no room for her daughter to refute. However, when she concluded her statement, a flicker of benevolent tenderness sparkled in her eyes, and she calmly added, "I have already made arrangements with the court. You will be temporarily assigned there tomorrow, and I expect you to remain at the court henceforth." "I refuse to go to the court. I wish to stay in the Major Crimes Unit," Pan Yun asserted defiantly. "What kind of attitude is this?" Observing her daughter's refusal, the middle-aged woman raised her brow and admonished sharply, "You will work where I instruct you to work." "I will not. I want to stay in the Major Crimes Unit. Please do not impose your will upon me. I have my own ideals and aspirations." Pan Yun's voice rose in intensity. "You have rebelled," the middle-aged woman exclaimed in fury. "What family would willingly marry off their daughter-in-law to a female detective? Are you attempting to drive me to despair? You only wish for me to marry into the chief family, a union of political and commercial interests, to pave your path in the officialdom and elevate your standing within the family. When have you ever truly cared for my desires? I will remain in the Major Crimes Unit. I shall go nowhere else. The chief family can take their proposal and leave. I have no interest in marrying into it." As Pan Yin spoke, she abruptly stood up in indignation. You, are you trying to drive me to the brink of despair?" The middle-aged woman glared fiercely at her daughter, her body trembling with fury. It It was evident that her daughter's words had struck a deep chord within her. Have I spoken incorrectly? Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Enough. I have duty tonight and must return to my team. You may choose to stay or, if you prefer, return home. With that, Pan Yun turned and strode towards the door, watching her daughter leave without a word. The middle-aged woman's body shook with suppressed emotion. Once outside, Pan Yun departed from the city center residential complex. In truth, it was not her scheduled duty night. She simply could not bear to listen to her mother any longer. Her father had passed away early, leaving her and her mother to rely solely on each other. Yet, her mother had her own burdens and could not dedicate herself to nurturing Pan Yun like a traditional homemaker. Thus, from a tender age, Pan Yun learned self-reliance and developed a resilient character. She found solace in crime-solving shows, which fueled her aspiration to become a competent officer, particularly in the major crimes unit. She recalled the moment she was accepted into the police academy. Her mother had been oblivious to her ambitions and had scarcely had the time to concern herself with her daughter and Oppos as college entrance exams. It was only when Pan Yun reported to the academy that her mother became aware of her daughter and Oppos' intentions to join the police force. At that time, her mother had vehemently opposed the decision, but Pan Yun, with unwavering resolve, insisted on her path, ultimately wearing down her mother and Oppos as resistance. Even after Pan Yun became an officer, her mother remained discontented, attempting several times to facilitate a transfer for her daughter. Yet each attempt was thwarted by Pan Yun's steadfast determination. Pan Yun has grown increasingly beautiful, gradually attracting admirers. Consequently, her mother wishes to marry her off to the affluent Chi family, aiming to forge a strategic alliance. Upon learning this, Pan Yun felt a surge of anger, prompting her to dedicate herself even more fervently to her work. She has since earned third-class merit twice and second-class merit once. Today, her mother has brought up this old matter again, inciting Pan Yun and Oppos' ire. She truly does not wish to be a pawn in someone else in Oppos' game, yearning instead for her own life. The summer night breeze is gentle as she walks alone down the street, and for a moment, she finds herself at a loss. Uncertain of her destination, she wanders aimlessly, the hours slipping by until it reaches midnight. In a place like Zhenhai Administrative District, the nightlife begins around 10 o'clock, and the streets are bustling with pedestrians amidst the vibrant lights and sounds of revelry. Much like many cities, the barbecue stalls along the road are a significant attraction in Zhenhai. Numerous stalls line the roadside, typically operating until 2 or 3 in the morning. At one of these barbecue stalls, 8 men are enjoying their food. Among them, one man with a buzz cut, bare-chested, bears a tattoo of a dragon across his back. They're drinking beer and boasting loudly. As Pan Yun, lost in thought, passes by the stall, she immediately catches the attention of the buzz-cut man. Zaquan, what are you staring at? That girl is quite attractive. Could it be that you and Oppos taken a liking to her? His companions inquire, noticing his sudden silence and following his gaze. It's definitely her. There's no mistake. My brother was killed by her. The man with a crew cut gritted his teeth and spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing his words, the other 7 men instantly fell silent. This man, known as Gudaquan, had once engaged in drug trafficking alongside his brother, Gu Erquin, until they were apprehended by a special investigation team. In an act of bravery, Gu Erquin had shielded his brother and Oppos' escape, but tragically he was shot dead by Pan Yun during the armed arrest. This debt of vengeance had lingered in Gudaquan and Oppos' heart. After fleeing to another region, he naturally became embroiled in a life of violence and crime, amassing a band of loyal subordinates due to his ruthlessness. Now, back in Zhenhai, he intended to visit his mother and seek opportunities for illicit dealings. However, fate had led him to cross paths with Pan Yun. It was truly a case of old foes meeting, and Gudaquan spoke in a low voice. Brothers, I am determined to eliminate her. Boss! One of the men cautiously glanced around, saying, there are too many people here. This may not be appropriate. I can't concern myself with that, Gudaquan replied. Encountering her isn't an easy feat, and since I have the chance tonight, I cannot let it slip away. If you have courage, come with me, he concluded coldly, reaching for the weapon at his waist. Chapter 54. The chase around Gudakian, all were his sworn brothers, each one having committed their share of nefarious deeds, including murder and arson. Although it was rather reckless to act in such a crowded and chaotic setting, Dakian and Apos' word was law, and his companions voiced no dissent, each reaching for the weapons concealed at their waists. Being fugitives, they were never without means of self-defense. Dakian tossed 1,000 yuan onto the table and stood up to leave, with the others swiftly following suit. The vendor, witnessing their abrupt departure, was too frightened to demand payment, only feeling relieved when he noticed the stack of cash left behind. The barbecue had cost merely 300 yuan, and with Dakian and Apos' generous offering, it seemed he had no intention of asking for change. The vendor contemplated calling out, yet hesitated, for he had already seen 2 men draw military daggers from their belts. The 8 men advanced swiftly towards Pan Yun, closing the distance of over 20 meters in no time. As a seasoned detective handling serious cases, Pan Yun possessed a heightened sense of vigilance. Had her mind not been burdened with worries, she would have noticed the pursuers long before. It was only when Dakian and his entourage were merely 3 or 4 meters away that she heard the hurried and disordered footsteps behind her. She quickly turned around to ascertain who was approaching. Seeing her turn, Dakian lunged forward, raising his dagger for an immediate strike. Military daggers generally come in 4 varieties: the knife type, sword type, 3-edged, and 4-edged. Among these, the knife type and sword type are designed for slashing, with blade lengths reaching up to 60 centimeters. The blade bore a blood groove. Once it was plunged in, the victim could scarcely hope to escape unscathed. Dakian wielded a dagger with lethal intent. In such close proximity, and with an unexpected assault, an ordinary person would stand little chance of evading harm. Yet Pan Yun, a seasoned practitioner of Sanda at the 7th Dan, was not to be underestimated. She swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to Dakian's abdomen. He doubled over in pain, but in that fleeting moment, his subordinates surged forward. These men brandished military daggers, relentlessly advancing towards Pan Yun with a flurry of slashes and thrusts. In a fair fight, even 8 men bound together might falter against her prowess. However, the circumstances were far from equitable. Armed with sharp blades and catching Pan Yun off guard, they overwhelmed her. There is indeed wisdom in the saying, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife remains a formidable adversary. This gang was no stranger to coordinated attacks, moving with a practiced synergy. 2 of them swiftly flanked Pan Yun from behind. She executed a side kick, toppling one assailant, but unexpectedly, another lunged forward, driving the dagger deep in her thigh. In retaliation, Pan Yun landed a punch squarely on the assailant and Apos' face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining attackers, undeterred, closed in with their weapons drawn. Pan Yun was forced to retreat, but the dagger embedded in her thigh hindered her movements, each shift eliciting sharp pain, causing her to grit her teeth and break into a cold sweat. Oh no! Someone in Apos' been stabbed. Call the police. The street vendors and pedestrians witnessing this scene reacted with panic. Some screamed in terror, while others fled in haste. Yet, none dared to approach. The 8 burly men, exuding an aura of menace and brandishing military daggers, instilled fear in anyone who might consider intervening. At that moment, Pan Yun was forced back 2 steps, the pain in her leg causing her to stumble precariously, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Just then, 3 military daggers lunged towards her. Pan Yun, unable to see clearly, gritted her teeth and rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the attack, though she fell to the ground. Dakian had just managed to regain his composure and charged at her, military dagger in hand, shouting, "Wretched woman, today I shall end your life in tribute to my brother's spirit." As his voice echoed, he reached Pan Yun's side and aimed a kick at her. However, at that very moment, he felt a sudden, forceful impact against his waist, propelling him forward. A young man on a bicycle had unexpectedly crashed into him, sending Dakian sprawling. The other men, witnessing this, shouted, "Kid, are you seeking death? Damn you!" They rushed towards a young man, who, with remarkable speed, dismounted and swung his bicycle, knocking several of them down. This bicycle, a legendary sturdy model known as the 28 Wolf, had seen better days but remained robust. The men were pushed back 3 or 4 steps. The young man then bent down, extending his arm to help Pan Yun to her feet. He seized Pan Yun and brought her to the front beam to sit down, then hastily entered the vehicle and sped away. Where are you running? Chase. Don and Apos. T let her escape. The men, seeing the youth in Apos' lack of desire to fight, promptly took off in pursuit. Dakian scrambled to his feet and joined the chase, reaching into his pocket as he ran, unexpectedly pulling out a firearm. Scatter! Scatter! Dakian shouted. The men quickly dispersed as he aimed his gun at the youth's back, firing shot after shot. Bang! 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 Dakian and Apos' marksmanship left much to be desired, likely due to a lack of systematic training. Had it been Pan Yun firing, the youth would have surely faced dire consequences. The sound of gunfire startled the youth, prompting him to accelerate, nearly catching up to the sedan. Ahead, a narrow alley appeared, and with a swift turn, he dashed inside. Witnessing the youth and Pan Yun escape, Dakian's subordinates turned to him, asking, "Boss, what should we do?" "Withdraw." Dakian, decisive and aware that they could not catch up, recognized the imminent arrival of law enforcement due to the gunshots, and quickly led his men into a side alley. The youth, carrying Pan Yun on his bike, fled a considerable distance until they reached a secluded park devoid of people. He glanced back to ensure they were not being followed before coming to a halt. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine. Thank you," Pan Yun replied, turning to look behind her. Upon seeing something, she gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, how are you?" It turns out that the young man on the bicycle is none other than Zhang Yu, who was brought in for questioning by the police this morning. "What a coincidence," Zhang Yu remarked. "Last night, he rode home on the bicycle of the girl with glasses, and, as he was passing this way, he suddenly heard shouts about a murder. If it had been someone else, they would have been too terrified to proceed, but Zhang Yu, being a man of goodwill, would never shy away from such a situation. Therefore, he hastily rode over and happened to witness Dakian attempting to kick Pan Yun. Without a thought for the person lying on the ground, he charged straight in. Even when he pulled Pan Yun up, he had no time to consider her appearance. He was simply too preoccupied. Although Zhang Yu was skilled in combat, he was outnumbered and faced with armed individuals. Though he had the ability to defend himself once a fight broke out, he could not afford to be concerned for the injured woman. For this reason, he dared not linger and quickly fled the scene. Upon hearing gunfire, Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief, knowing that had he not continued to move, even his martial prowess would be of no avail against bullets. Chapter 55. The Surgical Clinic. It was indeed quite a coincidence. A faint smile crept across Pan Yun's face, but was swiftly followed by a muffled groan of pain. A military dagger was still embedded in her thigh. During her frantic escape, the inevitable jostling had caused her to momentarily forget her suffering. But now, safe yet in agony, the sensation was nothing short of excruciating. Zhang Yu glanced down and immediately recognized the military dagger lodged in Pan Yun and Apos' leg, the crimson blood already staining her denim jeans. It and Apos' trine blade. "We must hurry to the hospital," he exclaimed, preparing to pedal away. "No," Pan Yun cried out, her voice rising in protest. "Why not? You've been pierced by a trident blade. If we don't get you to the hospital to have it removed, it could be fatal." Zhang Yu insisted urgently. The trident blade possesses blood grooves. Once extracted, blood would spurt forth uncontrollably. If immediate measures to staunch the bleeding were not taken, it could lead to a dire outcome. Generally speaking, those struck by a trident blade seldom survive. Fortunately, Pan Yun had only sustained a wound to her leg, and with prompt medical intervention, her life should not be in jeopardy. However, improper treatment could result in permanent disability. "I cannot go to the hospital. If my mother finds out, I will never be allowed to continue as a detective." Pan Yun gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her mother had always opposed her role as a major case detective, and if she discovered her injury, it would provide her with even more justification to prevent Pan Yun from pursuing her career. "Can a mere small clinic handle a trident blade?" Zhang Yu expressed his concerns. "It and Apos. That's nothing. Let us hurry." Pan Yun pointed ahead, faced with Pan Yun and Apos' skepticism. Zhang Yu could only nod in agreement. He quickly pedaled the bicycle, carrying Pan Yun to the surgical clinic she mentioned. Typically, Surgical clinics cater to those from the underworld for treatment. Common folk merely visit for minor injuries. Serious wounds seldom find their way there, as minor scrapes hardly warrant a doctor and amp. Oppos, tension, and severe injuries are usually treated at major hospitals. Only those involved in illicit activities, who cannot afford to visit conventional hospitals, resort to such places. As a constable, Pan Yun was naturally familiar with several surgical clinics. Under her guidance, they swiftly arrived at one. The clinic's roll-up door was shut. Zhang Yu remarked, "It seems they are closed. Go knock on the door. There must be someone inside." Pan Yun urged. Zhang Yu halted the bicycle and approached the door, beginning to pound on it. Sure enough, after a short while, an elderly voice called from within. "Who is it?" "Sir, someone is injured. Please open the door quickly," Zhang Yu shouted. The roll-up door gradually lifted to reveal an elderly man, likely in his 60s, standing inside. Zhang Yu pointed to Pan Yun, saying, "She has been stabbed. Please treat her swiftly." However, the old man responded, "Isn't this Constable Pan? What happened? Come inside to discuss." Pan Yun gritted her teeth and replied, "Let us talk inside." As a constable, it was inevitable for her to engage with various surgical clinics, as injured criminals often sought treatment there, fearing the repercussions of visiting a legitimate hospital. Zhang Yu returned to Pan Yun and Damp. Oppos, side, extending his hand to assist her, intending to help her into the clinic. However, after taking but a single step, Pan Yun let out a muffled groan of pain. Her right leg had become utterly immobile. Observing the sweat beading on her forehead, Zhang Yu apologized. "I am truly sorry." With that, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. At that moment, Pan Yun gritted her teeth in agony, her complexion ashen. Witnessing her distress, Zhang Yu could only marvel inwardly. Had it been an ordinary woman, she would likely be crying out in despair. Pan Yun wrapped her left arm around Zhang Yu's neck as he carried her into the clinic. He could distinctly feel her body trembling, a testament to the excruciating pain she was enduring. The elderly man led them into the treatment room. Earlier, due to the lack of light, he had failed to discern the extent of Pan Yun and Damp Oppo's injury, assuming it to be a mere knife wound. Now, under the bright lights of the medical room, he recognized that the blade embedded in her thigh was a triangular dagger. The old man immediately shuddered, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Pan, Officer Pan, this is a triangular dagger. I cannot handle this. You must go to a large hospital. I cannot treat this." "I shall not go to the hospital. I will remain here," Pan Yun asserted firmly. "Just remove the blade and bandage me." No. The old man shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, as he replied, "I truly cannot. It could lead to disability. There is nothing to worry about. If I command you to treat me, you shall do so." Pan Yun spoke with an authoritative tone. However, the elderly man trembled and merely shook his head. He was genuinely afraid. Pan Yun was a constable, and if he were to extract the triangular needle, there was a high likelihood that he would end up incapacitated. After all, the facilities at this surgical clinic were limited and could not compare to those of a proper hospital. If he were to attempt the procedure and Pan Yun were to suffer permanent harm, he could not bear the financial burden of such an outcome. Seeing that the old man still refused to comply, Pan Yun, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility." "But I still cannot," the elderly man cautiously replied. Zhang Yu could discern that Pan Yun was resolutely unwilling to go to the hospital, and the old doctor was equally hesitant to treat her injuries. After contemplating for a moment, he suggested, "Why not allow me to handle it?" "You?" The old man looked at Zhang Yu in astonishment and said, "Young man, this is a triangular needle. Even going to a hospital may not guarantee success. If one is not knowledgeable, extracting it could lead to permanent disability." Naturally, Pan Yun was skeptical of Zhang Yu and Oppo's as capabilities, but with the old man refusing and no option to visit the hospital, she finally inquired, "Can you manage it?" "I cannot promise 100% certainty. Yet the blade cannot remain lodged in your leg indefinitely." "Sir, please fetch me some sanchi and some gauze," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "This." The old man glanced at Pan Yun. After a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Pan Yun gritted her teeth and asked, "You claim you lack complete confidence. What degree of assurance do you possess? 80%. Zhang Yu responded. Very well. I shall allow you to proceed. After all, it was you who saved my life. Sir, do as he instructs. With utmost solemnity, Pan Yun declared her conviction. The old man, however, remained incredulous, retorting that even the most reputable hospitals would hesitate to guarantee an 80% success rate in extracting a triangular bayonet without causing lasting harm. Undeterred, Pan Yun retorted, I insist he treats me. Why are you quibbling? Fetch the items at once. Complying with Pan Yun's demand, the old man promptly retrieved the requested items. While Zhang Yu had only requested ginseng and gauze, the old man added hemostats, antiseptic cotton balls, and cotton for good measure. Zhang Yu instructed Pan Yun to lie down. Her jeans were soaked with blood, rendering them impossible to remove. With scissors, Zhang Yu carefully cut away a large area around the embedded bayonet. Chapter 56. Without anesthesia, Pan Yun and Appo's thighs were not as fair and delicate as Xia Yuechan and Appo's. Instead, they were robust and full of vitality. A three-edged thorn was embedded within, its presence staining the surrounding skin a deep crimson. Zhang Yu observed the situation and gently wiped away the blood with a disinfected cotton ball. Fortunately for Pan Yun, the thorn had penetrated the inner thigh, avoiding any contact with the bone. After estimating the depth of the wound, which reached approximately 10 centimeters, he concluded that this was far from a trivial injury. The elderly man stood nearby, perspiration beading on his forehead, though he was not the one injured. Such a severe wound would likely result in a deluge of blood once the thorn was extracted. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yu picked up a pair of scissors and began to cut away at Pan Yun's trousers. Perplexed, Pan Yun inquired, What are you doing? This area is insufficient, Zhang Yu replied, swiftly transforming the entire pant leg into a makeshift pair of shorts. Subsequently, he retrieved a small box from his pocket containing his silver needles, which he had brought along for an acupuncture session with the optician's mother that evening. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu began inserting the needles into the acupoints and meridians of Pan Yun's thigh, leaving her bewildered. Not only was Pan Yun confused, but the elderly man also looked on in utter astonishment. He was somewhat familiar with traditional Chinese acupuncture, but could a young man like Zhang Yu truly possess such skills? Moreover, what assistance could acupuncture provide in the extraction of the thorn? Soon, Zhang Yu inserted nearly 20 needles into Pan Yun's thigh and calf, at which point he nodded slightly. Strangely, Pan Yun suddenly realized that the area around her injured thigh had begun to feel numb. The previous pain was gradually replaced by this numbness, until only the sensation of numbness remained, and the pain had vanished entirely. It felt as though her entire thigh no longer belonged to her. Pan Yun was filled with curiosity, pondering how Zhang Yu had achieved this. At that moment, Zhang Yu grasped the handle of the triangular blade, seemingly preparing to extract it. The old man, witnessing this, was alarmed and exclaimed, Aren't you going to give her anesthesia? This will be excruciating. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and replied, Her leg is already numb. I ascended amp. Appo's. Tiet? After saying this, he confidently looked towards Pan Yun. She affirmed, It is numb. I feel absolutely nothing in my leg right now. That an amp. Appo's. That's excellent. Zhang Yu nodded, then lifted his right hand, pulling the triangular blade out with a swift motion. With a whoosh, a jet of blood immediately spurted forth. Upon seeing the blood spray out, the old man shuddered, having anticipated a torrent of blood to follow. However, to his surprise, although blood did flow, it was not excessive. The initial extraction caused a bit more blood to escape, but thereafter, the bleeding was minimal, akin to that of an ordinary wound. Zhang Yu promptly took the Sanqi powder nearby and quickly pressed it onto the wound. The hemostatic properties of Sanqi have always been remarkable. Within mere moments, the wound was enveloped by the powder, and the blood ceased to flow. The old man stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. The puncture from the triangular thorn had indeed stopped bleeding. This was a thorn capable of penetrating 10 centimeters. Yet it had only resulted in a modest amount of blood loss, something even the finest hospitals would struggle to achieve. Pan Yun felt a fleeting twinge of pain only at the moment the thorn was extracted, but the discomfort passed swiftly. She observed intently as Zhang Yu tended to her wound, marveling at how the bleeding had halted so effectively. Pan Yun was well aware of the potency of the triangular thorn, yet she was resolute in avoiding the hospital, fearing her mother's reaction and also out of defiance. In her mind, even if she were to become disabled, it would be inconsequential. Perhaps it would even serve her better, as the chief family would surely not seek a physically impaired woman as a daughter-in-law. What she did not anticipate was Zhang Yu and Appo's extraordinary skill, which seemed to surpass that of physicians in major hospitals. Pan Yun recalled his earlier words during the day, where he mentioned her darkened brow and warned her of impending misfortune, advising her against venturing out alone, especially at night. At the time, she had dismissed his warnings, never imagining they would manifest so ominously. "How did you manage this?" Pan Yun inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It was simply a matter of using needles to seal the acupoints in your leg, which not only induces temporary numbness but also obstructs blood circulation, preventing it from gushing forth from the wound," Zhang Yu explained candidly. "Is there truly such medical expertise in this world?" Pan Yun felt a twinge of disbelief. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Whether he believed it or not, he had to accept it. "What my master taught me is actually being applied for the first time," Zhang Yu remarked. "If you hadn't insisted on avoiding the hospital, I wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. First, and you were willing to use me as a test subject, claiming an 80% certainty?" Pan Yun couldn't help but exclaim. "I believe my master is correct. In Appo's, merely because I haven in Appo's. T conducted this experiment before that I stated an 80% probability. Had I performed the experiment previously, I would confidently assert a full 100%. Zhang Yu replied with utmost seriousness, observing Zhang Yu and Appo's sincere demeanor, which offered no hint of bravado. Pan Yun couldn't and Appo's T helped but reflect on his audacity. Certainly, he possessed remarkable skills and had the right to be somewhat arrogant. "By the way, you mentioned that I am facing a calamity. How did you discern that?" Pan Yun inquired further. "It's evident from the darkening of your brow," Zhang Yu explained. "Is that truly observable? I recall those street scams often employ similar tactics." Pan Yun remarked. "You have labeled them as scams, yet I'm not a charlatan," Zhang Yu countered earnestly. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing echoed. Zhang Yu retrieved his phone to discover it was a call from Yang Ying. It was already late into the night, and it was likely Yang Ying was anxious about his delayed response. After leaving the glasses-wearing girl's residence, Zhang Yu had called Yang Ying to inform her he was on his way back, but due to tending to Pan Yun's injuries, he had been delayed for quite some time. If Yang Ying were not worried, it would have been truly astonishing. Zhang Yu promptly answered the phone and recounted the incident of his courageous act to Yang Ying. Given that he had saved a police officer, Yang Ying refrained from expressing her anger outright, though she felt a considerable irritation simmering within her. She chastised him internally, thinking to herself that being an outsider, he dared to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, oblivious to the potential dangers he invited. She instructed Zhang Yu to return home immediately and to refrain from lingering outside. After he acquiesced, he removed the needle embedded in Pan Yun's leg and bandaged the wound with gauze. Pan Yun's leg remained numb, and Zhang Yu informed her that it would take at least 12 hours for the meridian to become unobstructed. By that time, the bleeding would cease entirely. Bidding farewell to Pan Yun and the elderly gentleman, Zhang Yu hastily rode away on his bicycle. The old man gazed at Zhang Yu with a visage full of admiration. Having spent the better part of his life as a doctor, he had never encountered someone so remarkably skilled. Indeed, it resonated with the adage that knowledge knows no precedence, and the accomplished take the lead. Upon returning home, Zhang Yu found that his aunt was still awake, having been anxiously waiting for him. With the absence of one person, Yang Ying felt an unsettling void, a sense of incompleteness. Only upon Zhang Yu and Appo's return did she breathe a sigh of relief, and, as he lay down to rest, she too soon drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 57. The Dance of the Broken Origin in the Donghae Mingzhu community. Xia Yuechan and Appo's residence is a duplex. Her mother typically sleeps on the lower floor, while Xia Yuechan retreats to the upper level. This evening, however, she is not alone. Bao Jiayin is also present. Her rationale for staying is quite compelling. Zhang Yu mentioned that Yuechan has recovered, Yet the veracity of this claim remains uncertain and requires observation. Auntie, it might be insufficient for you to be alone at home. Perhaps I should stay here to keep Yuechan company, she proposed. Given that she is a woman and a close friend of Xia Yuechan, her mother naturally acquiesced. Little did Xia and Amp, Appo's mother realize that the two women were currently entwined each other, and Amp, Appo's embrace, both devoid of clothing. Yuchan, you seem to be in a somber mood today. Is there something troubling you? Bao Jiayin inquired after holding Xia Yuechan for a while and noticing her lack of response and reluctance to engage. I and Amp, Appo's, am not entirely certain if I have fully recovered. I still harbor some concerns. Thus, I find myself lacking the spirit, Xia Yuechan replied somewhat hesitantly. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we were last together, and I am anxious as well. Bao Jiayin responded gently. Zhang Yu is quite peculiar. Xia Yuechan suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Bao Jiayin asked. It's hard to articulate. When I first met him, I found him rather unsophisticated, yet today, he struck me as sincere and particularly endearing. So unlike those insufferable men, Xia Yuechan said, tilting her chin upward. The world is filled with deceit, and that young man may possess a cunning nature, feigning innocence. Upon hearing Xia Yuechan praise Zhang Yu, Bao Jiayin remarked thus. I do not perceive him as pretentious, Xia Yuechan replied earnestly. Why do you always bring him up? I recall you mentioned him during dinner last night. Bao Jiayin said with a hint of displeasure. Did I? Xia Yuechan immediately sensed the shift in Bao Jiayin's tone, and with a playful smile, she teased. You are not feeling jealous of him, are you? Impossible, Bao Jiayin responded with confidence. I am merely a tad curious about that fellow and mentioned him a couple of times. Your reaction seems excessive. Xia Yuechan shot Bao Jiayin a playful glare before gently extricating herself from her embrace. She rose from the bed and gracefully glided toward the window. Her body was unadorned, pristine, resembling a flawless jade sculpture. What are you doing? Bao Jiayin inquired with curiosity. I wish to breathe in some fresh air. Xia Yuechan pulled open the window, yet her gaze was fixed downward. As it was summer, the remnants of snow from the day had long since melted away by nightfall, leaving no trace of its shimmering white. The wintry scene in her dreams was truly enchanting. Was that merely a dream? I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to hear his melodies again, or if I can ever recapture that ethereal ambience. Xia Yuechan mused inwardly, her steps unwittingly following suit. Her waist swayed gracefully, her steps light as a feather, and her delicate arms gradually unfurled. Despite being barefoot, her dance exuded unmatched elegance, as if she were gliding upon clouds, adorned by an invisible garment of ethereal beauty. Gazing at the enchanting dance of Xia Yuechan, Bao Jiayin, reclining upon her bed, became increasingly entranced. If a woman could bewitch in such a manner, one could only imagine the madness that would ensue in the hearts of men upon witnessing her. The following morning, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying shared breakfast before heading to the agency for work. 3 candidates arrived for interviews, a young man and 2 young women. The young man, named Zhu Dafei, was indeed true to his name, plump and round-faced, exuding a certain charm. The 2 women were named Chen Shui and Zhou Qi. All 3 were in their early 20s, lacking work experience in this field and possessing modest educational backgrounds. Given Yang Ying's current need for staff, she did not hesitate to hire them all. Perhaps due to a favorable shift in fortune, the agency saw a notable influx of clients that day. Among the listings, for properties stood out as particularly promising, likely to sell swiftly. Remarkably, within a single day, Yang Ying successfully sold 1 property. As her business flourished, it inevitably began to cast a shadow over her competitors across the way. With their offices facing each other, Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai watched with discontent as clients frequented Yang Ying and Appo's side. Standing at the entrance of their agency, Ho Xingcai remarked, Brother, I and Appo's VE received word from the real estate transaction hall that Yang Ying has sold 2 properties in the past few days, while we have yet to make a single sale. Observe this situation. It appears that the opposing party is poised for a rebound. While they thrive, we find ourselves in a predicament. What shall we do? Lin Hai also furrowed his brow, contemplating various strategies that ultimately proved futile, as Yang Ying only grew more resolute in the face of adversity. After a moment in Oppo's reflection, Lin Hai and Amp, Oppo's eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, Mr. Ho, relying on price undercutting and openly reducing commission fees may no longer be viable. However, while we refrain from publicly lowering our rates, we can discreetly offer reductions, providing clients with tangible benefits. Surely, they would be inclined to seek us out. What do you propose? Inquired Ho Xingcai. Every new property inevitably requires renovation. Currently, most real estate agencies solely focus on sales without offering renovation services. I propose that our agency diversify its offerings. If clients purchase a property through us and choose to have it renovated by our services, they could enjoy a commission rate of 1. 2. The quality of renovation will remain consistent, and with this incentive, I believe we can attract a significant number of clients. While a 1. 2 commission may yield lesser immediate profits, the margins from renovation would compensate for any losses incurred, potentially even yielding a profit. Over time, this strategy would enhance our reputation and pose a challenge to Yang Ying. Ho Xingcai nodded in agreement. His capital exceeds that of Yang Ying, yet he recognized that openly engaging in price undercutting would not only impact Yang Ying, but also reverberate throughout the industry. Thus, Ho Xingcai understood the necessity of prudence in his approach. Now, Lin Hai has devised a strategy that not only amplifies business operations, but also capitalizes on his substantial resources, allowing for a model of minimal profit margins, coupled with high sales volume, to reclaim clientele without being perceived as engaging in cutthroat competition. It is indeed a commendable approach. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. I happen to know 2 acquaintances who run renovation companies. If we join forces, we can certainly achieve significant growth and success. Ho Xingcai and Amp, Oppo's efficiency in executing tasks is truly remarkable. The suggestion Lin Hai presented in the morning was transformed into an advertisement by the afternoon. A grand billboard now stands prominently at the entrance, its message strikingly conspicuous and enticing. Customers who purchase homes and undertake renovations at this establishment will enjoy a considerable discount. The store guarantees that renovation materials will not be compromised, and clients may request certified supervision for their renovations. Should any materials deviate from the specifications, a tenfold compensation is assured. Lo and behold, the advertisement has already drawn a considerable influx of clients. After all, who among those purchasing homes does not seek to renovate? A savings of 10,000 is a boon, and 8,000 is no small matter either, especially when monthly salaries are often modest. Chapter 58. A deluge of mercury. Yang Ying's business had barely flourished for a couple of days when the rival tactics from across the street swiftly took a toll on her. The afternoon clientele had noticeably dwindled, with only a handful of individuals entering to glance around. Upon discovering that the properties on her side also had counterparts across the way, many opted to inquire there instead. After all, clients registering properties would not confine themselves to just one agency. They might wonder, if I were to leave you, would my property remain unsold? Particularly in instances where 2 agencies are situated directly opposite each other, it is inevitable that clients will traverse between the 2. Whichever agency manages to sell the property first will earn the commission. The bustling business of the previous days had vanished by the afternoon's end. After work, Yang Ying returned home alone, while Zhang Yu made his customary visit to the optician's abode to assist the elderly couple with their medication and acupuncture. Fortunately, he no longer needed to prepare or brew the medicine. The acupuncture sufficed, saving him considerable time. After concluding his tasks, Zhang Yu took a ride back home. The evening was oppressively hot, and upon arriving, he promptly applied a cooling balm to his skin. In truth, he applied this balm every night before sleeping to ward off pesky mosquitoes and to ensure a cooler, more restful slumber. In stark contrast, Yang Ying found herself in a rather dismal situation, seated on her bed wielding a fan in a futile attempt to create a breeze. The window was ajar, yet not a whisper of wind graced her. Most distressingly, mosquitoes somehow infiltrated her space despite the mesh screens, likely finding their way through the drainage pipes or similar openings. While mosquitoes spared Zhang Yu, Yang Ying was not so fortunate, enduring numerous bites. She contemplated purchasing a mosquito net. Yet the oppressive heat within her home made the idea of sleeping under one seem unbearable. As she watched Zhang Yu apply the cooling balm, she found herself yearning to do the same. The sensation of the balm upon application was undeniably delightful. However, she was now filled with trepidation regarding this substance and dared not use it again. The first experience, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss, had been utterly excruciating. Just the night before, she had attempted to mimic Zhang Yu and Appo's technique, applying only a small amount, hoping to cover her entire body, but to no avail. This resulted in one area being frigidly cold while the rest of her body perspired profusely. Observing Zhang Yu finish applying the balm, Yang Ying could not help but exclaim, "How do you manage to apply it? Why can't I cover myself entirely? You must be gentle while applying it. Otherwise, the balm will concentrate in one spot." Zhang Yu replied earnestly, "I believe I am gentle enough, yet it still doesn't work. You sleep so soundly at night. I, on the other hand, am nearly devoured by mosquitoes throughout the night. I was bitten 3 times last night and have been itching all day." Yang Ying pouted. Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue and said, "Well, I can't help that." "Oof." Yang Ying shot him a glare. "You little rascal. The last time I wanted to buy a mosquito net, you wouldn't let me, claiming the cooling balm would suffice. Yet here I am, unable to use it. What do you suggest I do? How about I apply it for you?" Zhang Yu proposed, feeling a bit embarrassed, his face flushing with color. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying and Appo's cheeks also turned crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Previously, a foot massage might have sufficed, as it involved merely a single area. However, now that one is to apply it all over their body, it would inevitably lead to that rascal exploring every inch. In an attempt to mask her rapidly quickening heartbeat, Yang Ying feigned nonchalance, declaring, "Dream on. Do you think you could take advantage of me? I'm going to sleep." With that, she reclined onto her bed. Zhang Yu, sticking out his tongue, sprawled on the floor. The cooling balm on his skin rendered him impervious to mosquitoes. Not even a single insect dared to approach. Yet Yang Ying could hear the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and flies nearby, a cacophony that was truly irksome, particularly on a sultry summer night, when the oppressive heat already frayed one's nerves. How could he sleep so soundly while I am left in this predicament? Yang Ying pondered fretfully, unable to find rest. Perhaps she could ask him to assist her in applying the balm. But that seemed implausible. He was an unmarried young man, and she was no innocent maiden. The thought of him roaming her body felt inappropriate. Yet, I am but his little aunt. I harbor no such intentions. Surely, he does not either. Moreover, who would know? It's merely applying some cooling ointment. Why am I so antiquated in my thinking? As the buzzing of flies and mosquitoes grew increasingly bothersome, and the heat made sleep elusive, Yang Ying began to concoct various justifications and excuses for herself. After a while, she found her reasoning somewhat convincing. The two individuals, innocent and unblemished, were merely applying a cooling balm. What significance does that hold? Yang Ying glanced at Zhang Yu, who was beneath the bed, and inquired, Hey, what's the matter?" Zhang Yu, roused from his slumber, blinked sleepily. He had only just dozed off. About that, Yang Ying hesitated, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "What is it?" Zhang Yu asked. "There are too many mosquitoes tonight, and it's so hot. I can hardly sleep. Could you apply some of the cooling balm for me?" Yang Ying said, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Sure," Zhang Yu replied, promptly rising to turn on the light. No, don't turn on the light," Yang Ying hurriedly interjected. "It's too dark," Zhang Yu murmured. "Why do you need to see so clearly?" Yang Ying retorted playfully. "Oh, very well." Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. The cooling balm rested beside his pillow. Upon picking it up, he noticed that Yang Ying was still dressed. Bathed in the moonlight, Yang Ying could discern Zhang Yu's position. Just as she contemplated removing her sleepwear, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, the darkness concealed the blush that graced her cheeks from Zhang Yu and Appo's sight. Pouting slightly, Yang Ying said, "You turn around first." Without hesitation, Zhang Yu complied and turned away. Yet in that moment, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Even when he massaged Xia Yuechan, his heart had never beaten this fervently. He regarded her merely as a patient, himself as a doctor. But now, he found himself bewildered as to why his heart raced so fast. Yang Ying shyly removed her pajamas and glanced at Zhang Yu beneath the bed. Her lips moved slightly. She had initially contemplated the idea of applying the cooling balm, yet when the moment arrived, the words eluded her. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly said, "You must not tell your mother about me applying the balm." "Understood," Zhang Yu nodded. "Furthermore, you must not disclose this to anyone else. It must remain a secret between us," Yang Ying reiterated. "I comprehend. I will not share this with others," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Zhang Yu was not foolish. He understood the propriety of such matters and knew they were not to be discussed with others. Moreover, he felt a slight thrill in his heart at that moment. "Remember what you said. Now you can turn around." After Yang Ying finished speaking, she hurriedly lay down on the bed, burying her head in the pillow. Too shy to look at Zhang Yu again. Chapter 59. The tempered steel and the gentle touch. Zhang Yu slowly approached the bedside, applying a slight amount of cooling balm to his palms and rubbing them together for a moment. This minuscule quantity of balm, if handled by Yang Ying, would likely have been hastily smeared onto a single spot, leaving the rest untouched, resulting in an unbearably cold sensation in that area. However, Zhang Yu began to apply it gently. Such a task is often beyond the capabilities of women, let alone a man. The juxtaposition of tempered steel and gentle touch was palpable. He recalled the day he witnessed Zhang Yu effortlessly subduing a group of thugs with just a few strikes, embodying unwavering strength. Yet at this moment, the pressure of his hands was remarkably tender, akin to a delicate caress. Yang Ying couldn't and oppose. He helped but think of the phrase "a tough man with a tender heart." The application did not take long, and when Zhang Yu ceased his motions, Yang Ying finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Annie, I've finished applying on the back," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. As he lay down, Yang Ying cautiously turned, overwhelmed by an indescribable comfort in her body. Stealing a glance at Zhang Yu, who lay in the darkness, his silhouette appeared strikingly formidable. Her heart raced. Filled with unspoken words she yearned to share with him. "Zhang Yu, there is something I wish to discuss with you," she finally murmured, her lips parting softly. She typically referred to him as Little Yu, but this time she refrained. Unaware of any deviation, Zhang Yu inquired, "What is it?" In truth, Yang Ying's lips parted and closed, then opened once more, only to close again. "What does that mean?" Zhang Yu inquired, perplexed. "It's nothing, let us just sleep." Yang Ying bit her lip, swallowing the words that lingered on her tongue. Zhang Yu was quite bewildered. He could sense that his aunt harbored something significant she wished to share. However, since Yang Ying chose to remain silent, he felt it inappropriate to press further. At that moment, Yang Ying felt a refreshing coolness envelop her, and the earlier swarms of flies and mosquitoes had vanished. Instead of donning her pajamas, she pulled a blanket around herself for warmth. Yet, deep within, her heart remained tumultuous. Should I tell him or not? If I remain silent, he will undoubtedly assume that I have some connection with that old man. Yet if I speak up, it may seem as though I am deliberately trying to make him aware of it. Will he perceive that I harbor feelings for him? Why do I constantly find myself considering this young man's emotions? He is merely my nephew. My own affairs should not concern him. Moreover, his grandfather and my father. I refer to his mother as sister-in-law. I am, after all, a married woman. How could his family possibly accept this situation? Ugh, I must cease pondering this matter. He is simply my nephew. I need to hasten to find him a place to live, so he can move out. Otherwise, every time I see him, my mind will spiral into confusion. Sleep, sleep. While contemplating rest, before long, thoughts of Zhang Yu resurfaced. Let him move out now. How could he manage in an unfamiliar place? Moreover, the people in the city are quite shrewd. He is so naive, without my watchful eye. He might easily fall prey to deceit. What if he befriends dubious characters, or gets led astray by some woman? Wood and amp, oppose, I then be betraying his parents? His mother entrusted him to me, and, as his guardian, I ought to fulfill my responsibilities. Perhaps he should make do for a few more days, until he matures a little before he ventures out. Last time, Yang Ying contemplated renting a place for Zhang Yu, hoping he would move out, but that plan never materialized. In fact, a decent apartment was available for rent yesterday, which Yang Ying considered suitable for Zhang Yu. Yet, When it came to making that decision, she immediately conjured various reasons to prevent him from moving out, relying on the soothing balm she applied. Otherwise, Yang Ying would have been utterly distressed tonight. She pondered for an indeterminate time before finally drifting into a hazy slumber. In this sleep, Yang Ying enjoyed an exceptional comfort, free from heat and pest disturbances, slumbering soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, she felt an urgent need to use the restroom. The desire for a morning bowel movement signifies robust health, an experience she had not enjoyed for quite some time. It was only after Zhang Yu's arrival that her daily routine had stabilized, and her hormonal imbalance gradually improved. She leaped from her bed and hastily made her way to the bathroom. Just as she exited the bedroom, a sudden crack echoed through the air. Yang Ying was taken aback, swiftly turning her head to see Zhang Yu with his mouth agape, hands poised as if holding air, while on the ground lay a shattered bowl with kanji spilled everywhere. Observing Zhang Yu's infatuated expression, Yang Ying instinctively lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she sought to mask her anxiety and exclaimed with feigned annoyance, "What are you standing there foolishly for?" "Well, Zhang Yu stammered, his face reddening as he hurriedly lowered his head. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" "I amp, oppos, am not undressed. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Hurry up and clean this mess," Yang Ying declared boldly before promptly retreating into the bathroom. Zhang Yu picked up the broken bowl and spilled kanji, then obediently settled onto the sofa, awaiting Yang Ying's return for dinner. He averted his gaze towards the balcony, deliberately avoiding the bathroom. However, when the bathroom door swung open, his eyes instinctively drifted in that direction. Yang Ying made a beeline for the bedroom, but couldn't resist stealing a glance at the small living room, quickly noticing that although Zhang Yu pretended to look away, his eyes were unmistakably drawn towards her. "Humph." She feigned anger with a huff before stepping into the bedroom. Yet at that moment, her heart was elated, and upon entering the room, a sweet smile graced her face. "Thank you for the reminder, dear D. The issue has been rectified." Chapter 60, A Humble Beginning at the Fish Market. Nie Zhongyin sat upon a chair, clad in a vest and loose shorts, wielding a fan to generate a gentle breeze. It was mid-morning, and the market had just opened. Thus far, no customers had graced their stall. His granddaughter, Nie Qian, perched on a small stool, engrossed in a novel titled The Dream Thief of the Floral City. Occasionally, she emitted a delightful giggle, as if enchanted by the narrative within. "What is so amusing?" The old man cast a glance at his granddaughter. "The works of Tai Sua are truly captivating," Nie Qian replied with a beaming smile. "Why indulge in the writings of such a mediocre author? One ought to seek literature with more substance. I used to immerse myself in the works of Dumas." The old man remarked. "I have no interest in those tales of stallions," Nie Qian retorted, playfully sticking out her tongue. At that moment, a man and a woman approached their stall. The man appeared to be in his late 40s, exuding an air of refinement and leadership, while the woman, seemingly in her 40s, radiated warmth, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. "Dad, Mom." Upon spotting them, Nie Qian sprang to her feet with joy. As the couple arrived at the fish stall, they greeted the old man, and the woman affectionately pulled Nie Qian close, tenderly stroking the little girl's hair. "It's wonderful to see you both today. There are chairs inside. Please feel free to bring some out and sit," the old man said with a benevolent smile. "No need for me to sit," Nie Qian's father, Nie Huaibua, interjected, while his wife, Wang Xiaonan, stood beside him. Nie Huaibua spoke with a smile, glancing at his father's fish stall, and said, "Dad, I have come to discuss something with you." "What is it?" the old man inquired. "You are not getting any younger, and spending all day tending to the fish stall is quite arduous. Xiaonan and I have purchased a spacious house for you at Shanghai Garden, thinking that you might consider retiring from the stall. Our family is not lacking in funds. It will be wonderful for you to enjoy your golden years." Nie Huaibua earnestly expressed, "I appreciate your filial piety, but if I do not engage in some activity each day, I find myself utterly bored. This modest passion for fish keeping is something I cannot simply abandon," the old man replied solemnly. "Dad, I understand your fondness for fish keeping, but you can keep them at home as well. You manage to transport all these items to the stall by yourself. What if something were to happen? Please, trust me on this," raise fish at home, or anything else you desire, but let us refrain from setting up the stall, Nia Huaibua implored with heartfelt sincerity. At this moment, Wang Xiaonan spoke up, Dad, Huaibo is only thinking of you. Every morning, he wakes up worried about the possibility of mishaps when you go out to sell. Ever since you had that sudden heart attack, we were all in such a state of panic after Qianyan told us. This time, please heed Huaibo's advice and refrain from going out to sell. Moreover, the house we selected is conveniently close to Qianyan's school, making it easy for her to visit you after classes. There are plenty of elderly folks in the neighborhood, so you won't in Oppos, feel lonely at all. Indeed. Just move over there, Nia Huaibo quickly chimed in. The old man enjoyed raising and selling fish merely as a hobby. Financially, his family was quite stable. His only concern was the prospect of becoming idle and bored. Now, with his son and daughter-in-law earnestly persuading him, he felt rather reluctant to refuse their request. After pondering for a moment, the old man nodded and said, All right, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Great. Len Oppos, let's go take a look at the house, Nia Huaibo exclaimed joyfully. In an Oppos, it's quite spacious. Not only can you raise fish, but you can also cultivate anything you desire. Plus, it's on the second floor, making it easy to navigate. Is the renovation complete? The old man inquired. Not yet. We are awaiting your guidance. Whatever style you wish to adopt, we shall implement. Whatever arrangements you prefer, we will accommodate, Wang Xiaonan promptly responded. Well, the old man scratched his head and said, regarding the renovation, I recall a young friend of mine who understands feng shui. I'll ask him to assist me in overseeing the arrangements. Certainly, as long as the old gentleman is pleased, anything will suffice for Nia Huaibua, he promptly nodded. Then let us visit his shop. Xiaonan, you and Qianqian stay here and keep an eye on things for me. Huaibua and I will take a stroll to my friend in Oppo's store, and we shall reconvene later to inspect the properties, Nia Zhongyuan declared. Zhang Yu and Yang Ying had already arrived at the agency, and the staff was present, though the influx of clients was rather sparse. The current clientele had mostly flocked to the establishment across the street. Yang Ying, inspired to emulate their model, found herself at a disadvantage due to her lack of knowledge in renovations. Without proper preparation, her attempts at imitation could potentially lead to significant losses. The agency had a total of 3 clients, all inquiring about possible discounts, seemingly motivated by the enticing offers on renovations available at the neighboring shop. Yang Ying was hesitant to overtly contravene established practices, for such actions could invite scrutiny from Ho Xing Cai and other competitors in the city. When informed that no discounts were available, the 3 clients quickly lost interest, appearing to engage only superficially before preparing to depart without even considering a property viewing. Suddenly, the shop door swung open, and Nia Zhongyuan entered with his son, Nia Huaibua. Zhang Yu, without any ongoing transactions, immediately rose upon seeing Nia Zhongyuan and greeted him with a warm smile, saying, Old sir, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today. I should be visiting you instead. I have come here regarding a matter, Nia Zhongyuan replied. I have decided to abandon my fish stall. The property belongs to me, and I plan to either sell it or rent it out in due course. I would appreciate your assistance with this matter later. Furthermore, my son has purchased a new home for me, and I would like you to design its feng shui. There is no need to seek immense wealth. A layout that ensures peace and safety will suffice. The old man stated bluntly. Rest assured, I will take care of it, Zhang Yu promptly replied. Nia Huaibo, upon hearing his father mention the need for someone knowledgeable in feng shui for design and renovation, had expected to find someone at least in their 40s, yet was surprised to see a mere lad in his 20s. Could such a young man truly be reliable? Was he merely attempting to deceive my father? Consequently, Nia Huaibua deliberately inquired, Do you truly understand feng shui? I possess some knowledge, Zhang Yu affirmed with a nod. Then tell me, what kind of feng shui would be suitable for my father's house? Nia Huaibua pressed further. Such a question revealed a lack of understanding. Feng shui design must be based on an actual inspection of the property, assessing the orientation before arranging the layout. It is uncommon to pose such inquiries without first examining the house. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu discerned that the other party clearly doubted his expertise. Given that Nia Huaibua was the old man's son and the old man held Zhang Yu in high regard, Zhang Yu earnestly responded, Your father is a fish farmer, and he embodies the water element. Gold nurtures water, By establishing a foundation of gold, we can ensure blessings and health for his household. I intend to create a radiant gold arrangement, guaranteeing that after he moves in, his health will flourish. Additionally, at this juncture, Zhang Yu turned his gaze toward Huaibao and continued, "You possess the metal element, which harmonizes well with your father's element. Make it a point to visit home more often. It will contribute to your father's longevity. Moreover, judging by your countenance, it seems you are engaged in a profession related to gold, silver, and precious jewels." Chapter 61. Feng Shui Renovation. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's remark, Huaibao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Indeed, I work at a jewelry company, but that information must have come from my father. I have never discussed your occupation with him. I merely discerned it from your features." Zhang Yu responded with utmost seriousness. "Is that really the case?" Huaibao clearly expressed his skepticism. Their exchange had drawn the attention of 3 other clients in the room. One of the slimmer gentlemen interjected, "Young man, you claim to understand feng shui and can deduce what others do. Why not take a look at me?" Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards the slender man and scrutinized him for a moment. At that instant, all eyes were fixed on the man. Zhang Yu smiled gently and said, "You possess a wood element in your destiny. According to the principles of the 5 elements, water nourishes wood. If your home is arranged with water elements, not only will it ensure the well-being of your household, but it will also invite a continuous flow of wealth. However, while you may not encounter great riches, you will experience a steady stream of minor fortunes. As for your occupation, it is indeed related to wood. If I am not mistaken, you work with medicinal herbs." "Ah." The slender man was taken aback, exclaiming, "Aye, that is astoundingly accurate. I just joined a pharmacy last year, selling medicines." "You discerned it instantly. This business suits you well," Zhang Yu remarked with a smile. "Could you tell me more?" The slender man was eager to seek further insight when another rather plump woman interjected, "Young man, what about me?" Zhang Yu turned his gaze towards the plump woman, and the others followed suit. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, "Madam, you possess the fire element. Wood nurtures fire, so a wooden layout would be particularly auspicious for your home renovation. Moreover, your profession is closely related to wood, which explains your thriving business. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to vegetables." "Oh my goodness, I truly run a vegetable store," the plump woman exclaimed. She continued, "Your insights are remarkably accurate. Could you possibly offer me further guidance?" Wait. A robust, middle-aged man interjected, "It is now my turn, young brother. Can you discern what my profession is?" Zhang Yu turned to the sturdy man, quickly offering a subtle smile as he said, "You, too, embody the fire element, similarly nurtured by wood. If you're considering home renovations, a wood-centric feng shui would be advisable. However, your profession is associated with metal, which inherently faces challenges from fire, suggesting that your current work may not be proceeding smoothly." "You." The robust man in damp, Oppo's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to suppress his words. "At first, I thought you were merely a charlatan, but your accuracy is astonishing. I work in an automobile factory, and I often feel as if I'm stumbling through my tasks." "How peculiar. Could you advise me on what actions I should take?" "Hold on." The previously mentioned slender man exclaimed eagerly. "There should be an order to this. I was the first to inquire, so I should be attended to first." "Why is that?" The plump woman exclaimed, "My dear young man, I am certainly purchasing my house from you, and I shall also entrust you with the renovation." The robust man declared, "I, too, shall buy a house here. I will leave the renovations in your capable hands, regardless of the cost." The slender fellow, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "I shall also buy a house here. The expenses are entirely at your discretion." Following this, the trio rushed towards Zhang Yu, surrounding him with their eager chatter, each vying for his attention, leaving him momentarily at a loss for whom to address first. After a considerable exchange, he managed to respond to each of their inquiries, successfully appeasing them. Without hesitation, they shifted from their initial intention of seeking a discount across the street to insisting that Zhang Yu guide them in viewing properties with the intent to finalize their purchases. Huaibao observed this scene, contemplating silently that this young man was indeed no novice, but rather someone of genuine talent. He realized that attempting to take Zhang Yu away to show properties to the elder and discuss renovations would likely be futile. Yang Ying, troubled by the scarcity of clients and fearing that sales would stagnate, was pleasantly surprised as Zhang Yu, with just a few words, effectively secured 3 clients. However, the challenge of managing the renovations loomed, as he currently lacked anyone skilled in that area. The bespectacled woman gazed at Zhang Yu with envy, recalling her recent conversation with the plump woman regarding property matters. Initially, she had intended for the woman to view the houses, but the woman seemed disinterested, likely dismissive of the idea of purchasing here. Yet, with Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, as casual remarks, the woman was now inclined to make a purchase. The other 3 salespeople in the store gazed at Zhang Yu with admiration. Since their salaries were tied to performance, selling 3 houses at once meant 3 commissions, all of which would benefit Zhang Yu. However, at that moment, Zhang Yu remarked, utilizing feng shui in home decoration is not particularly difficult. It primarily hinges on whether you find the house satisfying. A home that pleases the heart can uplift one into Amp, Oppos, as spirits, and when combined with feng shui, it can usher in fortune and safety. Perhaps it would be best if I cannot take all of you to view the houses at once. Why don't you accompany the salesperson from earlier to explore the properties? Once you're satisfied, we can then delve into the matter of feng shui decoration together. The 3 clients found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. The bespectacled woman and the other 2 female salespeople were absolutely delighted. If they facilitated the viewings and the clients decided to purchase, the properties would officially belong to them as per the agency's regulations. They cast grateful glances at Zhang Yu, then proceeded to have their clients sign the viewing agreements before leading them away to explore the houses. Now, only Zhu Dafei remained without a client, continuing to gaze at Zhang Yu with admiration, contemplating whether he could take Zhang Yu as a mentor to learn a trick or 2. With all the clients gone, the agency was left with just a few people. In the absence of outsiders, Yang Ying said, Xiao Yu, about the decoration. We currently have no construction team. How do we proceed with the work? Even if we start recruiting people right now, it won't be ready so quickly. Zhang Yu remarked, I am aware that Su Hong's father is engaged in the renovation business. He must know quite a few individuals in this field. Perhaps when we visit her home today, I can inquire with her father about organizing a renovation team to assist us. That would be ideal. Yang Ying nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Yu, along with Nie Zhongyuan and Nie Huaibua, departed from the agency to visit Nie Zhongyuan and Amp, Oppos, as new residents. Shanghai Garden is a contemporary upscale neighborhood, and Nie Huaibua has indeed been dutiful, purchasing a 140-square-meter apartment for his father, featuring 3 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. Ample space for any desired accommodations. Lacking a compass, Zhang Yu conducted a cursory examination and offered a few observations. The elder gentleman also intended to support the agency's renovation endeavors, and despite being aware of their current lack of a renovation team, he encouraged Zhang Yu and his companions to undertake the task. Having witnessed Zhang Yu and Oppos' remarkable capabilities, Nie Huaibua did not hesitate to express his willingness to allocate funds generously. Meanwhile, a fervent call for more recommendations echoed, with only 2 days remaining to gather 300 votes. Achieving 150 votes a day seemed feasible, considering the number of people involved. If each contributed 5 votes, it would suffice for the day. A steadfast promise was made. If 500 recommendation votes were secured within the week, there would be 4 chapters updated daily the following week. Chapter 62, Habits. The renovation team had yet to be successfully assembled, yet the first contract was already secured. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yu received a call from Yang Ying, revealing that the plump woman, the lean man, and the robust fellow had returned after viewing the property, bringing along a deposit and expressing their intention to sign the agreement as soon as Zhang Yu returned. With no time to linger, Nie Huaibua escorted him back, and Zhang Yu was well aware that upon his return, he would have much to attend to. Thus, he made a brief stop at home to retrieve the compass. Indeed, as soon as he stepped through the doors of the agency, he was encircled by the trio, each eager for him to accompany them to their chosen properties to assess the feng shui. With no other option, Zhang Yu declared that he would first take the one who signed the contract. The plump woman was the first. Without even reading the contract, she promptly handed over her deposit. Next was the robust man, and finally, the lean fellow, armed with the compass. Zhang Yu guided them through the feng shui of each home, his tool allowing for precise evaluations of each direction. He pointed out the general layouts and addressed numerous inquiries. To complicate matters, both the plump woman and the lean man expressed their desire for Zhang Yu to arrange the feng shui of their respective shops, keeping him busily occupied throughout the day. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. The property transfer was executed, successfully selling 3 houses and securing 3 renovation contracts. That evening, Zhang Yu visited the home of the bespectacled girl. Her mother, having largely recovered from her depression, no longer required acupuncture and needed only to continue her medication for 3 more days. In her words, she can now sleep soundly at night, a stark contrast to her previous struggles. Su Tong's foot had also improved significantly. He could now manage to stand with some difficulty. This occurrence transpired much earlier than the doctor had anticipated. Zhang Yu briefly discussed with Su Tong the intermediary and Oppo's intention to form a renovation team, and inquired if Su Tong had any interest. Naturally, Su Tong was eager to participate, as he was acquainted with numerous friends skilled in various trades, including electricians, carpenters, tilers, and plumbers, all of whom could be enlisted. Seeing no objections from him, Zhang Yu was confident that within a week, Su Tong and Oppo's foot would be substantially recovered. Although he might not yet be able to work, walking would pose no issues. Therefore, he hoped Su Tong could visit the intermediary the following day, preferably accompanied by several friends from the renovation field, as work was about to commence. And it was essential for Su Tong to discuss the specifics with Yang Ying. Furthermore, Su Tong could manage his outings without significant difficulties, and the girl with glasses need not leave early the next day. She could assist her father in walking. A bit of exercise would indeed aid in his recovery. Su Tong was elated at the prospect of collaborating with the intermediary, believing that if he could secure more jobs, he would earn a considerable sum. He readily agreed, overwhelmed with joy. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yu took his leave and returned home, where the sound of the television greeted him from the small living room. He turned his head and caught sight of Yang Ying clad in a delicate white sheer nightgown, through which her white bra and panties were faintly visible. Yang Ying, aware of his return, turned to face him, their eyes meeting. Her charming face flushed with color, prompting Zhang Yu to hurriedly avert his gaze. Feeling a bit embarrassed as he stammered, "Annie, what brings you to the state today?" Yang Ying cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yu and deliberately remarked, "You've already touched me, and you saw everything this morning. Why should I wear so much? Are you trying to make me suffer from the heat? You little rascal, hurry up and give me." Though her voice was loud, it merely concealed her inner embarrassment. Earlier, she had been terrified of being seen by Zhang Yu. But now, having been seen, she convinced herself that there was no need to torment herself with excessive clothing. However, being so exposed before Zhang Yu still left her feeling particularly awkward. As she spoke the last words, her voice dwindled, almost difficult to articulate. Biting her lip, she continued, "Wipe that cooling balm. It's unbearably hot." With that, she stood and headed toward the bedroom. There was no need for her to feign modesty. Her exquisite figure, accentuated by the sheer nightgown, tantalizingly revealed itself to Zhang Yu's gaze. Zhang Yu cast a quick glance before hastily lowering his head, yet he could not resist glancing up furtively. His reaction did not escape Yang Ying and Oppo's notice. Though it was better that he had not seen, the moment he did, she felt her neck flush with warmth. Despite knowing that Zhang Yu was young and such reactions were natural, she couldn't and Oppo's help but wonder if being so exposed before him was inappropriate. Yang Ying and Oppo's heart raced with anticipation, and after a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly remarked, "I am no longer feeling hot. Perhaps it is best not to apply it for now. Why don't you take a shower to cool off?" Zhang Yu, equally flustered, acknowledged her suggestion and hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. Once he entered, Yang Ying's fluttering heart gradually calmed. Lying on the bed, the oppressive heat of the home only exacerbated her agitation. She realized she had developed a certain reliance on this man, both in her work and in her daily life. Yet, she also recognized that a union between them was implausible. Their families would never consent, and Zhang Yu was destined to marry in the future. To pursue a relationship with him would only bring him misfortune. Fate's cruel irony, Yang Ying inwardly lamented. She was acutely aware that gossip in the countryside could be mercilessly harsh. If anything were to transpire between her and Zhang Yu, her family would likely face relentless scorn from the villagers, and their relationship would inevitably suffer. What should I do? Yang Ying and Amp, oppose. S. heart was a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Lost in her reverie, she heard the bathroom door creak open, indicating that Zhang Yu had likely finished a shower. The hour was growing late, and upon entering the bedroom, he proceeded to apply a cooling balm to his skin. Yang Ying found it easier to ignore Zhang Yu and Appo's actions until she caught sight of him, which instantly reminded her of the sensation when he had applied the balm to her the previous night. Zhang Yu's hands glided like liquid mercury, exuding an unparalleled gentleness that was simply exquisite, a sensation that lingered in the memory. She could not help but yearn for Zhang Yu to apply the soothing balm on her again, yet as she bit her lip, the words that danced on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. To stave off her wandering thoughts, Yang Ying deliberately turned away, avoiding Zhang Yu's gaze, and inquired, "How did your visit to Ru Hong and Appo's home go today? Did you reach any conclusions with her father?" "Indeed, we arrived at a resolution. Her father is willing to take on the project and is well acquainted with several renovation professionals. I informed him to come to the agency tomorrow for a face-to-face discussion regarding the collaboration." Zhang Yu replied candidly, "If we can resolve matters on this end, we can promptly initiate our renovation business. Additionally, I will hire 2 more designers, allowing us to continue expanding our renovation endeavors." Yang Ying expressed her satisfaction. Just that morning, she had been pondering how to tackle the strategies employed by the opposing agency, but thanks to Zhang Yu and Appo's casual remarks, the issue had been effortlessly resolved. After applying the cooling ointment to himself, Zhang Yu casually remarked, "It's time to apply some on you." He merely stated this in passing, yet Yang Ying instinctively responded, "Sure. As for the current number of votes, it seems unlikely to reach 500 this week. In gratitude for everyone's support, I will be adding 2 more updates today, totaling 5. I hope all esteemed readers will continue to cast their votes and offer their support. Thank you." Chapter 63. Smoldering Embers. As Yang Ying uttered those 2 words, a wave of regret washed over her. She had firmly resolved not to have Zhang Yu apply the ointment that evening. How could she have instinctively acquiesced to his inquiry? She turned to steal a glance at him, only to find Zhang Yu already dabbing a hint of the cooling balm onto his hands, evidently on the verge of applying it to her. A surge of anxiety coursed through her, yet a voice within whispered that since she had already permitted the application yesterday, it would not hurt to do so again today. Moreover, she reasoned, as his little aunt, what was there to fear? With a clear conscience, she felt emboldened. After all, this was a secret only they would share. With that thought in mind, Yang Ying found a semblance of reassurance. Hesitantly, she articulated, "When you apply it, please turn off the lights first. I will remove my clothing. Just don't peek." Zhang Yu playfully stuck out his tongue before proceeding to dim the lights. In the interim, Yang Ying had shed her delicate nightgown, awaiting his arrival to administer the balm. "All set. You may come over now," she called out. Zhang Yu responded affirmatively and approached the bedside, beginning to apply the ointment upon her skin. Fortunately, he ceased just in time, having finished the application. She let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that she had not embarrassed herself in front of him. Zhang Yu fell into a deep slumber swiftly, while Yang Ying tossed and turned for a while before finally drifting off to sleep. The following day, upon arriving at the agency, the staff began to trickle in. The bespectacled girl arrived with her father, ready to discuss collaboration on the renovation with Yang Ying. Su Tong has been in this industry for a considerable duration and possesses profound insights into the intricacies of home renovation. He did not withhold any information from Yang Ying, elucidating all the underlying mechanisms involved. Yang Ying discovered that Su Tong is an exceedingly sincere individual. Recognizing the substantial profits associated with home renovations, she resolved to appoint Su Tong as the renovation supervisor for the agency, entrusting him with procurement and oversight during the renovation process, thereby relieving herself from the necessity of manual labor. Additionally, she offered him a fixed salary of 2,500 yuan per month, along with a commission based on the renovation profits for each completed project. This role is not particularly strenuous. It predominantly requires a sense of responsibility. Given Su Tong and Amp, Appo's, age, it is likely that he would not be able to continue exerting himself for much longer, as time is relentless. The financial rewards from this position undoubtedly surpass what Su Tong could earn through individual efforts, which delighted him immensely. While the bespectacled young woman looked at Zhang Yu with profound excitement and gratitude. Due to the high demand for renovation services, Su Tong promptly reached out to some friends who were skilled in the trade, gathering everyone to begin dividing the tasks. Although Su Tong's mobility was somewhat compromised, he demonstrated commendable responsibility by insisting on visiting the site. Merely relying on the assistance of the bespectacled girl was insufficient. Yet Zhu Dafei proactively volunteered to help support the elderly man. Thus, from this day forward, the renovation business of Jiabao Agency officially commenced. Yang Ying also erected a grand advertisement sign at the entrance, proclaiming that any home purchased and renovated through the agency would receive complimentary feng shui design, ensuring peace and prosperity for the household. Such a gimmick, under normal circumstances, would hardly be deemed credible. However, it is inevitable that some may feel curious and, while inquiring about properties, take the opportunity to ask questions to gauge the accuracy of the insights provided. In such cases, it is often the unasked questions that leave one apprehensive. Yet, once the inquiry is made, Zhang Yu will expound upon it, revealing insights that seem to reflect one's profession merely through a glance. Such prowess is hard to dismiss. Consequently, even those who may not be inclined to purchase a home immediately or are not interested in renovations find themselves persuaded to invest in properties after listening to Zhang Yu's explanations. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yu himself is unaware that the fees he casually charges for his feng shui consultations far exceed the costs of the renovations. Within a few days, the transaction volume at Jiabao Agency soared to several times its usual rate, with every agent reaping substantial rewards. Even the most inept among them, the bespectacled girl, managed to sell 3 properties. In stark contrast, Ame Agency and Amp, Appo's, performance plummeted to a nadir. Clients seeking to list properties were compelled to do so jointly with Jiabao, competing to see who could make a sale first. The outcome was telling. Nearly all the desirable properties were sold by Jiabao Agency. The agents at Anmei now languish in despondency, with few clients gracing their thresholds. With dwindling earnings, who could maintain a cheerful demeanor during work hours? They find themselves either munching on seeds or playing games. Those who had formerly abandoned Yang Ying to join this agency now find themselves steeped in regret. Regret so profound it feels as though their insides have turned to ashes. They have heard tales of Jiabao Agency, where the prowess of agents is rendered moot. Even the most naive can sell homes with ease, as clients seem bewitched, buying after mere viewings. At this moment, Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai stood at the entrance of their real estate agency, observing the bustling activity across the street. Their hearts filled with frustration. Unable to contain his grievances, Ho Xingcai lamented, "Lin Hai, the idea you proposed was indeed clever, yet it has only served to ignite their success. Are we not merely tailoring a bridal gown for them?" This time, Ho Xingcai refrained from addressing Lin Hai as brother, clearly indicating his displeasure. Lin Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment. The agency's business had yet to recover to its former state prior to his suggestion. It would indeed be alarming if Ho Xingcai were not upset. With an awkward smile, Lin Hai replied, "I did not foresee this. What do you propose we do now? At this rate, we want into Appo's. Need them to close. We might as well shut our doors first," Ho Xingcai stated. "Well," Lin Hai's eyes darted thoughtfully before he ventured, "Mr. Ho, it seems that engaging in a fair competition with them is no longer viable. We must consider a different approach." "What kind of approach?" Ho Xingcai inquired. "That fellow claims to design feng shui for clients. So how about this? You could enlist a few individuals to feign interest in feng shui design, and when he makes his assertions, you could argue that his insights are inaccurate, and then refuse to leave their premises. As long as we linger there, no client would dare approach for negotiations." Lin Hai suggested, "Your idea has merit, but you must remember that you witnessed how formidable that fellow is. He single-handedly subdued 7 or 8 people. If I send someone to confront him, they might very well end up severely harmed." Ho Xingcai frowned. If that rascal truly makes a move, it would be even better, for we could promptly summon the constabulary to apprehend him. Our ploy to instigate trouble is merely a pretext. We instruct our associates to refrain from violence or vandalism, simply lingering without departing. Should that scoundrel seek the constabulary, under the condition that no harm is inflicted, they would be disinclined to intervene. At worst, they might temporarily disperse the crowd, but once the officers depart, the individuals shall return. Lin Hai proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Chapter 64. Creating trouble out of nothing. Upon hearing Lin Hai's perspective, Ho Xingcai pondered for a moment and found it to be quite reasonable. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this approach seems more dependable. We have no other option at present." He then picked up the phone and dialed a number. In recent days, Zhang Yu had been exceedingly busy, frequently engaged in explaining various issues related to feng shui to clients. If he were to finalize a sale, all clients would need to consult him. However, Zhang Yu was not concerned with such matters. The clients would be attended to by whoever was available, as long as Yang Ying could profit from it. He was carefree and unconcerned about the details. Currently, clients were gathered around his desk, seeking his guidance. At that moment, the door swung open. A young man in his 20s entered. The young man exuded an air of nonchalance, appearing far from someone in search of a property. Nevertheless, the bespectacled lady took the initiative to assist him, courteously inquiring, "Good day, sir. Are you interested in purchasing or renting a property? I heard this is a feng shui renovation service, and I've been told there's a practitioner here with remarkable accuracy. I'd like to see for myself how precise it truly is before deciding whether to buy a property," the young man replied. "If you wish to inquire about feng shui, please consult this gentleman." The bespectacled lady gestured towards Zhang Yu. The young man quickly approached Zhang Yu's desk, glanced at him, and boldly asked, "Are you the feng shui expert?" "Indeed. How may I assist you?" Zhang Yu responded. "What kind of feng shui should I consider for myself?" the young man inquired. Zhang Yu scrutinized the young man for a moment before responding. "I am afraid I cannot offer my services to those who stir up trouble." "What did you say?" the young man erupted, cursing. "Who are you calling troublemaker? Are you looking for trouble? Those who cause trouble know their own hearts. It will be best for you to leave," Zhang Yu replied, maintaining his composure. "How dare you speak to me like that? You must be out of your mind." "Just wait," the young man retorted, immediately pulling out his phone to dial a number. The call connected swiftly, and he shouted, "I and Oppos, V, been bullied. Come quickly and help me take revenge." After hanging up, he glared menacingly at Zhang Yu. The four clients, who had initially sought Zhang Yu's advice on feng shui, quickly retreated upon witnessing the confrontation. Although the young man hadn't disclosed his location during the call, within a minute, 6 ruffians entered, each sporting vibrant green or red hair, clearly not of good character. As they stepped through the door, one of them shouted, "Old 3, who has wronged you?" "Brother Wei, it's this guy. I was looking to buy a house, and he insulted me, saying I was causing trouble and trying to chase me away. It's utterly disrespectful," the young man boasted loudly. "How dare he bully my brother like this? Does he think he can continue his business?" The youth named Wei growled, casting a menacing glance at the agents in the office. "You lot better scram." The 4 clients, terrified, hastily fled the premises. Upon observing the audacity of the opposing party, Zhang Yu promptly rose to his feet and circumnavigated the table, advancing towards them. Yang Ying, concerned for Zhang Yu's well-being, hastily followed suit. "What do you mean by this?" Zhang Yu inquired icily. "What do we mean? Nothing much. Aren't you disregarding my brother?" "Very well, we shall not leave. Let us see what you can do about it," Wei Gu retorted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Witnessing such insolence, Zhang Yu instinctively clenched his fists. Yang Ying, anxious that Zhang Yu might resort to violence, reminded him that the other party had not struck first, and any act of aggression on their part could lead to complications. She swiftly embraced Zhang Yu and whispered, "Do not engage in violence. If we do not teach them a lesson, how can we conduct business?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Should you resort to violence, and they summon the police, we will be in deep trouble. I suggest we contact the police ourselves and let them handle the situation," Yang Ying proposed. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu acquiesced with a nod. Yang Ying promptly reached out to the police and despite Wei Gu and his companion's bravado, it wasn't long before the officers arrived. Upon their arrival, Yang Ying recounted the events, and the officers quickly discerned that the group of ruffians were indeed troublemakers. They commenced their inquiries and demanded identification. The individuals presented their documents, and, after a thorough examination, finding no significant issues, coupled with the fact that no physical altercations had occurred, the police were left with no choice but to escort the troublemakers away before departing themselves. The unruly group, however, chose not to enter but remained at the entrance. They glared menacingly at any potential customers, thereby instilling fear and dissuading anyone from entering the establishment. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yu clenched his teeth in anger, while Yang Ying felt utterly helpless. With the intruders yet to enter the house, summoning the police would be futile. It was certainly unwise to allow Zhang Yu to confront them outside. Observing his furious demeanor, Yang Ying grew increasingly concerned. She grasped Zhang Yu and damp, Oppo's arm, fearful that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might rush out to confront them. "Xiao Yu," she whispered, "what if I go out and offer them some money to send them on their way? They are intentionally causing trouble, and I believe paying them off would be in vain. If we give in this time, they will undoubtedly return tomorrow. If all else fails, I can keep watch over them tonight and give them a thorough lesson." Zhang Yu, suppressing his fury, replied quietly, "We are monks with the temple. If you harm them, even if it is not here, they can still track us down." Yang Ying felt uneasy about this suggestion. "How about I call Lawyer Bao?" Zhang Yu recalled Bao Jiayin. That could work, Yang Ying thought, as she believed that resolving the matter through proper channels was a more reliable approach. Across from the Jiabao agency, Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai were reveling in the spectacle, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Ho Xingcai patted Lin Hai on the shoulder, his expression one of approval. In his eyes, as long as the commotion persisted, Yang Ying's business would inevitably falter. At that moment, a black Audi pulled up outside the agency. Shortly after, the door swung open, and a burly man clad in a tight tank top, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, emerged from the vehicle. Upon recognizing him, Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai exchanged glances. Was this not the same imposing figure who had caused a ruckus at Zhang Yu's place previously? As soon as he arrived, both individuals felt a wave of excitement. They were certain that Big Biao had come seeking vengeance against Zhang Yu. However, they were puzzled as to why Big Biao had come alone, without even a single subordinate. With a casual stride, Big Biao approached the entrance of the agency, only to be taken aback upon seeing a group of young men loitering there. Wei Gu and his companions, upon noticing Big Biao, hurriedly nodded and greeted him, saying, "Brother Biao, good to see you." They were all part of the same underworld, and thus recognized one another. Yet, Big Biao's standing in the community was significantly superior to theirs. He cast a cursory glance at them and inquired, "What are you all doing here?" "We're just hanging around," Wei Gu replied with a cheerful smile. Big Biao nodded slightly and proceeded directly towards the agency, while Wei Gu and the others quickly made way. Watching as Big Biao pushed open the door and stepped inside, the group was left in a state of confusion, unaware of Big Biao and Oppo's intentions. As for the previous incident where they had been beaten, they were still in the dark about that as well. Chapter 65. An eye for an eye. As Zhang Yu discovered the business card about Jiayin and prepared to make a call, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon glancing up, he was met with the sight of Brother Biao entering, which incited an immediate fury within him. What is the meaning of this? So it was you who incited this ruckus? Brother Biao, taken aback, feigned innocence, saying, "Brother, do not speak without reason. When did I ever summon anyone to create trouble? You still refuse to admit it. Those ruffians at the door are clearly your doing. Today, I would rather face the consequences than not deliver a beating to you," Zhang Yu declared, advancing towards Brother Biao. Yang Ying, fearing for the safety of the establishment, hurriedly wrapped her arms around him from behind, urgently imploring, "Calm down." Brother Biao, now fully aware of the situation, quickly reassured, "Brother, you are gravely mistaken. I had no part in this. However, rest assured, I will resolve this matter for you immediately." With that, Brother Biao turned towards the group of young men by the entrance and gestured towards Wei Gu, beckoning him with a slight curl of his finger. "Wei, come here." Wei Gu approached with a sycophantic smile, cautiously stating, "Brother Biao, you have misunderstood. I did not come to cause trouble." Having overheard Brother Biao's previous remarks, he was startled to realize that Brother Biao recognized individuals in the establishment. "I misunderstood you, did I?" As Wei Ge drew closer, Brother Biao swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Wei Ge's left cheek. Smack! Ouch! Wei Ge cried out in pain, immediately collapsing to the ground. Big Biao kicked Wei Ge once more, cursing, "Damn it! You've turned against us, haven't you? How dare you cause a ruckus in front of my brother? Do you believe I will twist your head off?" "Wei Ge, I was wrong. I didn't know he was your brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come. I swear." Wei Ge was on the verge of tears, despite being struck by Big Biao. He didn't dare retaliate in the slightest. The young men around him quaked in fear, not daring to move an inch. Though they all lived a life of hustling, there existed a hierarchy among them. Big Biao was notorious for his ruthless demeanor, while these young men were mere minnows, not even close to his caliber. "Get lost. Don't let me see you here again. If you dare to stir trouble near my brother again, don't blame me for rendering you all useless." Big Biao shouted fiercely. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll leave immediately." Upon hearing Big Biao's words, Wei Ge felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away without a moment's hesitation. The constables had little authority over such ruffians, as they were bound by the law, but for Big Biao, dealing with these individuals was a trivial matter. Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai had initially been watching the commotion from across the street. When they recognized Big Biao approaching, they thought he was there to seek vengeance on Zhang Yu. However, they were taken aback by how swiftly the situation had changed, as Big Biao had successfully driven Wei Ge and his gang away. The two quickly retreated into the shop, not daring to continue observing the spectacle. The three new salesmen at the agency were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Unaware of the previous altercation, they could discern that the imposing figure, known as Big Biao, was far more formidable than the group of youngsters they had just witnessed. Moreover, Zhang Yu's demeanor towards Big Biao was decidedly unfriendly, while Big Biao himself exhibited an unusual humility in Zhang Yu and Oppo's presence. This perplexity was not limited to them. Even Yang Ying and the bespectacled girl found themselves somewhat bewildered. Yang Ying pondered the situation, questioning the true intentions of Big Biao. Was he not here to seek vengeance today? At that moment, Big Biao turned around, sporting a conciliatory smile, and said, Brother, I acknowledge my shortcomings from the last encounter. Please do not hold it against me. As the saying goes, one must sometimes endure to achieve a favorable outcome. If you have something to say, please speak candidly." Zhang Yu responded directly, "What is it?" Big Biao awkwardly chuckled, clearly embarrassed, and continued, "I recently visited the hospital for a checkup. I have been diagnosed with liver cirrhosis. The doctor informed me that it is somewhat severe and may not be treatable. I thought to myself, since you were able to see my condition, surely you must possess the means to assist me. Brother, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I beg you to be magnanimous and overlook my transgressions." It turned out that during their last encounter, Zhang Yu had warned him about a potential fire at his home and the state of his liver. After experiencing a genuine fire at home, he began to believe Zhang Yu's words with a degree of seriousness. Initially, he intended to seek medical attention, but his entanglement in a deliberate act of disturbance led to a week of incarceration. Once released, he hastened to the hospital for an examination, only to discover that he had indeed developed liver cirrhosis, a condition that, once contracted, is often tantamount to a death sentence. Even in the early stages of cirrhosis, the condition is not particularly easy to treat. Upon seeing the test results, Debiang was immediately alarmed, and he thought of Zhang Yu. Although he was initially hesitant to approach Zhang Yu, the urgency of his situation compelled him to muster the courage to pay a visit. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. He was not one to turn a blind eye to those in need. However, Debiang and Oppo's character was truly difficult to accept. Thus, Zhang Yu stated in truth, "I can cure your ailment, but I shall not treat those of ill repute. Brother, if you agree to heal me, I will immediately renounce my former ways and no longer engage in illicit activities. In fact, I have already distanced myself from that life. The recent incident was primarily due to Su Jun, who is my underling. I thought he had suffered a great injustice, which led me to seek your assistance." But perhaps this is fate, for how else could I have encountered a benefactor like you? Debiang continued, his face filled with obsequiousness. Can you truly reform? Zhang Yu inquired. Rest assured, if I were to break my word, let me meet a most unfortunate end. Moreover, I have already begun to engage in legitimate business, so you needn't worry. Debiang assured, thumping his chest for emphasis. Since you are willing to turn over a new leaf, I shall treat your illness. However, this ailment cannot be resolved overnight. During this time, I will continue to observe your character, Zhang Yu said earnestly. All right, no problem. Debiang immediately responded. Apart from you, there is also the Soviet army. You must transform him into a good person as well. He cannot disrespect his parents at home. He must learn to honor them. Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled girl felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She never expected that at such a moment, Zhang Yu would still be concerned about her family and Appo's affairs. This rascal dares to disrespect his parents. Brother Dapio and Appo's voice immediately rose, exclaiming, Damn it, how did I not notice this before? I thought this kid was decent. Rest assured, my brother, I will educate him and ensure he becomes a filial son in the future. Very well. Zhang Yu nodded, took his seat, and added, You should come over and sit. I will take your pulse. All right. Brother Dapio cheerfully approached, extending his hand. Zhang Yu pressed on his pulse for a moment and remarked, Fortunately, it is not that serious. Tomorrow, I will prepare some medicine for you and bring acupuncture needles as well. Come to my place at 5 o'clock, and I will go to your home to administer acupuncture. Thank you. Brother Dapio expressed his profound gratitude. To him, Zhang Yu and Appo's actions exemplified the virtue of repaying kindness with kindness. Chapter 66. A bad idea after leaving the agency. Brother Dapio got into his car and immediately pulled out his phone, dialing Su Jun's number. Once the call connected, he stated directly, Jun, come to the construction site. I need to discuss something with you. With that, he hung up the phone. Brother Dapio was not the kind of aimless drifter without a purpose. In his earlier days of mingling with society, he had earned a fair sum of money, and eventually, he settled down and started a family. With a family to care for, he could no longer live a life fraught with peril, and thus he turned to legitimate business. He had contracted 3 buildings with Dingxing Real Estate, taking on the role of a foreman. However, many of his former associates continued to follow him. Upon arriving at the construction site of Dingxing Community, Su Jun was already present. Brother Dapio welcomed him into the activity room and offered him a cigarette, to which Su Jun gratefully expressed his thanks. Su Jun had not been with Brother Dapio for long, but he was adept at navigating social situations, which is why Brother Dapio had taken him under his wing, albeit without assigning him a formal position. He essentially managed himself, nominally associated with Brother Dapio. At this moment, Brother Dapio sat down confidently and scrutinized Su Jun for a moment before speaking. Jun, you have been with me for a while now, and I have yet to resolve your employment situation. The Furong nightclub is under my protection, and it has always been Erda overseeing the security there. Starting tomorrow. He intended to say that he would assign Su Jun to the nightclub to assist with security, but hesitated at this juncture. Su Jun, perceptive as he was, immediately grasped the implication of Brother Dapio's words and felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being assigned to the nightclub. Unexpectedly, after a brief pause, Brother Biao changed his tone and said, Starting tomorrow, come to the construction site and learn a thing or two. Later, go find Lao Yang to report in and acquire some knowledge about construction. It will certainly benefit you in the future. We shall forego any internship period, and I will pay you 5,000 a month. Thank you, Brother Biao. Thank you. Su Jun expressed his gratitude immediately. Although he could not comprehend why Brother Biao wanted him to work at the construction site, especially since he had no skills and lacked the strength to carry bricks, the prospect of earning 5,000 a month made him exceedingly happy. There is one more thing I must discuss with you, Brother Biao stated, adopting a serious demeanor. Please, go ahead, Brother Biao, Su Jun replied cautiously. I have heard that you possess quite the audacity, even daring to disrespect your parents at home. Today, I will make myself perfectly clear. I detest unfilial behavior above all else. Once you return home, You must promptly apologize to your parents and ensure you become a dutiful son. If you ever dare to show disrespect to them again, I will break your legs. Do you understand? As he finished, Brother Biao and Appo's eyes widened menacingly. Upon witnessing Brother Biao and Appo's fierce glare, Su Jun trembled with fear and timidly stammered, Brother Biao. I never said I was unfilial. Don and Appo's, he tried to argue with me. Brother Biao continued to glare, his voice sharp and commanding. The Soviet soldier lowered his head, no longer daring to argue, and humbly stated, Yes, yes. Brother Biao, you can rest assured. I will definitely listen to you from now on and be filial to my parents. I will apologize when I return home tonight. Damn it, today. If you dare to raise your hand against your parents, tomorrow, when I am in a position of weakness, you would also dare to raise your hand against me. Therefore, you must first learn to be filial to your parents. Let me warn you once more. Remember this. Do not merely speak words without action. Understand? Brother Biao spoke fiercely again. Understood, understood. The Soviet soldier quickly responded, trembling in fear. All right. Brother Biao waved his hand at the Soviet soldier and said, Go find old Yang. Just say what I told you. You'll follow him from now on. Yes, yes. The Soviet soldier repeatedly agreed, then scurried out. Brother Biao was indeed quite adept at management, employing both carrot and stick. He first offered the Soviet soldier a bit of sweetness before imposing strict discipline. It was much easier for Brother Biao to handle the Soviet soldier. Relying on others to persuade him earnestly would likely be futile. Zhang Yu had truly found the right person. At a barbecue restaurant, within a booth, 3 individuals were currently enjoying their meal. Among them was Wang Guozhu, who had previously been beaten by 2 women and lost 2 good friends. Subsequently, he went to the hospital and, to his dismay, discovered he was ill, prompting him to seek treatment promptly. Today seems to have taken a turn for the better, yet his mood remains particularly sour. It feels as though ever since Yang Ying fought that lawsuit, nothing has gone right. Especially that day at the mall, it was utterly humiliating. He even feared being recognized while out. Today, he sought solace in the company of 2 friends over drinks, hoping to drown his sorrows and afterwards indulge in a bit of revelry. One of his friends, Sun Xian, is a property flipper, while the other, Peng Hu, runs a financial company. Wang Guozhu, already well off, naturally attracts a certain caliber of friends. Despite his own discontent, Wang Guozhu was taken aback to find Sun Xian even more downcast, as though mourning the loss of a parent. Xuanzi, what troubles you so? You seem quite unhappy. Wang Guozhu inquired with curiosity. Don and Appo's, even mention it. Everyone else is making a fortune in real estate, and here I am, stuck being a landlord myself. Sun Xian replied despondently. With housing prices soaring, how could you possibly end up as a landlord? Surely, you've only missed out on a bit of profit. Peng Hu interjected skeptically. I would gladly accept a smaller loss, but this property is cursed. I can't even sell it. Sun Xian frowned deeply. Cursed? In what way? Wang Guozhu asked, intrigued. Peng Hu also turned his attention to Sun Xian, eager for an explanation. With a sigh, Sun Xian began, to be honest. I have no one to blame, but myself for being too eager for a bargain. This building has an elevator spanning 10 floors, with an attic included as a bonus. Initially, the 9th and 10th floors, along with the attic above, were sold for a total of $2 million. Upon seeing this price, I realized it was indeed a remarkable bargain, despite the fact that the large floor-to-ceiling window on the 10th floor was shattered. However, this was not a major concern. Lacking sufficient cash, I borrowed an additional $200,000 from elsewhere to purchase both apartments. I anticipated that I would make a substantial profit by flipping them after the new year, but to my astonishment, after the transfer of ownership, Sun Xian replaced the broken window on the 10th floor with a new one. Little did he know that within a day, the newly installed large window would be shattered by the wind. Initially, this predicament was confined to the 10th floor, but it wasn't long before the 9th floor succumbed to the same fate. After inquiring with neighbors, he learned that during the renovation of the 10th floor, a tragic incident had occurred. A cleaning woman had fallen to her death while cleaning the windows. The reason behind the 9th floor's similar misfortune remained a mystery. Neighbors speculated that it was the restless spirit seeking vengeance. These 2 apartments had remained unsold for 5 years. While others' properties appreciated in value, his head stagnated, with the total price reaching $2.4 million, yet remaining unsellable. The original decor had been tossed into disarray by the wind, and now, in urgent need of funds. He was increasingly anxious as the properties lingered on the market. Such an eerie situation. Pang Hu couldn't oppose. T helped but express his astonishment, then offered some consolation. If you're in urgent need of money, why not come to me for a short-term loan? Forget it, Sun Xian replied. I know the reputation of your finance company. I'm well aware of its standing. If I take the money now, I won't be able to repay it in a timely manner. I wouldn't want to turn friends into foes, only to have your people come after me. Upon hearing these words, Wang Guozhu and Amp, Oppo's eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark, and a wicked idea suddenly took shape in his mind. Chapter 67. Birds of a feather. Wang Guozhu gazed at Sun Xian, a jovial smile gracing his features. Xuanzi, why not consider selling the house for a modest sum? He suggested. In its current state, who would dare to purchase it? Moreover, how much would I have to lose in order to sell? Sun Xian shook his head, furrowing his brow. These days, many real estate agencies are also in the business of acquiring properties. If a seller is in urgent need of cash and the price is right, the agencies are often willing to buy. Why not sell the house to an agency for $800,000? I know a reliable one, Jiabao Agency. You should approach them. Wang Guozhu chuckled. Brother Wang, I doubt anyone would even consider buying my 2 houses for $800,000. After viewing them, potential buyers usually turn away immediately. Even so, I can't bring myself to sell for such a pittance that represents all my current assets. Selling for $800,000 would be akin to a death sentence for me. I would rather take my belongings to the grave. Sun Xian shook his head in defiance. The market price for these 2 houses is at least $2,400,000. To part with them for a mere $800,000 is simply unimaginable. I wouldn't Amp, Oppos, budge even if it cost me my life. How about this? Go to negotiate with Jiabao Agency first, see what price they would be willing to offer. If it falls short of $1,200,000, I will cover the difference, Wang Guozhu stated with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian was momentarily taken aback, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Brother Wang, have you had too much to drink? What are you talking about? I and Amp, Oppos, am being serious with you, Wang Guozhu replied earnestly. I am unable to sell, yet you still offer me money. What kind of farce is this? I never realized you were so altruistic. Sun Xian was evidently perplexed. Pang Hu chimed in, asking, Brother Wang, why must you insist that Xian sell the house through that Jiabao Agency? Is there some deep-seated grudge? It was clear that Wang Guozhu's intentions were rather dubious, especially since the agency was run by someone with ties to a financial firm. Upon being exposed by Pang Hu, Wang Guozhu grinned and replied, That wretched woman from Jiabao, who once married my father, even dared to contest my inheritance. It infuriates me to no end. She established that agency with my father and Amp, Oppos, funds. How dare she seek to claim what is rightfully mine? Thus, I intend to teach her a lesson. Continuing, he glanced at Sun Xian and Pang Hu, suggesting, How about you two lend me a hand? Xian, if you sell the house. I suspect that woman may struggle to gather the necessary funds. Tiger, you should pay her agency a visit and propose that your finance company is willing to lend her money, with no interest for the first month. She is likely inexperienced and may seize the opportunity to borrow from you to purchase these 2 properties. Once she acquires them, they will surely become burdensome. And when she defaults, Tiger, you can deal with her decisively. Let me tell you, this girl is quite attractive. You'll surely find her appealing. When she can't repay, that be an opportunity for some amusement. Moreover, given your skills, you should at least break even. From her, you could recover your investment and enjoy the company of a lovely young lady. Why not seize the chance? Pan Hu pondered for a moment and remarked, I must go and see her to determine if it is worth my while to engage in such endeavors. Very well, Wang Guozhu replied promptly. He held a considerable confidence in Yang Ying and Amp, Oppos' appearance. Moreover, he contemplated that when Yang Ying encountered difficulties, should he stand before her, she would undoubtedly allow him to take what he desired. Only in this manner could he avenge the previous slight. Sun Xian reflected for a moment and said, Brother Wang, since you are so forthright, I have no objections. I shall do my utmost to sell the house to him. However, let us be clear, if it does not fetch at least 1,200,000, you shall compensate me for the shortfall. No problem. Rest assured. Wang Guizhou responded with enthusiasm. He was affluent, possessing hundreds of thousands. If he could indeed exact revenge, he would not hesitate to invest. In Yang Ying and Appo's bedroom, she lay on the bed, turning slightly to gaze at Zhang Yu, who was resting on the floor. She caressed her smooth skin with her hand, feeling a deep sense of confidence in her complexion. Despite her rural origins, she knew that even city women could hardly compare. This evening, Zhang Yu had applied a cooling balm on her, providing her immense comfort. She felt as though she were becoming somewhat addicted to this sensation, reveling in it. As she looked at Zhang Yu, a thought struck her. It was summer now, and he could sleep on the floor, but what would happen in winter? Surely, she could not allow him to continue sleeping on the floor. Yet, where else could he sleep? It was unthinkable for him to share her bed. The mere thought sent her heart racing. Pa, what do I care about that matter? Winter is still a long way off. Furthermore, by that time, Zhang Yu would be quite familiar with Jinhai and could easily move out. There is no need for him to continue living with me. Every night, she would indulge in whimsical thoughts, pondering irrelevant questions, until she eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, she and Zhang Yu went to the agency together. Within moments, the bespectacled girl arrived, accompanied by Zhu Dafei. For the past few days, Zhu Dafei had been arriving at the shop each morning with the bespectacled girl. Their homes were not particularly close, yet they seemed to fortuitously cross paths each morning. As soon as the bespectacled girl entered, she joyfully exclaimed, "Zhang Yu, thank you." "Thank you for what?" Zhang Yu inquired with curiosity. "Last night, my brother returned home. Not only did he apologize to our parents, but he also helped with household chores and even massaged my mother's legs. My parents were overjoyed. You mentioned yesterday that you wanted that Biaoge to manage my brother. And I didn't expect such swift results," the bespectacled girl continued, beaming with happiness. "I never imagined that fellow had it in him." Zhang Yu chuckled and replied, "You needn't be so polite. Just focus on your work." Soon, all the agents of the agency gathered, their spirits high, as good performance meant more earnings. Who wouldn't be motivated? Just then, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside. Dressed impeccably, the bespectacled girl immediately rose and politely addressed him. "Good day, sir. Welcome. May I inquire whether you're looking to buy or rent a property?" The middle-aged man, Peng Hu, offered a slight smile and inquired, "May I ask who among you is the proprietor?" Upon hearing that someone was seeking her, Yang Ying promptly replied, "That would be me. How may I assist you?" Peng Hu immediately turned his gaze toward her, and upon catching sight of her beauty, his heart leapt with delight. He silently mused, "This young lady is indeed stunning." Wang Guizhou was entirely correct. When the time comes that she is unable to repay, I shall certainly enjoy the outcome. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from displaying any overt admiration and approached Yang Ying's desk with a courteous demeanor. From his pocket, he produced a business card and presented it to her, saying politely, "Greetings, I am Peng Hu from Jinyuan Financial Services. Our company is currently expanding its operations and is offering a promotional initiative for the first month, featuring 0 interest and no service fees on loans. Should you find yourself in urgent need of funds, you are welcome to apply for a loan with us. As long as you repay within a month, we will impose neither interest nor fees. Our company facilitates swift disbursement of loans without the requirement of collateral, making us your ideal partner in times of financial urgency." Chapter 68. The dilapidated house in the realm of sales. Individuals like Peng Hu frequently made their rounds, and Yang Ying had encountered many such characters. Glancing at the business card that proclaimed him a manager, she dismissed it with indifference, noting that the streets were rife with managers, and any salesperson felt emboldened to adorn their card with that title. Yang Ying nodded politely, responding, "Very well. Should the need arise, I shall certainly reach out to Mr. Peng." After exchanging a few more courteous remarks, she sent Peng Hu on his way. Once he departed, Zhang Yu remarked, "Auntie, the countenance of that fellow does not suggest he harbors good intentions. Anyone working in a finance company is unlikely to be virtuous. They're all involved in usury. We can hardly engage with them." "I was merely being polite," Yang Ying replied with clarity. Throughout the morning, the agency attended to 7 clients, successfully closing deals on 2 properties. It appeared that their performance had slightly waned. However, this was somewhat unavoidable. In recent days, the properties have been selling like hotcakes, with many listings already off the market. The remaining options either did not meet the clients' and Oppo's spatial requirements or were priced beyond their budget. Thus, even if Zhang Yu could arrange feng shui, clients were not inclined to compromise excessively, as purchasing a home was not akin to selecting produce. During the quiet of the midday lull, Zhang Yu visited the pharmacy to procure some medication, for he had plans to treat Brother Biao that evening. Carrying the medicine back, he reached the entrance just as a man in his 40s approached. Zhang Yu courteously greeted him. "Welcome. May I inquire if you're interested in purchasing or renting a property?" The man in question is Sun Xian, who nodded and said, "I have 2 properties that I am eager to sell. Please come in. Let's discuss this further," he continued. Zhang Yu responded with a smile. Upon entering the agency, Zhang Yu invited Sun Xian to take a seat, but Sun Xian declined, opting instead to inquire, "May I ask who the owner is?" Upon hearing yet another request for the owner, Yang Ying politely responded, "That would be me." Sun Xian turned his gaze towards Yang Ying, his eyes lighting up with appreciation, silently acknowledging her beauty and thinking that this might be an advantageous situation for him. With a courteous demeanor, Sun Xian addressed her. "Hello. I have 2 properties that I urgently need to sell, but I have yet to find a buyer. I have heard that your agency handles property acquisitions, so I thought I would inquire whether you could assist me. Rest assured, I am flexible with pricing and will ensure that your agency profits from this transaction." During her previous tenure at a different agency, Yang Ying had encountered similar situations. In the real estate business, if a property was deemed inexpensive and likely to yield a profit upon resale, agency owners were often willing to invest their own funds to acquire it. Just a few days ago, Yang Ying would have hesitated to engage in such dealings due to financial constraints. However, having recently earned a considerable sum and saved on rent, she now possessed a substantial amount of money. Thus, she believed that if there was indeed potential for profit, she could confidently proceed with the acquisition. Consequently, Yang Ying inquired, "What are the specifications of these 2 properties? What price are you considering? And in which community are they located?" The properties are situated in Riverside Garden. One is on the 9th floor, encompassing an area of 110 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom. The other is on the 10th floor, complete with an attic. The lower level also measures 110 square meters, with a similar configuration of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, while the upper attic spans 60 square meters, consisting of 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, albeit with a sloped ceiling. Presently, the market value of these 2 residences stands at a minimum of 2.4 million, yet I am willing to offer them to your agency for a mere 1.6 million. The urgency of my business requires immediate funds, and I truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Sun Xian displayed an expression of sincerity. He remained quite cunning. Although he initially proposed a selling price of 1.2 million, which would be supplemented by Wang Guazhu if the sale fell through, he could not openly declare that figure, for doing so would inevitably raise suspicions regarding the property's condition. Likewise, he could not inflate the price excessively. If he were to quote 2 million, the agency would certainly not entertain his request. It is worth noting that not only do ordinary agencies lack such liquidity, but the associated costs of profit margins and transfer fees are also substantial, making it impractical for agencies to engage in such convoluted transactions. Thus, an agency must possess ample profit margins to perceive the potential for a swift sale without tying up capital, which would incentivize them to invest. Naturally, Yang Ying was aware of the Riverside Garden properties. The surroundings were pleasant, and the location was advantageous. The quoted price of 2.4 million for both properties indeed represented the lowest market rate. The offer of 1.6 million for both left a considerable profit margin. Yet she found herself lacking sufficient funds. However, upon reflection, she recalled Peng Hu's visit earlier that day. His financial company offered unsecured loans, with the added benefit of no interest for the first month. With the current sales capabilities of the intermediary, the less desirable properties are still of decent quality. The houses in Riverside Garden are sure to sell quickly, likely within a day or 2, especially at this price point, allowing for significant profit. Yang Ying nodded and remarked, This price point is indeed appealing, but I must first visit the property. Of course, are you available now? Sun Xian inquired. Yes, Yang Ying replied, rising from her seat. In a fleeting glance, she noticed Zhang Yu nearby and contemplated the previous property at Galaxy Garden. Given the surprisingly low price of the Riverside Garden property, she was wary of potential issues. Taking Zhang Yu along would ensure she did not fall victim to any pitfalls. Xiao Yu, come with me. We're going to inspect the property, Yang Ying stated. All right, Zhang Yu agreed with a nod. Sun Xian drove them, and they settled into his façade, heading towards Riverside Garden. Riverside Garden derived its name from the picturesque river adjacent to the community, which had been beautifully enhanced by the developers, providing a lovely setting for residents to stroll by the riverside night. The greenery within the community was also quite commendable. Upon entering, they quickly arrived at Building No. 10. This was an elevator-serviced mid-rise, and they ascended to the 9th floor, where there were 2 units per floor. Unit 901 belonged to Sun Xian. As they stepped inside, Zhang Yu immediately sensed something was amiss. A strong wind swept through the space, carrying an unsettling aura, tinged with a hint of resentment. Observing the interior, he noted that while there was some decoration, it appeared quite disheveled. Zhang Yu and Yang Ying took a few steps forward and immediately felt the fierce gusts of wind. Turning to gaze at the source of the breeze, they noticed that the floor-to-ceiling windows in the grand living room were devoid of glass, allowing the wind to sweep in unimpeded. As they surveyed the living room, they observed the walls in a state of disarray. In certain areas, remnants of latex paint were still visible, suggesting a previous coat. Yet in most places, the plaster had peeled away, rendering the space akin to an unfinished shell. Yang Ying furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why are there no glass panes in these windows? And what has happened to the walls?" Sun Xian chuckled awkwardly and replied, "The glass accidentally shattered, but it can easily be replaced. It shouldn't end amp, oppose, TB too much of concern." However, the absence of glass from the floor-to-ceiling windows and the dilapidated state of the walls were glaring indicators that the shattered glass had long remained unaddressed. It was apparent to anyone, including Yang Ying, that there were significant issues with the property, particularly with such a window design, which featured a framework that must be uniform across the entire complex. It was imperative to engage the property management for installation. Given the current condition of the house, any prospective buyer would inevitably have to discuss the window situation with the management, and such discussions would inevitably reveal the underlying problems with the property. This, indeed, was the primary reason it could not be easily sold. Chapter 69. A deceptive scheme, Yang Ying remarked. This house is in such disarray that even the window frames are missing. Is there no oversight from the property management? The property management is responsible. Sun Xian could only respond in this manner. He could not outright say that the management was neglectful, for if they were to disregard even this, who would be inclined to purchase such a property? Then why don't you consult the management? The windows are in such a state, and yet you still wish to sell it, Yang Ying pointed out. Otherwise, it wouldn't be priced like this. I'm simply too lazy to tidy it up and thought it best to sell it quickly. You could just do a simple cleanup once it's yours. Sun Xian replied. That makes sense, Yang Ying conceded with a slight nod, then added, I will speak with the property management and have them reinstall the windows. Is there any rush? You could wait until after the purchase to contact them, Sun Xian suggested. Such words, regardless of who uttered them, would compel anyone to inquire with the management to ascertain the situation. Naturally, had he not spoken, Yang Ying would have approached the management directly. In any case, whether spoken or not, the truth of the matter could not be concealed. Zhang Yu had already discerned the underlying issues. This property harbored malevolent energy, which he sensed to be a form of direct wind calamity. This particular type of calamity is not exceedingly potent and can be relatively easily dispelled, though it carries with it a tinge of resentment, hinting at something peculiar, likely a history of death. Zhang Yu felt confident in his ability to eliminate this malign influence. However, the fact that the other party sought out Yang Ying specifically, rather than approaching other agents, led him to suspect that something was amiss. 2 properties priced at $1,600,000. Yang Ying clearly lacks such funds and may have to resort to borrowing. This raises a significant concern. If the houses harbor issues, the repercussions would be considerable. Recently, the agency across the street has been employing various tactics against them, leading Zhang Yu to suspect that it is likely the handiwork of Ho Xingtsai and Lin Hai. Zhang Yu is a sincere individual, yet he is far from naive. Upon realizing that someone is scheming, he swiftly devised a clever plan. At this moment, Yang Ying asserted with conviction, the houses must have windows installed. Otherwise, how can one reside here? Is there something wrong with this property? What kind of wind could cause the windows to be in such a state? Well, this is merely a minor issue. It's nothing serious. This area is prone to strong winds, indeed. But you can simply replace the glass with tempered glass later, Sun Xian stammered. Such large floor-to-ceiling windows should be made of tempered glass, right? Yang Ying pointed out, showcasing her expertise. If not, I could perhaps lower the price a bit more. Sun Xian recognized that Yang Ying was not easily deceived and resorted to discussing the price, hoping that she might be tempted by a bargain and proceed with the purchase. His initial plan was to set the price at 1,600,000, believing that no one would be inclined to buy upon seeing the property. He intended to lower the price further later on, maximizing his profit, and hoped to persuade someone to take it off his hands, even if sold at a loss. Would not Wang Guozhu cover the difference? Yang Ying initially contemplated voicing her concerns, insisting that she must pay out of pocket for the property. What there were significant issues. What would she do if the property turned out to be a liability? However, before she could finish her words, Zhang Yu interjected, Auntie, I must say the area of this house seems quite spacious, yet it also appears to harbor some issues. Aren't there 2 units? If not, shall we ascend to the upper floor for a closer inspection? Very well, Yang Ying replied, although she could not fathom why Zhang Yu insisted on going upstairs. She had already lost interest in purchasing the property. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu was her pillar of support, possessing remarkable abilities that often took her by surprise. Therefore, she resolved to heed his advice. Come, follow me upstairs, Sun Xian said with a nod. There was no need to take the elevator from the 9th to the 10th floor. They ascended the stairs directly. Upon reaching Unit 1001, Sun Xian opened the door, and as Zhang Yu stepped inside, he immediately noticed that the upper floor felt just as windy as the lower one, infused with an unsettling aura and a hint of resentment. As he and Yang Ying ventured a few steps further in, he turned to glance at the grand living room, which mirrored the state of the lower floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered, with even the frames nowhere to be seen. With both levels exhibiting such disarray, it was evident to even the most naive observer that this house harbored significant problems. It would be impossible to sell even 1 unit, let alone 2. Yang Ying furrowed her brow, casting a questioning look at Zhang Yu. He turned to Sun Xian and stated, this unit, priced at 160,000, is beyond our means. The price is negotiable. How much can you offer? Sun Xian inquired. 60,000, Zhang Yu replied. 60,000, Sun Xian exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as if in disbelief. At that price, I doubt Wang Guozhu would ever agree. Even if Yang Ying lacks funds, she could surely muster a few tens of thousands. Wouldn't that mean no need for a loan? Without a loan, Wang Guozhu's plan holds no value whatsoever. This property appears to be fraught with significant issues. We are merely considering it. You should be aware that if we were to sell these 2 houses now, they might fetch merely over 1 million, contingent on whether anyone is interested in purchasing. If they could truly be sold for 240,000, then you might as well sell them yourself. What need would there be for us? No one is foolish. There must be a profit for us as well. Zhang Yu spoke earnestly, his youthful visage bearing traces of innocence. Even a child of such tender age cannot be easily deceived. Fortunately, Zhang Yu and Appo's words lent Sun Xian a glimmer of hope. At the very least, the other party was inclined towards bargains, suggesting that a sufficiently low price could entice a buyer. Sun Xian feigned a pained expression and replied, what you say does ring true. As intermediaries, you undoubtedly require a profit. How about this? You could raise your offer a bit. 60,000 is indeed far too little. I originally purchased these 2 properties for 120,000. Surely, you cannot expect me to incur a direct loss of half. If you doubt my word, you may verify the property transaction records. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Then, after a brief hesitation, Zhang Yu firmly stated, we can offer no more than 80,000. If you attempt to negotiate further, We shall take our leave." With that, he grasped Yang Ying and Appo's arm, feigning readiness to depart at any moment. "Wait, wait, wait. Please don't leave just yet." Sun Xian hurriedly interjected 80,000, and with a deliberate grinding of his teeth, he conceded, "Very well, Lippy, 80,000. This price represented the bottom line set by Wang Guozhu. Yang Ying gazed at Zhang Yu, her expression filled with perplexity. The house evidently harbored significant issues. Otherwise, the condition of both the upper and lower floors would not be so dismal. However, since Zhang Yu dared to propose a purchase, he likely possessed the confidence to resolve the problems. She understood that regardless of his assurance, it was not the right moment to inquire further. "Very well. Please provide us with a contact number. We certainly cannot gather such a substantial amount of money today, and will need to arrange it. Once we have secured the funds, we will reach out to you," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "All right." Sun Xian promptly relayed his phone number, and Yang Ying took note of it. Sun Xian then added, "I am currently in urgent need of funds. Otherwise, even if this house has some issues, I would not be inclined to sell it at such a significant loss. Therefore, I hope to receive the money within 2 days." "Understood. We will respond to you by tomorrow," Zhang Yu replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they departed together. Special thanks to Jgupmam for the generous support of this book. Today marks Monday, the commencement of a new week. I hope all esteemed readers will cast their votes generously, enabling me to surpass the threshold of 500 votes within a week. I assure you, once this milestone is achieved, I will increase the updates to 1 chapter daily next week, totaling 4 updates each day. Chapter 70. Borrowing money to purchase a house. Sun Xian initially intended to escort Zhang Yu and Yang Ying back to the agency. However, halfway through their journey, as they passed a shopping mall, Zhang Yu unexpectedly requested to alight, expressing a desire to browse the shops. Yang Ying, well acquainted with Zhang Yu, understood that aside from the last time she had taken him to a mall, he rarely indulged in shopping. His sudden inclination to visit the mall today must surely have a reason behind it. Without further ado, she waited for Sun Xian to park the car, and the two of them exited together, making their way into the mall. Upon entering, Zhang Yu turned around to find that Sun Xian had already departed, prompting him to step outside once more. At this moment, Yang Ying could no longer contain her curiosity and followed him, inquiring, "Xiao Yu, what in damp oppos is going on?" "The house has issues. I want to go back and take a look," Zhang Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying immediately questioned, "If you know there are problems with the house, why did you agree to buy it?" "I did it on purpose," Zhang Yu said with a mischievous smile. "On purpose? Are you trying to deceive him, intending not to purchase it at all?" Yang Ying probed. "That remains to be seen. I can only decide after we return and inspect it," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. "That house has an ominous aura. I could sense it at a glance. Although 800,000 seems reasonable, I certainly do not have that much money." Yang Ying pouted, her meaning unmistakable. She genuinely did not wish to buy. "Then why are you still looking at houses?" Zhang Yu questioned. "I was contemplating that if the house turned out to be truly good, I could borrow a bit from that finance company that offers a month of interest-free loans. But now, it seems the risks are considerable." Yang Ying candidly expressed her thoughts. "Dear aunt, have you noticed that today events seem rather suspicious?" Zhang Yu remarked. "What do you mean?" Yang Ying inquired. "This morning, a financial company approached you, eager to lend us money without requiring interest for the first month. Then, in the afternoon, someone came to sell a house, though it has issues. The price is remarkably low, seemingly a bargain. However, you undoubtedly cannot afford it without borrowing money. It feels as if this was all orchestrated for us. If we fall for the allure of a good deal, we might be tempted to take out a loan to purchase the property," Zhang Yu said earnestly. Having resided in the metropolis for some time, he had developed a certain understanding of the urban landscape, particularly regarding real estate agents who engage daily with properties and finances, thus acquiring extensive knowledge. For instance, he grasped the nuances of bank loans and the types of houses that are easily sold and profitable. If what you say holds true, it does give off a sense of foreboding, almost as if they're trying to ensure I lack the funds to buy the house, offering me an interest-free loan in advance. No, this must be the work of that scoundrel across the street." Yang Ying exclaimed, visibly irritated. "We cannot allow them to succeed. We absolutely must not purchase that house." "That may not be the case. Zhang Yu replied with a grin. What scheme are you concocting? Yang Ying asked, sensing something amiss in Zhang Yu and Oppo's expression. I do not possess complete confidence in resolving the housing issue at this moment, so I intend to return and investigate further. Once I ascertain the situation and am certain of my approach, there would be no harm in considering the purchase of the house. Once the issues within are resolved, both of these properties could fetch $1 million, and we would effortlessly reap substantial profits, Zhang Yu proclaimed with confidence. Are you truly capable of resolving them? Yang Ying and Oppo's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. She possessed a deeper understanding than Zhang Yu. If these two residences were indeed sound, they would undoubtedly command a handsome price, with $1 million being well within reach. Let us return and ascertain the situation, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Yang Ying, now brimming with enthusiasm, hoped that Zhang Yu could indeed rectify the problems with the houses. She promptly accompanied him back to Riverside Garden. Ordinarily, the most convenient approach would be to inquire with the neighbors. However, given that there were only 2 units on the first floor and just 1 unit on the 9th, it was uncertain whether anyone would be home or aware of the situation. Yang Ying decided to visit the property management, expressing her intent to purchase units 901 and 1001 in Building 10. However, she noted that during their recent viewing, they had discovered that the floor-to-ceiling windows were damaged, questioning whether it was the management and Oppo's responsibility to repair them. Upon hearing the inquiry about the 2 units, the property staff immediately frowned and responded. The windows of those units are typically maintained by us. However, the current situation is such that once installed, the windows are shattered by the wind within a single day. We have replaced the windows over 10 times already, so further repairs cannot be offered free of charge. They will incur a fee. Furthermore, I advise you that if you genuinely wish to purchase those properties, it would be wiser to construct 2 walls instead of installing windows, as they will merely break again. His words were blunt, and not the first time he had relayed such information to prospective buyers. After hearing this, who would still dare to consider purchasing these 2 units? The removal of the floor-to-ceiling windows and the construction of 2 walls is indeed a clever solution. However, it inevitably presents underlying issues, transcending mere structural concerns. Zhang Yu smiled faintly and inquired, I have heard that someone died in this house. Is that true? Yang Ying paused, puzzled, wondering from whom Zhang Yu had acquired such information, as they had remained together since their arrival. On the 10th floor, a tragic incident had occurred during the initial renovations when a cleaner, hired to wash the windows, accidentally fell to their demise. The staff did not conceal the truth, acknowledging the event candidly, for such occurrences were not particularly shrouded in secrecy within the community. Only the 10th floor has witnessed a death, while the 9th has not. Zhang Yu inquired. The 9th floor has not experienced such a tragedy, the staff confirmed with a nod. Thank you, Zhang Yu expressed sincerely. With these straightforward exchanges, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying departed from the property management office. Once outside, noticing the absence of bystanders, Yang Ying promptly asked, How did you know about the death in this house? Zhang Yu smiled subtly and replied, I merely guessed. I perceive significant issues with this house. Could it be haunted? Yang Ying asked, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Are there really that many ghosts in this world? Zhang Yu shrugged and responded, I am now quite confident. Tomorrow we shall secure a loan to purchase the house. As Zhang Yu articulated, it is not the case that spirits can emerge anywhere. They require a conducive environment to thrive. Urban settings are inherently unsuitable for their existence. Moreover, once a person passes away and transforms into a spirit, the underworld governs their fate. Even if a few lost souls wander, they would hardly linger in populous areas where the vitality of the living is robust. His belief that a death had occurred within the house was solely attributed to the discovery of the direct wind malevolence, which carried with it a hint of resentment. This lingering animosity likely stemmed from the hatred harbored by the deceased prior to their demise, as well as the grievances of the window cleaner towards the homeowner. The inherent power of the direct wind malevolence is not particularly formidable. It is merely this resentment that amplifies its potency. In truth, as time progresses, the remnants of this animosity will dissipate completely within a couple of years. With the absence of such resentment, the force of the direct wind malevolence will undoubtedly diminish, rendering it incapable of shattering glass. At most, it poses a risk to those standing by the window, who may meet a fate similar to that of the cleaner. Zhang Yu is certain that the window cleaner and Oppo's death was indeed a consequence of the direct wind malevolence, which requires resentment to augment its strength. Chapter 71. The essence of childhood. Upon witnessing Zhang Yu's unwavering confidence, Yang Ying felt no doubt. This man was her pillar of strength, and she firmly believed he would never deceive her. Thus, Yang Ying nodded and said, "All right, I shall borrow the money tomorrow. I currently have 500,000 on hand. Borrowing an additional 300,000 should suffice. Why borrow merely 300,000, given that there is no interest in the first month? Let us borrow 800,000 directly," Zhang Yu replied. "Such a significant amount?" Yang Ying expressed her concern. "What if something goes awry with such a large sum all at once? Our agency is not lacking in buyers. We merely require quality properties. Did we not receive a client as contact information today? They expressed interest in being contacted immediately upon the availability of good houses. I believe these two properties are excellent. They should sell within a few days. Furthermore, do they not desire us to borrow more? Let us acquiesce to their wishes," Zhang Yu concluded with a playful smile. At this moment, Yang Ying comprehended Zhang Yu's intentions, and with a cheerful demeanor, she playfully pinched his cheek, a gesture reminiscent of her childhood, often directed at him. Pouting, she teased, "You little rascal, still as mischievous as ever." Despite her teasing, Yang Ying was thoroughly pleased with Zhang Yu and Oppo's plan. "Let us borrow more. We shall repay you in a few days after selling the house at a high price, reaping substantial profits, leaving them at a loss." By the time the two returned to the agency, it was nearing closing time. With no further matters at hand, they decided to close early before 5 Oppo's clock. Yang Ying and Zhang Yu ventured to the market to procure some vegetables. Upon returning to their residential complex, Yang Ying unexpectedly halted on the ground floor, refusing to ascend. Zhang Yu glanced at her and inquired, "Auntie, why down in Oppo's? Do you come upstairs?" Yang Ying pouted and replied, "I and Oppo's. V walked so much today, I and Oppo's am utterly exhausted. Can't you show a little compassion for your auntie and carry me upstairs?" It had been quite some time since Zhang Yu had last shouldered her up the stairs, and she found herself nostalgically yearning for that sensation. Having traversed a considerable distance in her high heels, her feet now ached painfully, prompting her to make such a request. "At your service," Zhang Yu responded promptly, already positioning himself in front of her and crouching down. With delight, Yang Ying mounted onto his back. As he hoisted her up the stairs, one hand clutched the vegetables while the other embraced Zhang Yu's neck, allowing her to relish this moment. In this instant, she involuntarily recalled her days as a real estate agent. Back then, she was tasked with showing clients various properties daily, with no guarantee of any purchases. She had often been bullied by her colleagues, simply because she was an outsider and was assigned the less desirable listings. Some of these properties were on the 8th floor, with no elevator. On particularly unfortunate days, she could have several clients viewing such places, leaving her feet sore and blistered. How she longed for someone to carry her. While many men might have been willing to do so, she was not one to allow just anyone this privilege. The sensation of being carried by Zhang Yu was remarkably comforting, transporting her back to her childhood and rekindling a time of carefree bliss. Upon entering her home, Zhang Yu prepared to set her down, but she playfully urged him, "Let us play horse. Carry me inside." Zhang Yu playfully stuck out his tongue, bemused by Yang Ying and Oppo's unusually high spirits today. He carried her into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Yang Ying kicked off her high-heeled shoes. Tossing them to the floor, and with a feigned whimper, she said, my feet hurt. Please massage them for me." Seeing Yang Ying's playful demeanor, Zhang Yu was reminded of their childhood memories. Despite the age difference, his little aunt often acted in a coy manner. There were times when she would tease him, and if he dared to refuse her, she would resort to pouting or even crying, which left Zhang Yu helpless and led him to agree to many unfair terms. He sat at the edge of the bed, took her delicate foot in his hands, and began to massage it gently. Yang Ying, instead of lying down, propped herself up on her arms, contentedly observing Zhang Yu as he worked. Dressed in sheer pants, she was unconcerned about any accidental exposure. In truth, there were very few places on her body that Zhang Yu had not seen before. Having returned without washing her feet after a long day of walking, it was inevitable that there would be some perspiration. Yet, her feet bore no unpleasant odor. Rather, they exuded a subtle, refreshing scent. Your feet are as fragrant as ever, even without a wash, Zhang Yu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she pouted. How annoying! I speak the truth, Zhang Yu replied, lowering his gaze with a playful pout. Seeing his expression filled Yang Ying with joy. After all, women often relish compliments from men, especially when that man is someone she holds dear. You really mustn't say such things, especially not to anyone else, and certainly not to the family. Yang Ying deliberately wore a stern expression as she spoke. Understood, Zhang Yu nodded in response. That's more like it. Once your feet feel better, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you as a token of appreciation. Yang Ying lifted her charming face, speaking with a sense of pride. It better be true. Looking at the ingredients you purchased today, they're all my specialties, Zhang Yu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Cut it out. Yang Ying playfully lifted her right foot and lightly kicked at him. Zhang Yu, unperturbed, did not evade, and her foot brushed gently against his chin. Aware that it was merely a playful gesture, Yang Ying feigned indignation, saying, You look down on me, huh? Since you and Amp, Oppose, V said that, you might as well cook tonight. Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue, replying, Had I known, I would have kept my mouth shut. Seeing Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppose, S expression, Yang Ying couldn't and Amp, Oppose, T helped but chuckle softly. A wave of sweetness enveloped her heart. This scene reminded her of their childhood. As she watched Zhang Yu continue to massage her feet, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. This moment feels so wonderful. Why should I be preoccupied with the complications of gender? Aren't relationships between men and women not solely defined by such matters? Why can't I cherish my time with Zhang Yu as I did when we were younger? He is my little nephew and also my younger brother. Those days were filled with joy. Yes, I should no longer dwell on those thoughts. I will regard him as the little nephew and brother he once was, while I remain that innocent little girl from before. What concerns about gender? Let them be cast aside. With this realization, Yang Ying's spirits lifted even higher, believing she had finally unraveled the greatest dilemma in her heart. From this day forth, she need no longer cower in trepidation, as long as she remains true to her conscience and refrains from any disreputable conduct. This modest abode will serve as a cherished sanctuary for her and Zhang Yu during their childhood. Gradually, she reclined, allowing her body and mind to unwind, as the comforting sensation in her feet swiftly spread throughout her being. Suddenly, she could not help but emit a soft sigh of pleasure. The comfort was so profound that she found it utterly uncontrollable. Her voice was melodious, prompting Zhang Yu to instinctively turn his head. Yang Ying felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and playfully raised her leg to gently nudge Zhang Yu and Amp. Oppose. S arm, pouting as she said, What are you staring at? Ein Oppose. Am hungry. Hurry and prepare the meal. Zhang Yu stuck out his tongue, rising to his feet, and pouted, Annie is bullying me again. So what if I am? Yang Ying retorted, delivering another playful kick to his backside. Zhang Yu promptly fled the room, and as she watched his retreating figure, Yang Ying could not suppress a laugh. The nostalgia of childhood was truly delightful, enveloping her in a profound sense of relaxation, banishing all remnants of pressure. Chapter 72. Transforming resentment into resolution. Early the following morning, Yang Ying and Zhang Yu arrived at Jinyuan Financial Company. Prior to their arrival, Yang Ying had already placed a call to Peng Hu, informing him of their intention to secure a loan. Upon meeting, Peng Hu exhibited an exceedingly warm demeanor, personally attending to them. However, his gaze frequently wandered towards the neckline of Yang Ying's attire. Miss Yang, may I inquire how much you wish to borrow? Peng Hu asked with enthusiasm. 80,000. Yang Ying replied candidly. 80,000. At this, Peng Hu was momentarily taken aback. The previous evening, he had been drinking with Wang Guozhu and Sun Xian. during which Sun Xian had mentioned that Yang Ying was inclined to make a purchase but was adamant about keeping the price at a remarkably low figure of 80,000. Wang Guizhu, being a meticulous individual, had decided to inspect the two apartments at Riverbank Garden and had done so overnight. The condition of the floor-to-ceiling windows was indeed dismal. Under such circumstances, one could scarcely justify a valuation of 40,000 per unit. Indeed, even if offered for free, Wang Guizhu would hesitate to reside there. Who could possibly possess the audacity to purchase such a property? Thus, Wang Guizhu was convinced that once Yang Ying acquired the apartments, they would inevitably become a burden. He was well aware of Yang Ying's background. Having emerged from a rural setting, her family lacked financial resources. Should the properties fail to sell, she would find it exceedingly difficult to secure alternatives. With a resolute determination, Wang Guizhu agreed to cover the 40,000 difference that Sun Xian had mentioned. He believed that while Yang Ying might not be able to produce the full 80,000, she would likely have some funds available, perhaps 30 to 40,000, enabling her to borrow approximately 40,000 from Pang Hu. At that moment, upon hearing that Yang Ying wished to borrow 800,000, Pang Hu couldn't oppose to help but furrow his brow. Yang Ying possessed no fixed assets in the city, and despite her beauty, it paled in comparison to the sum of 800,000. Lending her 400,000 with a loss he could reluctantly endure. He could scrape together an additional 200,000, and the remainder could be compensated for, albeit tenuously, by Yang Ying and Appo's charms. However, the prospect of 800,000 was daunting. Should she default, the repercussions would be too severe. Pang Hu hesitated momentarily before stating, "Miss Yang, 800,000 is rather excessive. I must consult with my superior." In truth, there was no larger authority. He was the ultimate boss. The superior he referred to was, in fact, Wang Guizhu. Very well. Yang Ying nodded in acquiescence. Pang Hu promptly ascended to the second floor, entered his office, and placed a call to Wang Guizhu. He expressed his concerns about Yang Ying's request for a loan of 800,000, emphasizing the substantial risk should she fail to repay it. Wang Guizhu, eager for retribution, responded decisively, "Lend her the money. If she cannot repay, utilize your collection skills to deal with her. Ultimately, whatever is owed, I will cover the deficit." This was precisely the affirmation Pang Hu awaited. "Understood. I shall proceed to lend her the amount," he replied, hanging up the phone with a sense of exhilaration before hastening downstairs. Pang Hu was quite adept at collecting debts. In the past, he had lent a beautiful woman 50,000, which had ballooned to 100,000 in interest. Driven to desperation, she repaid a total of 110,000 and additionally acquiesced to spend a month with him, thus resolving the matter. With Wang Guizhu providing support from behind, Pang Hu felt no fear of potential losses. Enchanted by Yang Ying's alluring figure, he nearly drooled. Wang Guizhu, too, felt a surge of excitement. Having borrowed 800,000, Yang Ying essentially left herself with no chance of recovery. When her property fell into her hands and she could not repay the debt, she would be left in a dire predicament. The thought of such a conquest nearly prompted Wang Guizhu to let out an exhilarating howl. The interest rates from Jinyuan Financial Company were far from negligible, and Yang Ying meticulously examined the contract to ensure there were no issues. The first month in Appo's loan indeed bore no interest, but from the second month onward, interest would accrue. For the loan of 800,000, the monthly interest amounted to 40,000, equating to a monthly rate of 5%, a staggering multiple compared to bank rates. If she failed to pay the interest on time, it would be added to the principal, and the interest would be calculated on this new total. Should she be unable to repay within a year, the total debt could easily double. Yang Ying harbored some apprehension and relayed the contract details to Zhang Yu. In a feigned attempt to reassure her, Zhang Yu remarked, "Your property is priced attractively. Perhaps it will sell within a week. In that case, you wouldn't Appo's to even have to worry about interest. What a blessing." Encouraged by Zhang Yu and Appo's words, Yang Ying signed the document and received the 800,000 from Pang Hu. Inwardly, Pang Hu mused that if she managed to sell the property, it would indeed be a miracle. The interest-free month was merely a ploy to entice her into a false sense of security. When the time came and she could not sell, He was eager to witness her downfall. Upon leaving, Yang Ying promptly called Sun Xian, arranging to gather all necessary documents to proceed to the property transaction hall, ready to exchange cash for the title transfer. The contract for the transaction was readily available, and 2 copies were provided. The deal proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with keys and property certificates all securely in hand. Yang Ying took the initiative to verify the transaction records for the 2 properties, and indeed, as Sun Xian had mentioned, he had originally purchased them for 1.2 million. Once the properties were acquired, both parties departed separately. Yang Ying turned to Zhang Yu and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Let us return home first. I need to fetch a few items, and then we shall head to Riverside Garden." Zhang Yu replied with a cheerful smile. His intention to return home was primarily to collect some tools. Although the direct wind curse was not particularly formidable, indeed, it was less powerful than the solar halo curse they had encountered previously. The crucial factor was the presence of resentment within it. Zhang Yu needed to dispel the negative energy contained in the direct wind curse beforehand. After gathering what he needed, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying made their way to Riverside Garden. He instructed Yang Ying to wait for his call below, assuring her that once he had resolved the matter, he would summon the property management to reinstall the floor-to-ceiling windows. Alone at the foot of the building, Yang Ying watched as Zhang Yu ascended with a bundle in hand. She had witnessed Zhang Yu and Appo's remarkable skills on numerous occasions, yet she wondered if he could truly resolve such a mysterious affair. Zhang Yu entered room 1001 directly, as this was the very place where a tragedy had once occurred. Upon crossing the threshold, an eerie wind rushed towards him, yet Zhang Yu remained remarkably composed. Casually pausing about 3 meters from the floor-to-ceiling window, he retrieved a cloth from his bag and laid it upon the ground. Despite the strong gusts outside, which would typically sweep away ordinary objects, the cloth remained steadfastly anchored on the floor. He then retrieved a long piece of cloth from his bag, known as a banner. Zhang Yu also produced a talisman paper, pricked his finger, and inscribed a transcendence charm. Lastly, he unveiled a bagua mirror and affixed a dispelling charm to its backside. With all preparations complete, he grasped a peachwood sword, stepped onto the altar cloth, assumed a stance, and recited incantations with fervor. Suddenly, the banner on the ground rose, the talisman paper glowing with a faint crimson light. Zhang Yu pointed the peachwood sword forward, chanting, "The vengeful spirits have departed, wherefore should grievances arise? Today, transcendence is at hand. Hasten to dissipate." At that moment, the banner suspended in midair began to whirl rapidly, spinning a total of 49 circles. When the banner ceased its rotation, the wind entering the room had considerably calmed. Zhang Yu sensed that the direct wind malevolence lingered, yet the trace of resentment had vanished. With the absence of grievances, the potency of the direct wind malevolence diminished significantly. Zhang Yu promptly lifted the bagua mirror and directed it outward, exclaiming loudly, "Break!" A flash of golden light erupted, and the sinister wind was entirely dispelled, leaving only a gentle breeze. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Jgupmam for their generous support of this book. Today, we received a total of 68 recommendation votes. Thank you to all who voted for their unwavering support. I hope everyone can rally together. At this pace, we shall undoubtedly surpass 500 votes by week's end. I sincerely thank all esteemed supporters. Chapter 73. The floor-to-ceiling windows. Go ahead and install the windows. The staff member remarked with a frown as he gazed at Yang Ying and Zhang Yu. "Though you're paying for it, we are merely fulfilling our duty. However, do not say I didn't warn you. Even if the windows are installed, they are likely to shatter by tomorrow. At that point, we will not be responsible." His intentions were good, as these windows had already been replaced multiple times. Initially, they seemed fine, but after just one night, the glass invariably broke. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "Please proceed with the installation, no matter the cost. If they do break, we shall accept the consequences. However, I believe that a house reflects its owner, and with the rightful owner present, it should not break again. Is that truly the case?" The staff member produced an invoice and stated, "For 2 large floor-to-ceiling windows, including the frames, the glass is all tempered, totaling 16,000. Please make the payment, and we will commence installation immediately." Yang Ying promptly arranged the payment, though her heart was not at ease. After all, they had invested 800,000 in the property, and if the glass shattered again, that investment would be in vain. Yet, seeing Zhang Yu's unwavering confidence, she felt a flicker of reassurance. The staff worked with remarkable efficiency. After receiving the payment, they gathered all necessary equipment and ascended the stairs. The installation of these grand floor-to-ceiling windows could not be done indoors, as the entrance was too narrow, necessitating installation from the exterior. They meticulously prepared the setup, both upstairs and downstairs. Yang Ying and Zhang Yu ascended the stairs together. After Zhang Yu had dispelled the malevolent wind, Yang Ying had yet to arrive. At this moment, they entered room 901, and upon stepping inside, she immediately noticed a stark contrast to the previous day. When she had entered yesterday, a fierce wind howled, brushing against her with an unsettling chill. However, now the breeze was significantly gentler, akin to that of the ground floor, embodying a refreshing normality. Zhang Yu, has the problem truly been resolved? I sense that the air in this room feels different from yesterday, Yang Ying remarked. Of course it's been resolved. If I lacked that confidence, would I dare to let you invest in these two properties? Zhang Yu replied with a cheerful grin. You little rascal, you're truly remarkable. Yang Ying playfully pinched Zhang Yu's cheek and declared, Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious meal to reward you. Is that for real? I hope I'm not the one cooking again, Zhang Yu teased mischievously. Who do you think you're looking down on? Tonight, we're having braised meat, Yang Ying retorted, lifting her chin with pride. The installation of the two floor-to-ceiling windows was no swift task. It took over 3 hours to complete. Once finished, Yang Ying even rewarded the workers with a cigarette. She was in high spirits, for if the issues with these properties were resolved, it would be a tremendous gain. In contrast to Zhang Yu's carefree demeanor, Yang Ying had spent the night in restless anxiety. This represented her largest investment to date, an entire 800,000. A loss would be devastating. It was only by visiting the property in the morning to verify that the newly installed windows were flawless that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This does not imply that she lacks confidence in Zhang Yu. Rather, the investment is simply too substantial. Previously, she would rise later than him, relying on Zhang Yu to prepare breakfast. However, today, just as dawn began to break, she was already awake. In summer, the sun rises early. It was only 4:00 and Oppo's clock when Yang Ying got out of bed, inadvertently waking Zhang Yu below. As he opened his eyes, still in a daze, he murmured, Why are you up so early today? Hurry up, lazy pig. The sun is already shining, Yang Ying urged eagerly, lightly nudging him with her foot. Upon feeling the gentle kick, Zhang Yu clearly saw Yang Ying in that moment. She was clad in a white tank top and matching white panties, her fair skin so enticing that it was almost irresistible. Zhang Yu experienced a typical morning reaction, and upon seeing Yang Ying in such a state, it felt as though he might explode. Yang Ying, lowering her head to gaze at Zhang Yu, quickly noticed his reaction. Her cheeks flushed, and her neck felt as though it were on fire. She could only pretend not to have seen anything as she stepped over him, saying, I'll prepare breakfast first. You can join me later. After we eat, we'll go look at some houses. All right, Zhang Yu replied, though his eyes were fixated on Yang Ying and Oppo's retreating figure, her swaying form undeniably captivating. He silently mused that his master once said that women with ample figures are particularly capable of bearing children. As Yang Ying stepped out, the streets were already devoid of life. It was only then that Zhang Yu glanced at his watch, realizing it was merely 4 in the morning. He couldn't help but exclaim, Annie, have you lost your senses? It's only 4 o'clock. Where is the sun? I say there is. And if you linger a moment longer, you must get up. Yang Ying and Oppo's assertive voice resonated. Hearing her tone, Zhang Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had been transported back to his childhood. Yang Ying and Oppo's demeanor was reminiscent of the auntie he once knew, still as unreasonable yet irresistibly charming. A sweet smile graced Zhang Yu's face, for those early years were filled with such bliss. After finishing their breakfast, it was now 5 in the morning. Yang Ying hurriedly pulled Zhang Yu out the door, catching a cab straight to Riverside Garden. The taxi could not enter the community. As soon as they alighted, Yang Ying seized Zhang Yu's hand and dashed toward the complex, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Concerned for her safety, Zhang Yu called out, "Andy, is there really a need to rush? We in Oppos. We're not on a market run. More urgent than gratitude. This is the house I bought for 800,000. If anything were to happen, you can forget about enjoying stewed meat tonight. Only the leather straps do for you." Yang Ying continued her relentless pace, her voice ringing out. Zhang Yu playfully stuck out his tongue, teasing, "Is there a hint of abuse in that?" "Oomph. When Oppos, S wrong with a little discipline," Yang Ying retorted. The two hastily made their way to Building 10, and without waiting for the elevator, Yang Ying tilted her head to gaze upward. She swiftly located the floor-to-ceiling windows of units 901 and 1001. Upon a mere glance, her pace immediately slowed, and she began to breathe heavily. It turned out that the expansive windows of both residences remained unharmed, appearing entirely intact. In that moment, the weight on her heart was lifted. Zhang Yu glanced upward with a grin and remarked, "I told you there was nothing to worry about. Was there any need for such haste? How can I not be anxious?" Yang Ying shot him a sidelong glance, though a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Her spirits were soaring. Her radiant smile was enchanting, with a touch of allure nestled within her elegance. Zhang Yu chuckled. "Now that you see all is well, surely your heart can rest easy." "I still need to head upstairs to take a look," Yang Ying replied. "All right," Zhang Yu nodded. This time, their pace was leisurely as they ambled into the building, taking the elevator to the 9th floor. Upon entering, Yang Ying made a beeline for the grand living room. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the spacious area were unscathed, revealing a picturesque view of the riverside outside. The morning scenery was breathtaking. From their elevated vantage point, the willow trees swayed gently, imparting a sense of tranquility. Yang Ying approached the window and gently pushed it open. Chapter 74. Shoddy construction. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows were crafted from tempered glass, while the adjacent frame was made of stainless steel, exuding remarkable sturdiness that no mere mortal could budge. Yang Ying exerted herself vigorously, pushing several times, yet remained utterly immovable. Suddenly, a wave of exhilaration surged through her, prompting her to cry out joyously before pivoting and leaping into Zhang Yu's embrace, exclaiming, "We struck gold. We are destined for greatness." As she spoke, she firmly grasped Zhang Yu's shoulders, propelled herself upward, and wrapped her legs around his waist. One hand encircled his neck while the other playfully tapped his shoulder, continuing to chant, "We struck gold. We are destined for greatness." This exuberant display was reminiscent of her childhood, when joy would compel her to leap onto Zhang Yu and shout with unrestrained delight. Witnessing her jubilant demeanor, Zhang Yu was transported back to those cherished memories. Instinctively, he encircled her with his arms, lifting her as he twirled. In those innocent days, her happiness was his own, and he reveled in her joy. As Zhang Yu spun, Yang Ying raised her arms high, cheering, "Hooray! Hooray! This is wonderful. We struck gold. We are destined for greatness. Hooray!" Her hair cascaded around her like a silken curtain, and her arms unfurled gracefully, as if engaged in a delicate dance. As Zhang Yu's spinning intensified, Yang Ying felt a momentary blur before her eyes. The man before her had transformed from the robust, unpretentious boy she once knew into the very young lad who had both teased her and brought her joy. Gazing at him, a sweet smile blossomed on her face, radiating happiness as if they were no longer in Jinhai City, but rather in a serene countryside field. At last, Zhang Yu's legs came to a halt, and Yang Ying lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Following this, her face drew close to his, their warm lips gradually meeting in a tender union. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Unbeknownst to them how long this moment lingered, a man's voice suddenly broke through from outside, inquiring if anyone was present. The sound jolted both Yang Ying and Zhang Yu, who were locked in their kiss. Particularly flustered, Yang Ying quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned away, feigning a gesture to arrange her hair. Zhang Yu, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, managed to say, "Yes, there is someone." "Who is it?" "I and Oppos. And from room 902, came the reply. As the voice spoke, A middle-aged man in his 50s stepped through the door. It dawned on them that in their eagerness to admire the floor-to-ceiling windows upon entering, they had neglected to close the door behind them. However, there is little of value in the house, rendering the door damp. Oppo's status somewhat inconsequential. Upon entering, the man surveyed the spacious living area and remarked, "So, this house belongs to you?" "Oh, the window seems fine." "It's perfectly all right," came the response. Zhang Yu deliberately adopted a perplexed demeanor. "I heard about the window incident yesterday. There have long been rumors that the window would shatter if left overnight, but it seems those were mere fabrications." The middle-aged man remarked, then turned and called out, "Wife, come in and take a look. The window is perfectly fine. Do not heed the baseless gossip outside." As he spoke, a middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 50, entered from outside. She carried a basket, seemingly prepared to venture to the morning market for groceries. Upon entering, the woman immediately glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window and, with a hint of confusion, said, "It really is fine. Yet I often hear people claim this house is haunted otherwise. Why would it have been without windows for so long? What could possibly be haunted? It's just hearsay from outsiders, leading to unnecessary paranoia. I've always asserted that this shabby building is nothing but a shoddy construction. Otherwise, how could the window have broken? If it were sturdier, it surely wouldn't shatter," the man boldly declared, as if lecturing his wife. Zhang Yu understood that any issues regarding the house must never be disclosed externally. Otherwise, future buyers will be plagued by suspicion. Thus, he intentionally stated, "The issue lies in the subpar quality. I inspected it yesterday, and the internal walls are rather unstable. I had 10 additional steel nails inserted, and the holes drilled deeper, ensuring that the floor-to-ceiling window will pose no problems. As I suspected, it is indeed a matter of quality. They simply have not encountered someone knowledgeable. This young man has discerned the solution during installation. One should drill deeper and add a few more steel nails, and that would suffice. Are you free now? You no longer need to heed the ramblings of those old wives outside," the man boldly declared to his wife. Yes, I understand. Now that I see everything is fine, I can finally breathe easy," the middle-aged woman replied. Through their conversation, Zhang Yu discerned that this woman had long been plagued by suspicion. After all, living on the same floor, who wouldn't worry if there were issues next door? It was likely that she had been losing sleep over it. Now, her husband had alleviated her concerns, preventing her from spiraling into further anxiety. Zhang Yu also offered a few comforting words, and after a while, the couple took their leave to go grocery shopping. Once they departed, Zhang Yu turned to Yang Ying. Slowly, Yang Ying twisted her body, her head bowed, and her hands fidgeted with a corner of her clothing. Resembling a shy neighbor girl rather than the assertive CEO she typically was. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Yu lowered his gaze, feeling a hint of embarrassment as he said, "Auntie, just now, I suddenly felt as though I had returned to the past. You used to kiss me like that." At Zhang Yu and Oppo's words, Yang Ying and Oppo's heart fluttered and memories flooded back. Indeed, in the past, during moments of joy, she would playfully ride on Zhang Yu's back as he spun in circles, bringing her immense delight. When he finally stopped, she would leap onto him and plant a kiss on his cheek as a reward. Recalling the past, Yang Ying felt a familiar shyness wash over her. With a playful pout, she remarked, "It and Oppo's, that's just like when we were children. It and Oppo's, as a reward from your little aunt." "Yes, I understand," Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "However, you must promise not to tell anyone about your little aunt's reward, for if you do, I shall be quite upset and cease to reward you." Yang Ying pouted in a manner reminiscent of her childhood. "I know, I won't say a word," Zhang Yu assured, nodding obediently as he had in their youth. "That is more like it." Yang Ying smiled, blithely pinching Zhang Yu's ear. With a cheerful tone, she added, "Tonight, you can forego the leather whip stew and enjoy some braised meat instead." "Thank you, little aunt," Zhang Yu replied with a grin. Taking Zhang Yu's hand, Yang Ying said, "Let's be off to the agency, aiming to sell this property within the next couple of days." The two of them ventured outside, locking the door behind them, and descended in the elevator. Just as they were about to exit Riverside Garden, a Passat car drove in, passing by them. Due to the heavily tinted windows, it was impossible to discern who occupied the vehicle, but Yang Ying turned her gaze sharply towards the license plate. "It's him," she said, furrowing her brow. Chapter 75. Internal strife upon hearing Yang Ying and Amp. Amp, Oppo's. S voice, Zhang Yu curiously inquired. Who is it? Wang Guizhu. Yang Ying replied with a tone of disdain. Despite not being able to see who was inside the vehicle, she was exceedingly familiar with both the car and its license plate. This was, after all, her former chariot, the very vehicle she once drove triumphantly back to her hometown. Which Wang Guizhu are you referring to? Zhang Yu asked, as he had met the individual but was unaware of his name. The one we encountered at the Xiaohua shopping mall. The one you remarked had a venereal disease. Yang Ying grit her teeth as she spoke. Ah, that one. Zhang Yu recollected, then continued. Does he live around here? Yang Ying shook her head, responding, no. He doesn't reside here. Then why on earth is he here so early in the morning? Zhang Yu queried. Yang Ying too found this puzzling, but quickly deduced. Do you think those 2 apartments were sold to us by him? How would I know? I always assumed it was that scoundrel from across the street, Zhang Yu replied. However, since he is here now, it seems quite plausible. If I hadn't seen him, I would have suspected it was Ho Xingcai and Lin Hai behind this. But now it's possible it could be this fellow. It's just, I don't seem to have any significant enmity with him. He wouldn't need to invest so heavily into this, would he? Yang Ying harbored doubts, yet remained uncertain. Perhaps we should follow him and investigate, Zhang Yu suggested. All right, let us proceed, but let us ensure he doesn't catch wind of our presence. Yang Ying nodded in agreement. At present, the 2 turned and walked inside, although the façade had already vanished from sight. Confirming whether this incident was orchestrated by Wang Guizhu was rather simple. One merely needed to visit Building 10 for verification. If Wang Guizhu and Amp, Oppo's, vehicle was there, it would undoubtedly be him. Otherwise, what reason would he have to go there? Yang Ying recognized Wang Guizhu's car, and naturally, Wang Guizhu spotted Yang Ying and Zhang Yu. Upon seeing these 2 individuals, Wang Guizhu felt an intense irritation gnawing at him. Last night, much like Yang Ying, Wang Guizhu was anxious yet exhilarated. He had heard that Yang Ying had installed new floor-to-ceiling windows, so he invited Peng Hu and Sun Xian over for a drink and a sauna. Indulging in a moment of leisure, rising early in the morning, he took the 2 to view the property. He longed to witness the scene of the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered, and even more so, to see Yang Ying in a state of distress and helplessness. However, upon encountering Yang Ying and Zhang Yu, he did not observe any signs of anxiety or frustration on Yang Ying's face. Instead, she appeared rather pleased. Wang Guizhu remarked, Xuanzi, Huzi, you both have seen Yang Ying. Haven and Oppo's. You? Indeed, replied Sun Xian and Peng Hu in succession. They must also be here for the windows. Yet why do I not perceive any signs of urgency? Wang Guizhu queried. Sun Xian, equally puzzled, responded, I am uncertain. Perhaps they possess a good mindset. A good mindset? Wang Guizhu expressed disbelief, stating, she borrowed 800,000 from Huzi, and the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered overnight. How could her mindset possibly be good? I truly admire her. She was not in a rush. So how could I possibly know why? Sun Xian remarked. Xuanzi, could it be that the glass is fine? Wang Guizhu felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. How could that be? I've installed windows countless times, and they shatter within a night. Sun Xian asserted, thumping his chest. You 2 need not quarrel. We shall soon arrive. Let us simply take a look at the ground floor to ascertain whether it is broken or intact, Peng Hu suggested. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the base of the 10th floor. In truth, one could discern through the car window whether the floor-to-ceiling windows remained unscathed. The 3 shared a moment of astonishment. None of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 9th and 10th floors were damaged. All were completely intact. Wang Guizhu flung open the car door and exclaimed, Xuanzi, which ones are 901 and 1001? Though he had visited once before, he was not well acquainted with the layout. He could roughly locate the positions of the 2 apartments in Amp, Oppo's, windows, yet the fact that they were all unbroken left him in disbelief. More so, a reluctance to accept it. Sun Xian and Peng Hu both exited the vehicle, raising their gazes in unison. Once Peng Hu confirmed that not a single window was shattered, he inquired, Xuanzi, which one is it? Please point it out. Though I came last time, I have since forgotten which is which. This. Sun Xian was intimately familiar with the area. He could easily identify the locations of the floor-to-ceiling windows of 901 and 1001 at a glance. However, at this moment, he was equally perplexed. He raised his hand, pointing upwards, and stuttered, "It's right there. But why isn't it shattered?" "Indeed, why isn't it shattered?" Wang Guozhu glared at Sun Xian, irately questioning him. It is worth noting that Sun Xian had already extracted 400,000 from Wang Guozhu before finalizing his deal with Yang Ying. Now that the money had been reimbursed to Sun Xian, Wang Guozhu had anticipated witnessing Yang Ying's misfortune. The fact that the floor-to-ceiling window remained intact was enough to infuriate him further. "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps the wind was mild last night." But, Sun Xian stammered. "But what?" Wang Guozhu demanded loudly. "But I'm certain it will definitely shatter tonight. Otherwise, let us return tomorrow morning to check," Sun Xian declared, steeling himself. In the past, it had never survived the night. By dawn, the window was invariably shattered. Sun Xian had once bravely stayed overnight, observing the phenomenon firsthand. He vividly recalled how a powerful gust had shattered the glass, a scene so shocking that it nearly caused him to faint. Now, with the glass remaining unbroken overnight, Wang Guozhu was evidently infuriated, leaving Sun Xian with no choice but to make such a claim. All right. We shall return tomorrow morning. But what if it hasn't shattered?" Wang Guozhu gritted his teeth as he asked. "If it hasn't shattered, I. How am I know what to do?" Sun Xian faltered. "If it hasn't shattered, you shall return the money to me," Wang Guozhu exclaimed. "On what grounds?" Upon hearing Wang Guozhu demand repayment, Sun Xian exclaimed, "What do you expect me to do? Why should I?" Wang Guozhu retorted angrily, "If the glass is intact, then you must have deceived me and swindled my money. Thus you are obliged to repay. Who has deceived you? The entire neighborhood is aware that these two apartments have issues. How could I possibly know why the glass remains unbroken? Moreover, you only invested 400,000, but if the glass is fine, I would incur a loss of over 1 million. Who am I supposed to turn to for justice? Furthermore, it was not your idea to begin with. Yet you still wish to extort me," Sun Xian boldly declared, knowing full well that repayment to Wang Guozhu was utterly impossible. All right. Let us refrain from further quarrels. Who knows why it didn't break last night? However, I believe we should heed Xuanzi and Appo's perspective and return tomorrow morning for a closer inspection," Pang Hu interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Wang Guozhu understood that retrieving the money from Sun Xian was virtually unattainable. As Sun Xian had pointed out, it was not his idea. He could only nod in agreement, saying, "Let it be for now. We shall return to investigate tomorrow morning." Special thanks to Chiu Huaihan for the generous support. Gratitude to those who cast their votes of recommendation. The number today is not as abundant as yesterday. Would it be possible for you to spare a vote, or 2 each day? Your support is the driving force behind my writing. Chapter 76. Infuriated Wang Guozhu and Sun Xian temporarily ceased their argument and departed together in a vehicle. Once the three of them left, 2 figures emerged from a nearby building, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying. Yang Ying's countenance was imbued with an air of menace, exuding an almost predatory intensity, clearly indicating her extreme agitation. As soon as they emerged, she furiously exclaimed, "That scoundrel! They are all in cahoots. Why did you hold me back from confronting him just now?" Zhang Yu replied, "What do you think would have happened if you had rushed over? You would have only managed to hurl a few insults. If you seek to vent your frustrations, I shall come and deal with them tomorrow morning," ensuring they are thoroughly beaten and left scrambling for their teeth. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying found some sense in his words. Indeed, even if she had charged at them, it would have yielded little more than a few shouts. Zhang Yu possessed the strength to confront them, yet resorting to violence was against the law. If he were to injure someone, he would bear the consequences. Pouting, Yang Ying grasped Zhang Yu and Appo's his hand and, with a hint of grievance, implored, "Please, Don and Appo's, to go after them. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? I am furious. These rascals are utterly despicable. But no matter how angry I am, I cannot allow you to be harmed. Dear aunt, I believe you should not be upset. They have offered us such a generous sum. We ought to be delighted instead. Just look at that fellow. He was seething moments ago. Once we sell these 2 properties, I dare say we shall drive him to despair," Zhang Yu said with a cheerful grin. Indeed, Yang Ying suddenly realized that indeed, Wang Guizhu had bestowed upon her a significant gift. If these two properties were sold, it was estimated that they could earn at least $1 million. With such a substantial profit, why should she feel upset? A smile instantly graced Yang Ying's face as she remarked, "You're absolutely right. Someone is offering us money, so why should I be angry? Let an Oppos, return and swiftly sell the houses. It will surely infuriate them." However, as she spoke, a look of anxiety crossed her features, and she said, "Zhang Yu? What if?" Zhang Yu promptly inquired, "What is it? We've certainly gained this time, but what about the future? It's not the thief I fear, but rather the thief who lingers in thought. Wang Guizhu has incurred significant losses. He will not let this go easily and will inevitably cause me trouble later. Yang Ying Botet, don't worry, Auntie, you have me. With my protection, no one can harm you," Zhang Yu declared earnestly, his chest puffed out in determination. Hearing these words from Zhang Yu filled Yang Ying and Oppos' heart with warmth and profound emotion. She nodded vigorously and said, "Yes. With Zhang Yu around, I fear nothing. Let them come. In the end, they will be the ones to suffer. Now let's go sell those houses." With that, she took Zhang Yu's hand, resembling a young girl, and playfully swung it back and forth as they walked outside. As they departed, time passed, and by nearly 8 o'clock in the morning, the residents of the community began to emerge. The matter of installing floor-to-ceiling windows in apartments 901 and 1001 of Building 10 had already spread like wildfire yesterday. Many presumed that the glass would inevitably shatter, prompting them to glance over instinctively. Upon discovering the glass intact and flawless, they were taken aback. Elderly individuals, languid and engaged in idle chatter beneath the shade, quickly congregated to discuss the event. Some opined that while the floor-to-ceiling windows had withstood the night, there was certain misfortune awaited that evening. Conversely, others speculated that the previous night and Oppos' safety was merely coincidental, perhaps attributable to the windows and Oppos' lack of sturdiness. Surely, there were no supernatural forces at play. Particularly, a middle-aged woman who had visited the apartment earlier that morning joined the conversation, recounting her observations from 901. It turned out that the house was not haunted. Rather, the windows were somewhat unstable, a mere flaw in installation. The new homeowners, possessing considerable expertise, had reinforced the structure with steel nails and ensured proper depth during installation, thus averting any mishap. The residents of 902, being the most authoritative on the matter, lent credence to this explanation. Nonetheless, a lingering curiosity remained regarding that evening and Oppos' outcome. Should all remain well, it would indicate a quality issue. The property management personnel inevitably arrived to witness the situation, also privy to the residents' and Oppos' insights. They were well aware of whether steel nails had been added or if the installation depth was adequate. However, rather than dispelling the rumors, they publicly apologized, acknowledging that there had indeed been installation issues with the floor-to-ceiling windows, albeit only in 901 and 1001, assuring that other units were unaffected. The rationale behind this assertion from the agency is understandable. One cannot simply claim that the neighborhood is haunted, as such a notion would surely incite widespread unrest among the residents. Although this explanation carries a hint of scapegoating, it at least provides a semblance of reassurance, preventing tenants from becoming overly suspicious. Thus, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Upon returning to the agency, Yang Ying and Zhang Yu promptly reached out to 2 potential clients who had left their contact information, introducing them to the 2 available properties. These clients held a deep trust in Zhang Yu's insights regarding feng shui, as his predictions had proven remarkably accurate. Furthermore, they were financially capable of purchasing both homes. Consequently, upon receiving the call, they hurried to the agency. Given the unique nature of the properties, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying personally escorted the clients for a viewing. Zhang Yu even employed a compass on-site to determine the wealth position of the house, elucidating how to decorate, arrange, and honor the deity of wealth to enhance the clients' and Oppos' financial prosperity. In addition, the properties at Riverside Garden were inherently appealing, and the clients, unfamiliar with the area, noticed no apparent issues, especially as they placed unwavering faith in Zhang Yu. Thus, they promptly paid a deposit. Their intention was not only to acquire the property, but also to entrust the agency with the entirety of the renovation process. Observing their eagerness, Yang Ying did not propose an excessively high price. All transfer fees would be borne by the buyers. She priced one house at $900,000, totaling $1,800,000 for both, thereby securing a profit of $1 million. The house has been finalized. After work, Zhang Yu went to Big Biao and Oppo's home. Yang Ying, having nothing to do that evening and feeling somewhat attached to Zhang Yu, expressed her desire to accompany him, partly out of concern that Big Biao might lead Zhang Yu astray. Originally, they had planned to visit 2 days prior, but due to the house matters, it was postponed to today. Big Biao had no complaints. As long as Zhang Yu was willing to lend a hand, that was sufficient. Big Biao and Oppo's wifely man was exceptionally beautiful. It was a rare sight to witness her husband displaying humility towards anyone. Yet today, he almost resembled a grandson in Zhang Yu and Oppo's presence. Only when Zhang Yu urged him to refrain from such excessive politeness did he regain some composure. Li Man, observing her husband and Oppo's demeanor, couldn't and Oppo's help but feel perplexed. However, being an astute individual, she refrained from speaking out of turn and certainly did not display disdain towards the young man. Additionally, with Yang Ying by Zhang Yu and Oppo's side, whose beauty was not lesser than her own, Li Man harbored a degree of skepticism. After all, how could a young man like Zhang Yu be accompanied by such a stunning woman? Zhang Yu, having noticed Li Man's curiosity, looked at her after administering acupuncture to Big Biao. He suddenly observed a radiant glow on her face. When Li Man realized Zhang Yu was gazing at her intently, she assumed he had ulterior motives and, with a frown, asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Special thanks to Heezy TV, Akmet, Wuxiu, and Trey 110 for their generous contributions and support. Originally, the 3 chapters intended for today have been completed, but since many esteemed readers are eagerly requesting additional updates, I shall not be stingy and will append 2 more chapters today. I hope that my esteemed readers find great enjoyment in them. Furthermore, I sincerely wish to respond to the numerous comments from readers, but due to my QQ account limitations, I currently lack the ability to reply directly. Therefore, I can only express my gratitude here. I have seen your messages, and I am deeply appreciative. I shall endeavor diligently to produce more updates. Chapter 77. Windfall. Zhang Yu quickly realized that he should not have been staring at the other party for so long. He thus said, "Sister-in-law, my apologies. I couldn't and Oppo's help but notice your radiant complexion. It seems that some delightful news has come your way today." "Delightful news? How so?" replied Li Man, somewhat skeptical. "Little brother, didn't you come to treat my husband? Why are you also reading faces?" Before Zhang Yu could respond, Brother Jiao interjected with irritation. "What do you know? The last time our house caught fire, well, when my brother saw me, he immediately told me to rush home. He even mentioned my liver condition and urged me to go to the hospital. Just think about how accurate that is." Li Man, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated. She exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Knowing full well that our home was ablaze, you chose to remain outside and engage in fights, only to figure it out after a week. Were you trying to drive me mad?" Brother Diao, realizing his blunder, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stammered, "Wife. At that time, I didn't believe it. I only came to trust it later. Can we not dwell on this? My brother remarked on your glowing complexion. Why not have him take a look and uncover what good fortune has befallen you?" He wore a rather ingratiating expression. Before his wife, he had always refrained from mentioning the incident of being caught fighting with Zhang Yu, let alone admitting that he had disregarded the warning of the fire at home. Li Man, now curious, wished to see how Zhang Yu would respond. With a gentle smile, he turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Brother Zhang, do enlighten me on what fortunate events lie ahead." Zhang Yu scrutinized Li Man's visage, noting the rosy glow upon her face, indicative of impending prosperity. Yet, the precise nature of this fortune eluded him. Consequently, Zhang Yu harnessed his vital energy, directing it towards his eyes, then deftly pricked his finger to make a delicate incision before his gaze. He seldom employed the art of observing energy, yet he understood that de Biao's subservient demeanor stemmed from his considerable abilities. Both he and Yang Ying hailed from humble origins and lacked any substantial backing in Jinhai City. Now, not only were they at odds with Ho Xingcai, but they also had to contend with the watchful presence of Wang Guozhu. It was imperative for him to forge alliances with formidable individuals. Someone like De Biao would be exceptionally advantageous. Thus, he felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess to earn the other's utmost respect. Upon observation, various hues appeared above Li Man's head. Typically, purple signifies official fortune. Green denotes career prospects, red indicates financial fortune, pink symbolizes romantic fortune, white represents health, gray denotes misfortune, and black signifies dire straits. Above Li Man, there were no shades of gray or black. Purple was absent, clearly indicating the absence of misfortune, dire straits, or official fortune. Her career prospects appeared faint, lacking substantial development, while her romantic fortune was favorable, and her health appeared stable. However, the financial fortune, which should have been a vibrant red, manifested as a deep rose hue. This rose color signifies unexpected windfalls, and the intensity of the shade indicated that her prospects for such fortune were particularly strong today. Financial fortune is generally categorized into three types: legitimate income, incidental gains, and unexpected windfalls. The regular fortune is derived from legitimate sources and tends to persist for an extended period, primarily benefiting those engaged in honorable business endeavors. Conversely, the sporadic fortune pertains to unconventional enterprises, typically fleeting and lasting only a few days. Engaging in gambling during such times may yield winnings, as might speculative ventures or stock trading. In essence, it is akin to pursuing a risky business. However, unexpected fortune is quite distinct. It generally manifests in a single day, and if one is fortunate enough to encounter it, they reap the rewards. Otherwise, the opportunity is lost. For instance, one might stumble upon a lost wallet or purchase a lottery ticket and win, representing a scenario of unearned gain. Zhang Yu is certain that today, Li Man is particularly favored by unexpected fortune, as if a pie has fallen from the sky. Thus, Zhang Yu inquired, "Sister-in-law, have you happened to pick up a wallet or something today?" "I haven't an amp. Oppose. He stepped outside at all," she replied. "He made me stay home to prepare dinner and wooden and amp. Oppose. T let me go out," Li Man said, glancing at Brother Biao. Brother Biao, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Why are you looking at me?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Brother Biao, hold your tongue for a moment. Sister-in-law, since you haven't ventured out today, you must take a trip. There are lottery ticket booths near our agency, and I and Amp, Oppose, V heard that winning can be quite lucrative. How about this? Go out and buy a ticket. I assure you, you will definitely win." "Really?" Li Man appeared skeptical. For a woman like her, who often had little to do, frequenting lottery booths typically resulted in modest winnings. At most $5. "Indeed, perhaps you should purchase a ticket, but do not go overboard. Moderation is key," Zhang Yu stated earnestly. "All right, I shall descend now and see if fortune favors me," replied Li Man, turning to leave. Today was the day for the double chromosphere lottery, and she typically participated each time. However, today, De Biao had forbidden her from going out, insisting that she prepare the meals, which left her quite flustered. Zhang Yu's words brought her immense joy, and she hurried down the stairs. Seeing his wife dash off, De Biao remarked, "Brother, is this for real? Do you think I would deceive you?" Zhang Yu retorted, "Well, that certainly cannot be the case," De Biao quickly agreed. "Then, that is settled." Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Yang Ying had remained silent, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. She and Zhang Yu had few friends in this place, and rather, they found themselves with enemies. Having witnessed De Biao and Amp, Oppose, as formidable nature previously, Yang Ying felt reassured at the prospect of such a person aiding them. She would truly fear nothing. Li Man, however, was indeed quite sluggish, likely engrossed in conversation with fellow lottery enthusiasts at the ticket station. By the time Zhang Yu had removed all the needles from De Biao, and they had finished their essential drinks, she finally returned. It was just in time for dinner. Due to his current ailment, De Biao was unable to consume alcohol, so he instructed his wife to drink on behalf of Zhang Yu and Yang Ying. Li Man was quite the heroine. Under De Biao's strict management, she seldom dared to indulge. Yet today, with the rules relaxed, she saw no reason to hold back. After all, De Biao had made it clear, It was imperative that his brother was well entertained. And if his brother did not become inebriated, they could not rest easy that evening. Yang Ying took a sip of the white liquor. Her face flushed like a ripe fruit, her captivating allure undeniable. As Li Man downed her drink, it was akin to sipping water. Fortunately, Zhang Yu possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, and the two embarked on a second round. One could not underestimate Li Man's capacity for spirits. As the time for the lottery draw approached, she switched on the television and adjusted the channel, eagerly awaiting the results. Li Man produced the lottery ticket she had purchased that day, exclaiming, "This ticket bears the birthdays of my husband and me. I buy it for nearly every draw. Yet I have never won even 5 yuan. These 5 tickets, however, are the result of my careful analysis today. I am quite certain they will yield a win. Additionally, I have chosen a random ticket. As you mentioned, I might stumble upon unexpected fortune. Let us see how much I can win today." Zhang Yu chuckled heartily and replied, "I cannot predict the extent of your winnings, but I assure you, today you shall indeed encounter unexpected wealth. Among these tickets, there is bound to be a winner. If fortune smiles upon us, even a modest sum of 500 yuan would suffice for me to be impressed, and I would treat you to a lavish feast. You may not realize this, but my greatest win to date has been a mere 50 yuan. Li Man, having indulged in her drink, wore an amused expression. Chapter 78. Money Today. The drawing for the double color ball has commenced. I implore all lottery enthusiasts to prepare themselves, checking their tickets to see if they align with the draw numbers. At long last, the lottery drawing is underway. Upon hearing the announcement from the television, Lyman's eyes seemed to leap into the screen. She was not alone. Brother Dapio mirrored her anticipation. He did not harbor expectations of winning a fortune, but was eager to ascertain the accuracy of Zhang Yu and Oppo's as predictions. At this moment, the lottery machine began to agitate the balls, and soon, one ball was propelled forth. The host promptly declared, "The first number is 6. Lyman immediately checked her tickets and discovered that 4 of them bore the number 6. The machine continued its operation, and another small ball was drawn. The host announced, "The second number is 18. Lyman compared her tickets again. With 2 numbers matched, only 2 tickets remained. However, 2 other tickets, though lacking the number 6, had successfully matched the number 18. Clutching her tickets, she intently focused on the television as the machine extracted yet another small ball. The host proclaimed, "The third number is 9. Upon comparison, only her randomly selected ticket had all 3 numbers matched. The fourth number was revealed to be 22, followed by the fifth number, 23. As the host recited the numbers, Lyman held her randomly selected ticket tightly, for she had matched all 5 previously announced numbers. She found it difficult to contain her emotions. Having purchased countless tickets, this marked the first occasion she had matched 5 numbers in a row. 2, 2, 2. Riemann could not contain her excitement, rallying herself as she noticed the red ball number on the lottery ticket still had 2. Soon, the host announced, "The 6th number is 2. 2. Indeed, it is 2. Riemann was nearly beside herself, unable to refrain from exclaiming in euphoria. She had successfully matched all 6 numbers, all 6 red balls. Her body trembled with anticipation, with only 1 basketball number remaining. The number on her ticket was 29, and she clenched her teeth, emitting a guttural sound that seemed almost feral. 29, 29, 29, 29. Zhang Yu remained unfazed, well aware of Riemann's extraordinary fortune that day. However, Yang Ying and Big Biao were not as composed. They had realized Riemann had matched 6 numbers, and if the last one also proved successful, it would mean a grand prize of 5 million. At last, the final basketball was drawn, and the host proclaimed, "The last basketball number is 29. Riemann leapt from her seat, unleashing a roar akin to that of a lioness. "I won. I won. All of it. 5 million. 5 million. I won." Big Biao and Yang Ying exchanged incredulous glances at Riemann, then turned to Zhang Yu in disbelief. Zhang Yu had predicted Riemann's windfall and encouraged her to buy a lottery ticket, which had indeed culminated in an astonishing 5 million win. This sum, even for Big Biao, was no trifling amount. Brother Jiao stared in astonishment and exclaimed, "Little brother, how accurate you are." Li Man, having regained some semblance of calm, acknowledged the situation, realizing that her family was not unfamiliar with wealth, and brother Jiao and Appo's assets certainly exceeded 5 million. She turned to Zhang Yu and, with a tone of deep admiration, remarked, "Brother, your predictions are astonishingly precise. Today, you are destined for a windfall, a most formidable one at that. Winning is no surprise." Zhang Yu replied humbly, "That is thanks to you." Brother Jiao eagerly interjected, "Brother, let us split this 5 million equally." Upon hearing her husband's intention to share half with Zhang Yu, Li Man felt a twinge of regret, but chimed in, "Indeed, brother, we shall share it equally." Zhang Yu, however, insisted, "No, this fortune belongs to you. There is no need to divide it with me. Each person has their own fortune." Li Man, having won the prize, believed in Zhang Yu wholeheartedly, as if he were a celestial being. She raised several toasts in his honor, and after a considerable amount of drinking, their gathering came to a close. That evening, brother Jiao, abstaining from alcohol, personally escorted Zhang Yu and Yang Ying home, overflowing with gratitude toward Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu and Yang Ying ascended the stairs, Yang Ying, with her limited tolerance for alcohol, found herself slightly tipsy, and they leaned on each other for support as they made their way home. Once inside the bedroom, Yang Ying pressed her hands on Zhang Yu's shoulders and, with a pout, said, "You possess quite the talent, don't you?" Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat bewildered, replied, I have no special talent." "No talent?" she retorted. "Someone just won 5 million. You can't let me win just once?" Yang Ying pressed her hand firmly on Zhang Yu's shoulder, advancing towards him with determination. Zhang Yu had no choice but to retreat, expressing his grievance. "Her winning is merely due to her unexpected fortune today. It has nothing to do with me. She has good luck. I might avoid of it." Yang Ying retorted loudly, continuing her advance. The bedroom was not spacious, and within 2 strides, Zhang Yu found himself cornered against the bed. Resigned, he remarked, "You truly do not possess it. If you did, I would surely notice. When have I ever had such luck?" Yang Ying inquired again, her voice rising in intensity. "How would I know?" Zhang Yu and Appo's face bore an expression of innocence. "You rascal, always turning your elbows outward. If I were to win 5 million, would I need to exhaust myself like this?" Yang Ying and Appo's words faltered slightly as she stepped forward again. At that moment, Zhang Yu found himself with no retreat left, and he stumbled backward onto the bed. As he fell, his legs instinctively lifted, and Yang Ying, unable to react in time, collided with him, her body landing atop his. Fortunately, she managed to extend her arms forward just in time to brace herself. Yet now, they were face to face, the distance between them scarcely the width of a fist. Yang Ying gazed down at Zhang Yu, murmuring softly, "You wretched fellow, why did you not wish for me to win 5 million? Do you understand that my current plight is the result of money's curse? My father has grown old, and my mother is overly assertive. Back then, when old lady Lu proposed that I marry her grandson, my father acquiesced. Yet, I found that man utterly unappealing. I refused to wed him, which led me to this predicament. I yearned to earn more, to avoid the disdain of my brother and sister-in-law. At that time, I was too afraid to return home. Out of desperation, I married that old man. I merely hoped to return home with dignity. However, I dare not bring that old man with me. And now I'm left with nothing, too ashamed to confide in my family, fearing their scorn. I deeply regret. Zhang Yu, do you know how profoundly I regret? I truly regret. Woe is me." As she spoke, tears cascaded down Yang Ying's cheeks, falling upon Zhang Yu's face. Observing her genuine outpouring of emotion, he could see just how heartbroken she was in that moment. He softly consoled her, "Andy, please do not cry. If you wish to earn money, I shall certainly assist you. We will make a fortune together, and I will never allow anyone to look down upon you. Money, what is the worth of mere wealth? When I initially wed that old man, everyone knew I was married. In truth, I had nothing with him. He was utterly inadequate. We never shared anything intimate. I'm still a maiden. Yet, if I were to marry, I would bear the stigma of a second marriage. And I could not wed the one I truly love." As she spoke these words, Yang Ying was already in tears, her arms tightly embracing Zhang Yu and Appo's neck. Chapter 79. Severing ties. Zhang Yu was no longer a child. He could discern the underlying meaning in Yang Ying and Appo's words. Though he had indulged in drink, his tolerance far surpassed hers, and even in a state of half-drunkenness, he could sense her unspoken grievances. Softly, he assured her, Annie, no matter the circumstances, I shall always protect you. I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest indignity. You troublesome one. It an oppose. That's all your fault. Yang Ying playfully chastised him, delivering several light punches to his shoulder. What have I done? Zhang Yu feigned innocence. You are such a nuisance. What are you doing here? Yang Ying cried out, her voice thick with emotion. As her arms slipped forward, her body lost its balance and collapsed onto Zhang Yu. Realizing that his aunt had succumbed to slumber, Zhang Yu gently lifted her delicate form and carefully laid her upon the bed. He had heard whispers about Yang Ying's situation. It seemed that Mrs. Liu had approached the Yang family with intentions of marrying her grandson, Liu Chong, to her. However, there were also rumors suggesting that Yang Ying, having heard tales of life in the metropolis, yearned for adventure beyond her village. The truth remained speculative, a mere product of the villagers and oppos, idle chatter, as they busied themselves with gossip in the absence of anything else to occupy their minds. Beholding the unparalleled beauty of Yang Ying, Zhang Yu silently vowed within himself, Little aunt, regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Yu shall always protect you. He harbored no ulterior motives, despite his rural origins. His parents were steeped in traditional values. His mentor, Old Wang, not only imparted numerous skills, but also instilled in him profound principles of conduct. Zhang Yu unrolled his belongings, laying them on the floor, and soon succumbed to slumber. In the Riverside Garden community, at the break of dawn, a crowd had gathered beneath Building 10. Most were elderly residents, either descending to procure vegetables or preparing for breakfast. However, the discussions from the previous day compelled them to converge here today. Look, there's nothing amiss, an elderly man exclaimed, pointing at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 9th and 10th floors. Indeed, there's nothing wrong. It seems there are no ghosts after all. Originally, it had been asserted that there were no apparitions, merely individuals succumbing to paranoia. Now, the sight before them confirmed their suspicions. Amidst the chatter, 3 individuals by a façade bore grim expressions. Pang, who remarked that there was no substantial loss. However, Wang Guozhu was seething with fury, casting a fierce glare at Sun Xian. Though he uttered no words, his eyes interrogated Sun Xian as if demanding, "What on earth have you conjured up?" Sun Xian was utterly flabbergasted, his anger eclipsing even that of Wang Guozhu. Meeting Wang Guozhu's glare, he retorted, "It was your foolish idea that led to my unwarranted loss of over 1 million. Oh, for heaven and Appo's sake, what loss you've suffered. You purchased a house for 1.2 million, and with my subsidy, it's merely a break-even point. But what about me? I've suffered an unwarranted loss of 400,000. To whom shall I seek redress? What is wrong with you? Are you colluding with that wretched woman to deceive me?" Wang Guozhu scolded angrily. "Do I even know who she is? You're like a dog, snapping at anyone you encounter. It was you who insisted I sell the house to her. Now, I've lost over 1 million, and you still have the audacity to accuse me of deceiving you. You're the one putting me in this predicament." Sun Xian exclaimed furiously. "Oh, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Wang Guozhu's anger intensified. "You seek to deceive me while dragging me along. Let me tell you, we shall sever all ties from this point forward. You may take your own path, and I shall walk mine." With that, Sun Xian cursed and turned to leave. The animosity between them was palpable, with Sun Xian's ire matching that of Wang Guozhu. A property that could have been sold for 2.4 million now yielded merely a return of the initial investment, resulting in an emotional toll of over 1 million. Who could remain in good spirits under such circumstances? As Wang Guozhu watched him depart, he trembled with rage, muttering, "Son, we are done for good." The adage holds true. One's companions reflect one's character. As a result of this incident, their friendship was irrevocably severed. It truly exemplifies the folly of attempting to outsmart another, only to end up worse off, with 400,000 carelessly tossed away. In stark contrast to Wang Guozhu's plight, Zhang Yu and Yang Ying enjoyed a life of tranquility. Having sold 2 properties for 1.8 million, they promptly repaid their loan at Pang Hu and Amp, Oppos, as financial company the very same day. The contract clearly stipulated that there would be no interest in the first month, although Pang Hu felt somewhat disgruntled. After all, the succulent morsel of profit had slipped through his fingers. He maintained a façade of cordiality, wearing a smile to welcome Yang Ying back for continued collaboration. In her heart, Yang Ying scoffed at their attempts to deceive her, resolving that this would be the last time she engaged with them. A few days later, Su Tong and Appo's foot injury healed, and he plunged into the bustling world of renovations. The agency had numerous projects, and Su Tong found himself immersed in the work, relishing the busy atmosphere. Previously, he had toiled daily, exhausted yet barely making ends meet, particularly with his wife requiring medication and a spendthrift son to support. However, now that his wife's health had improved and his son had unexpectedly become dutiful, often requesting money for household needs and frequently bringing home purchases, Su Tong's spirits soared. With his increased earnings, the family's standard of living also rose. Overseeing the renovation of multiple properties required time and effort, and Su Tong began to assume the role of a manager, coordinating the schedules of various craftsmen with an air of authority. One day, the first renovation project undertaken by the agency reached completion. This was a grand house belonging to Nian, and naturally, Zhang Yu was present to oversee the proceedings, accompanying the elder and Nie Qian, along with her parents, to Shanghai Garden on the day of completion. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, imparting a refreshing ambience. Upon arriving and parking below, as everyone exited the vehicle, two individuals approached from the side, seemingly intent on entering the same doorway. They were a man and a woman. The man was quite aged, nearing 80 yet still exhibiting a robust demeanor, while the woman, in contrast, appeared to be in her 20s. It was precisely because they noticed someone alighting from the vehicle that the two instinctively turned their heads to observe. Zhang Yu and his companions casually glanced in their direction as well. Upon a mere glance, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized the woman. She had long hair cascading over her shoulders, a heart-shaped face, delicate features, and a pair of large, clear eyes that exuded a sense of fragility and allure. Her modestly proportioned bosom was snugly enveloped by a black fitted t-shirt, complemented by a pair of black casual trousers and white athletic shoes. Wazn and Amp, Appo's, Tishi, the very doctor who had assisted at the fish market alongside Nie Zhongyuan during their last encounter. Zhang Yu found it rather intriguing that fate had brought them together once more in such an unexpected manner. Chapter 80 Teacher Shun. At that moment, Nie Huaibwa suddenly shouted. The elderly man walking alongside the female doctor immediately turned his gaze towards Nie Huaibwa, then slowly raised his hand, appearing to contemplate. After 3 seconds, he spoke. You are Nie Huaibwa. Teacher Shun, your memory is truly remarkable. Nie Huaibwa had now approached the old man, warmly grasping his hand in a firm handshake. Ah, my dear Xiaonia, what brings you here? I trust you're doing well. Teacher Shin inquired with a benevolent tone. Quite well. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I just purchased a house for my father here, and it has recently been renovated, so I can take a look. Are you residing here as well? Nie Huaibwa replied, his face beaming with joy. Is it Unit 201? I live in 202. Teacher Shun responded with a hearty laugh. What a coincidence. Yes, it is indeed 201, and you reside in 202, Nie Huaibwa exclaimed. Dad, this is my high school teacher, Shun. You two have met before. Who would have thought you'd become neighbors? As he spoke, he glanced at Nie Zhongyuan. Nie Zhongyuan also stepped forward to shake hands with teacher Shun. They were of similar age, with Nie Zhongyuan being slightly younger. The two elders exchanged pleasantries, quickly establishing a rapport. The female doctor now recalled that this was the elderly man she had once saved, and she found it quite serendipitous. However, when she noticed Zhang Yu, she felt puzzled, unable to comprehend why this mediocre individual was in their company. Yet observing Zhang Yu and Appo's attire today, it was evident that he appeared significantly more presentable than the last time they had met. Teacher Shun, do come to my home for a visit. Soon we shall be neighbors, as the saying goes, and Appo's, a distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor, and a close neighbor is not as precious as one across the street. My child seldom stays at home, and it is only in the evenings that they reside here. We must foster a closer relationship and visit each other often, Zhang Yu cheerfully remarked. You are far better off than I, my son and daughter-in-law. Well, let us not dwell on that. Even my granddaughter does not live with me, and it's a rare occasion when she comes to visit. Indeed, we must make it a point to see each other more frequently. Come, let's go take a look, Teacher Shin said, taking Zhang Yu and Amp Oppo's hand as the two elderly gentlemen ambled towards the entrance. The young doctor pouted slightly upon hearing her grandfather and Amp Oppo's words. The two elders continued their conversation as they ascended the staircase. Teacher Shun, my renovations are based on feng shui principles. Living here will promote longevity. Zhang Yu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Is that so splendid? I must take a good look, Teacher Shun replied with a broad smile. The young doctor, overhearing old Nia's claims, clearly remained skeptical, wondering what kind of renovation could possibly enhance longevity. What a jest! Upon reaching the second floor and entering Zhang Yu's residence, they found the space already tidy, with all construction materials cleared away. Only Su Tong remained, waiting to jot down any alterations the clients might suggest, so that workers could be summoned for modifications. The spacious 140 square meters comprised 3 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, creating an exceptionally bright environment. At that moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward to discuss the layout of the renovations with the elderly gentleman. Due to the elder and Oppo's fondness for fish, Zhang Yu arranged a feng shui setup known as carp leaping over the dragon gate. The placement of the fish was meticulously designed in advance, and there was also a living room specifically dedicated to the care of fish. While carp leaping over the dragon gate typically symbolizes academic success for students, Zhang Yu's feng shui arrangement was not intended for scholars. Rather, it aimed to enhance the longevity of the elderly, ensuring a life of vitality, free from ailments. As Zhang Yu spoke vividly, Teacher Shin nodded in agreement. He then turned to the female doctor and remarked, Xiaoqing, since you're planning to renovate your marital home, why not enlist this young man to assist you? The young doctor, named Shin Qing, dismissed Zhang Yu and Oppo's narrative with skepticism. Upon hearing her grandfather and Oppo's suggestion, she pouted and retorted, I have no need for him to renovate. Feng shui is mere superstition, utterly ineffective, and his designs are quite rustic. Su Tong, who had been listening attentively, recognized Shin Qing as a potential client and quickly interjected, Xiao Zhang is indeed quite capable. I fractured my foot, and while it typically takes at least 3 months to heal, he cured me in just half a month. Moreover, his insights on feng shui are remarkably accurate. While the renovation here may have an ancient style, if you prefer a modern aesthetic, we can certainly accommodate that. Shin Qing shot a skeptical glance at Su Tong, her face betraying disbelief as she replied, healing a fracture in half a month. Are you jesting? Child, why do you always speak so? Teacher Shin admonished his granddaughter. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, a look of pain crossing his features. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Nia Huaibao was by his side and quickly supported him. Teacher, what seems to be the matter? Nia Huaibao inquired with concern. Grandfather, are you all right? Shin Qing hastened to her grandfather and Amp Oppo's side. Zhang Yu, having observed the situation of Teacher Shun, promptly remarked, Quick, fetch that chair and help Teacher Shin sit down. The weather today is dreadful. His chronic leg ailment has flared up. Su Tong immediately rushed to retrieve a chair, while Teacher Shun looked puzzled at Zhang Yu and asked, Young man, how did you know my ailment was acting up? Just looking at you now, it's undoubtedly your chronic leg condition, Zhang Yu replied. At that moment, Su Tong returned with a chair, and several people assisted the elderly gentleman into it. Zhang Yu knelt before Teacher Shun and began to gently knead his leg. Shin Qing frowned at the sight and exclaimed, You incompetent fool, stop meddling with my grandfather's leg. He might end up worse off. Do not speak. His touch is quite soothing, Teacher Shun interjected promptly. Shin Qing was taken aback by her grandfather's defense of the stranger, feeling a surge of frustration as she retorted, Grandfather, a mere rub will not remedy your chronic leg condition. Our hospital and Amp Oppo's specialists have examined you, and all concur that traditional medicine cannot truly cure it. At best, it offers temporary relief. Wydon and Oppo's We consider a neurosurgical procedure instead, to spare you the agony whenever the wind blows or rain falls. I refuse to undergo surgery, Teacher Shun declared stubbornly. After Zhang Yu had massage for a while, he solemnly declared, "Who says traditional Chinese medicine cannot treat chronic leg pain? Although Teacher Shun's condition is rather severe, I am confident that I can cure it within a month." Upon hearing this, Teacher Shun's eyes immediately brightened as he fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Yu. Nie Zhongyan, filled with assurance, promptly stated, "Rest assured, Teacher Shun. Young Zhang possesses remarkable skills. He has significantly improved my health. If he claims he can cure you in a month, he undoubtedly can. How will you accomplish that?" Shen Qing inquired skeptically, turning her attention to Zhang Yu. "With herbal baths for the legs, combined with acupuncture and massage. I shall prepare a prescription for Teacher Shun, along with several doses for the herbal baths. As fortune would have it, I have my needles with me today. I can perform acupuncture and a massage for Teacher Shun right now, and I'm certain it will yield results," Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Recently, he had been treating Brother to Biao, which is why he always carried his silver needles. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's assurance, Teacher Shun readily agreed, indicating that he had space at home for the acupuncture session. Teacher Shun's residence was quite spacious, exceeding 130 square meters. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhang Yu assisted Teacher Shun in removing his trousers and began the acupuncture treatment. Special thanks to the generous supporters, Cat Lover, Black Lantern Ghost, Book Friend 160220, LMO Wu, and all the other patrons. Today's recommendation votes have been plentiful. Your encouragement is the finest support for our endeavors. It is anticipated that we shall surpass 500 votes in just one more day. Rest assured, I shall keep my word and add a chapter every day next week. Chapter 81. A benefactor. The fundamental skill of acupuncture lies in the ability to insert the needle without drawing blood. Such an effect can only be achieved when the needle is precisely placed within the meridian pathways. Otherwise, bleeding is inevitable. As Zhang Yu performed acupuncture on her grandfather, Shen Qing's gaze was fixed intently on his hands, anxious that this novice might inadvertently injure her grandfather. Though Shen Qing was a Western medicine practitioner, she possessed a certain understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and oppos, as acupoints. Previously, she had noticed Zhang Yu and oppos as frequent misapplication of the acupoints, which heightened her concern. The stakes were particularly high this time, as the recipient of the treatment was her beloved grandfather. Moreover, acupuncture differed significantly from mere massage. Improper needle placement could result in far more serious consequences than bleeding. She watched in alarm as Zhang Yu inserted the needle into an acupoint she had never encountered before, positioned between Zhu, San Li, and Shui Hai, which was hardly recognized as a legitimate acupoint. Her heart raced as he pierced the skin, yet astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was drawn. After some time, once the acupuncture was concluded, Zhang Yu removed the needles and transitioned to manual massage. Under his skilled hands, Shen Qing could not help but exclaim in comfort, "This feels wonderful. Your technique is remarkable. The pressure is just right. It surpasses old Shun at the clinic by leaps and bounds. My leg feels so relaxed now. You truly possess some talent. Excellent." Observing the look of bliss on her grandfather and Oppo's face, Shen Qing grew increasingly perplexed. Could it really be this effective? After half an hour of massage, Zhang Yu ceased his ministrations and remarked, "Teacher Shun, our session is complete for today. I will bring you some medicine tomorrow, and we can continue with the acupuncture and massage." "Great. I will definitely be here tomorrow. I'll prepare something delicious for you." Teacher Shun responded with unrestrained enthusiasm, akin to a child. He leapt from the bed, feeling a notable agility in his legs and feet, pacing back and forth on the floor. Observing her grandfather in this state, Shen Qing was filled with anxiety and hurriedly remarked, "Grandpa, please take it easy." As she approached to assist him, he insisted, "No need for help. I can manage on my own." Although Shun Laosher said this, he was aware that his granddaughter meant well and allowed her to support him. After taking another round, he finally paused and said, "Xiao Qing, I told you to study traditional Chinese medicine, yet you insisted on pursuing Western medicine abroad. Now, do you see? The traditional medicine passed down by our ancestors is far more formidable than those foreign practices. Shun Qing pouted, feeling rather dissatisfied with her grandfather and Appo's remarks. She shot Zhang Yu an exasperated glance. She had come to accompany her grandfather, who was in good spirits, but now, thanks to Zhang Yu and Appo's presence, she was receiving a tongue-lashing from him. Then a thought struck her, and she chuckled. Grandpa, do you remember Grandpa Chu's illness? Neither traditional nor Western medicine has been able to cure it at our hospital. Since you say Xiao Zhang is so capable, why not let him give it a try and see if he can heal Grandpa Chu? Upon hearing this, Shun Laoshe and Appo's eyes lit up as he turned to Zhang Yu, earnestly asking, Xiao Zhang, I have a student named Chu Jinhuan. His father and I share a good rapport. Old Chu was in a car accident and is now paralyzed from the waist down. Do you have the confidence to treat him? I cannot guarantee a cure. It all depends on the situation after I assess it, Zhang Yu replied. Let me take you there, as we're in the same neighborhood, and it's quite close. Shin Qing promptly suggested. All right, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain of Shun Qing and Appo's intentions, he felt compelled to assist the patient whenever possible. Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, please make yourselves comfortable in my home. I will accompany him for a moment, Shun Qing stated, then turned to Zhang Yu and said, Shall we? Zhang Yu nodded and followed her as they exited together. The location Shin Qing referred to was not far, merely a building away. As they walked, Shun Qing inquired, What acupoint did you use during the acupuncture on my grandfather and Appo's leg? I have never heard of it before. Zhang Yu replied, That is not an acupoint. It is a point on the foot meridian that can regulate the leg and Appo's channels. It is quite effective for ailments such as rheumatism and chronic leg pain. With the right medication, it can essentially cure chronic leg pain within a month. Zhang Yu recognized the specific location she mentioned, understanding that many in traditional Chinese medicine are oblivious to it, relying solely on textbook acupoints. Is there truly such a meridian? Shun Qing pouted, momentarily skeptical. They soon arrived at the building she indicated, where the Chu family resided on the first floor, primarily because the elderly Mr. Chu was bedridden and required a wheelchair to go outside, making a higher floor impractical. After knocking a few times, a middle-aged man promptly opened the door, and Shin Qing referred to him as Uncle Chu. Inside, there was another middle-aged woman whom Shun Qing addressed as Aunt Wang. After the introduction, Zhang Yu learned that Chu Jinhuan was also a student of teacher Shun, who is a high school educator renowned for nurturing countless talents. This Uncle Chu is no ordinary individual. He is the director of the Discipline Inspection Office in Zindongli. While various departments exist within a district, this particular office holds significant importance. For the average person, the most daunting figure might be the patrol officers. Yet for these officers, their greatest apprehension lies with the Discipline Inspection Office. This office even possesses the authority to summon the chief inspector of the patrol department for a discussion. And refusal is not an option. Director Chu displayed great warmth towards Shin Qing, yet he was unfamiliar with Zhang Yu, initially mistaking him for someone sent by Shun Qing to request assistance. However, upon discovering that Zhang Yu was there to treat his father, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Zhang Yu was quite young, and being a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at such an age was indeed surprising. He turned to Shin Qing and inquired, Xiao Qing, which hospital is he affiliated with? He is not from a hospital. He is a real estate agent. Shin Qing replied candidly. Then, he could treat ailments? Director Chu expressed further confusion. It seems he can't. My grandfather suffers from chronic leg pain, which has flared up, and he was the one who treated it. I asked him if he was confident about treating Grandfather Chu, and he said he would know after examining him. Shun Qing stuttered slightly. After all, Zhang Yu did appear somewhat unreliable at first glance. She had shared that sentiment previously. However, her grandfather spoke highly of Zhang Yu, igniting a strong curiosity within her. She was eager to witness just how capable Zhang Yu truly was and to uncover the mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine. With a slight nod, Chu Jinhuan decided to give it a try, harboring no particular expectations regarding the outcome. It is worth noting that he had already explored nearly all the hospitals in Jinhai, a vibrant metropolis where many of the nation and Appo's finest doctors reside. The medical expertise available here rivals that of the capital, and it is likely that even international standards would find little disparity. He and his wife entered the bedroom with Zhang Yu and Qing. An Elda Liman, clad only in a pair of shorts and a tank top, lay in bed. The room was impeccably clean with pristine bed linens. Typically, one might expect that a bedridden elderly person would require assistance with bodily functions, resulting in a disorderly and odorous environment. However, in the room of Elder Chu, there was no hint of unpleasant smell. This speaks volumes about the profound filial piety exhibited by the couple. Special thanks to Mr. Chun, Mama, and Lu Yi for their generous contributions. I am immensely grateful to those who have cast their votes. Witnessing such support today fills me with excitement. Additionally, I wish to address the topic of currency and the newly crafted Bureau of Integrity Investigation. Longtime readers are aware that modern novels often have certain taboos. To avoid potential risks and unnecessary complications in the future, I must diverge from reality in some aspects. Should I directly reference certain sensitive themes, any ensuing issues would jeopardize my ability to continue writing. I hope everyone can understand, and I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance. Chapter 82 of Feeling Father. Xiaoqing has invited a doctor to examine your condition. Upon entering the bedroom, Chu Jinhuan greeted the elderly gentleman in bed with utmost courtesy. The old man nodded slightly and remarked, "Jinhuan, my illness must be a burden to you all." "Father, what are you saying? Without you, there would be no me." Chu Jinhuan approached the bedside, retrieving a chair before turning to say, "Xiao Zhang, come over and take a look at my father's ailment." Zhang Yu, Shun Qing, and Aunt Wang had all entered the room, their gazes now fixed upon Zhang Yu. Though some were skeptical, they all hoped he would declare a remedy. The elderly gentleman also turned his attention to Zhang Yu. Despite his youth, he expressed confidence in his ability to heal, which caused the old man to harbor some doubts. Zhang Yu seated himself beside the bed and requested the elderly gentleman to extend his hand, allowing him to take his pulse. After a moment of examination, Zhang Yu stated, "The meridians in your legs are obstructed. They must be thoroughly unblocked. Fortunately, there are no permanent injuries, so it should not be overly difficult to treat." The revelation startled everyone in the room. They were taken aback by the suggestion that it was not a challenging case, as they had consulted numerous physicians. Chu Jinhuan immediately inquired, "Are you suggesting that my father and Appo's paralysis can be cured?" "Indeed," Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly with a nod. "Really?" Chu Jinhuan was taken aback, yet a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. "Absolutely. The obstruction of the meridians can be resolved. As long as they are unblocked, recovery is possible. Had there been any permanent damage, my assurance would be less certain." Thus, Zhang Yu began, retrieving a needle from his pocket. "I shall now proceed to unblock the old gentleman and Appo's meridians. However, it cannot be accomplished in a single day. I estimate that after today and Appo's acupuncture session, he may regain some sensation in his legs." Some sensation? Chu Jinhuan's mouth fell agape. It was well known that such lower limb paralysis typically resulted in a complete absence of feeling. If there were any sensation at all, the treatment would indeed be much simpler. "Indeed, allow me to give it a try. You may wait over there," Zhang Yu continued. "By the way, could you assist in removing the old gentleman's shorts?" "Of course," Chu Jinhuan replied promptly, and he, along with his wife, swiftly helped to remove the elder's large undergarments. The old gentleman was left in just a pair of briefs, which prompted Chu Jinhuan to cover him with a small pair of underpants for modesty. With preparations complete, Zhang Yu commenced the acupuncture. Everyone in the room was now fixated on him. Even the elderly Chu managed to lift his head to observe. Chu Jinhuan had thoughtfully placed 2 pillows under his father and Appo's head for comfort. Zhang Yu and Appo's needles punctuated the old gentleman and Appo's legs in a meticulous arrangement, and before long, over 40 needles had been inserted. Once finished, Zhang Yu turned to Chu Jinhuan and inquired, "Uncle Chu, do you have any ginger at home?" "Yes." Without waiting for her husband to respond, Aunt Wang immediately nodded in affirmation. "Please fetch me 2 pieces of ginger. By the way, can you take a bath at home?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yes," Chu Jinhuan confirmed with a nod. "That simplifies matters greatly. Please also procure some traditional Chinese medicine from the pharmacy." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, He promptly wrote out a prescription containing over 20 varieties of traditional Chinese herbs. Aunt Wang went to fetch ginger, preparing it for the bathing water. Meanwhile, Chu Jinhuan immediately set out to a nearby pharmacy to procure the necessary medicine. Upon Chu and Amp, Appo's return with the remedies, Zhang Yu had already begun to remove the needles from the old gentleman's legs. He crushed the ginger, extracting its juice, and began to massage it onto the elder's legs. During the massage, Zhang Yu did not neglect to delegate tasks, instructing Chu Jinhuan to prepare a decoction of the herbs he had just purchased. This was a task that Shen Qing was quite adept at, and she took charge of brewing the medicine. After more than an hour of diligent massage, Shen Qing had successfully prepared the concoction. Zhang Yu directed her to pour the herbal mixture into the bathtub, stirring it thoroughly before carrying the old gentleman for a soothing soak. After half an hour, when he gently laid the elder back on the bed, Zhang Yu placed his hand firmly on the old man's calf and gave it a strong squeeze. "What are you doing?" Chu Jinhuan asked, his voice laced with urgency upon witnessing Zhang Yu and Appo's actions. However, before Zhang Yu could respond, the elder himself emitted a sound, exclaiming, I can feel something." "What?" At this moment, Chu Jinhuan's spirits surged with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, what did you say? Can you feel it?" Yes. A little sensation, the elder replied, his voice filled with exhilaration. Having been devoid of feeling in his legs for many years, he yearned to stand and walk again, wishing not to be a burden to his son. At last, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Tears streamed down the old man's cheeks, flowing unbidden. "Father!" Chu Jinhuan exclaimed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He swiftly turned around and approached Zhang Yu, dropping to his knees with a thud, expressing his gratitude fervently. Thank you. Zhang Yu was taken aback and hurried to assist him, exclaiming, "Uncle Chu, what are you doing? Please get up." Beside them, Shen Qing was utterly astounded. She had initially called Zhang Yu to treat her grandfather without harboring significant hope. On one hand, she wished to give it a try. On the other, if Zhang Yu failed, she could argue before her grandfather that traditional Chinese medicine was not as miraculous as claimed. Given the severity of her grandfather's paralysis, she knew that no one had any viable solutions. Various treatments, including electric stimulation, had proven futile. If there was a chance to restore even a semblance of consciousness, she felt confident that, with her own expertise, she could assist him in standing again, though the timeline remained uncertain. Aunt Wang was filled with excitement as well. Her husband had tirelessly cared for the old man, and her heart ached for him. Now, witnessing a glimmer of hope for her father-in-law and Appo's recovery, she too shed tears. However, she remained composed and said, "Young Zhang, thank you. By the way, if you require a certain amount for my father-in-law and Appo's full recovery, please let me know. We will do whatever it takes, even if it means sacrificing everything." In truth, their financial situation was dire. Most of their resources had already been expended on her father-in-law's previous treatments. Now, they were left with little more than their mortgaged home. Upon realizing the situation, Chu Jinhuan hurriedly spoke. "Xiao Zhang, this is the only house I have. If you can heal my father, I will transfer the property to you immediately. Just tell me how much more you need, and I will arrange it. I have the means." Zhang Yu shook his head, sincerely responding, "I do not charge for my medical services, and I am not in need of money at the moment. The only thing that matters is that your father and Appo's health improves." "How can that be? You are our benefactor. If you refuse payment, how can I express my gratitude?" Chu Jinhuan exclaimed anxiously. "There is no need for repayment." Zhang Yu maintained his earnest demeanor. The notion of healing someone with severe lower body paralysis without any charge was indeed astonishing. Such generosity was unheard of in hospitals. Zhang Yu's words were hard to believe, yet his sincere expression made it clear that he was not jesting. Shen Qing gazed at Zhang Yu in astonishment, realizing that she could not comprehend this man at all. She recalled their first meeting when she had perceived him as merely a well-meaning novice. Now, her grandfather was scolding her for his sake, and in this moment, Zhang Yu was selflessly saving a life without any expectation of reward. Chapter 83. The Idler. Grandma Ma. The atmosphere in the bedroom had turned utterly silent, with the gaze of several individuals fixed intently upon Zhang Yu. Feeling rather uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Zhang Yu shrugged and inquired, "Why do you all look at me like that? My young friend, your immense kindness. I truly am at a loss for how to repay you," Chu Jinhuan sincerely expressed. I and Amp, Oppos, V already stated that there is no need for repayment. You city folks are indeed peculiar, always emphasizing reciprocity in every matter. If you continue to insist, I shall take my leave right now and never return. Zhang Yu replied earnestly. Please, please don't say that. Chu Jinhuan hastily implored. I have resolved to be your friend. Henceforth, should you encounter any troubles, rest assured that I, Chu Jinhuan, will do my utmost to assist you. Shen Qing then solemnly declared, Zhang Yu, I entrust you with the renovation of my house. The cost is of no concern. Spend as you see fit. Additionally, my grandfather's chronic leg ailment will also depend on you. As an intermediary agent, Zhang Yu found himself transformed into a dedicated physician over the ensuing days. The paralysis of Elder Chu, the chronic leg condition of Elder Shun, and Brother Dapio and Amp, Oppos, liver cirrhosis consumed a considerable 7 to 8 hours of his daily schedule. Of course, Yang Ying did not utter a single complaint. The business at the agency had settled into a steady rhythm. However, there was a notable drawback. The demand for quality housing far exceeded the supply. Many clients, unable to find suitable properties through Yang Ying, were compelled to seek alternatives elsewhere, subsequently engaging Jiabao Agency for feng shui renovations. On that midday, Shen Qing resolved to seek assistance in assessing her new residence, contemplating the design and feng shui of its decor. She had come to respect Zhang Yu's medical skills. However, she remained uncertain about his expertise in feng shui. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, for Zhang Yu visited daily to tend to her grandfather's ailments. Whether she hired him through an intermediary or directly compensated him mattered not. She was indifferent to the financial aspect. Yet, Zhang Yu had an unusual disposition, refusing to accept payment for his medical services. Upon arriving at her grandfather and Amp, Oppos' home, she discovered only the housekeeper was present, with neither her grandfather nor Zhang Yu in sight. Curiously, she inquired, Where's my grandfather? The old man has gone to visit old Master Chu along with young Zhang and old Master Nia across the street. The housekeeper replied, Why has everyone gone to their house? Shen Qing mumbled, turning promptly to descend the stairs, heading towards the Chu residence. Upon reaching the Chu household, she was taken aback to find her grandfather Shen Yu, Zhang, old Master Chu, and a woman in her 60s engaged in a game of mahjong. This woman, whom Shen Qing recognized, was old Lady Ma from the neighborhood, often seen chatting with her grandfather downstairs. They played without a mahjong machine, merely arranging the tiles by hand, with only small change on the table, seemingly for the sake of exercise. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was busily attending to old Master Chu, sitting on a stool and massaging his legs. Shen Qing greeted each person in turn, at which point old Lady Ma remarked, Old Chu, young Zhang has been massaging you for quite some time now. I assent my turn? Old Master Chu promptly replied, What are you anxious about? I'm currently undergoing rehabilitation. We must continue a while longer. You have no ailments, so please wait a bit longer. Allow me a maximum of 20 more minutes. And then it will be my turn, remarked old Madame Ma. Ah, Xiao Zhang, remember not to let those two old fellows corner you. Of course, Grandma Ma. Zhang Yu replied with a cheerful smile. Look at how wonderful Xiao Zhang is. I don't have a granddaughter. Otherwise, I would marry her off to him immediately. Old Shun, does your granddaughter have a suitor? Old Madame Ma inquired, directing her gaze at Shen Qing. Indeed, she does, Shen Qing quickly responded. What a pity, old Madame Ma lamented. Shen Qing felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was it pity? Was there truly no one good in this world besides Zhang Yu? Yet, she found herself glancing at him, observing how earnestly he was massaging old Mr. Chu's legs. Internally, she mused, he isn't so bad. Even Grandpa likes him, and he possesses such patience. Yet, my Guangwei ISN and Amp, Oppos, necessarily inferior to him. As she pondered this, old Madame Ma turned her attention to Nia Zhongyan and suggested, Old Nia, why not marry your granddaughter off to Zhang Yu? Nia Zhongyuan immediately responded, I actually think that is a splendid idea. Xiao Zhang, How about marrying Qian? Old sir, please do not jest with me. Zhang Yu quickly interjected. I'm not joking. I speak sincerely. With a grandson-in-law like you, I would be secretly delighted. You would always be my number one for massages. If you believe Qian is suitable, I shall invite the Huaibo couple over tomorrow for a family meeting to betroth Qian to you, Zhang Yuan stated earnestly. No, no. Zhang Yu hurriedly shook his head. In his heart, there was only one woman he truly cared for, and that was his aunt. As for other women, he had never given them a second thought. Xiaozhang, what's the matter? Qian is quite lovely. Although I've only met her twice, she's charming and obedient. How could that not be appealing? Old Mrs. Ma teased. Indeed, what flaw can my Qian possibly have? Yeah, Zhang Yuan chimed in. Old Master Shen added, and amp, oppos, Xiaozhang. If it weren't an amp, oppos, T for Xiaoqing already being promised to someone, I would certainly have her marry you. Qian is truly a wonderful option. You ought to consider it. As you are no longer a child. And amp, oppos. Elder Zhu nodded in agreement, saying and amp, oppos, exactly. If I had a granddaughter, I would undoubtedly arrange her marriage to you. Among us old folks, Qian is the most suitable. Moreover, she made a good impression during her last visit with old Nya. Just accept it. We and oppos, LL all come to celebrate your wedding. And oppos, although Nya Zhongyuan had just moved in, his connection with the Shun family, coupled with his solitary living situation, allowed him to quickly bond with the neighbors under Shun Yu's guidance. Zhang Yu was particularly thriving, as his massage skills were in high demand among these four, each eager to invite him over for dinner. Now, when the topic of Zhang Yu and oppos' marriage arose, the enthusiasm was palpable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their comments, Zhang Yu helplessly responded, Grandpa, Grandma, please do not bring this up. Qian is a student, and I do not think we are suited for each other. What an amp, oppos, what's wrong with being a student? You are not that old yourself. Once Qian graduates, the two of you can marry. How wonderful that would be. Nya Zhongyuan remarked dismissively. No. Zhang Yu could only lower his head in response. Young Zhang, if you believe Qian is not suitable, then let Grandmama introduce someone else for you. After all, Grandma believes that good fortune should not be wasted on outsiders. Grandmama said earnestly, I know nearly everyone in this community and have successfully matched several couples. I am renowned as a matchmaker. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will surely find you someone splendid. Grandmama, that one and oppos, be necessary. Zhang Yu pouted. How could it not be necessary? It's settled then. I will certainly find someone to your satisfaction. Grandmama proclaimed with conviction. Her tone left no room for Zhang Yu to object. Grandmama's enthusiasm left Zhang Yu at a loss for words. Shen Qing, unable to interject, waited until Zhang Yu had finished massaging old Master Zhu and Grandmama before pulling him away under the pretense of looking at houses. Her actions displeased old Master Shun, as it was Zhang Yu and oppos' turn to attend to him. Chapter 84. No marriage for 3 years. Zhang Yu followed Shen Qing downstairs and entered her car, heading towards the Yongmen Huafu community. This neighborhood is not far from his grandfather's place, primarily for convenience, allowing him to visit and care for his grandfather frequently. On the way, Shen Qing remarked, You are quite a remarkable person. When we first met, I thought you were merely warm-hearted, but now I see you possess genuine skill and patience. Individuals like you, who are willing to come daily to help them with their legs, are indeed rare. They are not in good health. I'm merely providing treatment, Zhang Yu replied modestly. You are rather humble. By the way, regarding the Qian they mentioned, I have met her as well. She is quite beautiful, well-behaved, and dutiful. Why do you think she is not suitable for you? Shen Qing inquired. Well, perhaps. I just feel it's not quite right. Zhang Yu could only respond in such a manner. You haven't even spent time together and already deem it unsuitable? Do you perhaps have a girlfriend? Shen Qing asked with a playful smile. No, Zhang Yu answered promptly. Then you must have someone you fancy? Shen Qing continued to smile teasingly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's face turned slightly awkward. It seems you do indeed have someone you like. If you are fond of her, you should pursue her without delay. You are truly a wonderful person. You deserve a woman of any caliber. Shen Qing encouraged with a warm smile. No, it is impossible for her and me to be together. Zhang Yu murmured, lowering his gaze. At that moment, memories of Yang Ying flooded his mind, her exquisite visage and her melodious laughter. Why can't we be together? Shun Qing inquired. Her curiosity piqued once more. It's simply not possible. Please refrain from asking, Zhang Yu replied, his demeanor somewhat bashful. Although he harbored feelings for Yang Ying and yearned to be by her side, wishing to protect her, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of their union. Yang Ying was his elder, his little aunt, who referred to Zhang Yu and Appos, as parents as brother and sister-in-law. You are rather peculiar, Shun Qing remarked, casting Zhang Yu a sidelong glance. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. Before long, their vehicle arrived at the Yong and Amp, Appos, a Huafa community. They alighted in front of a building and ascended the stairs. Yong and Amp, Appos, and Huafa was a newly constructed residential complex, with only a few families having moved in. Most units were still undergoing renovations. Upon entering the building, the sound of walls being demolished echoed through the air. Shun Qing and Appos' residence was on the third floor, and once inside, she began to introduce Zhang Yu to her home. This is a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room, 1-bathroom apartment with a commendable layout, approximately 90 square meters, she explained. After touring the space, they lingered in the master bedroom, where Shun Qing continued, I am not entirely certain about the feng shui of this renovation. However, this apartment is to be my marital home. I'm set to wed early next year, so the bedroom must be decorated in a cozy manner. The rest can be arranged easily. She now stands face to face with Zhang Yu. Upon hearing that she is to marry early next year, Zhang Yu is momentarily taken aback and subsequently scrutinizes Shun Qing's face with keen interest. Why do you gaze at me so intently? Shun Qing feels somewhat uncomfortable under Zhang Yu's penetrating gaze and instinctively takes a step back. I am merely assessing your fortune by examining your features. It seems unlikely that you will be married within the next 3 years. How could you possibly be wed? Zhang Yu articulates his doubts. He had never closely observed Shun Qing's face before, but this encounter allows for a clearer view. When Shun Qing mentions her upcoming marriage in early next year, Zhang Yu instinctively studies her features, only to find discrepancies. Do not speak nonsense. Shun Qing's displeasure becomes evident as she replies. My boyfriend and I have already booked a hotel and intend to obtain our marriage certificate on February 14th. However, Zhang Yu insists, you truly should not be getting married next year. Just because you have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, does that qualify you to read faces? My boyfriend is an exceptional man. My grandfather has met him, and he even studied under him. He graduated from the archaeology department at Peking University, forsaking a lucrative position in the capital to return to Zhenhai. He has invested in establishing a charity school in Guangming Town to ensure that underprivileged children can receive an education, providing for their meals and accommodation without charging a single penny. A person of his caliber is exceedingly rare. My grandfather holds him in high regard. As Shun Qing speaks of her boyfriend, a look of pride illuminates her face. His character seems commendable, yet it appears that fate has not favored you both. Zhang Yu murmured softly, you are the one who seems to lack fortune. Why can't you say something pleasant? It's so annoying. Shun Qing retorted with dissatisfaction. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. The door remained ajar, and a man in Amp, Appos' voice soon followed. Xiao Qing, you and Amp, Appos' arrived early. Upon hearing the man in Amp, Appos' voice, Shun Qing excitedly dashed outside. Zhang Yu followed closely behind. In the living room stood a man, likely in his early 30s, approximately 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique and striking good looks. Wearing a pair of glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. Guangwei, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Yu, who treated my grandfather and Amp, Appos' leg, and is currently assisting us with the feng shui renovation. Zhang Yu, this is my boyfriend, Chen Guangwei. Hello. Zhang Yu approached Chen Guangwei, and their hands clasped in greeting, with a relaxed and warm smile gracing Chen Guangwei and Appos' face. Thank you for curing my teacher and Appos' chronic leg pain. Why do you still call him teacher? Shun Qing immediately shot him a disapproving glance. Right. Grandfather. Chen Guangwei replied tenderly, which delighted Shun Qing immensely. Zhang Yu continued to scrutinize Chen Guangwei before him. He possessed an attractive and refined demeanor. However, Zhang Yu subtly sensed that this man was not of noble character. Should he employ the art of observation now, he might perceive much more, albeit with considerable inconvenience. Shen Qing briefly shared her renovation plans with Chen Guangwei, who merely nodded in agreement, displaying no dissent, as if entirely acquiescent to her wishes. After a while, Chen Guangwei glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "Xiaoqing, you may discuss the renovation with Zhang Yu. I have other matters to attend to. A university classmate has come from out of town and wishes to explore the antique street. I must accompany him." "Very well." Shen Qing consented with a nod. Upon hearing that Chen Guangwei intended to visit the antique street, Zhang Yu immediately recalled his collection of 107 Jinyan Yuanbao copper coins. These ancient coins, though their value remained uncertain, seemed best sought after in the antique market. Thus, Zhang Yu inquired, "Brother Chen, you are heading to the antique street?" "Indeed," Chen Guangwei affirmed. "Could you take me along?" Zhang Yu asked eagerly. "That poses no issue at all. Do you have an interest in antiques?" Chen Guangwei inquired with a smile. "I wish to acquire a Jianyan Yuanbao copper coin," Zhang Yu replied candidly. Chapter 85. The 8 characters of life and destiny. Upon hearing Zhang Yu express his desire to purchase the Jianyan Yuanbao copper coins, a flicker of disdain momentarily crossed Chen Guangwei's eyes, though he quickly masked it with a neutral demeanor. "What is the matter?" Zhang Yu inquired. "The Jinyan Yuanbao you mentioned may not even be available in the antique market," Chen Guangwei replied. "It ranks among the top 50 treasures, and even a single piece can fetch between 1 to 180,000. Possessing the funds does not guarantee acquisition." "Is it truly that valuable?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, astonished. "Goodness, if one Jinyan Yuanbao is worth 1 to 180,000, and I have 107 pieces, how much would that amount to?" "Indeed," Chen Guangwei recited with the familiarity of a connoisseur. "These coins are virtually unseen in the antique market, though they are not entirely absent from sale. However, all such offerings are counterfeit. Perhaps one might stumble upon a genuine piece, yet the odds are not significantly better than winning 5 million in the lottery. Since we have nothing pressing at the moment, let us go take a look. Perhaps fortune will favor us," Zhang Yu proposed. "Very well, let us go together." Chen Guangwei nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them ventured out. As they descended the stairs, Shen Qing was still entwined with Chen Guangwei's arm, and the two appeared quite affectionate. Yet, Zhang Yu and Appo's mind was plagued with confusion. He could not possibly be mistaken. Shen Qing could not marry within 3 years, and Chen Guangwei did not seem to possess a benevolent nature. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Chen Guangwei was the principal of the Love Heart Primary School, and Shen Qing had lauded him to the heavens. Why was that so? With a heart full of curiosity, the 3 individuals descended to the ground floor, where Chen Guangwei arrived in his vehicle. Consequently, Shen Qing opted to leave her car behind, and all 3 boarded Chen Guangwei and Appo's automobile. Their first stop was a hotel to fetch Chen Guangwei's friend before proceeding to the antique market. Zhenhai boasts several antique markets, but the one they visited was known as Dongping Antique Street. This extensive street is divided into above-ground and underground sections, featuring both stalls and storefronts. Naturally, it is not solely limited to antiques. Any bustling commercial street must include dining establishments. During their journey, Chen Guangwei shared insights about the antique street, noting that a staggering 99% of the items sold are forgeries. Authentic pieces are rarely found among the stalls, with only a handful residing in the shops. Furthermore, genuinely valuable artifacts are virtually non-existent. Even if antiques are present, they are typically of little worth. However, the possibility of stumbling upon something remarkable does exist, albeit relying on fortune. Occasionally, sellers misjudge their wares, mistaking valuable items for mere replicas or items of trivial value, a scenario not uncommon. Yet, as instances of such fortunate finds have become more frequent, sellers have become increasingly astute, often seeking assistance for authenticating items they cannot distinguish themselves to avoid misjudgment. Chen Guangwei's companion, Fang Ming, primarily visited Zhenhai for leisure, not placing much emphasis on the prospect of discovering treasures, but rather wishing to test his own discernment. The four meandered through the antique street, with Shenqing linking her arm with Chen Guangwei, seemingly indulging in a display of affection that left Fang Ming enviously admiring the couple. Indeed, Chen Guangwei and Appo's handsome visage and Shenqing and Appo's beauty render them a truly remarkable pair. Numerous vendors peddle ancient coins on the streets, some genuine and others counterfeit, with the authentic pieces often holding little value. Among them are the Jianyan Yuanbao coins, which Chen Guangwei can easily dismiss with a mere glance. His expertise in artifact appraisal is indeed exceptional. As Shenqing aptly puts it, my boyfriend can ascertain the authenticity of these items with barely a cursory look, often discerning their true nature at a glance. As they strolled along, Zhang Yu suddenly noticed a stall nearby selling ritual implements, such as peachwood swords, compasses, altar cloths, banners, and money swords, among other items. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Yu approached the stall, with Chen Guangwei and the others following suit, having little else to occupy their time. The vendor, a robust man in his 20s sporting a bushy beard that accentuated his maturity, greeted them with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Don't miss out as you pass by. Everything I offer here is an antique, and not a single piece is a counterfeit." Chen Guangwei cast a dismissive glance, his expression betraying his skepticism, as if to say, "Enough with the boasting." Zhang Yu had come with the intention of finding Jianyan Yuanbao coins, yet while the stall featured some copper coins, none were the type he sought. Intrigued by the assortment of ritual implements, he decided to examine them further. Although he lacked knowledge of antiques, he possessed an acute understanding of ritual tools. He could effortlessly distinguish between genuine and imitation artifacts. To his surprise, a few of the implements on display did indeed possess a certain charm, imbued with a hint of mystical power, albeit they fell short of the quality of his own collection. The other magical artifacts are essentially mere imitations, devoid of any real power, yet they possess the appearance of ancient relics. Suddenly, Zhang Yu and Appo's attention was captivated by a particular compass. This compass was unlike any ordinary one, although it bore directional markings. It was not a feng shui compass. After examining it for a while, Zhang Yu recognized it as the 8 characters life-seeking disc as described by his master. In the words of Old Wang, the value of the 8 characters life-seeking disc far surpasses that of a feng shui compass, regardless of any dragon-pointing or grave-finding discs. They're not even in the same league. While there are numerous dragon-pointing discs, even the finest are merely equivalent to an ordinary 8 characters life-seeking disc. The rarity of the 8 characters life-seeking disc is extraordinary, and it is not something that just anyone can create. To craft an 8 characters life-seeking disc, 2 prerequisites must be met. The first prerequisite is that one must be a skilled artisan well-versed in the esoteric arts. And the second is the ability to practice the 8 characters life-seeking technique. Individuals adept in this technique within the esoteric community are exceedingly rare. One must not only master the technique, but also possess the craftsmanship, which narrows the pool significantly. Zhang Yu and Appo's master, Old Wang, was proficient in the 8 characters life-seeking technique. Yet he lacked the ability to create magical artifacts, as his specialty lay in crafting coffins. Although Zhang Yu learned the 8 characters life-seeking technique from him, the absence of an 8 characters life-seeking disc rendered his knowledge futile. At this moment, the sight of the 8 characters life-seeking disc filled Zhang Yu with immense excitement. The rotund man seemed to notice Zhang Yu and Appo's interest and quickly remarked, "Young brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This compass hails from the Tang dynasty. Are you familiar with Yu Xuanji, the poet who penned easy-to-obtain priceless treasures, difficult to find a loved one? This compass is a relic she left behind." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this item originated from the Tang dynasty. However, he quickly realized that the rotund man was merely attempting to deceive him. If the man truly recognized this artifact, he would not refer to it as a compass, but rather as a Batsi Xiuming pan. As for who Yu Xuanji was, Zhang Yu genuinely had no knowledge. His master had never mentioned her, and his own education was rather limited. Zhang Yu was sincerely interested in purchasing the item, so he inquired, "How much for this?" The man promptly declared, "A flat price of 500,000. He extended his hand, having discerned that Zhang Yu was rather naive, for only a fool would inquire about prices in such a manner when shopping in an antique market. If not him, then whom would they take advantage of? Taken aback by the quoted price, Zhang Yu was startled. While he could indeed procure the sum from Yang Yang, asking his petite aunt for 500,000 made him feel somewhat embarrassed, despite the fact that the money was rightfully his. Naturally, the value of the Batsi Shuming pan far exceeded 500,000. It was truly priceless and exceedingly rare. Chapter 86. The manipulator Shun Qing keenly discerned that the chubby man was attempting to deceive Zhang Yu. She quickly nudged her companion, Chen Guangwei, with her elbow. Understanding his girlfriend's intentions, Chen Guangwei stepped forward, seized the compass from Zhang Yu's grasp, and scrutinized it for a moment before inquiring with curiosity. "Is this from the Tang dynasty?" "Indeed, it is from the Tang dynasty," the chubby man asserted confidently. "Although I possess no extensive knowledge regarding compasses, I do have a modicum of understanding about artifacts from the Tang dynasty. It is utterly perplexing how one could ascertain that this is indeed from that era. My friend is genuinely interested in purchasing it. Kindly extend your hand to me," Chen Guangwei said as he reached out. The chubby man promptly raised his hand, yet his oversized sleeves concealed his hand within. Chen Guangwei slipped his hand into the chubby man's sleeve, making it impossible for onlookers to discern the nature of their transaction. In the realm of antiquities, it is customary for those in the know to conduct their dealings discreetly, ensuring outsiders remain oblivious to the price being negotiated. His fingers danced upon the chubby man's hand, signaling an initial offer, while the chubby man reciprocated with gestures of his own, engaging in a silent haggling. After a brief exchange of gestures, Chen Guangwei withdrew his hand from the chubby man and Oppo's sleeve, subsequently returning the compass to its original position, and stated, "Zhang Yu, let us depart. There are plenty of such items ahead. Not only the compass used by Yu Xuanji of the Tang dynasty, but even those belonging to Zhuai from the Three Kingdoms can be found." He deliberately raised his voice for emphasis, then grasped Zhang Yu's arm and began to walk away. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he quickly comprehended that the chubby man was purposefully attempting to swindle him. This item should not belong to the Tang dynasty, and the hefty fellow is clearly oblivious, unaware that this is an 8-character destiny chart. Thus, Zhang Yu followed Chen Guangwei as they proceeded forward. Indeed, after taking just a few steps, they heard the rotund man exclaim from behind, all right, I shall consider this a loss for the sake of publicity. Let us commence the day with this price. You may take it." Chen Guangwei nudged Zhang Yu and Oppo's arm, signaling him to remain still, and he walked back alone. From his wallet, he produced 2,000 yuan notes and handed them to the man, promptly retrieving the compass in return. Zhang Yu was astonished to see that an item initially priced at 500,000 had been acquired by Chen Guangwei for merely 2,000. With some pocket money now in his possession, Zhang Yu hastily reached for his own funds to offer Chen Guangwei. However, he was immediately stopped by Shun Qing, who remarked, "Such a small sum is hardly enough for your grandfather and aunt Oppo's medical expenses. Consider this our gift to you." After saying this, she lifted her charming face, seemingly pleased with her boyfriend's actions. "Indeed, this is a token of gratitude for your assistance in treating my grandfather. A modest gift, so please accept it graciously." Chen Guangwei, with a gentle demeanor, handed the 8-character destiny chart to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu accepted it and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Chen Guangwei continued onward, stating, "No need for formality. Although this item is somewhat aged and can be considered an antique, it holds little monetary value and lacks collectible significance. I merely appreciate it for its feng shui properties." Zhang Yu echoed this sentiment, albeit inwardly acknowledging that this item was no ordinary antique, but rather an exceedingly useful talisman. "However, this matter holds no significance in your hands, yet in mine, it is entirely different." He did not speak the truth, as he always harbored the belief that Chen Guangwei was not a man of good character. Although Chen Guangwei presented him with a fortune-telling chart, that peculiar sensation lingered in Zhang Yu and Oppo's heart. They strolled through the antique street underground once more, yet they encountered no genuine Jinyan coins. Fang Ming casually acquired a couple of old items, but in Chen Guangwei's words, they were hardly treasures of worth. That evening, Zhang Yu chose not to dine with them, instead returning home alone to Shanghai Garden. After playing mahjong, Shen Yu, Zhongyin, Old Lady Ma, and Old Master Chu prepared to take their leave. Naturally, Old Master Chu insisted they stay for dinner. Shen Yu had no objections, but Nie Zhongyin wished to wait for his granddaughter. And Old Lady Ma had her elderly husband at home, hence they all departed. As Old Lady Ma walked home, she encountered a woman of about 50, whom she recognized as her cousin's daughter, residing in the apartment above her own, named Niu Yinling. Auntie, Niu Yinling greeted her upon seeing her. Delingzi, just returned from grocery shopping? Old Lady Ma replied courteously. Afterward, a thought crossed her mind, and she inquired, by the way, has your daughter found a boyfriend? Don and Oppos, T mention it. I and Oppos, V, he'd been worrying her day and night. And still, she shows no signs of concern. Niu Yinling replied with a helpless shake of her head. I have a suitable young man in mind. He is quite remarkable. Although working at a real estate agency may not seem particularly ideal to you, one cannot overlook the remarkable abilities of that individual, coupled with his patience and healing skills. You know the paralyzed old man, Mr. Chu? Inquired Mrs. Ma. Yes. What about him? Asked Niu Yinling, her curiosity piqued. It was that young man who cured his paralysis. Not only did he refuse payment, but he also visited daily to provide massages for the old gentleman. I go there every day. The young man is truly gifted. He even alleviated teacher Shun and Amp. Oppos, as chronic leg pain, and my shoulder arthritis is nearly healed. I can now play mahjong without any issues. Any daughter who marries him can expect a life of comfort, and the whole family will enjoy the benefits, never needing to visit a hospital again. If I had a granddaughter, I would be seeking a match for him immediately, Mrs. Ma boasted. Is that really true? Is it as remarkable as you say? If he possesses such extraordinary skills, he should pursue a career in traditional Chinese medicine. Niu Yinling expressed her skepticism. Of course, most people wouldn't believe it unless they witnessed it themselves. This young man hails from the countryside. Initially, I was also doubtful, but once he demonstrated his abilities, the truth became evident. If you have time tomorrow during the day, let us visit Mr. Chu together. He can now play mahjong, and the young man will be there as well. You can ask him to relieve your legs and massage your shoulders. If you find it satisfactory, perhaps you could introduce him to your daughter, Mrs. Ma suggested eagerly. The next day, in light of her daughter's impending marriage, Niu Yinling decided to take a day off to assess the young man her friend had spoken of. If he truly embodied the virtues she had been told, she would gladly give her approval. Niu Yinling, a woman of mature years, bore her own share of ailments, particularly a severe case of cervical spondylosis, exacerbated by her fondness for playing mahjong and the demands of her job. She took leave and, accompanied by Old Lady Ma, ventured to the home of Old Man Chu, where they engaged in a game of mahjong while awaiting the arrival of Zhang Yu. Upon his arrival, Zhang Yu promptly administered acupuncture and massage to Old Man Chu, all without interrupting the ongoing game. This was the matter of priority, and once he completed his task, the others refrained from interrupting, allowing Zhang Yu to attend to Niu Yinling's condition. With a mere touch, Zhang Yu discerned her ailment as cervical spondylosis. After a few sessions of acupuncture followed by soothing massage, Niu Yinling was elated, exclaiming her satisfaction. Once the massage concluded, her neck felt significantly more relaxed, almost reminiscent of her youth. Subsequently, Zhang Yu treated Shen Yu for chronic leg pain, during which Old Lady Ma seized the opportunity to pull Niu Yinling aside. In hushed tones, she inquired, "How is this young man?" To discover the identity of Niu Yinling's daughter, please stay tuned for the next installment. Special thanks to the generous contributions from the esteemed He Dengyu Gue and the countless recommendations from all readers. Witnessing over 1,000 recommendations in just 1 week has filled my heart with immense excitement. This marks my second author account, and when combined with my other pseudonym, I have written for 7 years, producing approximately 15 million words. However, I have never before received such a remarkable number of recommendations in a single week. Thank you all. I am profoundly grateful. Chapter 87. The matchmaker turns out to be her. This child is truly commendable. One can instantly perceive his earnestness, particularly his patience. which undoubtedly signifies a filial devotion to his parents. Observing his skills, opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic would surely yield greater financial rewards than a position in an agency, remarked Niu Yinling. Primarily, this lad hails from the countryside, having recently arrived in Zhenhai. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, where could he possibly find employment? His only recourse is to assist relatives at home. It would be prudent to act swiftly. Otherwise, have you seen that old Nye? He is wholly intent on marrying his granddaughter to Zhang Yu, urged old lady Ma. That is indeed the case. Having just emerged from rural life, even if he has capabilities, securing a decent job is not immediate. Given that he has already managed to treat the paralysis afflicting old Chu, earning a living should not prove difficult in the future. Furthermore, our family is not in want of wealth, merely a worthy son-in-law. Very well, I shall make the decision to bestow my daughter upon him, Niu Yinling affirmed. In that case, when shall we arrange for them to meet? Old lady Ma inquired. Aunt, please take the lead on this matter, Niu Yinling responded. If I were to decide, it would be sooner rather than later. Speak to your daughter this evening, and then provide me with a confirmation. Let us arrange for their meeting tomorrow, suggested old lady Ma. Agreed, it shall be settled. However, my daughter is 3 years his senior, Niu Yinling noted. A woman 3 years older brings fortune. This is quite favorable. Leave employment matters for young Zhang to me. I shall await your message this evening. Understood. As Niu Yinling observed, residents of a Shanghai garden community are predominantly well off. In this locality, there are no houses under 90 square meters, with even the 100 square meter units being classified as small apartments. Niu Yinling resides in a spacious duplex of 200 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. Since her husband frequently travels for work, she and their daughter occupy this expansive home. Niu Yinling has already contemplated that Zhang Yu, being from a rural background, likely cannot afford to purchase a house in Zhenhai at this moment, so it would be prudent for him to stay here. She imagines allocating the upper floor for the young couple, which seems quite agreeable. As she sets the table with a delicious meal, she awaits her daughter's return. At 6 o'clock, the door swings open, and a graceful woman steps inside. Mom, I'm back, the woman announces as she enters. Jiayin, come quickly to eat. I have something to discuss with you, Niu Yinling calls out. To her surprise, the woman is none other than the lawyer, Bao Jiayin. What is it? Let me change my clothes first, Bao Jiayin replies languidly. Speak first, then change. Niu Yinling insists, her impatience evident. All right, go ahead. Bao Jiayin reluctantly walks into the dining room and plops down onto a chair. She wears a loose white collar shirt that downplays her figure and black sheer trousers. Do you have a boyfriend now? Niu Yinling inquires earnestly. Not at the moment, nor have I encountered anyone suitable, Bao Jiayin responds nonchalantly. Look at you. Not a child anymore, yet still no boyfriend. If you're not anxious, I certainly am. Your father and I have been waiting for a grandchild so long that our hair is turning gray. Niu Yinling chides. Well, I can't just settle for anyone, can I? Moreover, your hair turned gray 2 years ago. A simple treatment would suffice, Bao Jiayin remarked, shaking her head. What nonsense are you talking about? By the way, Grandmama from downstairs has introduced you to a young man. I met him today, and he's exceptionally good and quite reliable. I and Amp, Oppos, who made up my mind about this. You two shall meet tomorrow. Nurture this connection, and I hope to be cradling my grandchild next year, Niu Yinling stated bluntly. What? Upon hearing this, Bao Jiayin was taken aback, immediately standing up. Who gave you the right to find me a partner? What era are we in? We advocate for free love. I have indeed provided you with the opportunity for freedom. Have you embraced it? Niu Yinling retorted, growing agitated. As her daughter stood, she leaped up as well, her voice even louder than Bao Jiayin and Oppo's. I refuse. I desire to pursue love freely, without your introductions, Bao Jiayin declared, sensing her mother's fury and displaying a hint of apprehension. Her voice was noticeably less assertive. Free love? Nonsense. You spend all your time with that Xia Yuchan girl. What is the meaning of this? You both should be eager to find partners. Niu Yinling shouted. Why bring her into this? I and Amp, Oppos, am speaking for myself. Bao Jiayin expressed her discontent as her mother began to criticize Xia Yuchan as well. Why shouldn't I mention her? Her mother and I were classmates. We share a good friendship. What is wrong with that? Niu Yinling spoke with conviction, gesturing towards her daughter. Do not presume that I am unaware of everything. That girl has not a single male friend by her side. The last time I saw her with a man, he was a mere second-rate figure, effeminate in demeanor. And his words sent shivers down my spine. Do not emulate her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being harsh. Bao Jiayin was acutely aware of the situation regarding Xia Yuechan. Upon hearing her mother describe that second-rate, effeminate man, she could instantly deduce his identity. It was evident to her that her mother had issued an ultimatum. If she dared to retort, her mother might well storm over to Xia Yuechan and Amp, Oppo's residence to confront her. With a sense of trepidation, Bao Jiayin replied, How would I know about her matters? What is it that you truly want from me? I am not concerned. You shall go on a blind date tomorrow. Strive to deliver a grandchild for me by next year. Niu Yinling commanded imperiously. Well, I can agree to a blind date, but I cannot guarantee that you will have a grandchild by next year. At the very least, I must be fond of the person. It cannot be so casual, can it? If the feelings do not align and we end up divorced, it will be a torment. I have already been embroiled in numerous divorce proceedings, and several of my classmates are now divorced as well. Bao Jiayin retorted cunningly. The thought of marrying a man was out of the question. Her heart belonged solely to Xia Yuechan. Nevertheless, she could not disregard her mother's dignity. The matter of her being a lesbian was something that could not be disclosed. Otherwise, what face would her parents have? Especially her father, who held a certain stature in society. That young man is quite commendable. I firmly believe that you two would indeed be well suited for one another. Do not dismiss him outright after just one meeting, nor utter such phrases as not to my liking or no chemistry. Regardless of the circumstances, allow me to facilitate a relationship for a while before making any judgments. Niu Yinling declared with utmost seriousness. She was thoroughly acquainted with her daughter and Amp, Oppo's antics, often resorting to excuses like lack of feelings or complaints about trivial flaws. Hence, she took the initiative to preemptively counter her daughter's typical objections. All right, I understand, Bao Jiayin exclaimed, visibly irritated, before turning to leave. Where are you going? Niu Yinling inquired. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. Bao Jiayin retorted sharply. As soon as her daughter ascended the stairs, Niu Yinling promptly picked up her phone and dialed Grandmama, indicating that everything on her end was in order, and they were merely awaiting Zhang Yu and Oppo's response. Chapter 88. The strange pan, Yin. The phone rang, its chime echoing through the air. Zhang Yu and Oppo's phone seldom received calls, and at that moment, while dining with Yang Ying, he stepped into the room to retrieve his device. Upon seeing that it was an incoming call from Grandmama, a sense of puzzlement washed over him, yet he placed the phone to his ear and answered. Hello, is this Grandmama? Zhang Yu inquired, making his way back to the small living room. It's me, little Zhang. I have something to discuss with you, came Grandmama's voice from the other end. What is it? Zhang Yu asked. I would like to introduce you to a young lady. She's quite remarkable, not to mention beautiful. You are to meet her tomorrow evening. Grandma m'a déclaré. What? A girlfriend introduction? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was taken aback, hastily responding, Grandmama, there's really no need. Nonsense. You are no longer a child. It's time you considered finding a partner. Trust me, tomorrow evening. I have already reserved a spot for you at that CAF near the pedestrian street, not far from the Xiaohua shopping mall. I believe it's called Western Pastry CAF. Yes, that's it. Grandmama stated with utmost seriousness. But, Zhang Yu attempted to decline. Just heed your grandmother's advice. Would I ever deceive you? She is truly a wonderful girl, attractive and with a promising career. Remember, tomorrow at 6 o'clock, Western Pastry CAF. I shall call you again then. Goodbye, and with that, Grandmama abruptly hung up. No. This can end Oppo's TB happening. Zhang Yu was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of it all. Yet, the opportunity to refuse had slipped away, as the call had already ended. Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppo's initial words, introducing a girlfriend, were overheard by Yang Ying. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying and Amp, Oppo's ears perked up, and her gaze was fixed intently on Zhang Yu. Once Zhang Yu concluded his call, Yang Ying Feigning tenderness, inquired, "Little Yu, what is it?" "Well, Granny Ma introduced someone to me and asked me to go meet them tomorrow," Zhang Yu replied, his brow furrowed, filled with helplessness. "That's wonderful. You've only been here a short while, and someone is already introducing you to a match. When you go on the blind date tomorrow, dress appropriately," Yang Ying stated, though her heart was tinged with bitterness. "But I don't want to go," Zhang Yu hesitantly confessed. "Why not? You're not exactly young anymore. If the person is suitable, establishing a family in Zhenhai would be quite nice," Yang Ying remarked deliberately. Although she secretly wished for Zhang Yu not to go on the date, she couldn't bring herself to voice that desire. However, before Zhang Yu could articulate his thoughts, Yang Ying, betraying her conscience, encouraged, "Go ahead, take a look. You might find someone you like at first glance." "Well, if you say so, then I'll just go have a look," Zhang Yu reluctantly acquiesced, lowering his head. The weather had become a bit more refreshing, and there was no longer a need to apply cooling ointment at night. Yang Ying had grown accustomed to Zhang Yu applying it for her every evening. Yet now that he no longer did so for himself, she felt too shy to ask him to continue. Moreover, given the current mild weather, applying it seemed rather unnecessary. In the evening, Zhang Yu managed to fall asleep, while Yang Ying, on the other hand, was restless, her mind consumed with thoughts of Zhang Yu's upcoming blind date. At one moment, she hoped for Zhang Yu's success in the match, believing that it might alleviate some of the pressure weighing on her heart. Yet in the next moment, she found herself wishing for the opposite, though she could not articulate why she felt this way. Thus, Yang Ying spent the night in a state of sleeplessness, waking in the morning with heavy eyelids. Zhang Yu, showing concern, inquired, "Annie, did you not sleep well last night?" "I'm fine, nothing much. Let's just hurry to work after breakfast," Yang Ying replied, unable to confess the truth. Typically, Zhang Yu would leave the agency for Shanghai Garden around 11 a.m. Oppo's clock to provide them with treatment. However, today at precisely 8:30, an individual unexpectedly entered the agency. "Welcome. Are you here to buy or rent?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the bespectacled girl immediately stood up to greet her. Generally, it wasn't an Oppo's tea necessary for Zhang Yu to personally attend to such matters, yet most clients came specifically to consult him. Thus, Zhang Yu instinctively turned to look. To his astonishment, the person who entered was a woman, perhaps in her 20s, wearing